everybody. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. Now, if you're new here, here's the deal. We do this show Monday through Friday at 11 a.m., and it's chock full of DFS and sports betting advice and analysis, and it's dished out by the best in the biz. So, speaking of, say hello to DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. They're here for MLB Price Check. So, fellas, we got a 10-game MLB main slate today. So we're going to run through looking at the pitcher and hitter that you're paying up for tonight, and then the pitcher and hitter that's more of a value play. So, Matt, let's start with your favorite pitcher over 8K. You got 8 guys to choose from. Lance Lynn and Freddie Peralta are the 2 priciest guys, clocking in at 10K and 10.2K respectively. So are you paying all the way up for one of those 2?
I think this is a tough call tonight. So my hunch is that Shohei Ohtani picks up a big chunk of the ownership because he's cheaper than the guys you just mentioned. I think Charlie Morton is my favorite, even though he should be pretty popular. So we should have, I think, a lot of ownership concentrated on some of these higher end guys like Ohtani and maybe Peralta, maybe Lance Lynn to a lesser extent. So if there's kind of some amount of chalk for all of them, I think Morton is just the best play outright of that group. His matchup is just so strong going against the Marlins. And I think what really sets him apart here is the park. Pitching in Miami is just so much better than pitching in Detroit, like Ohtani is, or for Lance Lynn, he's pitching against the A's. Peralta is in St. Louis, which is more of a neutral park. So I think Morton just kind of stands out above the rest. And if he's the highest owned by a significant degree, then I wouldn't like it as much. But I kind of feel like the ownership gets spread out amongst this group. And if I have to pay up for one of them, I think Morton is the best choice.
All right, Paul, who are you paying up for who is over 8K?
Well, Jesse, last week when this turn came up, I was on Zach Greinke, and the other guys panned me for that. It worked out very well, if I recall. And I like him again tonight at $8,100 against the Royals. Oddly, his price is cheaper than it was last time out, and he still has that 109 whip in his last 45 strikeouts over his last 58 innings pitched, allowing a typically low 12 walks in that span. The opposing starter is Brady Singer, who has a whip of 1.90 and an opposing batting average of 332. That'll get you in the Hall of Fame over his last 10 starts. He faces a KC club that ranks 13th in the AL in runs scored, while his club leads the junior circuit in scoring. So it looks like another high win probability for the Astros veteran. If you want to pay up, I like the call on Charlie Morton at $9,700 as he's limited opponents to a 206 batting average and 107 whip over his last 53 innings pitched. I also like his 62 strikeouts against only 18 walks and 5 homers allowed in that stretch too. Miami's offense is second from the bottom in runs scored in the NL. The Marlins will start Jesus Lazard, who's been blitzed for 15 runs over his last 14 2/3 innings pitched since a recent move to the starting rotation for him. He's allowed 28 base runners in those 3 outings. That's not a good sample at all. The win probability is justifiably very high for the visitors here.
All right, Eric, what about you? Who are you paying up for at pitcher?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to confirm Matt's notion that Charlie Morton might be pretty popular here because he's my top guy as well. He faces a Marlins team that struck out second highest rate since the All-Star break and has been 23rd by WRC+. And he's doing so at a Predatory Loan Company Park, or whatever that place is called now, one of the more pitcher-friendly parks in the league. He's been on a great run over his last 7 starts, 2.57 ERA. He's just fully back, even though he's 37 years old. His numbers tailed off in the way you'd expect last year. ERA was all the way up at 4.74. He lost his high strikeout rate, but that's back 28% on the season. He's got his ground balls back too, up at 48%. They were down under 42% last season. So he's got a several-year track record, minus last year, of being one of the better pitchers in the league. And he's got one of the best possible matchups in one of the best possible parks. So he's definitely, I think, the best value.
All right, now let's get a pitcher you like who's under 8K, Paul. So more of a value pick here.
Yeah, I like 2 guys in this spot, Jesse. Marco Gonzalez stands out for me in this range at $7,600. He's reeled off 5 impressive starts in a row, covering 32 innings, allowing only 6 earned runs, 21 hits, and 8 walks in that span. He faces Mike Foltynewicz and the puny Rangers offense. Folty has had his struggles, as his 2-11 record would suggest, and those marks are legit of late as he's been torched by the long ball, allowing 17 dingers over his last 55 innings pitched. Mad Bum has also been in near vintage form for the D-backs of late, but still comes in at a cheap $7,100 tonight, despite allowing only 9 earned runs over his last 38 innings pitched. He has 26 strikeouts and allowed only 4 walks in that stretch. He faces converted reliever Ranger Suarez and a Phillies club that has scored only 17 runs in their last 6 games.
All right, who are we going with, Eric?
Yeah, this is the Tarek Skubal bracket. I'm always a fan of Tarek Skubal in this kind of range, 7,400 today. He gets an Angels team that's been third worst by WRC Plus in the second half. Just not a ton of talent there once you take out Mike Trout and Anthony Rendon. He's doing so in a pitcher-friendly park, not as pitcher-friendly as some on this slate, but Detroit is definitely a good enough place to pitch. Yeah, he's got a 4.10 ERA on the season, which seems deserved. That's merely good, backed by a 25.6% strikeout rate, about a league average walk rate. But if you take out who he was in April, which was quite poor, he's been really good since then. 6.14 ERA in April. It was well-deserved. Struck out just 17.3% of opposing batters while walking 13.5%. And about ground ball rate of 21.4%, one of the lowest I've ever seen. But since the end of April, he got rid of his splitter, added a changeup and more sinkers. He's got a 3.63 ERA since then, added about 10 points to his strikeout rate, cut his walk rate almost in half, and nearly doubled his ground ball rate. So he's a completely different guy than he was the first month of the season. And who he's been now is somebody I think that would be worth a lot more than 7,400, even when you don't factor in the nice matchup here.
All right, Matt, which pitcher under 8K do you like?
Yeah, so part of the reason that I'm not that excited to pay up for someone like Morton is I think there were a lot of really good choices in the cheaper range. So I think Skubal is a perfectly good choice. I think Gonzalez, coming off that complete game shutout, is a good choice too. My favorite, though, I think is Jesus Luzardo. And the results recently are just really bad for him. So I think that's going to scare some people off. But he's $6,100 and he's pitching in Miami. The opposing offense in the Braves is a pretty good one. Still no Ronald Acuna Jr., so it's not as good as it could have been earlier in the year. But the matchup, I think, on balance, is average at worst because of the stadium. And Luzardo, I'm not really sure how it happened that he got blown up against the Cubs last start. Like, it just one of those random results that I think isn't very predictive of anything. The control wasn't there, and he gave up 5 runs. But he did manage to go 5 innings and get the win in the game. If that's going to be as bad as it gets for him, then that's still a pretty good baseline. The start before that, where he was even worse, was a game at Coors Field, so I'm not really concerned about that one. But Luzardo, I think, just doesn't get a lot of ownership. He's $6,100, and I think the matchup is decent. So he's probably my favorite guy there at what should be lower ownership than guys like Gonzalez and Skubal.
Okay, back to spending the big bucks. So, Eric, who's your favorite hitter over 5K?
I like Eloy Jimenez at 5,100. No surprise how good he's been since he's come back from injury. Hitting .323 with 6 homers, 20 RBI in 17 games. Slugging .662. That's the third highest if you set the minimum to 60 plate appearances. He's also striking out less than he has previously in his career, just 22.1%. The main reason I particularly like him here, though, is because he gets the platoon advantage against Cole Irvin, who is exactly the type of pitcher I want to target, especially with sluggers. He gives up a ton of contact and he can't keep the ball on the ground. People might not see it as a super easy matchup because he has a 3.52 ERA, striking out just 17% of opposing batters, ground ball rate of 36.4%. I went back since 2002, which is, I believe, the first year that we have ground ball rate data easily accessible. There's only been 41 pitchers who have a strikeout rate that low and a ground ball rate that low that even reached qualifying pitcher thresholds. And he has the third best ERA. It's just not a sustainable path to success. The only guys better than him are 2011 Jeremy Hellickson and 2002 Jared Washburn. So it's just not a way to consistently be a good pitcher. And when you give up that much contact to hitters as good as Eloy Jimenez, some of that contact is bound to fly over the fence.
All right, let's talk, Matt, a hitter over 5K.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to the opposite side of that game. So if I was making the more conservative choice, I do like the Yankees and the spot for Aaron Judge. But on Oakland, I just don't see any way that there's any ownership for some of their expensive players just with the pricing that we're looking at. So Matt Olson, 5,800, platoon advantage against Lance Lynn. Like, I think he comes in 1% or something. And I think he has as much upside as anyone on the slate. Like Lynn is obviously a really good pitcher, and he remains the favorite for AL Cy Young. But Olson can hit home runs off anyone, and if the A's get off to a good start, and maybe they get the weaker half of the White Sox bullpen, where maybe it's not the high leverage guys because Oakland has the lead rather than the White Sox having the lead. I think that the A's could really do some damage. There's a lot of good hitters in this lineup. So Olson and Marte, but I think Olson in particular, because he's a first baseman where you can only play him in that position, there are a lot of other priorities that people will have on this slate. And I think the fact that it's righty versus lefty for him sets him apart from the rest of the A's. So I like this as a super contrarian stack, but Olson in particular, I think, is a guy to get into your lineups.
All right, Paul, what do you think? A hitter over 5K?
I've got 2 power hitters and then a solid table setter in this range, Jesse. I see that Jose Abreu will cost $5,700 in a matchup against lefty Cole Irwin. I'll remind you all that Abreu typically mashes lefties, and while his batting average and OPP are slightly lower than normal this season in those categories, he still has 10 homers and only 111 at-bats against southpaws. Abreu comes into this game on a tear with 8 hits in his last 22 at-bats, which also includes 5 extra base knocks. I like Aaron Judge tonight for $5,400 as he is a power bat on a 13 for 37 streak himself. That includes 3 homers and 11 ribbies. He faces Nick Pivetta, who's allowed 9 homers over his last 55 innings pitched. And then finally, Tim Anderson in that Chicago White Sox offense is the top batter in that lineup. Third option here at $5,700 as he has 16 hits in his last 49 ABs, which is including 6 extra base knocks. And he's going to be on base a lot tonight, I think.
All right, let's bring back the value now real quick, guys. Matt, which hitter under 5K are you targeting?
Yeah, I'm looking to the rest of this Yankees lineup. So even though Judge is the most expensive, I think there's a chance he's the most popular just because he's been the most reliable hitter for the Yankees for basically the whole season. But Joey Gallo at 4,500, Stanton 4,700 might even be an overpriced for him. We could have Gary Sanchez in the lineup at 4,700. So I think that those guys honestly are like a little bit too expensive, but the Yankees as a stack, I think the ownership probably stays relatively low on them, where most people are probably either playing Judge or Luke Voit at 3,500. And those Yankees that are in the middle, I think, go overlooked. So I'm kind of just targeting that area. And I think all of the Yankees in the 4,000s are worthy plays because maybe they're 5% or so, probably single digits at the very least for GPPs. And I mean, with the way that they hit home runs, there's always a lot of upside with the Yankees. But the matchup against Nick Pivetta at Yankee Stadium is not really a bad one at all.
Short on time, Paul. Which hitter under 5K are you targeting?
I make the case for Josh Harrison, who has a 351 OBP on the year and enjoys a 10 for 31 history against the White Sox Lance Lynn. We know Lynn is having a very nice year, but RotoWire posts hot hitters and cold batter matchups. And tonight, Harrison is one of 6 A's on that list. Another pick I like is Randy Arozarena, priced at only $4,600. Very surprising to me. He's raking at a tune of 1.351 over his last 38 at bats, which include 8 extra base knocks. He and his mates are going to toy with the Orioles once again tonight, and that should continue easily with Spencer Watkins on the mound for the Rays. He's got a bloated 5.30-25 ERA, and it's going to go up after tonight's start.
Real quick, Eric, where are you going? Hitter under 5K.
Yeah, if you want as good a shot at a homer as some of the more expensive guys without paying up for it, look at Bobby Dahlbeck at 3,100. Very flawed player and hits near the bottom third of the lineup. There's a reason why he's cheap, striking out 36.4% of the time. But he also crushes the ball when he does hit it. 16.8% barrel rate is the same mark as Bryce Harper and Max Muncy. He'll get the platoon advantage against Andrew Heaney, who I do like some things about, but he just should not have been picked up by the Yankees of all teams. 32.1% ground ball rate means he's going to give up a lot of homers, and he already has 8 homers in 15 innings as a Yankee.
All right, that's an A-block, fellas. Thank you. Coming up next on The Sweat, our experts weigh in on how the new 17-game regular season could affect current NFL records. That's coming your way after Pat Mayo and Joe P of Fantasy Pros give you the inside scoop on some rookies and sleeper picks that should be on your radar this season.
We're talking about rookies, the 2 that I've really kind of identified that I like. You can talk about like the talent of Terrace Marshall and what role he could have. We talked about Bateman, but we like Bateman because he's a big body. You can go up and get the ball, and that's exactly what the Ravens need, especially in the red zone. But now he's hurt. I'm looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nico Collins as the 2 receivers to step into starting roles and potentially see over 100 targets. Like, they are volume plays, and These teams have to pass. I mean, they don't have to pass because they're horribly run franchises and maybe they'll just run into the ground when they're down by 28 points. But on paper, they should be passing a lot.
Right, you got to throw the football at some point. Amon-Ra St. Brown's performance, I think, this weekend was very eye-opening. A lot of us, I think, in the fantasy community were hoping he'd be working out of the slot because that's where you're going to get some of the higher volume potentially. And, Jared Goff has many, many warts, but if you look at what Jared Goff did well, it was usually finding Cooper Kupp quite a bit, right? So Amon-Ra St. Brown was working. He was getting targeted. He looked good when he caught the ball. He looked good after the catch. That's a big positive because that is a wide receiver disaster there. All these retread guys like Williams and Perryman and stuff, guys that nobody wants to touch in their fantasy team anymore. So the rookie Amon-Ra St. Brown was kind of this lower deep sleeper that if you were a big college nerd, you kind of liked him coming in and wanted to see what he would do in camp. And this is the great thing about preseason, right? Most of preseason, you don't need to see. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't move the needle. But then there's little things like this, like when you see Amon-Ra St. Brown and you go, okay, this is somebody that I can draft, that I can have a contributor, maybe if I'm in a deeper league, or if I'm just looking for somebody to cover some bye weeks with some high volume potential. I don't know what the ceiling is on a weekly basis for him, but if the floor is somewhere around 12 PPR points, well, he becomes almost like a kind of a wide receiver 4 type guy that you feel pretty good about if and when you have to start him in your league. So that's something to keep an eye on. And Nico Collins, again, by default, maybe, but also a lot of good buzz from him in camp. You're probably not going to get Deshaun Watson at quarterback this year. I don't know what's going on there. None of us do. If anyone's telling you they do, they're lying to you. They have no clue. Taylor has limitations, but you got to find somebody else to throw the ball to there. And Collins, for me, is another one of these guys. If you're playing in a 14-team league, you should absolutely have on your radar.
So I like both those guys. They are great late round targets, especially in full point PPR. I think they can really work out for you, but even in half point, that is a situation I want to be a part of. I mentioned that all 3 of the Patriots tight ends are now down with injury. It looks like Hunter Henry. I don't know the severity of Matt Lacoste. I don't know the severity of Jonnu Smith, but he was dealing with an ankle injury last year too. So this could be somewhat of a reoccurring injury. And I thought it was great news for Jonnu the moment that Henry went down. It looked sort of serious with his shoulder, but it turns out it's not as serious. Would this elevate Hunter Henry up for you in terms of the tight end rankings?
It would take a significant injury to Jonnu. Like we're talking high ankle sprain, who's going to miss, 4 or 5 weeks or something like that. So if that news breaks, that would be something different. But look, I like Hunter Henry as a player, but he is not what Jonnu Smith can be. Last year, Jonnu Smith really did have the breakout. It's just, it happened in a short period of time. And then unfortunately, there was an injury. And then he came back a little soon from the injury. And you could tell he wasn't quite the same player. He was back on the field because he was trying to get back on the field. Jonnu Smith was the guy that the Patriots went after. Jonnu Smith was the guy that they wanted, and this was a team that year over year had some of the worst tight end productivity you'll ever see. You got guys like Izzo, Asiasi, these guys, they were so far down in terms of tight end productivity after years of Rob Gronkowski and other tight ends in the pantheon of Patriot tight ends, right? I just don't see anybody except Jonnu Smith being the guy there. I think Hunter Henry was a depth piece that they brought in. Maybe they'll run some more 2 tight end sets. It's very possible. The good news is if Jonnu Smith is healthy, and again, I'm turning your Hunter Henry question into a Jonnu Smith diatribe, but that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. The thing that's so nice about Jonnu Smith is, unlike a lot of other Patriots, he might be quarterback proof because the best version of Cam Newton was always throwing the ball to tight end to Greg Olsen. And Mac Jones is a young quarterback who, let's be honest, most young quarterbacks like to check down a little bit, find that safety blanket, that tight end. So unlike Damian Harris, whose fantasy value really does matter quite a bit on who's playing quarterback, if it's Mac Jones, if it's Cam Newton, I still like Jonnu Smith either way. And to me, he's one of those free tight ends and going somewhere around tight end 14. And to me, I think he's got top 10 potential to break that 10.
David Johnson didn't really play whatsoever for the Texans. It was Philip Lindsay who got the start. Now, do you think this is more of like a, as we see in other sports, a Veterans Day off for, and maybe they want to see, like, they know what they have in David Johnson. Maybe they want to see what they have in Philip Lindsay. Or is this a situation where we just look at week 1 and like, oh, wow, Philip Lindsay got 20 touches?
To go back to your earlier Little Giants reference, if you remember the kid who is completely wrapped up in foam, that's what they should be doing with David Johnson at all times. He should be just like that kid. And look, even if you do that, it's hard to imagine that he won't end up hurt at some time. So yeah, you're going to manage David Johnson as much as you can because David Johnson has been injury plagued for the majority of his career. And it's just a fact. It's a tough game. So it's not a knock on him. It's just a realization and the reality you have to live in. But what that does mean is Philip Lindsay is this unique character that Denver didn't want him, and all he did was rush for 1,000 yards every time he got an opportunity, and then eventually gets cast off there. And it feels like this could be that same thing again. And he is another one of these guys that's basically a free square in drafts, right? You want your 5th running back or something like that, or maybe your 4th in a 10-team league, and you're just looking around, you're saying, well, who's got upside? If somebody does get hurt, who could be that guy, and who's had good performances when he's been on the field? And the answer is Philip Lindsay. So in best ball, I got a ton of Philip Lindsay because, once again, free running back and David Johnson's injury history. So I think there's room for Philip Lindsay in your fantasy conversation. This offense, this team overall with the Houston Texans is going to be underwhelming, I'm sure. But as we talked about, even bad teams are going to give you some fantasy points some weeks. So it's something where you look at matchups or you look at volume. And if it's guys like Cook, so you say, well, he's the number one on a bad team, still the number one on a bad team, still number one, still volume. Same thing might be able to be said too, because this is a team that's probably going to have to run the football a little bit more because of their lack of wide receiver depth anyway, and maybe their lack of quarterback play also. Taylor is an okay, respectable quarterback in the NFL. He is not, breaking 4,500 yards passing anytime soon. So that's something to bake in when it comes to Lindsay. But I think Lindsay is one of these really intriguing, cheaper options there because you've seen it before, you've seen him perform well, and there might be an opportunity for him to do it again this year.
They're here and they're perfect. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, we're doing an NFL Best Bets regular season record breakers edition. So the big question is, will a bunch of these NFL records be broken now that there's a 17-game regular season? And then if you think yes, it's like, who's the most likely candidates to potentially break them? So Jeff, will any player break the regular season passing yards record of 5,477 and a half? Yes is sitting at plus 190. Who do you think could break it?
I mean, let's address this in 2 parts. First of all, I mean, it's a nice idea to think that these records get broken, but the leader in pass yards last year was Deshaun Watson with 4,823. I mean, we're talking about it's not like a tiny gap we're looking to fill here. This is a chasm. I mean, this is like 600 yards here. So, the odds probably aren't big enough for me to really like this. And also the NFL, it's starting to get a little bit smarter with like load management. And when we get to week 17 and things like that, guys sit. So again, there's a lot of things in play here. Like you might not even get 17 games from a player who's on the verge here, even if it comes down to it. So there are 3 players I think have a shot at this, a legit shot. One of them is obviously Patrick Mahomes. I think we all know that. We know what he can do. Dak Prescott is the other one. Again, to hit this record, you need a perfect blend, a bad defense, a team that's going to be throwing a ton. I think the Cowboys fit the bill. The dark horse is Russell Wilson because he's got a new OC. He's got DK Metcalf to work with. We saw what Russ did in the first 5 games of last year. If the Seahawks somehow revert back to that offense, I think he can do it. But, it's still not really a bet I'm interested in. Just take the over on all 3 of those guys. It's probably a better bet.
All right, Kenny, I bet you're just not really interested in. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not a whole lot interested, but Jeff, with his last name, really hit who I like. I like Russell Wilson. He was 8th in passing attempts last season, and a 7.5 yards per pass. I thought was pretty, or per completion anyway, was pretty good. Look, I think that you have to categorize it. You have to look at a guy that's going to throw a lot. I actually looked at Ben Roethlisberger here. He was 3rd in attempts, but I do think that the Steelers with Najee Harris now are going to throw a little less. Matt Ryan's missing a weapon. Tom Brady's probably going to, once again, just have a lot of short fields to work with that Tampa Bay defense, and then they're probably going to run the ball from ahead. It's a hard one, really, to figure out who you want to go with. Russell Wilson's probably the best option to break the record here. Also, Patrick Mahomes, maybe Justin Herbert. A lot of these guys are probably not going to play every game because maybe their team is going to be positioned for the playoffs. Herbert maybe not as much as Patrick Mahomes, but it's scary. But Russell Wilson did play 16 games last year. I think he's probably my best bet to break the record, but it's probably not one that I really like to play.
AJ, would you like to play it, and who do you think could do it?
If the odds were a little higher, I might be willing to take a look here. I don't love plus 120 to get that. I do think Mahomes is probably the favorite. One dark horse name I'll throw out there just because he's a guy that always seems to rack up, yardage is Matthew Stafford. I know, he's obviously not on the Lions, not slinging it to Megatron like he was back in the day, but I think this is still a guy that could throw up significant yards. But honestly, for me, the best bet if you like passing yards, I like Mahomes to just lead the league in passing yards at plus 350. If you do think Stafford can be a dark horse here, you can get him plus 1,200 here to lead the league in passing yards.
All right, next up, guys, will any player break the regular season receiving yards record? Yes, it's sitting at plus 250. So, Kenny, what do we think? Who could break it?
Yeah, I don't really know about this one because I think that there's going to be a lot of regression in the league's leading receivers. When you look at Stephon Diggs, the Buffalo Bills are going to play. Not only are they going to play a tougher schedule, but Emmanuel Sanders is in the mix as well. Devontae Adams, I think that last year was really his first year of sustained success, and we're not sure. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to consistently do it every single game once again. But I mean, he's probably, again, the best option to break this record, considering he had 115 receptions last season. And a lot of these other guys up at the top of the list are going to either have competition for targets or they don't play on the best offense. And I think that right now, looking at a team that's just probably going to throw the ball, probably top 5 rate in the league, I would say that Devontae Adams would be my favorite. But again, I don't know really if there's going to be a team that breaks the record here because we are going to deal with a longer season. I think we're going to deal with load management in the NFL for the first time because of that extra game. I think that we could see a player sit, maybe mid-season or mid to late season for a game just to kind of manage their load. So I'm a little scared of it. Adams also did miss a couple games last year, but I would probably say he would be my favorite if I had to pick one.
All right, AJ, what do we think?
I'm a hard pass on this one. I think, look at when Megatron set that. It's him and Stafford, he had 204 targets that year. The next closest player in receiving on that team was tight end Brendan Pettigrew at 517. So you're talking about like a one-man offense that really just dominated here. We're not going to see anybody, I think, anywhere near 200 targets, maybe ever again. And I just don't think the rushing game there wasn't there either. You talk about some of these other guys, maybe a Tyreek Hill if Mahomes has a good year, but they also have other options on the team. And that was just too good of a, congruence of situations for Megatron to set that record. And I don't see anybody breaking that anytime soon.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? No one's breaking this one anytime soon?
I'm a little bit more interested in this one. First of all, we're getting better odds at plus 250, so that perks me up a little bit. But, with the 17 games, again, I think there's a couple receivers here who, AJ mentioned you need a boatload of targets. I think there's a couple guys who are really just going to be their team's primary receiver and just going to see the ball all year. And I think the first name that pops to mind is Calvin Ridley. 150 targets with Julio gone out the door. I know Kyle Pitts is going to take some of those. He's a rookie, though. That really may not end up as being as much as people think. Ridley going to be on a team with a bad defense. He could just be peppered every game. I could see that with the extra game. He's got to stay healthy. It's a big ask. DK Metcalf, I already brought up Russell Wilson. The new quick-hitting Seahawks offense, I think they could just pepper DK with targets as well. Again, I know Lockett's there, but I think Metcalf is really going to develop into the number one receiver there this year. So I think this one's a little bit more intriguing. You got a guy like Allen Robinson could see just 200 targets as well. I think there's a group of players that at least have a shot at this with the extra game this year.
Okay, guys, will any player break the regular season rush and receiving touchdown scoring record of 31? AJ, yes, is plus 1,200. So what do we think? Could anyone do it or not very likely?
I don't think LaDainian Tomlinson has to worry about losing this record or the rushing TD record either. You would need a guy like Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, or Dalvin Cook to beat their personal best in terms of rushing TDs by nearly 10. And you have to imagine at max that extra game would, maybe 3 if that extra game was a huge one. I just don't think there's enough chance here for anybody to do that. Again, it's very similar to what I was talking about with Megatron and the receiving yards. You need a rush-only offense, a guy who's just completely able to take over the game that way. And while all 3 of those guys are solid and I think will have great years, I don't think it'll be that good.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? Could anyone do this, or are you not worried?
I mean, I like the plus 1,200 odds, but this isn't going to happen. Not even close. Again, NFL with load management. You have guys like Dalvin Cook, Kamara. But look, the teams, like they bring in Latavius Murray and Alex Madison to take some goal line touchdowns. You do that even 3 times a year, and this isn't even going to come close. I don't care how much those guys play. This one, it's just with the new NFL, even with the extra game and the way the teams operate with an RB tandem, it's not going to happen.
All right, Kenny, what do we think?
Yeah, I'll say no as well. Sorry to be a buzzkill, but yeah, I think that even like you look at an Alvin Kamara, I'm not very high on him this year, considering what happened last year with Taysom Hill. when he came in, Kamara was a disappearing act. And if you had to pick one person from years past who you'd think maybe has a chance at this crazy record, it would be Alvin Kamara. But I think he's out of commission right now. I don't think he's worth picking, because if they put Taysom Hill in as starter, he's cooked. And speaking of cooking, I mean, Jeff mentioned the Dalvin Cook timeshare. I mean, all these running backs, again, because of the longer schedule, I think we want to bet these records, but we also have to recognize that teams are going to be careful with their players with the extra game, because I do think that makes a difference. We saw, again, the preseason get cut down by one game because teams were preaching that, that extra game is a big deal. We didn't see the extra game in the NFL for a while because players and coaches and staff members were, hey, this is a big deal. An extra game is a lot. So I think that, these guys are going to be kind of managed pretty well. And I don't know if this is going to hit. So I do like always betting plus 1,200 odds on like anything, but not this.
All right, finally, will any player break the regular season rushing yards record of over 2,105.5 yards? Plus 700 if you're taking yes. Jeff, like, who could do it? Anyone?
Well, I mean, look, Derrick Henry came within like 100 yards of this, under 100 yards of this last year. I'm actually a little surprised that we're getting plus 700. Look, it's a big ask. I get it. I mean, we got 17 games. It's Tennessee so far in front by week 17 that they just sit Henry. But we're talking about like one of the most durable backs we've ever seen in the NFL over the last couple decades in Derrick Henry, a guy who is just an absolute, man among men. I mean, it's ridiculous how oversized and how just durable he is. So yeah, I think this is the odds here just add up. You've also, on top of Henry, Dalvin Cook in 14 games, 1,550 yards. I don't like him for the touchdown hit, but I mean, I think the Vikings are going to go absolutely heavy on him this year. I think he's going to have a big year. So I am interested in this one. I think the odds are a little too juicy here not to take a little piece of this. I think this is absolutely doable for Henry. You need the Titans to stay competitive in a competitive race, though, right up to the end.
Ooh, Kenny, are these odds a little juicy for you?
They are. I think multiple players could break this record. I think this is going to be the year of the running back. I think that Derrick Henry has a good chance, as Jeff mentioned, but I'm looking down at a guy who you could even bet him to lead the league in rushing, and I think you'd get insane odds. How about Jonathan Taylor? He was 8th in the league in total carries last year. He started only 13 games. He played only 15, and he had 232 carries. He did manage to go almost to 1,200 yards with them. And look, I know that they do have Nyheim Hines and some interesting guys in that backfield, but it seems for all the world that Jonathan Taylor is just going to continue to get fed the rock. That worked for them the second half of the season. It was the reason why the Colts are one of the most imposing teams in the AFC. I think it was going to be a big year for the Colts. The injury concerns that we had in the preseason are no longer a thing. It seems like everyone's supposed to be healthy for week 1. So, yeah, I think that Jonathan Taylor could have an absolute monster season here. And really, the Colts, they have some interesting receivers. They have Carson Wentz, but I think their game plan is just going to be run.
AJ, how do we feel about this one? And do you feel like multiple guys could break this?
I do think it's possible. I shout out to Kenny for the Wisconsin Badger love there. But, I lean with Jeff. I think Derrick Henry's the guy to watch here. And for my part, I think you double down. You take your plus 700 on that, double down on him, plus 350 for him to lead the league in rushing right now. As Kenny mentioned, Jonathan Taylor's plus 900. That's another intriguing option. And I wouldn't even sleep on a Christian McCaffrey plus 1,000 to lead the league in rushing. I think he'll be motivated after missing out last year. I'm not concerned about any sort of, lingering impact there. So there's a number of guys that I think could do it and some really good odds that you can get to lead the league in rushing on the DK Sportsbook.
All right, thanks you three. Kenny, stick around because you're taking a sportsbook look at today's MLB slate after this quick break. We're bringing back baseball. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Kenny Ducey. Fellas, we're taking a sportsbook look at today's slate, getting your favorite bets. So let's cover the bases, shall we? First base is a run line or money line bet you like. Gary, and hit us with it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Braves run line. I'm a little concerned that this has already been bet up since last night and even this morning on the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's now at minus 135 if you want to hop in on this. But it just really seems like a one-sided pitching matchup. You've got Charlie Morton on one end, who across his last 7 starts has a 2.57 ERA, a 2.97 FIP, going up against Jesus Luzardo, who has looked terrible since joining the Marlins. Opponents with a 4.22 WOBA in that span of time. The thing I really like about this matchup is that the Braves have suddenly constructed a lineup that just mashes left-handed pitching. They've got Ozzie Albies at the top, who's got amazing numbers against lefties, and then Jorge Soler has been like a godsend for the Braves since he's been traded over there. And because of this new lineup, Atlanta is 7-0 the last 7 times they have faced a left-handed starter. So I think this game gets pretty lopsided. I think the Braves can score some runs pretty quick. So I will take Atlanta on the run line.
All right, Kenny, where are we going? Run line or money line bet?
Luzardo's looked bad since joining the Marlins. Luzardo's looked bad since forever, Gary, and wake up. Everyone, no one was able to see that Jose Luzardo was bad except for me, apparently, which was weird because I'm always wrong.
You are
But
truly the only person who knows who's bad in baseball. We know.
That's right. Every pitcher's bad except for 10. We've gone over this. So speaking of bad pitchers, Andrew Heaney, absolutely. What are we doing here, making him a favorite against the Boston Red Sox? He has to be faded here. I got to take the Red Sox. On the money line at plus 100, Nick Pivetta has been one of the most mysterious pitchers in baseball. He's had really good starts. Then he's looked like Nick Pivetta at times. But the Yankees, they might get Anthony Rizzo back. They're still really, really depleted. They're still really injured. And I think that this is a good spot to fade the New York Yankees because of this pitching matchup. I mean, Andrew Heaney has allowed 8 home runs in 15 innings since joining the Yankees last 3 starts. That is horrendous. They're pitching in a home run ballpark, and the Red Sox yesterday made a ton of hard contact, a lot of hard hit balls. I think that the luck is going to turn here for Boston. The Yankees won the series. They lose the final game, and Andrew Heaney continues to pitch his way out of the Yankees rotation. Bring back Luis Heel.
All right, guys. Second base is going to be a game total that you're targeting, and we have an outrageous one today. Padres-Rockies total is 14. Kenny, are you looking at this game or you want nothing to do with it?
I want nothing to do with that. I look, if I'm going to bet a Padres game, I'm going to fade the Padres. That's what's going to happen. And yeah, I think that Jake Arrieta on the mound, I mean, Chichi Gonzalez, 2 of the worst pitchers in baseball, maybe, but that's an astronomical total. I'm actually looking at another total in the same time frame out west, and it is this Mets-Giants game. Anthony DeSclafani, he's been great this season. I know that he's had some bad starts, but he's done a decent job of limiting those walks. And that is where you hurt the Mets. The Mets have a walk rate over 9% over the last couple of weeks. That's how they do the limited amount of damage that they can do, right? They get runners on base via the walk. So this Giants pitching staff has been absolutely tremendous, limiting walks. And Tyler McGill, speaking of tremendous, I mean, this guy has absolutely dominated for the Mets, relative to what we thought he would do. 3.42 ERA, but backed by a 2.88 xERA, a very, very good 3.17 xWOBA on contact. When you look at the San Francisco Giants, this is not a team that's really been ripping the cover off the ball. They've had their fair share of timely hits, Chris Bryant's 2 home run night. But for the most part, they're not really an imposing lineup. They're not a lineup that does a ton of consistent damage. So I actually think that this game goes under 8.5 and plus 100. Those are very nice odds, and I'm definitely taking them.
All right, Gary, and where are we going?
I'm going to do our producers a favor and pick a game that doesn't start in 2 hours. Let's talk about Baltimore against Tampa Bay. I am taking the over in this contest. Ryan Yarbrough is not starting this game, but he is going to appear in a bulk role. It's a role we've seen Yarbrough fill out many times the last 3 seasons, and he has struggled significantly against the Orioles in 2021. 16 earned runs in 22 2/3 innings pitched against Baltimore so far this season, and that doesn't seem like an aberration. The Orioles have the 6th best WRC plus against left-handed pitching in 2021. They have the 8th best OPS against left-handed pitchers so far this season. So I think there's some actual, real data that backs up why the Orioles have had success against Ryan Yarbrough so far this season. You've also got Spencer Watkins taking the mound for the Orioles. In his last 4 starts, he's given up 18 earned runs and only struck out 10 opponents. That is a ratio that I don't think I've ever seen before. It is terrifying. Tampa might get over this number by themselves against Watkins and Baltimore's bullpen. So I think this total might be a full 1.5, 2 runs too low.
All right, Gary, in third base is a pitcher prop that you're interested. Where are you going for this one?
So I'm going to go back to that Atlanta-Miami game. And another way to bet this contest, if you like the Braves, but maybe don't want to pay up for the money line, which is crazy, or even the run line, which is getting crazier by the second, I think if you bet Charlie Morton to win at plus 120, you're basically getting the same result because Morton, again, has been fantastic his past 7 starts. And Luzardo has not only been bad, and bad forever, if you ask Kenny, but he's specifically bad the first time through the order. Most pitchers, it takes till the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th inning before they start giving up runs. Luzardo has a 7.57 ERA the first time through the order in 2021. That means the Braves are going to score runs early. They're going to build a lead for Charlie Morton, and he'll be able to pick up that W.
All right, where are we going, Kenny?
So I really, really want to bet Ranger Suarez over on strikeouts, but unfortunately they don't have it right now at the DraftKings Sportsbook. But when it is posted, I would definitely consider that. Even though he might not pitch that long into the game, 26% strikeout rate, the Diamondbacks, a lot of strikeouts. So that's the one that I'll put out. But I the one that's an actual odd that you could bet right now is Freddie Peralta to record a win plus 230. It's great, because look, this is a matchup. The Brewers have not struck out a whole lot. The Cardinals have struck out a ton. And when you look at this matchup, Jack Flaherty is very strikeout dependent. The Brewers, not only have they mashed at the plate, but they also have struck out just at a 17% clip over the last 2 weeks. This is a recipe for a win for the Brewers. I know that they are short road favorites, but with Freddie Peralta on the hill, he's been outstanding. I think he'll, the only question is he going to go 5 innings? But I do think that he'll probably mow through this Cardinals lineup the way he's been pitching lately. And I think he records a win at plus 230. Pretty good odds. I like this.
All right, we are low on time, so Kenny, take us home with a hitter prop real quick.
Yeah, I'll just say one without any explanation because it's great. Omar Narvaez to homer and the Brewers to win at plus 900. Lefty going against Jack Flaherty, has some problems with hard contact. Love Omar Narvaez here. I think he should be in the lineup. And why not? Go for it.
Garion.
Jorge Soler over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. Soler has 8 home runs in his last 46 plate appearances against left-handed pitching. He has been on fire since being traded to the Braves.
All right, good stuff, guys. The Sweat. We'll be right back. It's a big week here at DraftKings as it's the return of our live finals with the Fantasy Golf World Championship from the Northern Trust in Jersey City. 250 qualifiers, now down to the top 40 competitors, vying for $4 million in prizes. The winner walks away with the $1 million top prize, as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final coming up in January of 2022. It's all going down this week, and you can follow along on all our DK channels, including right here on The Sweat. And now we've got our DraftKings DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman joining us to chat a little about the event. All right, so Matt, we're down to 40 competitors for the Northern Trust this week. Explain to the people how we got here.
Yeah, so there was an original qualifier that led us to the 250 qualifiers that you mentioned. That started with the WGC FedEx St. Jude, which was 2 weeks ago. And then with that tournament, we ended up with 100 people. That was for the Wyndham Championship, which was last weekend. So then 40 people advanced from there. And now we're at the Northern Trust at Liberty National in Jersey City, which is now a live event. 40 seats for that, 27 unique qualifiers. So it's been a long time coming, but we're now at the final event.
All right, so let's amp up the FOMO. Tell us what we have in store for the competitors who are going to be at the live final in Jersey City.
Yeah, so it starts Friday, where the event starts Thursday, but everyone who's in attendance, all of the competitors will be there Friday through Sunday, or at least they're welcome to. I think most of them will be in attendance. You get to hang out with people from DraftKings if you're there, and then with each other. So this is kind of a rare opportunity for the best of the best to be in attendance, seeing how their DFS lineups unfold against each other, competing for huge prizes, like you mentioned, and food and beverages provided. There's a separate area just for DraftKings people. So it should be a pretty cool thing. I've personally never been to one of these, so for me, I'll get to see it for the first time. I'm pretty excited, and I think most of the people who are coming are probably pretty excited too.
Yeah, and you should be. All right, finally, tell us exactly what's on the line this weekend.
Yeah, so there's the $1 million to first place, and then the additional seat at the DraftKings Championship Series Tournament of Champions, which will be sometime early 2022, tentatively scheduled for then. And then everyone who's there is already a winner, not just because they get to hang out with each other and the people from DraftKings, but even 40th place at this thing gets $15,000 because there are prizes just for having made it this far. So everyone is coming out as a winner from here. And then there are obviously those big prizes up top for those who do finish at the top of the DFS standings. But yeah, it's a lot at stake with the $1 million to first and the seat to the end of the year Tournament of Champions. So should be fairly competitive. We'll see how contentious this gets, if there's a lot of intense rooting by all of these people, but they're playing for a lot here, that's for sure.
That is for sure. All right, thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Now we're going to bring in RotoWire senior golf writer Len Hochberg to chase or fade the golfers in the actual event, the Northern Trust. Okay, so, Len, we last saw Jon Rahm a month ago when he finished T3 at the Open Championship. After testing positive for COVID again and sitting out the Olympics, Rahm is back and in the field for the start of the FedEx Cup playoffs. But can you trust him is the question. So chase or fade Rahm as the most expensive golfer on the slate at $11,500.
Yeah, Jesse, trusting Jon Rahm, I think we've come to see that no matter what, no matter what the roadblock, whatever comes his way, he is there. He can deliver almost every time. You're right. We have not seen much of him lately. This will only be his fourth start in about 2.5 months, but he won the U.S. Open. He was top 10 in Scotland. He was third at the Open Championship. Nothing seems to get in his way. 11.5 is actually a very nice price. I was looking back to last year at this tournament. Brooks Koepka was the top guy at $12,000. So if you want to look at it like that, Jon Rahm is a bargain. I don't know if he'll win. He really only has one win all year still. Pretty good one, though. But he is one of the best birdie guys, and I think he usually outperforms DraftKings prices, outperform his leaderboard position, and his leaderboard position is pretty good. He is a chase.
Okay, Len, so Colin Morikawa leads the FedEx Cup standings heading into the first leg of the playoffs here. He's been really impressive all season, so no reason to think he can't keep it going in Jersey City, right? So chase or fade Morikawa at $10,400 at the Northern Trust.
Absolutely right, Jesse. I'm actually really surprised he's only the number 5 guy on the DraftKings board. Really, he and Jon Rahm, they're the 1A and 1B golfers of the year right now. I know the people who make the prices at DraftKings are a lot smarter than me, so they've got it all figured out, but I don't understand how he's not number 2 behind Jon Rahm. He is $1,100 cheaper than Jon Rahm. This course is made for him. It's a ball striker's course where we've seen that less than stellar putting has not been too critical to preventing success on this. But I kind of think that a lot of people are going to be like me and say, wow, Colin Morikawa, $1,100 cheaper than Jon Rahm. There's going to be a lot of people on Morikawa, which may make it sense to pivot back to Rahm for obviously a lot more money, but you might find some separation. He will not be as highly owned. That's my feeling, but Morikawa is a chase for sure.
Okay, next up, let's take a look at Patrick Reed, who won here at Liberty National back in 2019. So chase or fade Patrick Reed this week?
It's interesting. When Patrick Reed won at this course 2 years ago, he was among the top 10 in driving distance, very un-Patrick Reed-like. He was about 20th in putting, very un-Patrick Reed-like. This is not a typical Patrick Reed course, I don't think. So he did win in an unconventional way. He really has not been playing well of late. Thankfully for him and for his backers, he took last week off at the Wyndham at the last minute. Otherwise, he'd be in a stretch of 8 straight weeks. That's just too much. So he's got a little bit of a breather, but I think the $8,600 price reflects where Patrick Reed is right now. I'm a fade on Reed.
All right, Len, who are some of the guys that you're just absolutely fading this week? You do not want them in your lineup.
Yeah, some of the usual suspects that we've talked about throughout the summer. Dustin Johnson, number 2 on the guy on the board. I don't see how that's possible. He's showing some signs lately with a couple of top 10s, but he really has not contended for a title all year. And secondly, Justin Thomas, who has done virtually nothing since winning the Players' Championship in March. This is a very good fit for Justin Thomas when he is on form, but I'm not going to be ahead on that. I'll probably be behind. I'm going to stay away from Justin Thomas, and apologies, Bryson DeChambeau, just too volatile for me. He has not played very well lately. He could win at any moment. We've seen it, but I'm going to stay away from him as well.
All right, Len, how about some value that you're chasing? Somebody you think could just give you a nice, solid performance for not a lot of money.
Yeah, I'll start at the 9s. That's a bit of money, and I'll work my way down into the 6s kind of quickly. Hideki Matsuyama, $9,000. He's had a great summer. The heartbreak in Tokyo, but he did come close to a medal there. He lost in the playoff at the WGC. He actually missed the cut last week, which doesn't bother me. I like the fact that he got a little bit of a breather. This is a good course. A lot of guys who are great ball strikers, who are not the best putters, can thrive at Liberty National. Hideki Matsuyama at the top of that list, $8,400. Adam Scott, I'm sure he'll be a popular pick. Good history here. He's won here, played well last week, save for that 1 4-foot putt in the playoff. Mid-7s, Keegan Bradley and Emiliano Grillo, great ball strikers, greens and regulation guys, bad around the green and on the green. I think it should get them through to the weekend. And 2 guys at $6,800, Chris Kirk, what a great year continuing for him. Comeback player of the year, good chance of that. And a guy we talked about last week and have talked about a bunch, Roger Sloan. He was $6,700 last week. We suggested him. He made it all the way to the playoff at the Wyndham. He had made his way into the Northern Trust. I don't know if he can make his way to the BMW next week, but I like him, a good greens and regulation guy at $6,800.
All right, finally, Len, it is slate approved pick time. So who is going to win the Northern Trust from Jersey City this week?
Jordan Spieth is the number 3 guy on the DraftKings board, and I think that's proper. He's 10-8. I think the number 2 guy was a bit surprising to me, but I think Jordan Spieth is just where he should be. He's really, he's up to number 12 in the world. He's been great all summer since winning the Valero. He's got a 3rd. He's got 2 runners up. He was great at the Open Championship very recently. What I really like about Jordan Spieth is that 2 years ago, when he was at the depths of his poor play, he tied for 6th in this tournament at Liberty National. So when he was really, really bad and playing poorly everywhere, he played very well in this tournament. Now that he's back to being Jordan Spieth, I expect big things from Spieth this week.
All right, Len, thank you so much. That is a show. The Sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. The fun doesn't stop, though. We have 6 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. Enjoy those and see you tomorrow morning.
All righty. Good morning. How are you doing, Mr. Ducey?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. What's new, bro?
Nothing much. I haven't seen you in a while. I like your vitamin C hat. I like your what is that? A microphone in front of what do you got going on there? It's like a little. Is that a dinner plate you have the microphone on?
No, dude. I don't want to move it. 'Cause last time I moved it,
all
and
right.
the mic, like, the cord is weak and feeble, and so. But yeah, this is Don't I sound great? I feel like everyone who I've done.
Yeah, you sound really good.
Yeah, everyone joins me. This is a good mic that DK got me like a year ago, and I finally decided to start using it. And turns out it really works.
You sound fantastic, and that is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to hop on here and be able to hear all of your fantastic Jacksonville Jaguar takes and hear why Trevor Lawrence is going to win MVP this year, and why Tim Tebow, really left this team better than when he found it.
It's true.
This is what I want to hear.
Excellent, man. Well, you and I have about the next hour to do that here with the first of 6 sims on the slate today. Question mark? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I'm looking at. So producer Eamon has dropped all the information in here. We got Andrew on the 1s and 2s. We got Bert. We got J Dub from the ops team chilling with us. First one of the day is going to be the Eagles at the Lions. What? Whoa. That looks different. It said Seahawks Bengals there. I don't know what that is, Eamon. What did you do? What did you decide to do for a lineup?
So I just, everyone knows who my captain is for this one, right? I think it's pretty obvious.
Is it?
Yeah. Captain the same guy for every Eagles sim.
Well, I don't know if the last time I've been on an Eagles sim with you, can you remind me?
Sure. I have Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot.
Mr. Goodbar. I like it, babe.
Yep. Carson Wentz, Miles Sanders, Deshaun Jackson, Eagles D, and Marvin Jones Jr. I went with just a complete beefy, just all out Eagles stack. I'm looking very much forward to seeing Matt Stafford get knocked on his back in this sim. Although I do love Matt Stafford. I would not wish that upon Matt Stafford in real life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I also wanted to do?
What?
I wanted to see myself up there in number 1 or number 2. I wanted to see myself at the top of the leaderboard. And sometimes you take a defense just to see yourself up there. You know what I mean? Like to see yourself in second place. Like, okay, starting from a position of strength. This is good. And just sort of, you like to get that momentum. You like to get that head start. So that's where I was also thinking with the defense. I was like, that's an added bonus. They might end up getting 5 points for me, but I'm feeling it. I think that they could score a defensive touchdown in this one, the Eagles. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now.
Okay, I like it. I have decided to roster Matt Stafford. He's 36% owned in our 50-piece McNuggets with the deuce contest.
I'm excited for the contest.
I am too, buddy. And we're underway here. The Eagles at the Lions. So I did DeAndre Swift in the captain spot. I wasn't really thinking.
Yeah, you clearly weren't with that pick.
It's terrible, actually. But hey, I said my lineup was terrible yesterday. I ended up winning.
Hey,
not sure if you were able to catch my Instagram.
I saw that, and you said you wake up in the morning and you excellence comes out of your body.
Yeah, it certainly does, buddy, in multiple areas. So Carson Wentz, then Matt Stafford, Galladay, Jeffrey, and the Italians.
Multiple areas too. Sweat excellence too.
Absolutely, partner. Danny Amendola's on there. He rounds out this just absolute sexy lineup. What's up, everyone, over on YouTube? Hanging with us. Everyone's slowly waking up. Oh, Noah Moon. Such a blessing to have you in our presence today.
Yeah, I'm going to miss Noah Moon.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Shane's here. J.E.'s here. Dave King saying, Ertz time, baby. Brian C., what's up, Crystal Ball? Atlians. Ernest is here, dude.
Did you say Atlians?
Yeah, that's the name, dude.
I mean, no, it's ATLians.
No, dude.
It's ATLians, of course.
I want you to know something. Potato, tomato. Okay?
Well, you know what? He thinks he booed me, so he's Atlians. That's right.
All right, man. Second and 6 here. Yep. Hawkinson off to a good start. we got? It's Rams at the Bears is coming up next. That's going to be at 2 o'clock. ZT and Christian. Honestly, my head's just not into this today. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to come out and be
What's
real.
wrong?
I'm going
What's
to be
going
out
on?
and be real with everybody.
Be real with me.
That's
What's
it.
going on?
And just some days
Why
you're
is your
feeling
head
it,
not
some
in
days you're not feeling it.
All
That's
right,
it.
all right. Is everything okay?
I'm looking forward. Yeah, everything's great. Looking forward to 1 o'clock. Really, truly am.
You can hop off, and I could just do the play-by-play if you want.
I would never leave you alone like that. Ever.
I'm pretty good at you know, like even if I'm distracted, I'm still pretty good at coming up with content. Like I got tennis on in the corner, you know what I mean? But I'm still watching this run up the middle here. It's you know, there's a lot going on always, of course. I'll pass number one watching the Cincy Open. Been a great Cincy Open so far. Had Benoit Paire last night, upsetting Denis Shapovalov. One of my favorite calls of the week. Got a question
Anything
about
else?
why we aren't using M22 for these sims. Don't think we have it yet. Felix Auger-Aliassime is playing right now. He just converted his 11th break point of the match. Finally converted.
What's going on the women's
else?
side? Anything really exciting over there?
On the women's side, well, Jess Pegula is making yet another run. She has been a delight to watch. American. But yeah, the big matchup would be Gauff Osaka, which is coming up in about 10 minutes in Cincinnati. This, of course, Masters 1000 on the men's side. A lot of rankings points available as well on the women's side, and this is really the big warm-up for the U.S. Open, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. David N said, "Is that deuce?" Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Kenny Ducey, Emerson Lazio here with you. Noon sim on no longer a wild weather Wednesday. Less than 2 weeks to go here with this incredible award-winning commentary. Andrew here on the ones and twos. Eamon producing behind the scenes. Bert, Jared from the ops team. Let's go.
Bert asking me if I've ever been to the U.S. Open. I've gone every year since I was probably like 8 years old. It's been a family tradition, and I still do that every year. I got tickets. Got tickets for the second round on Wednesday during the day. Looking forward to just having a full day, and also got tickets for the second Monday. I'm going with my family. I think that's the round of 16 or maybe the quarterfinals. And I think I'm going on the Tuesday night before. And then normally we find our way to the U.S. Open on a weeknight as well, just a random weeknight. So we'll probably go to one more after that.
Hey, are you going to go to the Northern Trust? Cross the river from you?
I am going to be in Cape Cod this weekend.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah.
Like near here? Near us?
What do you mean near? That's not that near to Boston. Do you live on the Cape?
Are there more than one? Is there more than one Cape Cod? Yeah.
That's like a ferry
45
away.
minutes, 45 minutes away. Like, I don't know. It depends.
isn't
You
it
want to
like
go to Chatham? It's probably like an hour 20 or something like that. Where on the Cape? What's the address?
I'll message you on Slack because I don't want to. I purposefully say the Cape because it's very broad. I don't want people knowing where I am.
Oh, coward. Lindenbaum, I do have some Apple Jacks in the cupboard for sure, man. Matt Prater, by the way, built by UCF, with the first 3 points of the day today.
So you tell me if that's close to you.
Did you text me?
I just slacked you.
Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to open it up.
You don't have Slack open?
I don't know. Hold on. Bro, so you're going to be here this weekend, like this neck of the woods. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. I could like come over and hang out with you. Do you want to hang out?
Yeah, maybe we could play some mini golf or something.
Oh, yeah. A lot of mini golf places around here, too, have fantastic soft serve ice cream. That's the one thing I've learned being up here.
See, I'll probably...
biggest takeaway.
Let's see. I thought that was far from Boston, no?
No, dude. Anything on the Cape is an easy drive.
That's kind of far from Boston.
No, it's not. A lot of people go all the way to the tip.
2 hours from Boston.
Right now, if you're looking at traffic now, because for some reason, between the hours of like 10 a.m. and 10 p.m.
Really? Because this says
everyone on planet Earth stuffs themselves on 93 North, so you probably have 30 minutes.
The usual traffic. That's what Google says.
Yeah, and the usual traffic now is hot garbage. That's why, like, if you're going to the Cape, you got to go early in the morning, or you go when you get out of work, like late at night. You can do something like that. I honestly, I don't understand the traffic around Boston. I really, really don't. You can't go anywhere, any time of day, unless it's like the ass crack of dawn, and then you can get somewhere at a decent time. But after that, everyone's like, let me just go out for a joyride and just look at things that have always been there.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, so what would you want to do while I'm out there? Play golf?
Yeah. No, I think what's going to happen is probably we won't meet up. We probably won't even talk after this sim until tomorrow at the noon sim tomorrow when you and I are together. And then we'll probably just execute our plans in September when you come up here and we actually do have golf plans and you're going to a game.
Right. Well, I think that we should play. If you want to play golf this week, maybe Friday morning, if you could drive and meet me halfway, I think we could execute that. I should be able to fit my clubs in the car.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
What do you mean it's not happening?
Because I'm already playing on Saturday, and then Sunday I'm going to try to play again. Yep, I've changed my mind. Solomon says, yeah, traffic anywhere, man. I hate it. It's less than ideal. So we have the Eagles here. Well, it looks like we're just going to hit the end of the first quarter. Thrilling contest, 3-0 at the end of the first quarter, everybody. But the Eagles are knocking on the door. Kenny Ducey's really, really, really. Wow. Every time I'm here and this account pops up, they add a really to it. So we're at 3 reallys, horrible takes. Emerson would rather pick up dog poop than hang out with Ducey. I like Ducey. Ducey's a good dude. That's why we do have plans to hang out in September. I thought we could make this weekend work, but it doesn't sound like it. 4 of 6, 40 yards here for Mr. Matthew Stafford. Carson Wentz, 5 of 6, 33 yards. Everybody, to the rushing department we go. Miles Sanders, 2 for 14. Carry on, wayward son, 2 for 9. Swift, great captain choice by me there. 1 for 3. Galladay, 1 for 3. Peterson, 1 for 9.
I'm liking my Eagles defense call so far, and if one of my guys can actually get into the end zone, I'll feel really good about it. Djax with a couple catches. I did not roster Alshon, I guess, thankfully. And Marv still catchless. Marquise Goodwin still catchless. I never roster Miles Sanders, but I feel like every time I fade him, it goes really poorly for me. So that's why I decided to roster him. But I'm hoping that it doesn't ruin me.
Second
Come
and
on,
9
Carson.
from
Come
the
on, Carson.
24.
What if I just try to talk to Carson? Just try to get him to help me out a little bit here.
I don't think he can hear you, but if you want to talk it into existence, as we have discussed multiple
All right.
times here in this,
Why don't I call the
bring that
play?
energy.
Run a hitch route, Carson. Hitch route. Not doing a screen pass.
Carson wouldn't
No,
be
call a
running
hitch route. Call a hitch route. I meant.
Okay.
Like run it. Run the play. You know what I mean? I didn't mean like him run the hitch route, but run the hitch route, not run the hitch route.
Yeah, I got you. Murray, what's up, dude? Luke Murphy, what's shaking?
Luke Murph. The Murph man.
Justice, what's up?
All right, I'll take that. So now here's what I would run if I was Doug Peterson. I would run a bootleg here for Carson Wentz, play action bootleg. And I think that's a dynamite play call. Right here, play action boot, roll him to the near side, and you're going to have Deshaun Jackson wide open. Nope, okay, you're just going to do that.
Come on, second and goal. You could run it too. There's a
he's
lot
going to.
of green there. There you go. Superman's into the end zone. First touchdown of the day, Carson Wentz.
With the shooting sleeve on.
Where the hell did Kenny go? He's just gone. I'm trying to catch up with the amazing members of the DK Sim fam in the YouTube chat and over on Twitch. I look up and I said, something's wrong. Something's up because he's not talking. He is out of here. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Yeah, I guess he started his drive to the Cape. We will find you, Deucey. Oh, he's back. Hey, how's Harlow doing?
Not so good. She was in our room and she ate my wallet. So that was good. Yeah. So now,
does she eat anything in the wallet?
Yeah, she ate the corner off of 2 of my credit cards.
That's fine.
Well, I'm less worried about her right now. I think she'll be okay, and I'm more worried.
Oh, and he's gone again. I'm watching Winnie eat a pair of underwear. I just refuse to get up and leave this sim. Stafford 5 of 7.
Hopefully it's not too sharp, but I'm more worried about him going away tomorrow, and now I have no credit cards. How am I going to pay for anything, Emerson?
Was it the bottom corner of the credit card? It's got to be the top corner then. If the magnetic strip is screwed up, that's what will screw you. But if it's like a bottom corner, that won't be a problem.
I mean, here we go. There, it's the magnetic strip. The chips are okay. But the strip is not.
You know what I've really enjoyed is the ability I have discovered this recently. You can, if you have one of the credit cards, you can just tap. Hold it there.
I mean, I can do that with my phone.
Bucky, you're disgusting, but you're probably right. First and 10 from the 16. Carry on. Wayward son. The 1 yard pickup, 1 yard gain.
So I'm always a guy that I'm an optimist. I know that doesn't really jive with my personality on The Sims. I do look on the bright side. So, bright side, still have my driver's license. That is good. Still have my debit card, right? And my Venmo card. That's good. Still have my travel rewards card. For whatever that's worth. And, most of the stuff in my wallet is, actually everything is preserved still. So, could be a lot worse, Also, I have, this wallet obviously is cooked. I'm not going to use it anymore, but I have a backup wallet.
Damn, why do you have a backup wallet?
Well, when I used to work for Sports Illustrated, I covered an event, the SI Fashionable 50, and one of the gifts there was a Michael Kors wallet. And I've had no use for it. Because I've been like, I have a wallet already.
Well,
so now I have a use for it.
Hold on, we got a 4th and inches here. Stafford's going to throw this baby. And back in the end zone, I don't know if that's in or not. There is it. Okay. Well, that's your boy Marvin Jones Jr., now a Jacksonville Jaguar. There's a flag on the play. Let's figure this out here. So pass interference.
Defensive. Never mind.
No. So was that in the end zone? All right, here. So they're going to move this baby up to the 2. Wait, what is happening here? Oh, so that was incomplete. We're saying it was wait, or is there a penalty on the offense too? And was that offsetting penalties? No, declined. Touchdown. That was a touchdown. Touchdown, baby. Let's go.
All right. Interesting.
Hey, you should be excited. Don't you have Marvin Jones Jr.?
I do. Yeah, it's good.
Ten 7, 3.5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. 3.5 minutes to play in the first half. That was aggressive.
That was a very aggressive play call. I was really impressed.
Chris Collins, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Carson Wentz just getting bashed. Little sack. 2nd and 18 coming up. Well, some of the pieces of that credit card could feel a little painful coming out of the chute.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to taking her out for many bathroom trips.
How big is she now?
She's gotten pretty big. I think she's like about 45 pounds or so.
Yeah. What's the guesstimation of how big she'll be? Full grown.
I don't know. They said 40 pounds, and she's surpassed that. So I don't know.
Exceeding expectations, man. Carson Wentz, 3rd and 18, going to run this thing, come up way short. So 4th and 10 here on tap. They'll punt away the football, and the Lions will have an opportunity with all 3 timeouts as we near the 2-minute warning to add to their current 3-point lead. Reety says, what's up, dude? Just popping over to Twitch here. This is The Bachelor for Dogs. Make it happen, man. It's just the most dramatic episode ever. Winnie tells Thor that she can't have babies. Yeah, now Georgie.
Yeah, how did the procedure go yesterday?
Yeah, everything went great, man. Everything went great. She just zonked out of her mind yesterday, and then today I took the cone off, and now she's in a bodysuit, and she's just passed out now in her crate. She has a lot of energy. Winnie didn't have this much energy after her space surgery. Georgie's like, F it, dude. Like, let me back out there. Like, set me free. I am ready to tackle and frolic with joy all over the city. And it's like, you got to chill out, lady. Because I'm all like on edge, and my anxiety is like going off through the roof because these first few days are important. I don't want her to like split open and all of her organs fall out. I'm really nervous. I'm also a little nervous looking at my lineup right now. Oh, let's go. Galladay, celebrate. If we took a Galladay, gonna have a celebration all across the world, in every nation. Never mind, I'm not nervous about it. Second place currently. Matthew Stafford on first and 10 from the 43. Go ahead, talk to me.
I'm feeling the effects of not rostering many Lions here. Probably should have. I mean, I'm still in 29th, but I mean, there's only 50 people, so.
Thank you, David N., for your kind words. First and 10 from the 30. You have 2 timeouts left. Marvin Jones Jr. They're in the red zone, dude. They're knocking on the red zone's door.
I think I picked the right Lion.
You lying, dog. $55 seconds to play. My leg pits are sweating. Matt Stafford back in the end zone. Does he get his feet down?
Oh,
yes,
he did.
He does. Who do we got? Hawkinson. Oh, 8 has been great in the first 2 quarters. Did I roster him? Damn it.
No, booth review.
Up.
That's good. I think I don't know if I've ever seen a touchdown overturned in a situation like that.
I think I've seen it maybe once, 1.5 times, quite possibly. The Big Free Showdown, we're talking about a tight end who is rostered in nearly 50% of the lineup, 7.5% in the captain spot.
Probably shouldn't have taken Eagles T.
Wait a minute. I'm just seeing what Eamon dropped in our Slack channel. It says breaking. Tom Brady says Ryan Tannehill was not the MFer he was talking about on HBO's The Shop. All right, so that's one quarterback we can eliminate.
What's going on here? What?
You remember the
No.
clip of Tom Brady from HBO's The Shop? I think it's the LeBron James show.
Right. I know the show. I don't know the clip. What is
He was talking about his free agency process, or I guess making calls, right? Looking at some contenders, some teams he would want to land on, and then a team told him, no, we're not interested. And it's this quote that went viral. And he said, you're sticking with that MFer?
What about?
And like the whole thing since then has been everyone guessing which team could it possibly be? Who's the quarterback he is talking about?
Maybe it was the Jets.
No, there's no way he'd want to go play for the Jets. Bert on the ops team says
Maybe
it was
wanted to
100%
spurn
Phillip
the-
Rivers.
I don't think so. They didn't stick with Phillip Rivers. Didn't he play 1 year in Indy?
Well, this is going, yes, yeah. So I would agree with you there. I don't know, Bert, if it would be Phillip Rivers because he just spent 1 year there. This was before he had joined the Bucks.
Nice play. Yeah, so
Man, can you imagine him on the Titans?
so what, but I don't understand what's what team would it be if it weren't
Some people say 49ers. Jimmy G was out there, and
it could be the 49ers.
he, that's where Tom grew up. All right, here we go. Eagles, there's Miles Sanders on the catch. Wentz, 92 yards on 10 of 13 passing. They got one timeout to go. I don't know why the hell they're not using it, but it could be a Jake Elliott field goal here coming up. It'd be a long one. Should be worth a little more than 3 points for you.
think so.
Yeah, so I think most people thought maybe Jimmy G. I don't know. Let me see what the chat says.
I think it's got to be Jimmy G.
Yeah.
It's like that would be
right.
something that I would say about if they were sticking with Jimmy G. I'd be like, are you serious?
Did he get it? Yeah, okay. Elliott nails it. It's about 45 yards. So you're going to get 4 points for that if you roster that dude. Josh Gonzalez says Derek Carr and the Raiders.
Yeah, there's a good one. I don't know why he would want to go play for the Raiders.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers was rumored to be interested in him, right? Emerson's Peloton said the Bears. Yeah, it would have been Trubisky. It would have been talking smack about Trubisky. Oh, the Guru, my dude, the Guru, 805 says it's Tua, Kenny.
Tua.
You're sticking with that, rookie. They had just drafted him, so maybe he was talking about Fitzmagic. I don't think he would talk smack about Fitzmagic.
Why wouldn't he talk smack about Fitzpatrick?
Because he's a legend. Because he's an American hero. That's why. I think if Tom Brady was caught talking crap about the bearded wonder, it could ruin his brand forever. 13 of 15, 181 yards for Matthew Stafford. He's got 2 touchdowns. Wentz, 10 of 13, 92 yards. No passing touchdowns for him, but Wentz does have a rushing touchdown. 2 carries, 13 yards for him. Carry on. Wow, there is nothing in the rushing department. KJ, 5 for 15. Sanders, 3 for 19. Swift, 2 for 7. Peterson, 1 for 9. Golladay, 1 for 3. Stafford's got 1 for -1.
Yeah.
Jim Volkmer, hey, Stream fam, is Kaufman and Glass still on here? Yeah, indeed they are. I did a noon game yesterday with Glass. It was phenomenal. Not only being with him, but the fact that we had Raheem Mostert running for more than 200 yards and 4 touchdowns yesterday. Came close to 5, scored almost 100 points in the captain spot. And your boy, Elots, won that contest.
My boy?
Yeah, your boy, Elots.
Who's Elots?
Okay. Anywho, schedule for the rest of the day, though. Let me see. Is Kaufman on today? I don't think Kaufman's on today, but you guys will have Glash at 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Looks like BK is back with Glash at 8 o'clock after.
BK, I better
Yeah,
tune
after-
in.
Well, I'm just saying. We all know about the email BK sent out. You know, it seemed like he was quitting on the team there for a second, but he's back. He's back. Someone talk some sense into him.
How you doing?
17 to 7 through 2 quarters. I'm doing better.
Yeah, are you into it now? Because I'm shell shocked, so I'm gonna need you to be into it.
What's wrong?
Well, the dog. There's just a lot to process.
A lot to process that your dog got your wallet, chewed up a little bit of 2 credit cards, and that's it. You're all good, man. I'm shocked you're not more concerned about the dog. You seem more concerned about your credit cards.
No, I'm
worried
about. I'm worried about. Well, I mean, it's different because I'm going on a trip. But no, I mean, I'm worried about what I have to feed her now, and I haven't even.
She's gonna pass this. It's gonna pass.
I haven't even looked at the rest to see if she ate anything else. Like I just kind of grabbed it, put it in her crate, and came back here. It's going to be a lot to deal with, and on an already busy day, I got to now. I don't know if I'll take her to the vet or.
Now, were they just small pieces? That's right.
She ate a decent amount of one of the credit cards.
Can I see? Can you hold it up for me?
Yeah, I showed you that. It's this.
I didn't see where that. Oh, that's fine. That's she probably chewed it up in pieces. You do not need to panic.
Right.
But if it's going to make you feel more comfortable to go to the vet,
no, I'm not going to go to the vet until
you're not going to be able to use that credit card. But
right. Well, I can still put the chip in. Yeah. I mean, I'll figure that part out. Still got a couple of. It's also nice that that it doesn't have my number on the front, so I can show it to you. But yeah, I'll have to figure all that out today now.
Yep.
Oh, another catch. It's time for D-Jax. Thought that was Alshon Jeffrey for a second with the sleeves.
13 of 16 for Carson Wentz. So D-Jack's already with 4 grabs in this game.
So we are leaving Harlow when we go away on our trip.
Who are you leaving her with?
We're going to leave her at the apartment, and my sister is going to come a few times a day to tend to her needs.
Okay. I don't hate that idea because she's going to be comfortable, like being in her setting and her environment.
Right. Andrew said, at least we know Kenny's dog accepts credit cards.
It's true. No cash only. Just Venmo Harlow. You guys owe her money at all. Be the safest bet. I wouldn't even whip your credit card out around her. Was it time for a new wallet? Mine, I've had the same wallet for probably 15 years. It's disgusting.
I've had the same wallet for a long time too, but I don't think it was time for a new wallet. I enjoyed my wallet. It was like really broken in, it was good. It's still intact. It was anyway. I like it. Yeah. So it's a nice polo wallet. It's good. It's good quality.
Yeah, Cristobal has a good question. Hypothetical, if she ate a whole $100 bill, will you sift through it to recover it? The answer for me, hell yes. I will do that every time.
She actually did eat part of a $1 bill as well.
Did you? I would sift through it
up
because you places still take. Oh my God, what are they doing? They're going for. Elliott barely made the 45-yarder earlier. Now they want to go for a 54-yarder.
No, this is a 45-yarder again. Oh, it is a 54-yarder. He didn't make it.
Oh, no, he didn't.
But no, I don't. It's $1. Who cares?
You can places still accept the whole. Like you can tape $1 together.
Right, but I think it's missing a little piece, and it's not. It's fine. I need $1. That was a strange decision to go for the field goal there.
David in. Fanny packs are back in though. Said
Sure
he could always envision you with a fanny pack.
I saw that. You know, this actually does afford me the opportunity to get rid of some of my cards in my wallet, although I don't really have that many that I carry around with me. I don't have like a Costanza wallet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel that.
Like my receipts, you know, maybe I get rid of some of my receipts that are in here. Well, maybe Harlan did me a favor. Target receipt from when we moved in a month or two ago. Oh boy, here's a receipt I need. It's from McDonald's in Edgewater, New Jersey. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Dude, I love Chris Warner here. My dog swallowed a bunch of bills, pooped them out. I washed them off and put them back in the rotation.
There is absolutely
You're a legend, Chris.
There is absolutely no way that's a real story. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
That's
dude,
not a real story.
Things come out of dogs all the time that you can wash off and put back in the rotation.
Dude,
say it eats an arm on a toy, off a toy, right? It comes out, wash the arm off, sew it back on if you've got nothing really else going on in your life. You got some free time and you can sew, boom, back in the rotation.
No way, dude. There's no way that's a thing that people do. If it were $100 bill and she pooped it out, yeah, but I don't think that would happen. She wouldn't swallow a whole $100 bill. It'd be in pieces.
I don't know, man. Not necessarily. Sometimes they just want to eat something very fast they know they're not supposed to eat. So it's like you come over there to try to remove something from their mouth. They know it. And then they're like, screw this, dude. And they swallow whatever they have in their mouth whole.
Big drive.
Anywho, we got 2nd and 10 here, guys. 4 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter.
Oh, there we go. That's the Eagles defense that I rostered.
How about your boy? How about your boy who just signed a big old fat contract with Seattle?
Ooh. What do you mean, my boy? Blitz boy?
Jamal Adams.
Blitz boy.
How'd you feel about that?
Good for him, Blitz boy. He wanted to get paid for the last 3 years. He finally did. Bad contract for the Seahawks, but good contract for Jamal, the Blitz boy.
All right, Matt Prater.
All he does is blitz Emerson. That's why he's Blitz boy.
Got to feel good about your Yankees, too. You were at the game last night, weren't you?
I sure was there. It was fun.
I was sitting there listening to the game, game 1 of that doubleheader, the end of it, the top of the 7th, thinking, oh, man, Red Sox are about to do some damage here.
Yeah.
And that was wild how they couldn't do anything with bases loaded and no outs.
That was just a sketch doubleheader, really. I mean, the Red Sox should have scored more runs than they did. That's why I think they're gonna win tonight against Andrew Heaney, who is awful. But I mean, that's, you know, I thought they deserved at least one win, right? So it's curious.
How's your lineup looking now?
Right now, I'm looking even worse. 46th place, because Marquise Goodwin has not done anything for me in my captain spot.
Good.
Yeah, very good, right? Very good.
Yeah, there's Alshon, 4 catches, 54 yards. I think Miles Sanders, right, will be the first player drafted off of this offense in fantasy drafts coming up.
Definitely.
probably a run-heavy offense, you think, with Sirianni? Because I feel like he ran the hell out of the football when he was the offensive coordinator with the Colts.
A lot of people thinking that, yeah.
Run-oriented offense, like not too many deep balls in the passing game there as Carson Wentz takes another sack. There's like short passing game, intermediate passing game. So could benefit Jalen Hurts as well. Which he was a fantasy superstar there in weeks 14 to 16, late in the season. Yeah, here we go. In average nearly 20.
Jalen Hurts came on real strong. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that was, I'm looking at here. So he averaged nearly 27 fantasy points per game there in that 3-week stretch. That was third in the league. And the majority of his fantasy scoring came from his numbers as a rusher. He was, he was averaging almost 13 rushes a game, 80 yards.
Yeah, he was a big runner of the football. It's a big reason why he was so popular in fantasy. He did a great job.
Eagles offense stalling and into the end zone touchback. So the Lions with a 10-point lead. Stafford coming back out onto the field. A couple minutes to play here in the third quarter. DW Nasty saying, I grabbed Sanders already. Is that like a keeper league? You already had your fantasy draft. I don't like doing the fantasy draft really until probably the early portion of that first week of the regular season. Or at least when all the preseason games are over, just in case an injury or something weird pops up, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what day to make my fantasy draft right now. I'm thinking probably next week.
Don't we have a big draft coming up with all of us here on the Dream Stream?
We do.
How many people are in that? How many people are in that chat that we're in? Is it 12 or 14? Man, once you get to 14, the leagues start to suck. I'd say 12 max. I love 10. Because then you have stacked quality teams scoring a bajillion points against each other.
Yeah. I don't like when leagues are too big because then it's not fun anymore. Then you're like picking guys late that like you have like the fourth string running back, like just, speculative draft pick. It's not fun. Like I remember one year I was in a league that was so big I drafted like Rashad Penny. It's just
it's awful. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's disgusting and it's almost like not fun.
Right, that's my point. Like it gets to be where there's too many people.
I think the Lions too. The Lions will also be a team that should kind of lean a little bit more towards the run game. Could have a pretty good 1-2 punch back there with Swift. And then they have Jamal Williams.
Do they? Yeah, they might actually. Jamal Williams been a breakout candidate for like 2-3 years now.
Yeah. And then Anthony Lynn, right? Is he there? What's he doing? So he's got he's a new offense. He's a new offensive coordinator. He had one stint too with the Bills. Here's a little fact about him.
He was a former Jets offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and in his one stint as offensive coordinator with the Bills, his offense ranked dead last in pass play rate. So they're going to run the football a lot there in Detroit.
Maybe he wasn't a offensive coordinator, but he was like a passing game coordinator or something, or
what,
running
with the
game coordinator
with the Jets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have his resume pulled up. I would
the
trust you
USA.
on that.
I thought he was the Jets OC. I mean, obviously the Jets were a very run-heavy offense as well when he was there.
Hawkinson, nice, dude. 69 yards receiving on 6 grabs. Jeffrey, 4 for 54. Djax, 4 for 51. Sanders, 4 for 27. Amendola, 3 for 48. Marvin Jones Jr., 3 for 32. Marvin Jones Jr. has a touchdown, and then so does Hawkinson. Those are the 2 touchdowns on the Lions side. Matt Prater with a couple field goals.
He was the running backs coach and the assistant head coach.
Okay.
So that's why, as you mentioned, with the running with the Bills, he was obviously the interim head coach there. He was also the OC. They ran a lot. The Jets ran a lot. He also was a running backs coach for many teams. So yeah, I would say that this is a good rushing offense to target this year. I would agree with you there. That was, of course, he was with the Jets when Chris Ivory was the thing. Like they made Chris Ivory into like a really good running back. Yeah. 833 yards for Chris Ivory in 2013.
Oh, does he pull that down? Oh, nice.
So if they could do that with Chris Ivory, they could easily do it with DeAndre Swift or maybe even a Jamal Williams. Do you know what I mean?
How do you think Stafford's going to? That's Kenny Golladay. How do you think Stafford's going to fit in there with the Rams?
Great. I think he's going to be awesome. I mean, we'll see. Isn't he dealing with some sort of injury right now or something?
I don't know. I did see that Sean McVay was really in love with one of the backup quarterbacks in the preseason debut when they lost to the Chargers. Who was the second-year quarterback, Bryce Perkins, at the University of Virginia.
Bryce Perkins?
Yeah. Finished tonight completing 7 of 10 passes, 42 yards, 1 touchdown. He was also the team's leading rusher with 4 carries for 23 yards.
Wow, look at Stafford striking off the hit.
Oh my God, yes! Yes!
Wow.
Down at the 3, 1st and goal coming up. Stafford's at 257 passing yards.
That's like the nail in the coffin for me right there. That right there. How does that happen?
No idea, Brotato. 1st and goal coming up from the 3. What you want to do? You want to be a baller. Keeping it on the ground.
Wow! How did he do that?
Yeah.
You're is that
no,
that's not your captain? That's Kerryon Johnson.
No. I know. Part of me was like, hell yeah, DeAndre Swift, and it's like, no, carry on.
So how about Luis Heel, huh? How good is he?
I don't know. You tell me. Shane Payne Gaines, I see you there in the chat. He really wanted a touchdown pass to Golladay, but I also see you have the Jaguars logo as your profile picture. How do you feel about Tebow being set free?
It did set him free.
All right, so your lineup is basically your lineup's dead, right? That's the way you feel right now?
Yes, I feel as if my lineup is very dead, Emerson. Very dead indeed.
What's more dead? What is more dead, your wallet or your lineup?
I was gonna make that joke. My lineup is very dead. My wallet still has some living components. I mean, I'm not gonna use my wallet, but at least like what's in my wallet is still, for the most part, around. My lineup is very dead though. I'm in 49th place. Even like a
Wait,
even like
remind everyone how many teams?
A 200. No, I'm ahead of. I'm only ahead of Achilles Longbow, who just clearly put a dummy lineup in there and then was going to figure out the rest later. Who has 0 points. Yeah. So.
Oh, here we go.
I was gonna say even like an 80-yard touchdown to Marquise Goodwin wouldn't help me now, and there it is. There's Zach Ertz with a big catch. So now I can't even get that 80-yard touchdown to Marquise Goodwin.
You see Belichick and the Patriots have been holding a joint practice. They did on Monday and Tuesday with the Eagles this week.
Yeah.
And the that very intriguing trade conversation that they had. So Ertz introduced himself over to Bill Belichick, or he took Bill Belichick and introduced him to his wife, Julie, who plays for the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team.
Yes, Julie.
Anyway, yep, just in case anyone didn't know, being clear, telling a story. Says Belichick said to Ertz, "I'm still going to get you someday." And then Belichick goes, "But Howie wants 2 first-round picks and 2 of my grandchildren." And 100% Belichick would trade his grandchildren if it meant that he could get Ertz. He'll trade his grandchildren away before 2 first-round picks. Wow, I don't know how the hell Wentz got that off, but there's a reception point for Miles Sanders. What's your game plan the rest of the day?
A game plan the rest of the day?
Yeah,
there's
what are you
Marquise.
doing?
I have to deal with this now. Probably have to go into the room, make sure she didn't eat anything else, assess the situation, see how she's feeling in a little bit, go down to the bank, see if I can order a new credit card, pack a little bit. Probably I have a couple things to write still today. I have to write up some tennis picks for tonight, and get some food. It's my day.
Yeah. You don't pack a whole lot if you just got like a little beach weekend plan, right? Just a little bathing suit, couple shirts, maybe a button down for a nice dinner one night when you
exactly
surprise your girlfriend.
Yep. That's probably the name of the game. Nice touchdown to Miles Sanders.
There you go. All right, so this will be a 10-point game here after the extra point. Good chunk of time left, 3:42. What kind of bathing suit do you wear?
Just one that's light blue. Pretty standard.
Is it shorter or longer?
It's shorter. It's above the knee, like a normal person.
Mm-hmm. Does it have a stretch waist, or is it more of a board short tie?
I've worn both. The bathing suit I currently have is a stretch waist, but I've worn board shorts before. What about you?
And then does yours have a liner in it?
I believe this one does, but I generally wear undergarments with my bathing suit. So.
Oh, hold on. We got ourselves we got ourselves a play.
What?
I missed it. I was looking up.
No, so you didn't miss anything. It was an onside kick, and it was recovered by the Lions there.
Exactly. I was thrown off when you said you wear underwear underneath your bathing suit.
Yeah, I thought that's what normal people did.
I don't know. That's why I'll grab a liner.
I'll
grab one with a little bit of a no. I've never worn.
Really?
And if I wear board shorts, it's just the board shorts.
I picked it up because I know I used to wear board shorts, and people who wore board shorts would wear underwear under their board shorts because there was no liner, which makes sense. You need some sort of support, and I just kind of like having it there, you know, so. There you go.
All right, man. I'm good. It's good to know. No, it's good to know.
How is that weird?
No, I don't think it's weird at all. I think you should do you. You know, it's just a little different compared to the style I go with, but it's all good. I'm not judging you. Judgment-free zone here, dude. Like an airport bar before noon. Yeah, Jeremy Smith, I'm with you. I'm a big commando guy with the board shorts. Do you wear a t-shirt when you swim in the pool? Like a long... Okay. Chat's having a good time. Jared says, I'm on board with this discussion, or I'm bored.
I don't know really going with that one.
I'm just asking. Just a curious question. Seeing kind of what your style is.
You seem like really excited to ask about the liner. So that's why I was curious about it.
Well, you know, popped up in our Slack conversation, and
did it pop? Yeah, I guess so.
And there were a lot of people in the chat. That's the first question everyone in the chat was asking. What kind of bathing suit you wear?
Moved off of the chat, and now I'm looking back. Yeah, Eamon was asking about it. I don't understand how that's so controversial.
No, dude, don't get so defensive. It's not controversial. It's all good, man. It was just literally a question. I'm an award-winning journalist. I ask questions like that.
What awards have you won?
12 years ago, I won 2 AP awards. My first.
Nice.
Oh, wait, there you go, baby. I peaked way too early.
I think one time I was nominated for an AP award. Back in my WFUV days. Oh, man.
Oh,
how do you feel as a DeAndre Swift owner in this one? I feel like Carry-On's been getting all the carries.
Yeah, at one point I was just a few points out of first place, sitting in second place. I felt really good about myself. I was cocky. I was confident. And now I am nearing Kenny Ducey territory. 39 out of 50 lineups right now.
Well, hey, at least I'm not in the basement anymore. I'm 48.
Oh! Brian C says you would remember if you were nominated for an AP award.
And we get the kneel downs. All right, let's talk about some awards here, Emerson, shall we?
Okay.
Look, I got to be frank. All right, I got to be honest here.
All right.
I am extremely disappointed in one person that I rostered today. It's hard to talk about because they brought me so much pain. But it was my captain, Marquise Goodwin. No one, in my eyes anyway, had a worse sim than Marquise Goodwin. 2 catches for 13. He was a relatively popular captain and a relatively popular option. So I would say he's Ducey's disappointment. As for Ducey's delight, fantastic performance today from Mr. Matt Stafford. That's right. Maybe not the guy who was the top scorer in this one. But Matt Stafford, really not a popular choice, and he had almost 20 fantasy points. I was very impressed with him today. And I think that you were not unhappy if you rostered him. So I would say Matt Stafford is Ducey's delight, player of the game today.
I love that about you. I love that for you. Looking at our contest here as Bert and Jared are doing their thing on the ops team behind the scenes. Who would have won this then? Let's go. Oh, Choker.
Yeah.
So that's his scores hold now, but they're ripping through some things, double checking everything, and he had Hawkinson in the captain
Obi-Wan
spot.
up top too. Obi-Wan's pushing for something. See him up there.
That's good stuff, man.
Elatia.
39, right?
Better than me though.
I know. Tell me about it. We got coming up next. We'll do a replay of the sweat.
All right.
And then ZT and Christian will be here for Rams at the Bears. So we'll go from Matthew Stafford's former team here to Matthew Stafford's current team. And then 4 o'clock, Colts at the Falcons with Jeff and Terrelin. That'll wrap up the early slate of games. I'm sure there's a bunch of free contests now that you guys can all get in. Feel good about yourself a little bit. I feel good that all of you were able to come here and hang out with us.
Yeah, I feel great about that
today.
Happy to be with you, Emerson. It was fun. I like talking to you.
I am a huge fan of yours, and you know that.
Yeah, I do. It's like you and my mother and my girlfriend, I would say. Honestly, I think you might be a bigger fan of me than my girlfriend. I think you're probably number 2 right after my mom.
Hell yeah, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you next month.
You too.
Looking forward to seeing your golf game in person.
I thought you were talking about like
this
tomorrow
weekend.
or the day after, in the Cape.
No, I don't hang with people who wear underwear under their bathing suit. I love you, man. I love you, DK Sit fam. Shout out to Andrew and Eamon, who is helping us out big time here. Producer Eamon, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Bert and Jared on the ops team. There's my boy Matt Prater, built by UCF. You guys all have a safe rest of your hump day. And you and I are back tomorrow at noon. All right.
Yeah.
You'll have an update. You'll have an update for us on if your dog has passed the credit card that she has chewed up.
I will. She actually perked up her ear. She's really dead right now. She's just laying in her crate. So
she's really dead.
I'll also have an update on I'll have the 2 o'clock sim as well. So it should be good. Ooh, why is Javi Baez trending on Twitter? Now I want to know.
I have no idea, dude, but I got
because Steve Cohen said that the best teams have a more disciplined approach, and they traded for Javi Baez.
Okay. All right, everybody. Enjoy the replay of the sweat coming up now. I love you. And for all of the Georgie post-spade content, give the Sassy Springers a follow on Instagram. A lot of good stuff there. Love you. See you later. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. Now, if you're new here, here's the deal. We do this show Monday through Friday at 11 a.m., and it's chock full of DFS and sports betting advice and analysis, and it's dished out by the best in the biz. So, speaking of, say hello to DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. They're here for MLB Price Check. So, fellas, we got a 10-game MLB main slate today. So we're going to run through looking at the pitcher and hitter that you're paying up for tonight, and then the pitcher and hitter that's more of a value play. So, Matt, let's start with your favorite pitcher over 8K. You got 8 guys to choose from. Lance Lynn and Freddie Peralta are the 2 priciest guys, clocking in at 10K and 10.2K respectively. So are you paying all the way up for one of those 2?
I think this is a tough call tonight. So my hunch is that Shohei Ohtani picks up a big chunk of the ownership because he's cheaper than the guys you just mentioned. I think Charlie Morton is my favorite, even though he should be pretty popular. So we should have, I think, a lot of ownership concentrated on some of these higher end guys like Ohtani and maybe Peralta, maybe Lance Lynn to a lesser extent. So if there's kind of some amount of chalk for all of them, I think Morton is just the best play outright of that group. His matchup is just so strong going against Marlins. And I think what really sets him apart here is the park. Pitching in Miami is just so much better than pitching in Detroit like Ohtani is, or for Lance Lynn, he's pitching against the A's. Peralta is in St. Louis, which is more of a neutral park. So I think Morton just kind of stands out above the rest. And if he's the highest owned by a significant degree, then I wouldn't like it as much. But I kind of feel like the ownership gets spread out amongst this group. And if I have to pay up for one of them, I think Morton is the best choice.
All right, Paul, who are you paying up for who is over 8K?
Well, Jesse, last week when this turn came up, I was on Zach Greinke, and the other guys panned me for that. It worked out very well, if I recall. And I like him again tonight at $8,100 against the Royals. Oddly, his price is cheaper than it was last time out, and he still has that 109 whip in his last 45 strikeouts over his last 58 innings pitched, allowing a typically low 12 walks in that span. The opposing starter is Brady Singer, who has a whip of 1.90 and an opposing batting average of 332. That'll get you in the Hall of Fame over his last 10 starts. He faces a KC club that ranks 13th in the AL in runs scored, while his club leads the junior circuit in scoring. So it looks like another high win probability for the Astros veteran. If you want to pay up, I like the call on Charlie Morton at $9,700 as he's limited opponents to a 206 batting average and 107 whip over his last 53 innings pitched. I also like his 62 strikeouts against only 18 walks and 5 homers allowed in that stretch too. Miami's offense is second from the bottom in runs scored in the NL. The Marlins will start Jesus Lazard, who's been blitzed for 15 runs over his last 14 and 2/3 innings pitched since a recent move to the starting rotation for him. He's allowed 28 base runners in those 3 outings. That's not a good sample at all. The win probability is justifiably very high for the visitors here.
All right, Eric, what about you? Who are you paying up for at pitcher?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to confirm Matt's notion that Charlie Morton might be pretty popular here because he's my top guy as well. He faces a Marlins team that struck out second highest rate since the All-Star break and has been 23rd by WRC+. And he's doing so at a Predatory Loan Company Park, or whatever that place is called now, one of the more pitcher-friendly parks in the league. He's been on a great run over his last 7 starts, 2.57 ERA. He's just fully back, even though he's 37 years old. His numbers tailed off in the way you'd expect last year. ERA was all the way up at 4.74. He lost his high strikeout rate, but that's back 28% on the season. He's got his ground balls back too, up at 48%. They were down under 42% last season. So he's got a several-year track record, minus last year, of being one of the better pitchers in the league. And he's got one of the best possible matchups in one of the best possible parks. So he's definitely, I think, the best value.
All right, now let's get a pitcher you like who's under 8K, Paul. So more of a value pick here.
Yeah, I like 2 guys in this spot, Jesse. Marco Gonzalez stands out for me in this range at $7,600. He's reeled off 5 impressive starts in a row, covering 32 innings, allowing only 6 earned runs, 21 hits, and 8 walks in that span. He faces Mike Fultonevich and the CUNY Rangers offense. Fulte has had his struggles, as his 2-11 record would suggest, and those marks are legit of late as he's been torched by the long ball, allowing 17 dingers over his last 55 innings pitched. Mad Bum has also been in near vintage form for the D-backs of late, but still comes in at a cheap $7,100 tonight, despite allowing only 9 earned runs over his last 38 innings pitched. He has 26 strikeouts and allowed only 4 walks in that stretch. He faces converted reliever Ranger Suarez and a Phillies club that has scored only 17 runs in their last 6 games.
All right, who are we going with, Eric?
Yeah, this is the Tarek Skubal bracket. I'm always a fan of Tarek Skubal in this kind of range, 7,400 today. He gets an Angels team that's been 3rd worst by WRC+ in the second half. Just not a ton of talent there once you take out Mike Trout and Anthony Rendon. He's doing so in a pitcher-friendly park, not as pitcher-friendly as some on this slate, but Detroit is definitely a good enough place to pitch. Yeah, he's got a 4.10 ERA in the season, which seems deserved. That's merely good, backed by a 25.6% strikeout rate, about a league average walk rate. But if you take out who he was in April, which was quite poor, he's been really good since then. 6.14 ERA in April. It was well-deserved. Struck out just 17.3% of opposing batters while walking 13.5%. And about ground ball rate of 21.4%, one of the lowest I've ever seen. But since the end of April, he got rid of his splitter, added a changeup and more sinkers. He's got a 3.63 ERA since then, added about 10 points to his strikeout rate, cut his walk rate almost in half, and nearly doubled his ground ball rate. So he's a completely different guy than he was the first month of the season. And who he's been now is somebody I think that would be worth a lot more than 7,400, even when you don't factor in the nice matchup here.
All right, Matt, which pitcher under 8K do you like?
Yeah, so part of the reason that I'm not that excited to pay up for someone like Morton is I think there were a lot of really good choices in the cheaper range. So I think Skubal is a perfectly good choice. I think Gonzalez, coming off that complete game shutout, is a good choice too. My favorite, though, I think is Jesus Luzardo. And the results recently are just really bad for him. So I think that's going to scare some people off. But he's $6,100 and he's pitching in Miami. The opposing offense in the Braves is a pretty good one. Still no Ronald Acuna Jr., so it's not as good as it could have been earlier in the year. But the matchup, I think, on balance, is average at worst because of the stadium. And Luzardo, I'm not really sure how it happened that he got blown up against the Cubs last start. Like, it just one of those random results that I think isn't very predictive of anything. The control wasn't there and he gave up 5 runs, but he did manage to go 5 innings and get the win in the game. If that's going to be as bad as it gets for him, then that's still a pretty good baseline. The start before that, where he was even worse, was a game at Coors Field, so I'm not really concerned about that one. But Luzardo, I think, just doesn't get a lot of ownership. He's $6,100, and I think the matchup is decent. So he's probably my favorite guy there at what should be lower ownership than guys like Gonzalez and Skubal.
Okay, back to spending the big bucks. So, Eric, who's your favorite hitter over 5K?
I like Eloy Jimenez at 5,100. No surprise how good he's been since he's come back from injury. Hitting .323 with 6 homers, 20 RBI in 17 games. Slugging .662. That's the 3rd highest if you set the minimum to 60 plate appearances. He's also striking out less than he has previously in his career, just 22.1%. The main reason I particularly like him here, though, is because he gets the platoon advantage against Cole Irvin, who is exactly the type of pitcher I want to target, especially with sluggers. He gives up a ton of contact and he can't keep the ball on the ground. People might not see it as a super easy matchup because he has a .352 ERA, striking out just 17% of opposing batters, ground ball rate of 36.4%. I went back since 2002, which is, I believe, the first year that we have ground ball rate data easily accessible. There's only been 41 pitchers who have a strikeout rate that low and a ground ball rate that low that even reached qualifying pitcher thresholds. And he has the 3rd best ERA. It's just not a sustainable path to success. The only guys better than him are 2011 Jeremy Hellickson and 2002 Jared Washburn. So it's just not a way to consistently be a good pitcher. And when you give up that much contact to hitters as good as Eloy Jimenez, some of that contact is bound to fly over the fence.
All right, let's talk, Matt, a hitter over 5K.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to the opposite side of that game. So if I was making the more conservative choice, I do like the Yankees and the spot for Aaron Judge, but on Oakland, I just don't see any way that there's any ownership for some of their expensive players just with the pricing that we're looking at. So Matt Olson, 5,800, platoon advantage against Lance Lynn. Like, I think he comes in 1% or something. And I think he has as much upside as anyone on the slate. Like, Lynn is obviously a really good pitcher, and he remains the favorite for AL Cy Young, but Olson can hit home runs off anyone, and if the A's get off to a good start and maybe they get the weaker half of the White Sox bullpen where maybe it's not the high leverage guys because Oakland has the lead rather than the White Sox having the lead, I think that the A's could really do some damage. There's a lot of good hitters in this lineup. So Olson and Marte, but I think Olson in particular, because he's a first baseman where you can only play him in that position, there are a lot of other priorities that people will have on this slate. And I think the fact that it's righty versus lefty for him sets him apart from the rest of the A's. So I like this as a super contrarian stack, but Olson in particular, I think, is a guy to get into your lineups.
All right, Paul, what do you think, a hitter over 5K?
I've got 2 power hitters and then a solid table setter in this range, Jesse. I see that Jose Abreu will cost $5,700 in a matchup against lefty Cole Irwin. I'll remind you all that Abreu typically mashes lefties, and while his batting average and OPP are slightly lower than normal this season in those categories, he still has 10 homers and only 111 at-bats against southpaws. Abreu comes into this game on a tear with 8 hits in his last 22 at-bats, which also includes 5 extra base knocks. I like Aaron Judge tonight for $5,400 as he is a power bat on a 13 for 37 streak himself. That includes 3 homers and 11 ribbies. He faces Nick Pivetta, who's allowed 9 homers over his last 55 innings pitched. And then finally, Tim Anderson in that Chicago White Sox offense is the top batter in that lineup. 3rd option here at $5,700 as he has 16 hits in his last 49 ABs, which is including 6 extra base knocks. And he's going to be on base a lot tonight, I think.
All right, let's bring back the value now real quick, guys. Matt, which hitter under 5K are you targeting?
Yeah, I'm looking to the rest of this Yankees lineup. So even though Judge is the most expensive, I think there's a chance he's the most popular just because he's been the most reliable hitter for the Yankees for basically the whole season. But Joey Gallo at 4,500, Stanton 4,700 might even be an overpriced for him. We could have Gary Sanchez in the lineup at 4,700. So I think that those guys honestly are like a little bit too expensive, but the Yankees as a stack, I think the ownership probably stays relatively low on them, where most people are probably either playing Judge or Luke Voigt at 3,500. And those Yankees that are in the middle, I think, go overlooked. So I'm kind of just targeting that area. And I think all of the Yankees in the 4,000s are worthy plays because maybe they're 5% or so, probably single digits at the very least for GPPs. And I mean, with the way that they hit home runs, there's always a lot of upside with the Yankees. But the matchup against Nick Pivetta at Yankee Stadium is not really a bad one at all.
Short on time, Paul. Which hitter under 5K are you targeting?
I make the case for Josh Harrison as a 351 OBP on the year and enjoys a 10 for 31 history against the White Sox. Lance Lynn. We know Lynn is having a very nice year, but RotoWire posts hot hitters and cold batter matchups. And tonight, Harrison is one of 6 A's on that list. Another pick I like is Randy Arozarena, priced at only $4,600. Very surprising to me. He's raking at a tune of 1.351 over his last 38 at bats, which include 8 extra base knocks. He and his mates are going to toy with the Orioles once again tonight, and that should continue easily with Spencer Watkins on the mound for the Rays. He's got a bloated 5.30-25 ERA, and it's going to go up after tonight's start.
Real quick, Eric, where are you going? Hitter under 5K.
Yeah, if you want as good a shot at a homer as some of the more expensive guys without paying up for it, look at Bobby Dahlbeck at 3,100. Very flawed player and hits near the bottom third of the lineup. There's a reason why he's cheap, striking out 36.4% of the time. But he also crushes the ball when he does hit it. 16.8% barrel rate is the same mark as Bryce Harper and Max Muncy. He'll get the platoon advantage against Andrew Heaney, who I do like some things about, but he just should not have been picked up by the Yankees of all teams. 32.1% ground ball rate means he's going to give up a lot of homers, and he already has 8 homers in 15 innings as a Yankee.
All right, that's an A-block, fellas. Thank you. Coming up next on The Sweat, our experts weigh in on how the new 17-game regular season could affect current NFL records. That's coming your way after Pat Mayo and Joe P of Fantasy Pros give you the inside scoop on some rookies and sleeper picks that should be on your radar this season.
We're talking about rookies, the two that I've really kind of identified that I like. You can talk about like the talent of Terrace Marshall and what role he could have. We talked about Bateman, but we like Bateman because he's a big body. You can go up and get the ball, and that's exactly what the Ravens need, especially in the red zone. But now he's hurt. I'm looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nico Collins as the two receivers to step into starting roles and potentially see over 100 targets. Like, they are volume plays, and these teams have to pass. I mean, they don't have to pass because they're horribly run franchises and maybe they'll just run into the ground when they're down by 28 points. But on paper, they should be passing a lot.
Right, you got to throw the football at some point. Amon-Ra St. Brown's performance, I think, this weekend was very eye-opening. A lot of us, I think, in the fantasy community were hoping you'd be working out of the slot because that's where you're going to get some of the higher volume potentially. And, Jared Goff has many, many warts. But if you look at what Jared Goff did well, it was usually finding Cooper Kupp quite a bit, right? So Amon-Ra St. Brown was working. He was getting targeted. He looked good. When he caught the ball, he looked good after the catch. That's a big positive because that is a wide receiver disaster there. All these retread guys like Williams and Perryman and stuff, guys that nobody wants to touch in their fantasy team anymore. So the rookie Amon-Ra St. Brown was kind of this lower deep sleeper that if you were a big college nerd, you kind of liked him coming in and wanted to see what he would do in camp. And this is the great thing about preseason, right? Most of preseason, you don't need to see. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't move the needle. But then there's little things like this, like when you see Amon-Ra St. Brown and you go, okay, this is somebody that I can draft, that I can have a contributor, maybe if I'm in a deeper league, or if I'm just looking for somebody to cover some bye weeks with some high volume potential. I don't know what the ceiling is on a weekly basis for him, but if the floor is somewhere around 12 PPR points, well, he becomes almost like a kind of a wide receiver 4 type guy that you feel pretty good about if and when you have to start him in your league. So that's something to keep an eye on. And Nico Collins, again, by default maybe, but also a lot of good buzz from him in camp. You're probably not going to get Deshaun Watson at quarterback this year. I don't know what's going on there. None of us do. If anyone's telling you they do, they're lying to you. They have no clue. Taylor has limitations, but you got to find somebody else to throw the ball to there. And Collins, for me, is another one of these guys. If you're playing in a 14-team league, you should absolutely have on your radar.
So I like both those guys. They are great late round targets, especially in full point PPR. I think they can really work out for you, but even in half point, that is a situation I want to be a part of. I mentioned that all three of the Patriots tight ends are now down with injury. It looks like Hunter Henry. I don't know the severity of Matt Lacoste. I don't know the severity of Jonnu Smith, but he was dealing with an ankle injury last year too. So this could be somewhat of a reoccurring injury. And I thought it was great news for Jonnu the moment that Henry went down. It looked sort of serious with his shoulder, but it turns out it's not as serious. Would this elevate Hunter Henry up for you in terms of the tight end ranking?
To Jonnu, like we're talking high ankle sprain and was going to miss, 4 or 5 weeks or something like that. So if that news breaks, that would be something different. But look, I like Hunter Henry as a player, but he is not what Jonnu Smith can be. Last year, Jonnu Smith really did have the breakout. It's just, it happened in a short period of time. And then unfortunately, there was an injury. And then he came back a little soon from the injury. And you could tell he wasn't quite the same player. He was back on the field because he was trying to get back on the field. Jonnu Smith was the guy that the Patriots went after. Jonnu Smith was the guy that they wanted, and this was a team that year over year had some of the worst tight end productivity you'll ever see. You got guys like Izzo, Asiasi, these guys, they were so far down in terms of tight end productivity after years of Rob Gronkowski and other tight ends in the pantheon of Patriot tight ends, right? I just don't see anybody except Jonnu Smith being the guy there. I think Hunter Henry was a depth piece that they brought in. Maybe they'll run some more 2 tight end sets. It's very possible. The good news is if Jonnu Smith is healthy, and again, I'm turning your Hunter Henry question into a Jonnu Smith diatribe, but that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. The thing that's so nice about Jonnu Smith is, unlike a lot of other Patriots, he might be quarterback proof because the best version of Cam Newton was always throwing the ball at the tight end to Greg Olsen. And Mac Jones is a young quarterback who, let's be honest, most young quarterbacks like to check down a little bit, find that safety blanket, that tight end. So unlike Damian Harris, whose fantasy value really does matter quite a bit on who's playing quarterback, if it's Mac Jones, if it's Cam Newton, I still like Jonnu Smith either way. And to me, he's one of those free tight ends and going somewhere around tight end 14. And to me, I think he's got top 10 potential to break that 10.
David Johnson didn't really play whatsoever for the Texans. It was Philip Lindsay who got the start. Now, do you think this is more of like a, as we see in other sports, a veterans day off for, and maybe they want to see, like, they know what they have in David Johnson. Maybe they want to see what they have in Philip Lindsay. Or is this a situation where we just look at week 1 and like, oh, wow, Philip Lindsay got 20 touches?
To go back to your earlier Little Giants reference, if you remember the kid who was completely wrapped up in foam, that's what they should be doing with David Johnson at all times. He should be just like that kid. And look, even if you do that, it's hard to imagine that he won't end up hurt at some time. So yeah, you're going to manage David Johnson as much as you can because David Johnson has been injury plagued for the majority of his career. And it's just a fact. It's a tough game. So it's not a knock on him. It's just a realization and the reality you have to live in. But what that does mean is Philip Lindsay is this unique character that, Denver didn't want him, and all he did was rush for 1,000 yards every time he got an opportunity, and then eventually gets cast off there, and it feels like this could be that same thing again. And he is another one of these guys that's basically a free square in drafts, right? You want your 5th running back or something like that, or maybe your 4th in a 10-team league, and you're just looking around, and you're saying, well, who's got upside? If somebody does get hurt, who could be that guy, and who's had good performances when he's been on the field? And the answer is Philip Lindsay. So in best ball, I got a ton of Philip Lindsay because, once again, free running back and David Johnson's injury history. So I think there's room for Philip Lindsay in your fantasy conversation. This offense, this team overall with the Houston Texans is going to be underwhelming, I'm sure. But as we talked about, even bad teams are going to give you some fantasy points some weeks. So it's something where you look at matchups or you look at volume. And if it's guys like Cook, so you're saying, well, he's the number 1 on a bad team, still the number 1 on a bad team, still number 1, still volume. Same thing might be able to be said too, because this is a team that's probably going to have to run the football a little bit more because of their lack of wide receiver depth anyway, and maybe their lack of quarterback play also. Taylor is an okay, respectable quarterback in the NFL. He is not, breaking 4,500 yards passing anytime soon. So that's something to bake in when it comes to Lindsay. But I think Lindsay is one of these really intriguing, cheaper options there because you've seen it before, you've seen him perform well, and there might be an opportunity for him to do it again this year.
They're here and they're perfect. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, we're doing an NFL Best Bets regular season record breakers edition. So the big question is, will a bunch of these NFL records be broken now that there's a 17-game regular season? And then if you think yes, it's like, who's the most likely candidates to potentially break them? So Jeff, will any player break the regular season passing yards record of 5,477 and a half? Yes is sitting at plus 190. Who do you think could break it?
I mean, let's address this in two parts. First of all, I mean, it's a nice idea to think that these records get broken, but the leader in pass yards last year was Deshaun Watson with 4,823. I mean, we're talking about it's not like a tiny gap we're looking to fill here. This is a chasm. I mean, this is like 600 yards here. So, the odds probably aren't big enough for me to really like this. And also, the NFL, it's starting to get a little bit smarter with like load management, and when we get to week 17 and things like that, guys sit. So, again, there's a lot of things in play here. Like, you might not even get 17 games from a player who's on the verge here, even if it comes down to it. So there are three players I think have a shot at this, a legit shot. One of them's obviously Patrick Mahomes. I think we all know that. We know what he can do. Dak Prescott is the other one. Again, to hit this record, you need a perfect blend, a bad defense, a team that's going to be throwing a ton. I think the Cowboys fit the bill. The dark horse is Russell Wilson because he's got a new OC. He's got DK Metcalf to work with. We saw what Russ did in the first 5 games of last year. If the Seahawks somehow revert back to that offense, I think he can do it. But, it's still not really a bet I'm interested in. Just take the over on all three of those guys. It's probably a better bet.
All right, Kenny, I bet you're just not really interested in. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not a whole lot interested, but Jeff, with his last name, really hit who I like. I like Russell Wilson. He was 8th in passing attempts last season, and a 7.5 yards per pass. I thought was pretty, or per completion anyway. It was pretty good. Look, I think that you have to categorize it. You have to look at a guy that's going to throw a lot. I actually looked at Ben Roethlisberger here. He was 3rd in attempts, but I do think that the Steelers with Najee Harris now are going to throw a little less. Matt Ryan's missing a weapon. Tom Brady's probably going to, once again, just have a lot of short fields to work with that Tampa Bay defense, and then they're probably going to run the ball from ahead. It's a hard one, really, to figure out who you want to go with. Russell Wilson's probably the best option to break the record here. Also, Patrick Mahomes, maybe Justin Herbert. A lot of these guys are probably not going to play every game because maybe their team is going to be positioned for the playoffs. Herbert maybe not as much as Patrick Mahomes, but it's scary. But Russell Wilson did play 16 games last year. I think he's probably my best bet to break the record, but it's probably not one that I really like to play.
AJ, would you like to play it, and who do you think could do it?
If the odds were a little higher, I might be willing to take a look here. I don't love plus 120 to get that. I do think Mahomes is probably the favorite. One dark horse name I'll throw out there just because he's a guy that always seems to rack up, yardage is Matthew Stafford. I know, he's obviously not on the Lions, not slinging it to Megatron like he was back in the day, but I think this is still a guy that could throw up significant yards. But honestly, for me, the best bet if you like passing yards, I like Mahomes to just lead the league in passing yards at plus 350. If you do think Stafford can be a dark horse here, you can get him plus 1,200 here to lead the league in passing yards.
All right, next up, guys, will any player break the regular season receiving yards record? Yes is sitting at plus 250. So, Kenny, what do we think? Who could break it?
Yeah, I don't really know about this one because I think that there's going to be a lot of regression in the league's leading receivers. When you look at Stephon Diggs, the Buffalo Bills are going to play. Not only are they going to play a tougher schedule, but Emmanuel Sanders is in the mix as well. Devontae Adams, I think that last year was really his first year of sustained success, and we're not sure. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to consistently do it every single game once again. But, I mean, he's probably, again, the best option to break this record, considering he had 115 receptions last season. And a lot of these other guys up at the top of the list are going to either have competition for targets or they don't play on the best offense. And I think that right now, looking at a team that's just probably going to throw the ball, probably top 5 rate in the league, I would say that Devontae Adams would be my favorite. But again, I don't know really if there's going to be a team that breaks the record here because we are going to deal with a longer season. I think we're going to deal with load management in the NFL for the first time because of that extra game. I think that we could see a player sit, maybe mid-season or mid to kind of manage their load. So I'm a little scared of it. Adams also did miss a couple games last year. But I would probably say he would be my favorite if I had to pick one.
All right, AJ, what do we think?
I'm a hard pass on this one. I think, look at when Megatron set that. It's him and Stafford, he had 204 targets that year. The next closest player in receiving on that team was tight end Brendan Pettigrew at 517. So you're talking about like a one-man offense that really just dominated here. We're not going to see anybody, I think, anywhere near 200 targets, maybe ever again. And I just don't think the rushing game there wasn't there either. You talk about some of these other guys, maybe a Tyreek Hill if Mahomes has a good year, but they also have other options on the team, and that was just too good of a congruence of situations for Megatron to set that record, and I don't see anybody breaking that anytime soon.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? No one's breaking this one anytime soon?
I'm a little bit more interested in this one. First of all, we're getting better odds at plus 250, so that perks me up a little bit. But, with the 17 games, again, I think there's a couple receivers here who, AJ mentioned you need a boatload of targets. I think there's a couple guys who are really just going to be their team's primary receiver and just going to see the ball all year. And I think the first name that pops to mind is Calvin Ridley. 150 targets with Julio gone out the door. I know Kyle Pitts is going to take some of those. He's a rookie, though. That really may not end up being as much as people think. Ridley going to be on a team with a bad defense. He could just be peppered every game. I could see that with the extra game. He's got to stay healthy. It's a big ask. DK Metcalf, I already brought up Russell Wilson. The new quick-hitting Seahawks offense, I think they could just pepper DK with targets as well. Again, I know Lockett's there, but I think Metcalf is really going to develop into the number one receiver there this year. So I think this one's a little bit more intriguing. You got a guy like Allen Robinson could see just 200 targets as well. I think there's a group of players that at least have a shot at this with the extra game this year.
Okay, guys, will any player break the regular season rush and receiving touchdown scoring record of 31? AJ, yes, is plus 1,200. So what do we think? Could anyone do it or not very likely?
I don't think LaDainian Tomlinson has to worry about losing this record or the rushing TD record either. You would need a guy like Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, or Dalvin Cook to beat their personal best in terms of rushing TDs by nearly 10. And you have to imagine at max that extra game would, maybe 3 if that extra game was a huge one. I just don't think there's enough chance here for anybody to do that. Again, it's very similar to what I was talking about with Megatron and the receiving yards. You need a rush-only offense, a guy who's just completely able to take over the game that way. And while all three of those guys are solid and I think will have great years, I don't think it'll be that good.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? Could anyone do this, or are you not worried?
I mean, I like the plus 1,200 odds, but this isn't going to happen. Not even close. Again, NFL with load management. You have guys like Dalvin Cook, Kamara. But look, the teams, like they bring in Latavius Murray and Alex Madison to take some goal line touchdowns. You do that even 3 times a year, and this isn't even going to come close. I don't care how much those guys play. This one, it's just with the new NFL, even with the extra game and the way the teams operate with an RB tandem, it's not going to happen.
All right, Kenny, what do we think?
Yeah, I'll say no as well. Sorry to be a buzzkill, but yeah, I think that even like you look at Alvin Kamara, I'm not very high on him this year, considering what happened last year with Taysom Hill when he came in. Kamara was a disappearing act, and if you had to pick one person from years past, you'd think maybe has a chance at this crazy record, it would be Alvin Kamara. But I think he's out of commission right now. I don't think he's worth picking because if they put Taysom Hill in as starter, he's cooked. And speaking of cooking, I mean, Jeff mentioned the Dalvin Cook timeshare. I mean, all these running backs, again, because of the longer schedule, I think we want to bet these records, but we also have to recognize that teams are going to be careful with their players with the extra game because I do think that makes a difference. We saw, again, the preseason get cut down by 1 game because teams were preaching that, that extra game is a big deal. We didn't see the extra game in the NFL for a while because players and coaches and staff members were, hey, this is a big deal. An extra game is a lot. So I think that, these guys are going to be kind of managed pretty well, and I don't know if this is going to hit. So I do like always betting plus 1,200 odds on like anything, but not this.
All right, finally, will any player break the regular season rushing yards record of over 2,105.5 yards? Plus 700 if you're taking yes. Jeff, like who could do it? Anyone?
Well, I mean, look, Derrick Henry came within like 100 yards of this, under 100 yards of this last year. I'm actually a little surprised that we're getting plus 700. Look, it's a big ask. I get it. I mean, we got 17 games. It's Tennessee so far in front by week 17 that they just sit Henry. But we're talking about like one of the most durable backs we've ever seen in the NFL over the last couple decades in Derrick Henry, a guy who is just an absolute, man among men. I mean, it's just it's ridiculous how oversized and how just durable he is. So yeah, I think this is the odds here just add up. You've also, on top of Henry, Dalvin Cook in 14 games, 1550 yards. I don't like him for the touchdown hit, but I mean, I think the Vikings are going to go absolutely heavy on him this year. I think he's going to have a big year. So I am interested in this one. I think the odds are a little too juicy here not to take a little piece of this. I think this is absolutely doable for Henry. You need the Titans to stay competitive in a competitive race, though, right up to the end.
Ooh, Kenny, are these odds a little juicy for you?
They are. I think multiple players could break this record. I think this is going to be the year of the running back. I think that Derrick Henry has a good chance, as Jeff mentioned, but I'm looking down at a guy who you could even bet him to lead the league in rushing, and I think you get insane odds. How about Jonathan Taylor? He was 8th in the league in total carries last year. He started only 13 games. He played only 15, and he had 232 carries. He did manage to go almost to 1,200 yards with them. And look, I know that they do have Naeem Hines and some interesting guys in that backfield, but it seems for all the world that Jonathan Taylor is just going to continue to get fed the rock. That worked for them the second half of the season. It was the reason why the Colts are one of the most imposing teams in the AFC. I think it was going to be a big year for the Colts. The injury concerns that we had in the preseason are no longer a thing. It seems like everyone's supposed to be healthy for week 1. So, yeah, I think that Jonathan Taylor could have an absolute monster season here. And really, the Colts, they have some interesting receivers. They have Carson Wentz, but I think their game plan is just going to be run.
AJ, how do we feel about this one? And do you feel like multiple guys could break this?
I do think it's possible. I shout out to Kenny for the Wisconsin Badger love there. But I lean with Jeff. I think Derrick Henry's the guy to watch here. And for my part, I think you double down. You take your plus 700 on that, double down on him, plus 350 for him to lead the league in rushing right now. As Kenny mentioned, Jonathan Taylor's plus 900. That's another intriguing option. And I wouldn't even sleep on a Christian McCaffrey plus 1,000 to lead the league in rushing. I think he'll be motivated after missing out last year. I'm not concerned about any sort of, lingering impact there. So there's a number of guys that I think could do it and some really good odds that you can get to lead the league in rushing on the DK Sportsbook.
All right, thanks you three. Kenny, stick around because you're taking a sportsbook look at today's MLB slate after this quick break. We're bringing back baseball. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Kenny Ducey. Fellas, we're taking a sportsbook look at today's slate, getting your favorite bets. So let's cover the bases, shall we? First base is a run line or money line bet you like. Gary, and hit us with it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Braves run line. I'm a little concerned that this has already been bet up since last night and even this morning on the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's now at minus 135 if you want to hop in on this. But it just really seems like a one-sided pitching matchup. You've got Charlie Morton on one end, who across his last 7 starts has a 2.57 ERA, a 2.97 FIP, going up against Jesus Luzardo, who has looked terrible since joining the Marlins. Opponents with a 4.22 WOBA in that span of time. The thing I really like about this matchup is that the Braves have suddenly constructed a lineup that just mashes left-handed pitching. They've got Ozzie Albies at the top, who's got amazing numbers against lefties. And then Jorge Soler has been like a godsend for the Braves since he's been traded over there. And because of this new lineup, Atlanta is 7-0 the last 7 times they have faced a left-handed starter. So I think this game gets pretty lopsided. I think the Braves can score some runs pretty quick. So I will take Atlanta on the run line.
All right, Kenny, where are we going? Run line or money line bet?
Luzardo's looked bad since joining the Marlins. Luzardo's looked bad since forever, Gary. And wake up, everyone! No one was able to see that Jose Luzardo was bad except for me, apparently, which was weird because I'm always wrong.
You are
But no.
truly the only person who knows who's bad in baseball. We know.
That's right. Every pitcher's bad except for 10. We've gone over this. So speaking of bad pitchers, Andrew Heaney, absolutely. What are we doing here? Making him a favorite against the Boston Red Sox? He has to be faded here. I got to take the Red Sox. On the money line at plus 100, Nick Pivetta has been one of the most mysterious pitchers in baseball. He's had really good starts. He's looked like Nick Pivetta at times. But the Yankees, they might get Anthony Rizzo back. They're still really, really depleted. They're still really injured. And I think that this is a good spot to fade the New York Yankees because of this pitching matchup. I mean, Andrew Heaney has allowed 8 home runs in 15 innings since joining the Yankees. Last 3 starts. That is horrendous. They're pitching in a home run ballpark. And the Red Sox yesterday made a ton of hard contact, a lot of hard hit balls. I think that the luck is going to turn here for Boston. The Yankees won the series. They lose the final game, and Andrew Heaney continues to pitch his way out of the Yankees rotation. Bring back Luis Gil.
All right, guys. Second base is going to be a game total that you're targeting, and we have an outrageous one today. Padres-Rockies total is 14. Kenny, are you looking at this game, or you want nothing to do with it?
I want nothing to do with that. I look, if I'm going to bet a Padres game, I'm going to fade the Padres. That's what's going to happen. And yeah, I think that Jake Arrieta on the mound, I mean, Chichi Gonzalez, 2 of the worst pitchers in baseball, maybe, but that's an astronomical total. I'm actually looking at another total in the same time frame out west, and it is this Mets-Giants game. Anthony DeSclafani, he's been great this season. I know that he's had some bad starts, but he's done a decent job of limiting those walks. And that is where you hurt the Mets. The Mets have a walk rate over 9% over the last couple of weeks. That's how they do the limited amount of damage that they can do, right? They get runners on base via the walk. So this Giants pitching staff has been absolutely tremendous, limiting walks. And Tyler McGill, speaking of tremendous, I mean, this guy has absolutely dominated for the Mets, relative to what we thought he would do. 3.42 ERA, but backed by a 2.88 xERA, a very, very good 317 xWOBA on contact. When you look at the San Francisco Giants, this is not a team that's really been ripping the cover off the ball. They've had their fair share of timely hits, Chris Bryant's 2 home run night. But for the most part, they're not really an imposing lineup. They're not a lineup that does a ton of consistent damage. So I actually think that this game goes under 8.5 and plus 100. Those are very nice odds, and I'm definitely taking them.
All right, Gary, and where are we going?
I'm going to do our producers a favor and pick a game that doesn't start in 2 hours. Let's talk about Baltimore against Tampa Bay. I am taking the over in this contest. Ryan Yarbrough is not starting this game, but he is going to appear in a bulk role. It's a role we've seen Yarbrough fill out many times the last 3 seasons, and he has struggled significantly against the Orioles in 2021. 16 earned runs in 22 2/3 innings pitched against Baltimore so far this season, and that doesn't seem like an aberration. The Orioles have the 6th best WRC plus against left-handed pitching in 2021. They have the 8th best OPS against left-handed pitchers so far this season. So I think there's some actual, real data that backs up why the Orioles have had success against Ryan Yarbrough so far this season. You've also got Spencer Watkins taking the mound for the Orioles. In his last 4 starts, he's given up 18 earned runs and only struck out 10 opponents. That is a ratio that I don't think I've ever seen before. It is terrifying. Tampa might get over this number by themselves against Watkins and Baltimore's bullpen. So I think this total might be a full 1.5, 2 runs too low.
All right, Gary, and third base is a pitcher prop that you're interested. Where are you going for this one?
So I'm going to go back to that Atlanta-Miami game, and another way to bet this contest if you like the Braves but maybe don't want to pay up for the money line, which is crazy, or even the run line, which is getting crazier by the second, I think if you bet Charlie Morton to win at plus 120, you're basically getting the same result because Morton, again, has been fantastic his past 7 starts, and Luzardo has not only been bad, and bad forever, if you ask Kenny, but he's specifically bad the first time through the order. Most pitchers, it takes till the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th inning before they start giving up runs. Luzardo has a 7.57 ERA the first time through the order in 2021. That means the Braves are going to score runs early. They're going to build a lead for Charlie Morton, and he'll be able to pick up that W.
All right, where are we going, Kenny?
So I really, really want to bet Ranger Suarez over on strikeouts, but unfortunately they don't have it right now at the DraftKings Sportsbook. But when it is posted, I would definitely consider that. Even though he might not pitch that long into the game, 26% strikeout rate. The Diamondbacks, a lot of strikeouts. So that's the one that I'll put out. But I the one that's an actual odd that you could bet right now is Freddie Peralta to record a win plus 230. It's great, because look, this is a matchup. The Brewers have not struck out a whole lot. The Cardinals have struck out a ton. And when you look at this matchup, Jack Flaherty is very strikeout dependent. The Brewers, not only have they mashed at the plate, but they also have struck out just at a 17% clip over the last 2 weeks. This is a recipe for a win for the Brewers. I know that they are short road favorites, but with Freddie Peralta on the hill, he's been outstanding. I think he'll, the only question is he going to go 5 innings? But I do think that he'll probably mow through this Cardinals lineup the way he's been pitching lately. And I think he records a win at plus 230. Pretty good odds. I like this.
All right, we are low on time, so Kenny, take us home with a hitter prop real quick.
Yeah, I'll just say one without any explanation because it's great. Omar Narvaez to homer and the Brewers to win at plus 900. Lefty going against Jack Flaherty, has some problems with hard contact. Love Omar Narvaez here. I think he should be in the lineup. And why not? Go for it.
Garion.
Jorge Soler over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. Soler has 8 home runs in his last 46 plate appearances against left-handed pitching. He has been on fire since being traded to the Braves.
All right, good stuff, guys. The Sweat. We'll be right back.
Oh, what's up, everyone? Hope you are having a wonderful Wednesday afternoon. We are back here for a sim, possibly the last Madden Mitch sim. I doubt that, but still, it's
never know.
A waning period. I mean, it's
counting down the days.
An era coming to an end, not just for us calling these games, but of Mitchell Trubisky being a consistent 20-point scorer in any fantasy format, let alone here in Madden. I will, for one, will miss him. I'm Christian Gator. That is Zach Thompson on the other side of me. And Zach, how you doing today?
I am doing very well. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing okay. You know, just a little tour through the Twitter wasteland. You know, news coming in from all angles. The Bills trying to scam like $800 million out of the city of Buffalo to keep the Bills in town. Like it's one of those things. Like, cool, man. Remember when you took over this team and you were like, I'm not going to ask for a dime of public assistance. I'm here for the city of Buffalo. But now it's like, if you guys don't want to give us a billionaire family hundreds of millions of dollars, I guess we'll move to Austin, Texas, which I'm sure the Texans and the Cowboys are just thrilled with. I'm sure that could definitely happen because, you know, the Cowboys are a very weak NFL franchise who have no sway with the rest of the NFL. And Austin is a viable location. I'm sure that would be a well-received. Anyway, just –
as somebody, I like the Austin area. It's great. I think it would be awesome. But yeah, you're right. I don't think the Cowboys will stand for that. But
no, there's no way.
I don't know. It's a pretty fast-growing city. I think it could probably sustain one, but except for the Cowboys factor, like you said. Definitely.
It is. It's a huge. It's kind of like Nashville in that it kind of grew beyond its infrastructure, and it's the home to too many bachelorette parties. It's got a whole.
Wait,
like,
is that a bad thing?
Until you moved here, it's the vibe to it. It's like Austin could definitely sustain a pro football team. I don't know where they would put that stadium. It's not like they have a lot of room there. It's not like the Longhorns are gonna be like, oh, come take Darrell K. Royal Stadium. No, I feel like there's just too much static there to make it happen. Like maybe they look at like Portland or something. Just don't.
Just stay in Buffalo. Maybe they should just stay in Buffalo.
Exactly. It's a very transparent threat. And I'm sure Buffalo's going to cave at some point, but they're only going to give them like, I don't know, 150 million instead of 600 million. Anyway, you've tuned into Bills talk here.
Anyway, sorry. Well,
anyway, my heart is full of hatred today, I think is the lesson.
Man. Wow. All right. Coming out hot. We got Mitch and the Bears against the Rams. That's what we got going on here.
Who do you have a lineup?
I do, yeah. So, I mean, you named the contest after him, and quite honestly, he's got a really good record against the Rams, so I want Mitchell as my captain. I know he turns the ball over a ton. I know. And because he does, I have the Rams defense as well. But that's okay, right? Like, I'm okay with taking the good and the bad with Mitch because he does add all those rushing yards, or at least the potential of all those rushing yards. You mentioned that he's been good for over 20 fantasy points almost any game. Well, he's been especially good for that against the Rams. He had 25 the last time they played. Before that, he put up 40 on them, throwing for 4 touchdowns, running for 135 yards, and that's him. Also 24 the time before that. So he's had a history of success against the Rams. They get pressure on him, and Mitch is paranoid. Literally in the game settings, he is considered paranoid and does that kind of thing all the time, gets out and runs, which is the best of both worlds for me because I have him, all those rushing yards, and I have the defense that will cause him to fumble and return that as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of big plays in this game, swinging both ways, and that's why I've got Mitchell and the Rams defense. Also in my lineup, Darrell Henderson, Tyler Higbee, and the Rams offense. In the Bears offense, I went with Allen Robinson and Tariq Cohen. Had just enough left for him. Kind of boomer bust with Cohen. Does share time with that guy right there who we just saw with Kerry David Montgomery. But I think the Bears are playing from behind here and will have to throw a little bit more. That's Cohen's time.
Okay.
Who do you have?
I don't know. I panicked a little bit and I was like, you know what? I wanted to throw Allen Robinson in there. It's like bad matchup for him. Good secondary. So instead I went with Anthony Miller in my captain spot, which, I'm sure that one will backfire on me. But he was inexpensive. He allowed me to get Mitch, Cooper Kupp, Tyler Higbee in there. Higbee, one of the biggest value-added tight ends in the game, just because Jared Goff defaulted to him so much, and early on here we're getting a little Mitch run. We get a little bit of David Montgomery. Now Jimmy Graham coming to play as the Bears might have something going here. But I also got Darrell Henderson, who I think is probably going too low in most fantasy drafts right now because he's pretty much got that backfield on lockdown in LA. Now they can't make it for the season. But I do have Montgomery as well, a guy who Matthew Berry put on his hate list. And I kind of understand it because, yes, it is a crowded backfield in Chicago now, but Montgomery's got really excelled. Yeah, he was just beautiful at the end of last season. Became the guy the Bears wanted him to be. Although
and I think the other thing is I actually love when I see guys I sort of like on that hate list because that just drives down the ADP, right? Because so many people are locked into what Matthew Berry or whoever, right? Whoever's industry-wide, very popular lists go out there and their ratings hate these guys or don't like these guys. And I like them. I think great value opportunity coming my way. Always here for the value opportunities. And if he slides around because Matthew Berry has him on the hate list, I'll happily scoop him up. But yeah, I would agree with you on Montgomery and Henderson. I think Henderson is going to be very good in that offense. I think the offense is going to be good. My concern with Henderson is just the durability concerns, right? We haven't seen him as a full-time feature back. He was dinged up last year at the beginning of the season, and then again, I think it was an ankle that derailed him towards the end of the season when Cam Akers kind of had his resurgence or surgence, I guess, because it was the first time. And then now he's out. So it is Darrell Henderson. Darrell Henderson right now is going off the board ADP in the 5th round as the 21st running back off the board. I love him in that spot. Madden Mitch.
Speaking of what we love, there it is. A big time. It is, in fact, Old Man Ginn. Another guy, I was like, I should roster Teddy Ballgame because how many more opportunities am I going to have to do it? He's not going to be in Madden 22 because the man retired, or Madden 20. I forget which Madden we're at right now. Madden 23, Madden 20. Time is a false construct, CT. We all lost track of it over the past 18 months. Regardless, Ted Ginn won't be in the next iteration, and he's making the most of his waning time here. That's a two guys you won't be seeing when we flip
Trubisky to Ginn. Don't have to worry about that connection very much longer, but today it works. Touchdown. Bears up 7-0. See if the Rams can answer. Rams going to look a little different in the new game too, obviously. Coming in with Matthew Stafford at quarterback. I would expect Henderson to be the full-time back now that Malcolm Brown is in Miami. Although in these sims, probably, although no official depth charts released yet. So I am speculating, just so everyone's clear here. This is not official word, but I would guess that we are going to go with the same strategy where injured players, injuries do not impact Madden. So as a result, Cam Akers probably available, probably will share that backfield with Darrell Henderson in the sims. In real life, going to be all DHJ. I've never heard him called that, but maybe we can make it stick.
I kind of like it. I mean, Darrell Henderson, kind of a clunky name. DHJ sounds like a club drug you might have experimented with in college. Like, oh man, like I got 2 wrecked on DHJ last night, and now I got wicked cotton mouth. So I'm into
DHJ going off in this one, man, just going off. We'll see what we can do. Jared Goff completes his first pass for 10 yards to your boy Cooper Kupp. I never know what to do with these Rams receivers, so I skip them altogether.
Fair. Yeah, no, there are just so many guys who can crush you on this one. And like normally I'd be like, oh, hell yeah, let's get Josh Reynolds in there because he's normally like 5K. Right. And he's coming off a 25-point game. Yeah, 8,200. And he justified that 8,200 salary last time out. But, like, this is also a guy that'll go out there and put out, like, 4.7, 3.8, 6.3, 7.0. You just don't know what you're going to get out of Josh Reynolds. That's also going to be a problem for the Tennessee Titans. The good news is they don't have to rely on him to be their wide receiver 2 anymore because they have Julio Jones. And wide receiver 3 is a sweet spot.
As a wide receiver 3, yeah, I like Reynolds a lot. It's somebody you can add late in drafts and I think is in a good spot there. They seem to really like what he has brought to this point. We've got all the receivers involved here. That was Goff with Bobby Trees for his first catch of the day. They picked up the first down on the previous play by connecting with Tyler Higbee, who you mentioned. He's in both of our lineups, so we both like to see that. And then the big completion again to Bobby Trees.
So Josh Reynolds right now, no respect in fantasy drafts whatsoever, going off at the 331st pick behind Jake Funk and Austin McGinnis, the 31st ranked kicker. So no one really that confident in Josh Reynolds, but he's a guy who has produced in his streaks when he's gotten the opportunity. So I think it might, all it takes is an injury, or maybe he just becomes Ryan Tannehill's Huckleberry. He's got that big body; he can get open in the end zone. And if the Titans are throwing the ball a lot, which is clearly not what they want to do, they have Derrick Henry, so I understand the trepidation. But if you get a day where you think the Titans are going to be coming from behind and have to throw the ball in the second half, Josh Reynolds is going to be an inexpensive daily fantasy play who could make a pretty solid impact on your lineup. Obviously not going to happen every week, but you catch him in the right week, you're going to be happy with the way.
Well, and I think there's got to be some concern for Julio, too, dealing with injuries over the past few seasons. If he is limited or out a game or two and Reynolds gets increased targets, then definitely somebody who can go off. Obviously, A.J. Brown's going to be the number one if Julio has issues, but as then the number two option, Reynolds could, as you said, be a nice DFS value to keep your eye on. The Rams looking very sharp on this opening drive. Could be on our way to a decent scoring game here after the Bears struck fast. Malcolm Brown with his first carry of the day there. Brown's with Miami now, right? He's part of that awful fantasy. It's an awful fantasy situation. The three-man rotation, which is the last thing anybody wants for fantasy.
And lurking behind him, the man with the 1.8 yard per carry average, Patrick Laird, another former Madden stud, not a Madden stud, but a dude who showed up entirely too often in Madden. And you remember, I think it was 2019 when the Dolphins basically ran out of running backs, and suddenly Patrick Laird was a hot ad, and it was like, oh no, we've made a huge mistake here. This guy is nothing.
It felt like that was the season that jumped the shark for him there when they ended up with Laird as their only option in the backfield. Now they've got other options ahead of him, but he's still around. There's a touchdown. There we go.
A little bit of a shootout early. Is that Josh
knocking on the door?
So Josh Two Sticks paying off that $8,200 salary. I was like, no way am I touching him at that number. And of course, making me feel foolish right there. The 331st most popular pick in season-long fantasy drafts so far. So,
Yikes. Yeah, so the Miami backfield, you've got Gaskin, you've got Malcolm Brown, you've got Salvon Ahmed, who looked pretty decent in short spurts last year, and then, as you mentioned, Patrick Laird. So very crowded place back there with Tua, hoping to take some steps forward this year. We'll see if that happens. We'll see if there is a clear running back there. I think it could actually be a decent offense and one that is worth owning the running back for. But the problem is, I don't know at this point how you pick one of those guys. I'm probably waiting that situation out and seeing if one of them is on the waiver wire when the other one goes down. Then I'm interested.
Yeah. No,
this anyway.
Yeah, this is the point. Like I'm getting that kind of fantasy anxiety, like my Rhode Island Scum draft is like 9 days away, so it's plenty of time processing all this information. Like I gotta get this guy, I gotta fade this guy, and it's one of those things where I should be writing this stuff down because I'm gonna forget about it. I'm gonna go up and it's gonna be my pick. I landed like the 7th pick in our 12-team draft. It's one of those garbage spots where, all right, all the top tier running backs will be gone. And do I really want to throw down on Tyreek Hill with my first? It's going to be one of those.
No, you want Travis Kelce, but yeah. So you're 7 out of 12. Any keeper ramifications or just straight up redraft?
Yeah, straight up redraft.
Okay.
A not like a super expensive cash league, but enough to make you a little bit nervous about it. It's not like, all right, everyone's gonna have fun. We're gonna throw $25 in, so someone has to skin in the game, or the DraftKings SimFam Fantasy League, which ZT, I believe you are a part of, and you were with me advocating for the lower buy-in since we're all gonna be poor once these simulation commentary gigs dry up.
It's true, yeah. I was a little surprised where that buy-in went and was not sure that I was going to do it. And they brought it down.
Came right out with it, and 3 people were just like, that sounds fair. And it's like, really? Wait a
minute, what?
Yeah. And it's not like, oh, okay, like we're like goofing around with our friends from back home and there's a good chance to win. No, this is like an all Sharks league.
Right. It's a league that it's a league that I have no expectation of winning, honestly. And I know there's been power rankings and I was ranked high in them, which I feel like only sets me up further for failure. However, I have no expectation of winning this league. If I do, great. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm gonna try. I'm not throwing my money away. But yeah, it's a league of sharks, as you said. And last year I had the second pick overall in our DK Live / commentator draft, and I did end up winning, even though I took Saquon Barkley number 2 overall, and he of course did not do anything for me. But I had Russell Wilson, who is huge for me there, kind of built around him a little bit. Took him maybe a little too early, but ended up working.
Yeah, at least for the first half of the season, because he saved me significantly. And kind of faded, which was a bum rap for me. Like I went from first place to barely hanging on to a playoff spot, in part because all of my first top 5 picks got hurt at some point in the season.
Ouch.
Yeah, no, brutal. Like Michael Thomas was just a train wreck, and Austin Eckler got hurt. Everyone but Russ got hurt. George Kittle, I was like, oh, I'm locked in a tight end. So I can trade away my backup tight ends because I got Kittle cakes. No, wrong, incorrect. As we hit the quarter break here, we got ourselves a tie ball game, 7-7. Both teams moving the ball well. Mitch 78 through the air, passing touchdown, doing some work on the ground as well. So a good day to Captain Mitch. Goff, perfect through the air. 70 yards on 7-for-7 passing, got himself a passing touchdown to Josh Reynolds. So Reynolds and big day for the wide out threes in this one. On the ground, Montgomery -1 yards, Malcolm Brown 4 yards, Mitch 26. So
Mitch is good.
He's doing okay. He
barely pacing for the bonus. 4 for 26. So if he has 3 more quarters like that, he'll end up with 104 yards, which we'll see.
Yeah,
right.
Speaking of pacing toward the bonus, though, Bobby Trees, 3 for 52, so he can fall off a little bit and still get there. Ted Ginn got a shot as well, but we know the targets won't last for him.
Right.
He'll get maybe 5-6 per game. He turned the 2 he got into 39 yards and a touchdown. That's what he must have today. And my guy, Tyler Higbee, 1 catch, 2 yards. Cooper Kupp, 2 catches, 10 yards. Not a big time day from him.
Not yet. But they've had the ball one time, right?
Yeah,
they've had the ball one time, still got plenty of time left here. And we'll go back to the action here with Trubisky and the Bears just over midfield.
Yeah, and Evil Dead, man, I hear you, but if you want just game commentary, I have good news for you. Coming September 1st, we're hitting pause on the live commentary, so you will get the in-game audio. You will get Brandon Gowden and whoever else just giving you straight game updates. But you know what? While we're here, we're going to talk fantasy because there is a big time fantasy crunch coming up. All your drafts are starting, so we're going to hit that. Yesterday, we got deep into, sandwich talk, coffee talk, which DK Sim broadcaster you would eat first in a live, our plane crashed in the Andes kind of situation talk. So, we cast a wide net here because
I missed that conversation.
Yeah, no, we discussed how Kenny Ducey would basically be useless in that situation because there's no meat on that guy. But Emerson, I mean, you kind of throw away the torso and just go to the legs. So that dude is all quads all day.
This is a weird conversation.
It is, but somehow not the weirdest conversation we've ever had here in Simland. As Mitch running for it on 3rd and long and getting it again, he picked up 3rd and 10 with 12 yards. 3rd and 9 with 12 yards now and up to 39 on the ground. Having himself a pretty good day.
Yeah, very solid work from Madden Mitchell, celebrating another game that he gets to be the quarterback before he goes to back up Josh Allen in Buffalo, which is a move I like for him career-wise, but it's definitely going to take him out of these Madden sims. As you said, moving forward, there's another completion. I think that is Ginn again on the outside.
Indeed. So up over 50 now for him. He and Bobby Trees pretty much identical lines right now, 3 for 53 for both of them. So as you would have expected, old man Ginn putting up those Robert Woods types numbers. And Woods and Kupp, 2 guys who are understandably getting a lot of fantasy hype now with Matthew Stafford in town. you got to think that for two guys that can run deep routes, they're going to get a lot more looks from a quarterback who likes to throw deep routes. Jared Goff last season only averaged about 6.2 yards downfield per pass. Part of the reason why Sean McVay liked John Walford more, even though he was very much John Walford, is that Walford's average pass went about 9.5 yards downfield. And that's key to Sean McVay's vertical passing offense. You know, the Goff checkdowns, his lack of confidence, and yes, that late season thumb injury all played a role there in getting him shipped away to Detroit. But no, this is a team that had two very viable, very versatile guys who could go deep in Kupp and Woods, and neither of them got an average target distance of more than 7 yards downfield. Expect that to change. Expect the yard per catch number on both these guys to shoot up. And Matthew Stafford, God willing, will finally get the due he deserves, because that's a guy who has led the league in fourth quarter comebacks 3 different times in his career, and he did so while playing for the Lions. That's a big deal. That means there was no running game to speak of for him to rely on. That means if things could go wrong, they were going to go wrong, because there are very few franchises more cursed than Detroit. And Stafford still found a way to make the most of it. I'm very excited to see what he can do in a competent offense, and hope that the litany of injuries he sustained the past couple of years has not sapped his effectiveness as we get a Monty touchdown. David Montgomery.
There we go.
Started off his day with negative rushing yards, but into the black with that one. 14-7 Bears, extra point pending here.
Yeah, way to beat for the Bears, taking the lead back. So far, every possession has resulted in a touchdown. So it's been a quick start to this one. Get a field goal here, or the extra point, from Pinheiro, and we'll be back in business. 14-7, Bears with the lead, as you said. Are the Rams your favorite in the NFC West? We'll start there, and then we'll talk about the entire NFC. It sounds like you are high on the Rams.
I am, but this is a take that Kenny Ducey would brag me for. I'm not gonna bury the Seahawks until we see a body. Like, I don't love the Jamal Adams news, but I do like they're keeping some continuity in there. And I think Adams is a guy who has focused more on being that kind of hybrid linebacker, but can add value in coverage. He did so as a Jet. And if they want him to sit back and kind of take on more of a hybrid safety role, I think he's capable of doing so. So I think the Seahawks are in good shape to retain their division title, especially if Russ can be.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think, the West is just such
West
a
is stacked
right now. It is so stacked. It's the toughest division in all of football. You can make a case for all 4 teams to win that division. The only team I don't think will win it is the Arizona Cardinals, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Niners rebound, everyone gets healthy, and even with Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacking them the whole year, they could win the division. Same thing goes for the Rams, who obviously made a big upgrade at quarterback and can get there and can be that team. And then you have the Seahawks, who are just kind of holding serve. And you don't. So they just kind of have that alligator blood. They stick around. They stick around. They stick around.
So what is it about the Cardinals that makes you discard them? Because I actually think they've got a very good shot at making the playoffs. The division, maybe not, but I mean,
I think they could be a playoff team, but I think they're going to languish around 8-8 again. I have very little faith in Cliff Kingsbury as a head coach. He has been able to coax some nice improvement out of Kyler Murray's passing game. There's no doubt about that. But
for sure,
I feel like teams make adjustments to him, and he fails to make adjustments to that. And I think we saw it last season when a 5-2 team finished 8-8. The season before, there's a little bit more growing pains, but they got to 3-3. They finished 5-10. I feel like he does a good job of innovating, but not adjusting, and that is going to be Cardinals' problem. Like, I would not be surprised if they got up something like a 6-2 start, 6-3 start, and still finished around 500. 8-9, 9-8. They can sneak into the playoffs. I just don't think they're going to have more than 10 wins, even if Kyler does level up again. And I like that defense. I like the moves that they have.
I like the defense too, and I think they have a very good shot at being a playoff team. If I was picking the playoffs right now, I would put them in it. I might even pick them to win the division. I think that they made significant upgrades this offseason, and I do expect Kyler to take that next step as we see a nice punt here. Can they down it? They can.
Or Daryl Patterson just running out of bounds rather than field it with 20 yards ahead of him. You know, like he does. That guy hates returning kicks, so I understand that. Completely reasonable decision there from Sim. All right, Robes, what has Stafford done? Well, Stafford, again, everyone's sleeping on him because he was a Detroit Lion. And early in his career, he was an empty stats on a big team, a bad team kind of guy. He threw the ball a ton, which is how he got to about 5,000 yards per season. But later on in his career, he became much more efficient. And look at it, 2014, 5 fourth quarter comebacks. 2016, 8 fourth quarter comebacks for a 9-win team. That means reasonably, you could have expected that Lions team to have gone something like 5-11 until Stafford kind of willed them back into those games. Not for his ability to rally his team, it would have been a problem. 2017, 4 game-winning drives. Again, league leader. I mean, he just doesn't get his due because that rushing attack every year in Detroit has been below average. There's been very little support. The blocking hasn't been great. Guy has been playing hurt. So put him in a good situation. Give him a decent line. Give him a running attack that, even with Cam Akers out, should be better than the one behind him in Detroit, and give him some top-notch weapons, guys who can somehow be an improvement on that Kenny Golladay, Marvin Jones stack of 2019. Not 2020, because Golladay was hurt all year, but 2019.
Right.
And I think he is going to blossom and thrive. He's only 33 years old, and unless the recent injuries have really taken a toll on him, I think he will find a second gear. I think he will go out there and throw for like 4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns. I think he's going to be a very, very useful fantasy quarterback in a way that he just was unable to be in Detroit without kind of feeling Blake Bortles,
Yeah, and I think I agree with the general premise. I do think, though, a lot of those fourth quarter comebacks, that means you're behind. You've got to be Russell Wilson doesn't have as many fourth quarter comebacks as Matthew Stafford because his team isn't usually behind every single week like the Lions are. So I'm not sure that fourth quarter comeback stat is that meaningful to me, just because to me that means his team was bad, which it was. And he did will them to victory. I get that. And he did put up numbers the last few years. I get that. But I don't think that I'm buying him for fantasy because of his fourth quarter comebacks, because if you're the Rams, you don't want him to have fourth quarter comebacks because you don't want to be behind. You want to play from ahead. You want to run the ball. You want to rely on that defense. So I think his stats may actually go down a little bit from a fantasy perspective if
throw enough on a bad team.
Exactly. And if things are going the way the Rams want them to, I think his numbers do take a step back because they don't want him throwing a ton. Cohen with a nice catch and run there. I do think he's got better weapons, right? All that's being said, I think he's got a much better set of receivers. I like Sean McVay's offense. I think the offense is an upgrade. His efficiency should take a step forward, but his totals may be a little bit lower because, again, he's not doing the Blake Bortles, we're way behind, we're just chucking the ball all day towards the end.
Yeah, but then you take a look at where the Rams were, back in 2018, before Jared Goff really fell off that cliff, right? Their Super Bowl year.
Yep.
What did Goff go out and do? He threw for a ton of yards. He went out there and threw for almost 4,700 yards, 32 touchdowns. I think that's probably going to be the placeholder for Matthew Stafford, what you can expect from his stats, going out there and throwing for nearly 300 yards per game, just because, that's what Sean McVay wants to do. He's that innovative young offensive mind who is using the vertical route tree to really open things up. And that's why,
Don't you think, though, the defense now is light years better than the defense was then?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point there. Yeah, this is a defense that ranked middle of the pack in most things.
Right. I mean, it was a fine defense, but it wasn't the defense they have now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, last year, this is the defense that leveled up, number one in points allowed, number one.
They were unreal.
So, yeah.
And they locked up Ramsey and Aaron Donald. So, I mean, they're set. This is what the Rams defense is going to be for a while anyway.
Yeah, I do maybe have some concerns about, they lost some safety help there. So
John Johnson, yeah. I love the addition of Johnson to Cleveland. I've talked about that before on the streams.
Yeah, that's why I think the Browns are going to be much more dangerous than a lot of people they're considering them right now. It's because they shored up their biggest weakness.
Exactly. I think that
losing Troy Hill as well is a big deal because having an effective slot corner is such a big deal in the NFL these days.
Huge.
So now you're kind of relying on guys like Taylor Rapp and Jordan Fuller and maybe Robert Rochelle, a 4th-round pick. And that linebacking core is a little bit shaky as well around Leonard Floyd. I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a regression there. I mean, you still have the star power, and it's great star power. There's no doubt about it. You are not going to get a better 1-2 punch at among your defense than Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey. If this were NBA Jam, you would pick the Rams defense every day because they would just be on fire, dunking the ball everywhere. But I think taken as a total group as Mitch, doing it again, and more importantly, not fumbling.
I was going to say, is he going to? No. They still got one timeout. You think they're going to call it here or get one more play in first?
I mean, I would hope they get one more play in the way that they've been letting this one kind of drain on them, but we'll have to see. We've been fooled before.
See what virtual coach Nagy is drawing up over there.
Ooh, Dean Murray, hello. Good afternoon, Christian, Professor ZT, and DK Sinton.
What's up?
Good afternoon.
There, let's go, people.
Run one here.
I like it. No, I'm glad they're doing
that. A little more Teddy ball game. Oh, almost sacked. Gets rid of it though. Stops the clock. So
good awareness. Good awareness there from Madden Mitch.
Wildly.
Oh yeah, it wasn't accurate, but at least it wasn't a sack.
Yeah.
The Rams brought great pressure that time, not letting him drop back and drop. It looked like Allen Robinson was on the go route, and they were trying to find him at the top of the screen. You'll see that they are not matching Jalen Ramsey up with Allen Robinson. They've been on opposite sides of the field the last few, which could mean Robinson can get open because that's a much more favorable matchup on that side. But we'll see if that's where they go here. Mitch hasn't had enough time to go that direction yet. But you can see Ramsey's down at the very bottom of the screen now and Robinson up at the very top. You would think that's where they want to go, but will he have the time? They brought the safety blitz that time.
All right, take that time out, get ADP out here. So pretty disappointing end of this drive, but they should still be able to get some points out of this, take a 10-point lead into the half.
Yep.
But Eddie Pinheiro, anything can happen.
That's true.
Lineup. Let's not act like he is an automatic kicker in any phase. And no longer a Chicago Bear. Ceded that job to Cairo Santos after Eddie P got hurt last year. And Santos did a reasonable job as a fill-in. His kick here, up and good. So that'll do it for the first half here at Soldier Field. Bears 17. Rams 7. We got a Josh Reynolds touchdown. We got a David Montgomery touchdown. We have a Ted Ginn touchdown. So, all the big names are scoring today, ZT.
Yeah, all those big names. Big as in not in my lineup.
I got Montgomery in there, but I'm not doing great. I'm not having a good one. It's not one of my better performances, certainly. But then with the goose egg from Darrell Henderson, I'm currently 67th of the 74 who joined the waning days of Madden Mitch free roll. So, not ideal.
Not awesome. I'm down in 53rd in that free roll. So I feel that.
The good news is you got Madden Mitch, who is somehow trending toward the double bonus right now. 158.
It's true.
59 on the ground. Is he going to get there? Probably not. No. But
no, it doesn't usually.
No possibility. David Montgomery averaging 1.5 per carry, but does have a rushing touchdown. I believe he has a reception as well. So, no, I guess he does. Not all is lost there, but he's still not a great play. Jimmy Graham leading all wideouts and catches with 5, but only for 32 yards. Teddy Ginn, 4 for 63 and a touchdown. Bobby Trees, 3 for 52. No touchdown for him. Terry Cohen and Allen Robinson, 2 catches each for about 20-something yards. So, been a bit of a disappointing day for the Rams passing game. Jared Goff looking like true to life Jared Goff in this one,
That's true.
except he's not leaning on Tyler Higbee nearly as much as he would have.
Yeah, just 1 yard for Tyler Higbee on 2 catches. So, or 1 catch for 2 yards. I had that backwards. Let me switch that up.
Yeah, and neither defense. I mean, we thought this would kind of be a defensive battle because you have 2 better men.
Right. Yeah.
Like you said, I mean, this is the Rams team that was the best in the league last year when it came to stopping points, stopping yards, and Bears defense, which is the hallmark. Their entire identity for the past 40 years has been smothering defense and shrug emoji at quarterback. Well, they got that going for them, and they've been pretty good, actually. The Rams, only 7 points in the first half. If they can keep it up, they will be able to cruise to a victory here, send Madden Mitch into Valhalla on a win, of course. We don't know. We don't know when the switch is coming, how much
we don't.
Madden Mitch we've had. We just have to soak it in now. Just enjoy it like it. Just.
Are you concerned about the real life Bears quarterback Justin Fields with his little injury? Is it safe? Can we call it that?
Yeah, I mean a little bit, but not especially. You know,
it's not major.
Exactly.
They keep saying.
And, you know, if it keeps him off the field the first few weeks of the game, that's not a big deal because I think the Bears were always kind of intending to keep Dalton in there first and foremost. And Dalton, you know, he's saying all the right things. He's saying things that will get him roasted on Twitter, but he's like, you know what? Like, I love Justin Fields. He's going to be a great quarterback in this league, but my time is now. He pulled the John Cena on him. He said, my time is now. And, like, you know what? That's the attitude you need to deal with there. Fields, you know, he's going to sit through that groin injury, and will he be ready to go by the opening week? Yeah, almost certainly. Like, if he's missing 4 weeks due to a groin strain, something has gone terribly wrong. But also the groin, I mean, it's a sensitive area. It's one of those things you never, like, any of those soft tissue injuries can linger for a little bit. Why not wait till he's completely healthy? Why not keep him the hell away from Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey, give Andy Dalton the week 1 start, and go from there?
Yep. It does. That's exactly what it feels like to me. It's whoa. We just need to stop this hype train a little bit. Like, let's slow down the Justin Fields as our week 1 starter calls by giving him a injury. You know, not that they gave him the injury, but probably something that he could play through if he really needed to, but they don't want him to. They want him to take it easy, bring him along a little bit slower. Andy Dalton wasn't awful with Dallas last year. He wasn't awesome either, but he wasn't awful.
Yeah.
I think he'll be an upgrade from what they got from Trubisky last year. I don't think he'll be as good as Fields will be once they do make the move, but we'll see. I think the beginning of their schedule is brutal, and definitely want to not throw the rookie into the fire. There, I think they open up against these Rams, right? Isn't this a week 1 preview?
This is the week
that
1
we're seeing here. Week 1 Sunday night football, I believe.
Yeah, and you know what? If you want to throw Fields into an absolute meat grinder, you know, starting in week 6, you go Packers, which, you know, at home and against a not great Packers defense. So, you know, that's not a bad, like you go. So, I mean, Bengals, Browns, Lions, Raiders, Packers, a nice kind of soft landing strip, right? Like you can take off from there, right? You can build some hype. And then week 7 at Tampa, week 8, 49ers, week 9, Steelers, bye week, and then week 11, Ravens. That is 4 top 10 defenses over a 5-week stretch, and the only break is the actual bye week. Is poor Jared Goff just getting mashed into paste here, and probably not going to be blocked punt territory.
He's just getting ready for Detroit. That's what's going to happen to him in Detroit, and he's just getting used to that here in this sim. Again, Patterson running the opposite way. Why does he have no interest in fielding punts?
You know what? It's been like a constant Madden thing, and hopefully the new round of Madden.
That's weird.
Yeah. Anyway, speaking of offensive lines that I don't really trust all that much, this Bears team dealt a massive blow. Tevin Jenkins back surgery. Jenkins was a guy who could have maybe gone back into the first round. Bears traded up to get him in the second, and very versatile guy can play both tackles. Had a great career at Oklahoma State. And now he's going to miss a big chunk, if not all of his rookie season. Injuries across the front of that offensive line as well. So now you have to deal with, Sam Mustipher as your starting center. And Jason Peters, who was great, but now is kind of an old guy. You got to shift him around. Latavius Simmons, a 2020 7th round pick, is probably going to be one of your tackles. That's not a good situation for Andy Dalton. That's not a good situation for Justin Fields. So hopefully those guys can get healthy and provide some blocking. I mean, if there's anything that's going to damper my David Montgomery excitement, it's going to be the fact that he might have a mash unit for an offensive line coming up.
It's true. Very true. And that is never good. I mean, if you go with Fields, you're hoping to get a little bit more mobility, as we see Mitchell taking a big hit there from Kaiser. Second sack of the day for him. 2nd and 16 coming up after that loss of 6. But yeah, Fields' mobility might help him, but we saw last year with Joe Burrow, that can be bad for rookie quarterbacks to have that kind of pressure in their face all the time. And Burrow was able to play pretty well when he was healthy, but then obviously the major knee injury, and then now he's got to work through all the mental baggage. I mean, is baggage too strong a word? What's the right word for what he's working through right now? Because he's admitted it's a mental thing.
Yeah, exactly. He's just, I think it's learning to be able to trust his knee, that the recovery is no laughing matter. And The Ringer actually had a great article today from him. I think it was Kevin Clark who wrote it, talked to Joe, talked to his offensive coordinators. Mitch picks up another 3rd and long with his legs, up to 75 yards now. So a great day to be Madden Mitch. 0 fumbles thus far. I'm pretty sure that's going to change by the time we're done with the sim. But still,
he's running around a lot. It's scaring me every time.
Yeah, it's a bad scene. But yeah, no,
he's not sliding. He's not sliding. Sometimes he slides
a little bit. I think he's at the edge here. He got down.
Yeah, no, he did on that one. I meant on his earlier runs, he was kind of reaching for extra yards.
He was tempting. He was like, "Come and get it." And against this Rams defense, that is bold strategy for sure. As get a little Anthony Miller. Welcome to the party, pal. My captain. I think it's his first catch of the game.
I think it's his second, but yeah.
2 for 4.
2 for 4.
Basically worthless. Loving it.
Just what you expected when you dropped him in your captain spot, right?
Yeah, this guy's due for a big game. No, wrong.
You and the Texans definitely bought in on Anthony Miller, and we'll see if it works out better for the Texans than it did for you.
Yeah.
So far, we've still got some time. He could catch a touchdown right here. 35-yard touchdown, and then you're good to go.
And listen, Anthony Miller could wind up shining in Houston this year. We just don't know because we don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be. If Miller comes down with another one, there's not going to be a lot of competition for targets in Houston. They have Brandon Cooks, and then they just have a big giant question mark when it comes to the wide receiver 2 spot. Is it going to be Kiki QT? Is it going to be Isaiah Coulter? Is it going to be who else is even on that roster? They picked up the 3rd round of Nico Collins. Is it going to be Chris Conley? Is it going to be Alex Erickson? It's a weird situation for them. It's a tough situation for them. Is Coulter still on the roster?
That's a good question. I hadn't heard that they released him, but I might have missed that news. I think he's still there.
You should know. They cut him. Wow.
They did. Okay.
Wow.
I must have missed that.
Last year's 5th round pick, and this is a team that is real thin at wideout.
Right.
And Isaiah Coulter, wow, it breaks my heart, honestly, as a guy.
He'll land somewhere. I would expect. He's got a lot of raw potential.
Yeah, a lot of raw potential. I mean, a guy who made Rhode Island football relevant, was part of that 3-man crew out of nowhere. 2019. All of a sudden, Rhode Island was basically a 500 football team, which, if you are familiar with Rhode Island football, is basically a minor miracle. They were about to drop down to the NEC out of, the Colonial League? They're in the CAA now. Used to be the Atlanta 10.
That sounds right, yeah. Yep, I think that's right.
Yeah. So they were about to drop down, and literally the rest of the conference was like, hey, URI, don't go. We need someone to beat up on every week, and we can give you a little bit more cash for it.
We'll pay you a little more.
Exactly. Like every now and then they would show up and beat like James Madison or UNH and be like, how did that happen? But no, this like for a brief moment, the Rams were ranked in the FCS top 25. And it was because of guys like Kyle Murphy and Isaiah Coulter. And yeah, I was thinking like, oh, maybe we'll finally break through here. But no, did not make it through the first round of cuts in Houston, which is a little bit damning for his NFL career. Hopefully he catches on somewhere else.
That is a surprising move. That's a surprising move. I did not know that, especially with Anthony Miller dealing with an injury now. I mean, we'll see, right? If that shoulder, they're saying it was I've separated my shoulder before. I don't know that there's such a thing as a slight dislocation. I mean, if it comes out, man, it comes out and it hurts. So, but yeah, a slight dislocation of the shoulder for Anthony Miller. But they're hoping that he will play this season, which is, good. But we'll see how long he's sidelined for. But yeah, it's not a good thing for Coulter to get cut from. I mean, I think the Texans are probably one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the NFL. And they lost a starter at your position, and you still couldn't get through the first round of cuts.
Just real bad. Like you couldn't outplay Chris Moore, Taywan Taylor, Jordan Beasy. Like, come on. I'm bummed about it. His cousin, who was also on the roster, did not get drafted, was at the combine. I forget his name, but Kyle Parker, maybe.
Okay.
Also floating around. So just the best Rhode Island team in decades, and looks like they're going to have to show for it is one NFL game, which is a bit of a bummer. Hey, Isaiah Coulter, we're rooting for you. From a Rams sim to a Rams team.
There you go.
Dude, you know what I'm very excited about?
What are you saying?
So I live in Wisconsin. We have one of the best Division III conferences up here, the WEAC.
Yeah.
Every year we get a Final Four team in the D3 tournament. And every year I make it a point to go out and watch one of those playoff games, whether it's
cool. Those are fun.
Oshkosh, or whether it's typically it's in Whitewater. Whitewater's cool in the city.
UW Whitewater's fun, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We played them in soccer.
Oh, nice. Where'd you go?
Wisconsin area. Yep. Okay. Up way north, up by the UP.
Oh, really? Okay, so like one of the UW schools or one of the private schools up there?
One of the private schools up there. Super small, outdoor education. Did a lot of camping in the woods up there, and it's crazy town. But it was fun. It was good. Yeah. Froze, but that's the way it works up there.
Yeah. Like today, it's beautiful. Like everyone in summer in Wisconsin, everyone makes a point to go outside and typically bring beers with them because it is Wisconsin. I've never been to a state that cherishes its beer or its brandy old fashions quite like the Badger State does. But in summer, everyone makes a point to go outside. There are always events because everyone knows in winter, all you're going to do, you're going to bundle up, you're going to hunker down, and you're just going to freeze. But I'm looking forward to freezing at a D3 bowl game because Culver's, which if you guys have never had Culver's, great fast food burger, like top three food, just delicious, good fries too. They're like basic crinkle cut fries, but they do them right. Get them order them extra crispy. Like C+ curds, but because I'm spoiled, I'm in Wisconsin. Curds everywhere else are great.
True.
But they're going to have the best teams from the WEAC and the Illinois-Wisconsin Conference, or the WIL or whatever. The best teams that don't make the NCAA tournament are going to be playing each other in Verona, Wisconsin. So I'm going to have a D3 bowl game.
There you go.
Literally within walking distance of my house. Like I'm already super for it. I'm already like I got my long underwear ready to go. the hot hands ready to go. I'm like very, very too excited for what I'm certain will be a terrible football game between like UW Platteville and like North Central Illinois. But hell, let's do it. Let's get in there.
It'll be fun. Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, it's always a fun environment to go to some of those games where they're playing hard.
Football, right? Unless the Jets are involved, but still.
Tyler Higbee, not involved still. Tyler Higbee, what are you doing to us here? 1 catch for 2 yards. We need some Higbee here in this fourth quarter. Still got some guys on bonus watch, both Woods and Ginn, as far as receivers are around 75 yards. Trubisky's exactly at 75 yards on the ground. So he could hit the bonus rushing. He's got a ways to go passing. He's at 209. We could see it, but we will have to see what happens here in the fourth quarter. That third quarter went quick, but no points.
Yeah. Rams threatening right now, but big third down coming their way. If Bears can get a stop here, would be huge. I think LA would go for it in this situation, down double digits in the fourth quarter, but We'll have to wait and see. If I had to guess, I'd say, yep, it's going to be a conversion. It's Cooper Kupp to the
It's
house.
a conversion and a touchdown. Cooper Kupp, 46 yards for the score. First play of the fourth quarter. We've got a 3-point game.
Look at that. An 11-point play from Cooper Kupp, turning himself into a potential postroute.substack.com player of the game with that one. That's going to send him crashing into double digits, just under 20 points out of the flex for him so far in this one. Arizi says, needed that. Guru asking what would the Jets record be if they had Tom Brady. You know what? Ask Kenny Ducey that.
That's a perfect question for Kenny.
Take it up with him and just watch the gears turn until his head explodes. Hugh Banks, Culver's sounds kind of good right now. I stay like 14 blocks from Dude, Culver's
is really good.
Very solid fast food burger, like a smash patty. They do a great job. Make sure you get the deluxe. Like don't just fall for the butter burger hype. Like get the deluxe because they do a good job. Get a little red onion, lettuce, tomato. I get a little extra pickle on there. Light mayo, delicious. Like I like a good pile of accoutrements with my burger. Like I'm not saying I don't like a good cheeseburger with just like fried onions and bun, but like if you can get like a nice little like cause at home I'm not slicing up tomatoes for my burgers.
No.
Take it out. But like Culver's a little nicer, a little fancier, and then you get custard at the end.
Yeah, you got to get the custard at the end. That's when I would go to Culver's, it was mostly just for the custard.
Custard's outstanding. I was like, I'd never had custard before. I was like, man, what the hell is frozen custard? It sounds kind of gross.
It sounds not great, but it is.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I was expecting.
Who are you throwing to, Mitchell? Mitchell throwing to absolutely no one.
Oh man, they got a good flavor of the day near me too. Chocolate Oreo volcano, big fan.
Oh, there we go.
Because that's the thing, like you can't just go up and like get like it's not like they have like 31 flavors up there. It's like chocolate, vanilla, or flavor of the day if you just want like a standard cup. So some days you get like butter pecan, and it's like, all right, this is an old person. Or caramel cashew, like no, that's
no.
Now
that's a good one though. Chocolate Oreo volcano.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, turtle.
I'm down with that.
I get it. It's just like very like they go hard with the old person flavors, you know, like they're catering to the.
I was going to say it's probably their clientele.
Yeah, the crew that rolls in around 10 a.m. and has a coffee and stays there for a while.
Has a coffee and then hangs through lunch and then has an early dinner and custard and then goes before it gets dark and cold up there, which it seems to do about 5 o'clock once we get out of August. Montgomery with the carry there. I got very confused as to exactly what happened. Somehow he took the first few hits and didn't go down. I think he was hiding behind his offensive lineman, but ultimately didn't get much out of it. 2nd and 10.
Got a nice conversion from Mitch there to at least burn some time off the clock. Bears, if they can get a touchdown here, will pretty much seal this one. Anything less than that, and it feels like a Rams comeback kind of day.
It does feel like that. Ooh, stop short.
Yeah, Demetrius Harris, the tight end too, his 2nd catch of the day. So Harris, useful fun play today, 2 for 17.
Not bad at all. He's doing better than Tyler Higbee.
Yeah. Oh, now I feel
sorry. He's in my lineup too, man. He's in my lineup too. We can feel bad together. Definitely has the inside track for the Not My Kid award, the LVP. Which usually, as soon as I declare that player then goes out and gets a couple catches and a touchdown. So we'll see if that can work here for Higbee, trying to turn his day around. Mitch Trubisky probably the player of the game at this point. Although, like you said, Kupp definitely vaults into the conversation with that touchdown catch. We'll see. It depends on if Trubisky gets another touchdown on this drive. And if he hits either one of the bonuses that he is in play for. Look at this big formation. Just bring out all the tight ends.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams have the line of scrimmage packed, and Montgomery still gets about 5 yards there. So a useful run on first down. Only 4, but still keeps the playbook open all the way. You can do anything on 2nd and 6. That is going to go down as a successful play for the Bears. The clock is ticking. And I think what we really need to see here is Madden Mitch pick up those last few desperate yards. Currently stuck at 75 rush yards, and if he pulls it down and runs with it from here, potentially get there as Montgomery picks up
Very
another
close.
first.
Yeah, Montgomery with the first down again. Montgomery looking good running the ball against these Rams defenders who are, I mean, pretty solid against the run in real life and in Madden Sims usually, but struggling just a little bit here.
More Montgomery and a
Oh,
big hole open there. He's going to take it inside the red zone for about 22 yards. So after a very slow start, 4 carries for 6 yards, he's got 36 over his last 5 carries. Add that to a touchdown. He's having a solid day, worthy of his not quite a punt play salary, going off at 5,200.
Oh yeah, not bad at all.
Over and above his typical scoring average of 6.2 points.
Yep, in the backfield now it's Tariq Cohen, not Montgomery, but Trubisky gonna run. There we go.
Doesn't fumble, only picks up a yard, but still.
It really does feel like a win every time he doesn't fumble.
Yeah. And we used to put the over-under on 1.5 Mitch fumbles per game, so far he is barreling towards the under, but there's still time for the Madden gods to pull the rug out from underneath us.
And Trubisky, because that's usually the way it works.
I believe that was Cohen there. It was. He's now up to -1 rush yards after that gain of 1. Huge third down coming up here. 3rd and long for the Rams. If they can get a stop, they're still in this one. If they don't, it's going to make it tough.
It is, for sure.
It's like a single wide out here. It's Allen Robinson, though, so you could do a lot worse. And there's going to be Harris again. No,
again.
It's Graham, but it's a first down. And
those tight ends.
Yeah. So Mitch picking his spots.
I'll tell you what, man. This is, if Mitchell Trubisky in real life played like Mitchell Trubisky in this sim, I think he'd probably still be the Bears quarterback. Yeah. This has not been a bad Madden Mitchell performance at all, even though he hasn't hit either bonus yet. He's been solid. He hasn't turned the ball over. Now that I've said all these good things about him, I fully expect a turnover on the next play.
Yeah, no, this is going too well for Chicago. So, yeah.
And the Bears can't have nice things usually, and especially here in Simland. Hasn't gone great for them, but they get the touchdown here.
Okay.
Look at that.
Wow.
Is that Robinson?
Ramsey, too. So Robinson burns Ramsey with the quick slant.
I like
the
it.
Bears probably shut the door on this one, making it a 2-possession game.
Feels like
2:23 to go. Good news is if you got Rams wideouts in your lineup, they're going to get a lot of use here.
True.
No impetus to run the ball out of LA. And I was thinking that was going to be David Montgomery time. Instead, it's the other fantasy stud in Chicago, Allen Robinson, coming through with a touchdown catch.
He is owned in 53% of the entries in the larger free roll, and captain in 10.5% of lineup. So coming up with a late touchdown here, very important to those folks that have him in their lineup. What is your feel on Robinson as a real-life fantasy play? He's somebody we haven't talked about yet. He is slotting right now as the 13th wide receiver off the board, which puts him ahead of some pretty established names. He is going ahead of, right now, Bobby Trees, Adam Thielen, Amari Cooper, Julio Jones, Chris Godwin, Cooper Kupp, all those guys going behind him. He's going he's going ahead of all those guys. He is going just behind Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, and Keenan Allen. Where would you put him? Would you put him in that spot, higher, lower? What's your thoughts on Allen Robinson? Still the wide receiver 1.
Yeah, I think he's a top 10 guy. I agree.
Really?
I think maybe he's a little bit underrated just because he's a guy who's going to get 150 targets per year, even with a bad quarterback. And we know that quarterbacking will be better in Chicago. This is a guy, last 2 seasons, averaged 100 catches per year. He's durable. He's strong as hell. So you put him down for an average Bears season, a completely healthy 16 games, which is what he's been able to do. He's going to give you about 100 catches, 1,200 yards, 6 touchdowns. Now, throw a better quarterback into the mix, and I think he has got a chance to be maybe not significantly better, but at least just as good. You got a guy who's going to be consistent week in, week out. He's not going to burn you with drops. He's a guy who can fight through double coverage and get to the ball. He's just a very, very difficult player to slow down against any defense. So Allen Robinson to me is one of the most underrated players in the game. Dude has the strongest hands.
Top 10.
Almost, I think he belongs there. I think
All right.
I would take him. Let's see, who else is right around that area?
So would you take would you take him over Mike Evans?
I would take him over Mike Evans because Evans.
Would you take him over Terry McLaurin?
I would not take him over Terry McLaurin, but I would take him over, say, AJ Brown. I would take him over Keenan Allen. Yeah, I would take
Jefferson, Justin Jefferson.
Jefferson's a little bit iffier to me, just because Jefferson, like obviously Jefferson has the potential to break free and have another great year, build off that outstanding rookie season. I think I would.
He's also got quarterback issues.
He does have.
So I would take Robinson over Jefferson.
Yeah, but I mean, Robinson.
What about here? This is so. As I was looking at ADP, right, just as we were kind of getting the lay of the land, getting ready for drafts. I know you said you've got yours coming up. I've got 2 next week, end of the week. That are my 2 big ones. There's one name that really stands out to me as going way too high. Way too high. You ready for this? It's a receiver. CeeDee Lamb. I like CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
He is not a top 10 fantasy wide receiver. Why is he going so high?
It's projections. Everyone's looking at his rookie year and saying, wow, he did all this with that smorgasbord of awful quarterbacking thrown to him, which it does undersell. It does undersell what Andy Dalton did late in that season, because he had a stretch there where his passer rating, like the final 6 games of the season, was around 100. He was an above average statistically quarterback late in that season. He was efficient, and he got the ball to CeeDee Lamb with some regularity. And I think everyone's saying now, okay, you got this guy who's only going to get better. His root tree is going to expand, and he gets the guy who's thrown for 450 yards per game back as his quarterback. Oh, well then, okay, if we're going to project that out, he could blow up. He's got a very high ceiling, and you got to figure that if his floor is 2020 when he was catching passes from Ben DiNucci and Garrett Grayson, either way.
Did you just call him Gilbert Grape? Is that where we just went?
Yeah.
I think which is cool. I like it.
Yeah. They're going to run it on 4th and 1 and not get it. Poor Darrell Henderson having himself a terrible, terrible day, but a great day for that Bears defense. Roquan Smith, they can stop that. But yeah, if you look at Lamb and you go, okay, last year is the floor, 74 catches, 935 yards. I mean, yeah, I can see how you'd be like, he's only going to build up from there. I don't love him over a guy like.
I agree with everything you just said, but top 10?
Yeah, top 10. I mean, it's a stretch. You are really projecting out pretty hard there. And
that's where I am. I like him. I would be very happy to have him on my team, but I'm not taking him over Mike Evans or Allen Robinson or Robert Woods or even Adam Thielen. I think Thielen's going late again, even though he had a very solid year last year. If Amari Cooper's healthy, I think I would take Amari Cooper ahead of CeeDee Lamb. And I know that is not what's happening right now in average draft position. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is just going crazy high to me. And while I agree with everything you said, that makes him maybe top 20 to me, but not number 11 off the board at wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm skeptical as well, but I mean, the first 5 games of his NFL career, extend that out to 16 games. It's like, okay, like we'll say that's what he would have done with a full season of Dak Prescott, which is kind of specious reasoning, but whatever. You pace him out 16 games at that 5 games early in the season stretch, 93 catches, almost 1,400 yards, 6 touchdowns. Like, I think that's what everyone's betting on, and I can kind of see it. Like, I get why you want to, I guess they can nail it down here.
Yep, victory formation.
I mean,
that'll do it.
They're going to have to snap the ball on 4th down, though.
They are.
Yeah, but I guess they can just punt it away and hopefully. Kind of strange that they went victory formation when we've seen.
I know that is weird, but
so anyway. Now they're going to go for it on 4th and 6. They're going for it with a lot of time left on the clock.
This feels like a disaster.
Do not snap this ball until there are 0. Take the delay game and then punt it away. Just don't.
At 2, just snap it. And now Mitch, just run the other way.
Just run it, Mitch.
Run.
Yeah. Mitch. Yeah.
We like it. Still didn't hit the bonus, but that was the right call.
Garbage Mitch points. Well, what a day for him.
Ran out the clock.
Wow. You know what? I was concerned there with the clock management. I was like, you know what? Even if Mitch does run it, he's probably going to fumble it and turn it over to the Rams. No. that was one of the better Mitch games we're ever going to see.
Sure.
Possibly the last Mitch game we're ever going to see.
And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Drop
Player of the game. Player of the game. Madden Mitchell sends us off in style. Done. I thought he was fumble, recovery, going the other way, probably for a touchdown to lose the game. No, they wouldn't have lost the game anyway, but that's where I thought we were headed. But instead, he runs for the first down. He finishes with 249 passing, 2 touchdowns. Jared Goff had 188 with 2 touchdowns. So not an awful day for him either. But Madden Mitchell, the player of the game, all those rushing yards as well. I think he ended up with over 80, 83 actually, exactly. Montgomery with 42 to go with his touchdown. So Bears kind of ran all over the Rams. And did not my kid award, it's our guy, Tyler Higbee. Sorry.
Poor Tyler. I mean, he deserves it, though. 2 catches for 7 yards. Daryl Henderson also pretty deserving. He's going to finish with 1.5 points. The whole Rams side of Cooper Kupp was pretty underwhelming. I guess Bobby Trees did finish with 5 for 82, but outside of those 2 guys, it was bad. And speaking of bad, I finished 61st among 74 of us in the free roll.
Anthony Miller comes back to haunt you. Let's hope he does better for the Texans. At least Texans fans will hope he does better for the Texans. I did not do a lot better, but I think I was a little bit better since I did have Mitchell in my captain spot. Let me see. Yeah, 62nd. So not great either.
Oh, here's Glass showing up in the chat to stir the pot. Coming in. Him and Moose at 4. That's who you got coming up next. And coming out right after this. Well, first, hey, did you guys see the new poster out today? Because it's 4 more preseason trades focusing on the defense, overreacting to 1 week of exhibition games. And hey, what if the Jags really are stupid enough to trade away C.J. Henderson? Well, one of the teams in this sim would be smart to at least call up Urban Meyer, call up the Jags front office, see if they're willing to entertain like a 2nd and 4th round pick. Might as well. You can read all about it in today's post round. Saints also did quarterback in that one, in case you're wondering. And ZT, you got anything to plug? Any parting words for us? All right.
We good. Just check out playbook.draftkings.com, and that will help you if you do that. Get ready for tomorrow's The Northern Trust, which is also the topic of the Pat Mayo experience coming up now.
Okay, yeah, or maybe it's a different Pat Mayo with Joe from the Fantasy Black Book. Either way, you're getting the Joe Mayo experience, and for that, we should all be grateful. And ZT, you and I are very grateful for all of you stopping by and watching. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see y'all later. Thanks again for watching. Have a great day.
Joe P. What's going on, my man?
What's happening, brother? It's nice for you to come join us in the Najee Harris room because Black Book's had Najee Harris as a top 10 running back for quite some time now. So it's very nice that you're kind of seeing the light there on Najee. I welcome you with open arms, my friend.
I did the Fantasy Football Picks and Bet show. I hosted it, and I broke down the snap shares. He's played 30 of the 35 snaps with the offense so far when the starters have been in for the Steelers. Obviously, he's a rookie. He needs to get these reps. But that's just how I envision him working in this offense. And I have him projected right now for around 73 targets. That's around 50 receptions, up around like 280 to 300 carries. Like, That is a legitimate stud running back. It's basically Joe Mixon without all the Joe Mixon-ness that goes along with him. So, sign me up for that. You say you have him a top 10 running back. Sir, if you check the updated rankings in the description or up on DKPlaybook.com, which is what we're here to talk about, I got him at number 11 overall right now. Give me some Najee in my life.
Absolutely. It's funny. We just had this conversation on Fantasy Pros podcast between Mixon and Najee Harris, very close in ADP. And personally, I'm taking Najee Harris. And you're right. He is like Joe Mixon, except with all the injury history, not there yet. So there is no history. He's brand new. And sometimes you just need a fresh start. It's 2021. I want a fresh start, but I'm with you. He's going to be on the field. He was an absolute stud in college. And then when you factor in the fact he can't catch the football, the need for the Pittsburgh Steelers to balance out that offense so much, it all points to him being very good, despite the fact there are some challenges with the offensive line. I get that, but it's not like Christian McCaffrey plays behind the greatest offensive line in football either, so it's not like Najee Harris is going to suffer too much. I think the volume is king, and I think the volume is what he's going to get.
All right, we can move on from Najee because I think the people of the viewers of the show are just sick of hearing me talk about him. So when I do my "these are the guys you got to draft" video, he's going to be on it. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Here are some injuries from the weekend. I did not talk about Rashad Bateman on this show as of yet, so we'll get to him in a second because everyone on the Ravens is hurt at wide receiver. Good thing they went out and got so many. So Bateman is down. Boykin is down. Sammy Watkins left practice on Monday. Hollywood Brown's still not back. That's not great news. So we'll wrap around here in a second. It's just like the tight end situation for the Patriots right now. Hunter Henry hurt his shoulder. It looks like he's going to be okay. Jonnu Smith has an ankle sprain. And the Lacoste-tute, Matt Lacoste, had to leave on Monday. So they're completely depleted at the tight end position at the moment. Other notable ones, Aaron Jones has returned to practice with his hamstring injury, still soft tissue. I'm not worried, but I'm worried enough to monitor his status moving forward. Anthony Miller gets out of Chicago, goes to the Texans, and separates his shoulder. No timeline on him. Great news for Nico Collins. Up and up and up and up. You can check the rankings for that one. Curtis Samuel's been activated off the PUP list, has not returned to practice as of yet, but he's been working in that Rivera system. He knows it quite well. It'd still be nice to see him get a few reps, but I think that he can integrate himself into that a little bit. Kadarius Toney re-aggravated his injury, so he's out for a little bit at Giants camp. Elijah Moore is day-to-day with his quad injury. What else do we got here? Dalton Schultz has an ankle injury. Malcolm Brown started over Myles Gaskin, something I hit on the other one. Oh, the big one for me, I think. And I shout out to my guy, Dr. Jesse Morse, on this one because I've been really leaning on him for this Dak Prescott situation. And it just appears like everything is progressing at the rate that's supposed to for him to be able to start week one with no problems. You see the same thing as me?
Yeah, that seems to be where everything is going there with Dak Prescott. And it's funny, when you go through all those injuries, I don't see a whole lot of change in fantasy values. Like, Dak's still going to probably be somewhere around the fifth quarterback taken off the board, as he should be. And as long as we see him progress properly, I really don't care how much he plays in preseason. I don't need to see it. I just need to see him healthy week one and not pushing things. That's all I need to see when it comes to Dak Prescott. Bateman's the interesting one because Bateman's a player I was very much into, has a lot of shades of a young Keenan Allen, as far as I'm concerned. And then when you look at where he was in early drafts, very low ADP, then a lot of good camp buzz, a lot of people starting to buy in, starting to see it. And then, of course, you have the injuries. So the draft capital started to go up for him. Now it's got to come way back down, which is good news in a way because I still like the player. It's still a very long season. You hope he can get back on the field sometime in September. So as long as you have a plan for Rashad Bateman, I think it's somebody you can still draft. And the good news is he's gone back to where he should have probably been when he started to rise in ADP. That was getting to a point where you can't really put him in that Jalen Waddle conversation, that Darnell Mooney conversation. And he started to scratch that surface. And I don't think that's where he should be valued. But the good news is now he's back down. Now, hopefully, again, the health works out, but Bateman, I think, is a real player that could enter in and really change the dynamic of that offense. And that's what you're looking for because Lamar Jackson does have the ability to throw the football. It's just a matter of, can we surround him with a little bit more wide receiver talent? And that's something the Ravens have been woefully poor in doing over his early career.
Now, you're going to be joining me to do the tight end rankings as well up on Mayo Media Network. Be on the lookout for that video version. If you're just listening to this podcast, it's all the same podcast, but two separate videos. With all these guys hurt, this has to be fantastic news for Mark Andrews.
Well, it isn't, because if you remember last year, all of a sudden everybody kind of figured out, all right, the only target here is Mark Andrews. If we shut him down, well, then we're going to stop them. And they did. And when they were trying to expand the offense and throw the ball a little bit more, it was really difficult. Lamar Jackson struggled the first half of last year. Then they realized, look, Andrews is the only real target we have. Let's just get back to being what we used to be, which is going to run the football, and then run the football some more. And we started to see J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards and Lamar Jackson kind of get loose again. All of a sudden, the Ravens started winning football games, and Lamar Jackson's fantasy points went up, and everybody was happy again. But it was misery for the first 8 weeks of the season for any sort of fantasy capital that you had on that team. So it's good in the sense that, yeah, you're going to be more targets going his way, but I kind of wonder, are we going to run up against the same problem we did the first half of last year, which is they become predictable? And just ask the Steelers about being predictable. It's not a good thing. Things don't work out in the end if you're too predictable. Balance is the key on the offensive side of the football. So hopefully Bateman can come back sooner than later. Hollywood Brown has a mistake wide receiver, I like to call him. Somebody falls down, somebody misses a coverage. Marquise Brown can burn you on that. Outside of that, he doesn't run good routes. He doesn't get open very well for somebody as fast as he is. So there's a lot of issues there when it comes to Brown. But yeah, it's good in terms of volume potentially for Andrews. But once again, when you become predictable and you know where that volume's going to, it makes it difficult to convert.
If Andrews doesn't drop 8 touchdowns last year that hit him in the hands, we're having a completely different discussion about Mark
Possibly.
Andrews. So maybe he watched Little Giants over the offseason. He got some sticking.
It is a classic,
hands.
Pat.
He's like,
it is a classic.
They're going to start calling him Hot Hands Mark Andrews, and all of a sudden he's going to be good to go. I think this does improve his prospects because the way that I see it with Bateman, this is a no-joke sports hernia injury. He's probably not going to be back. There's still a chance he goes on PUP and misses the first 8 weeks of the season if this doesn't go well.
Right.
Now, they're expecting, any buzz you hear about him playing week 1 is fake news. I would say the earliest that you would see him is week 3, but you're not going to play him in week 3. And then even by week 4, we'll see how practice goes. So beginning of October is where I would first consider maybe getting him on my team. I don't think that he's really super draftable at this point in a redraft league. He's one of those guys that I don't draft or let someone else draft. And when they drop him after 2 weeks because he's not back, add him to my watch list, check out the injury report and see when he's coming back. Because I think long term, yes, maybe towards the back end of the season, he could be an impact player for your fantasy team, only because it's going to take him 8 weeks to actually figure out this offense. He's no longer practicing. He's not going to be there for the start of the regular season. It's going to take some time for him to get integrated into this offense, even after he's healthy. So I just don't see him being an impact player for your team at all, a startable player anytime in the first 8 weeks of the year. I bumped him down to number 61 in my wide receiver rankings. That was from 37, and he's well outside the top 100 right now in my top 150. He's not a player I'm going to be drafting at this point if I haven't done my draft already. So I was thinking man, is this good news for Sammy Watkins? Of course he's hurt. Is there a receiver you would actually draft off this team?
No. I mean, that's just the simple fact of it. I'm a little bit more hopeful than you because they said that the surgery went very well and it was very clean and everything like that. So maybe, just maybe, he can work a little bit ahead of the time frame. But you're absolutely right in terms of being realistic. To see him in September is farcical. I don't think you're going to see Rashad Bateman, but that's not what you're looking for anyway when you're trying to look for wide receivers. You're looking for teams that are going to be throw first teams, and that's the whole point in fantasy. But the good news is that you're now looking at J.K. Dobbins maybe getting a little bit more work in that receiving game. It's possible to throw him the football. He wasn't all that bad in college. Look, the Ravens' identity right now is going to be what the Ravens' identity was when they were successful 2 years ago and when they were successful in the latter part of last year, which is running the football. That's what they're going to be. But the good news is at least that's something that seems that a lot of defenses have a problem stopping anyway.
So yeah, draft Gus Edwards. There's the Raven that you want on your team. He's the value Raven that you can get on every team if you want to.
Yeah, pretty much. Gus Edwards is one of those guys, too, going in that same ADP of guys like Jamal Williams, A.J. Dillon. There's a lot of good running backs in that crop there, where if you have patience or for some reason, if there's an injury ahead of them, all of a sudden, giant playing time opens up and giant opportunities. So there's a cluster of them, and they're all kind of in this clump. And those are some of the names around there that I think really are worthy of your fantasy bench because, they're going to get some work. Dillon's going to get some goal line work. Gus Edwards is going to get some work there, especially if you can't throw the football very well. You're going to have to keep guys fresh there and rotate guys in and out. Plus, you got that 17th game, this season. So that's another thing people are going to manage a little bit more, I think, at the running back position in September. Most teams, especially a team like the Ravens, that doesn't want to run the football as much as they do. So in those terms, yeah, those running backs all, and Jamal Williams maybe already kind of splitting carries with DeAndre Swift for all we know. So there's a crop there of guys that you can circle if you're looking for some extra upside at running back. Those are the kind of guys I would look for on my bench.
So I talked about the Texans receivers with Anthony Miller going down with a separated shoulder. I'm big on Brandon Cooks this year just because he is the only man in town except for Nico Collins at this point. And if we're talking about rookies, the two that I've really kind of identified that I like, you can talk about like the talent of Terrace Marshall and what role he could have. We talked about Bateman, but we like Bateman because he's a big body. You can go up and get the ball, and that's exactly what the Ravens need, especially in the red zone, but now he's hurt. I'm looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nico Collins as the two receivers to step into starting roles and potentially see over 100 targets. Like, they are volume plays, and these teams have to pass. I mean, they don't have to pass because they're horribly run franchises, and maybe they'll just run into the ground when they're down by 28 points, but on paper, they should be passing a lot.
All right, you got to throw the football at some point. Amon-Ra St. Brown's performance, I think, this weekend was very eye-opening. A lot of us, I think, in the fantasy community were hoping you'd be working out of the slot because that's where you're going to get some of the higher volume potentially. And, Jared Goff has many, many warts, but if you look at what Jared Goff did well, it was usually finding Cooper Kupp quite a bit, right? So Amon-Ra St. Brown was working. He was getting targeted. He looked good when he caught the ball. He looked good after the catch. That's a big positive because that is a wide receiver disaster there. All these retread guys like Williams and Perryman and stuff, guys that nobody wants to touch in their fantasy team anymore. So the rookie Amon-Ra St. Brown was kind of this lower, deep sleeper that if you were a big college nerd, you kind of liked him coming in and wanted to see what he would do in camp. And this is the great thing about preseason, right? Most of preseason, you don't need to see. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't move the needle. But then there's little things like this, like when you see Amon-Ra St. Brown and you go, okay, this is somebody that I can draft, that I can have a contributor, maybe if I'm in a deeper league, or if I'm just looking for somebody to cover some bye weeks with some high volume potential. I don't know what the ceiling is on a weekly basis for him, but if the floor is somewhere around 12 PPR points, well, he becomes almost like a kind of a wide receiver 4 type guy that you feel pretty good about if and when you have to start him in your league. So that's something to keep an eye on. And Nico Collins, again, by default, maybe, but also a lot of good buzz from him in camp. You're probably not going to get Deshaun Watson at quarterback this year. I don't know what's going on there. None of us do. If anyone's telling you they do, they're lying to you. They have no clue. Taylor has limitations, but you got to find somebody else to throw the ball to there. And Collins, for me, is another one of these guys. If you're playing in a 14-team league, you should absolutely have on your radar.
So I like both those guys. They are great late-round targets, especially in full-point PPR. I think they can really work out for you, but even in half-point, that is a situation I want to be a part of. I mentioned that all 3 of the Patriots tight ends are now down with injury. It looks like Hunter Henry. I don't know the severity of Matt Lacoste. I don't know the severity of Jonnu Smith, but he was dealing with an ankle injury last year, too, so this could be somewhat of a reoccurring injury. And I thought it was great news for Jonnu the moment that Henry went down. It looked sort of serious with his shoulder, but it turns out it's not as serious. Would this elevate Hunter Henry up for you in terms of the tight end rankings?
It would take a significant injury to Jonnu. Like, we're talking high ankle sprain who's going to miss, 4 or 5 weeks or something like that. So if that news breaks, that would be something different. But look, I like Hunter Henry as a player, but he is not what Jonnu Smith can be. Last year, Jonnu Smith really did have the breakout. It's just, it happened in a short period of time. And then unfortunately, there was an injury. And then he came back a little soon from the injury. And you could tell he wasn't quite the same player. He was back on the field because he was trying to get back on the field. Jonnu Smith was the guy that the Patriots went after. Jonnu Smith was the guy that they wanted, and this was a team that year over year had some of the worst tight end productivity you'll ever see. You got guys like Izzo, Asiasi, these guys, they were so far down in terms of tight end productivity after years of Rob Gronkowski and other tight ends in the pantheon of Patriot tight ends, right? I just don't see anybody except Jonnu Smith being the guy there. I think Hunter Henry was a depth piece that they brought in. Maybe they'll run some more 2 tight end sets. It's very possible. The good news is if Jonnu Smith is healthy, and again, I'm turning your Hunter Henry question into a Jonnu Smith diatribe, but that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. The thing that's so nice about Jonnu Smith is, unlike a lot of other Patriots, he might be quarterback proof because the best version of Cam Newton was always throwing the ball at the tight end to Greg Olsen. And Mac Jones is a young quarterback who, let's be honest, most young quarterbacks like to check down a little bit, find that safety blanket, that tight end. So unlike Damian Harris, whose fantasy value really does matter quite a bit on who's playing quarterback, if it's Mac Jones, if it's Cam Newton, I still like Jonnu Smith either way. And to me, he's one of those free tight ends and going somewhere around tight end 14. And to me, I think he's got top 10 potential to break that 10.
David Johnson didn't really play whatsoever for the Texans. It was Philip Lindsay who got the start. Now, do you think this is more of like a, as we see in other sports, a Veterans Day off for... And maybe they want to see, like, they know what they have in David Johnson. Maybe they want to see what they have in Philip Lindsay. Or is this a situation where we just look at week 1 and like, oh, wow, Philip Lindsay got 20 touches?
To go back to your earlier Little Giants reference, if you remember the kid who was completely wrapped up in foam, that's what they should be doing with David Johnson at all times. He should be just like that kid. And look, even if you do that, it's hard to imagine that he won't end up hurt at some time. So yeah, you're going to manage David Johnson as much as you can because David Johnson has been injury plagued for the majority of his career. And it's just a fact. It's a tough game. So it's not a knock on him. It's just a realization and the reality you have to live in. But what that does mean is Philip Lindsay's this unique character that, Denver didn't want him, and all he did was rush for 1,000 yards every time he got an opportunity, and then eventually gets cast off there, and it feels like this could be that same thing again. And he is another one of these guys that's basically a free square in drafts, right? You want your 5th running back or something like that, or maybe your 4th in a 10-team league, and you're just looking around and you're saying, well, who's got upside? If somebody does get hurt, who could be that guy, and who's had good performances when he's been on the field? And the answer is Philip Lindsay. So in best ball, I got a ton of Philip Lindsay because, once again, free running back and David Johnson's injury history. So I think there's room for Philip Lindsay in your fantasy conversation. This offense, this team overall with the Houston Texans is going to be underwhelming, I'm sure. But as we talked about, even bad teams are going to give you some fantasy points some weeks. So it's something where you look at matchups or you look at volume. And if it's guys like Cook, so you say, well, he's the number one on a bad team, still the number one on a bad team, still number one, still volume. Same thing might be able to be said too, because this is a team that's probably going to have to run the football a little bit more because of their lack of wide receiver depth anyway, and maybe their lack of quarterback play also. Taylor is an okay, respectable quarterback in the NFL. He is not, breaking 4,500 yards passing anytime soon. So that's something to bake in when it comes to Lindsay. But I think Lindsay is one of these really intriguing, cheaper options there because you've seen it before, you've seen him perform well, and there might be an opportunity for him to do it again this year.
I have Philip Lindsay ranked at number 44. That's up from number 51. He's still on that tier behind some of the higher end handcuffs or guys who can see the rules expanded. Like I have Jamal Williams over Philip Lindsay at the moment by 1 spot. Zach Moss, Tony Pollard, James Conner, Melvin Gordon, who is dealing with a groin injury at the moment. I guess, where do I put David Johnson in? Like, would you rather have James Robinson or David Johnson?
No. The answer is no. I don't want any of them. I want Travis Etienne. That's what I want. I don't want James Robinson. Look, the problem is you have to rank them respectably for the healthy projections of what they're going to give you. So Johnson's probably going to be somewhere around like running back 30-ish, somewhere in that vein, depending on which expert you talk to, which analyst you talk to. And they're not wrong for ranking him there. Because you have to say, all right, well, if I'm getting even 14 games from him, he's probably going to put up stats all over somewhere in this range where he'd finish there. But it doesn't mean you have to want him on your roster. And he's not safe. He's not necessarily, I would say, a good return on your investment. And this is why, philosophically, I like to take care of the running back position early and often. Because the more you're able to do that, the less you have to rely on some of these guys you're talking about. They become bonus players. And guys like Williams is a nice bonus player regardless. But if you're attacking running back early with the Najee Harrises, I'll say it for you so people don't get mad at you, with the Nick Chubbs of the world, you take your shots at Antonio Gibson, or even guys like, David Montgomery and Chris Carson, who are, I think, kind of underappreciated. They might not have the ceilings of some of the bigger guys, but you know what? I feel pretty good about the floor. I'm so sick of hearing people knock David Montgomery last year for being good against bad teams. Good. How often do we get guys that should be good against bad teams, and often they go out there and lay a giant turd? I want somebody to be good against the bad teams. That's what you're supposed to do. Good. Do what you're supposed to do. And maybe you get some better quarterback play just from Dalton or Fields, whoever you get. It's going to be better than last year. So there's plenty of guys out there that I think are solid. And then once you get past that top 15, 16 guys, it starts to get real dicey. You get into these timeshares, like in Vegas, potentially. I don't know. What's Kenny Drake going to do to Jacobs? I like Jacobs, but I don't know what Drake going to do. He's same thing with the Arizona Cardinals. And it gets muddier and muddier, and then you end up taking shots, and then you know what? That RB2 situation becomes a problem. So I'm going to avoid guys like that so I don't have to worry about what kind of albatross they could be on my roster.
So that's how I do my rankings, which I know a lot of people do not. You kind of hit it on the head, and I guess working for fantasy pros, you would kind of understand why a lot of people rank this way, where if you have David Johnson, and David Johnson is just the starter all 17 games for the Texans, it's sort of like the Frank Gore effect where, by the end of the year, it's like, oh, he was running back 7. He's a running back 2 for the year. But in individual weeks, he was just never really, and he's not a guy you would actually want to have on your team. And when I do my rankings, it's legit, would I rather have this guy or this guy? That's how I do the rankings.
That's fine.
So I have a weird discrepancy in my rankings versus a lot of people. Like I have David Johnson at running back number 39. That's fine. I would rather have A.J. Dillon. I know, because I know if I ever have to use A.J. Dillon, it's going to be good if I have to use A.J. Dillon. If not, he's on my bench. With this, people like David Johnson They're bad in the sense that you'll end up getting like at the value that he's going at right now is what I'm saying. So if he fell another 4 rounds, then yeah, he's free. Who cares? I can drop him if he's no good, and if I need him as an injury fill-in, that's fantastic. He's not a guy I ever want to have to rely on. And I think that where people are drafting him right now, it's if you waited on running back, he's your running back too, or maybe he's like one of your better flex options. And like he's not going to be one of my better flex options. So I don't really care if I have him or not. Like I would rather take Gus Edwards, mainly because if I'm using Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins is probably hurt, and I have a top 10 guy on my hands.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. And look, the rankings are there, and this is why I like relative position value in the Black Book, because it kind of quantifies the ranking. And I think that's the thing that's often lacking. And it's really not about understanding necessarily how much more you like this guy than that guy. Sometimes it's literally about the numbers telling you, well, is there any advantage there? And David Johnson, to me, is not a guy that moves the needle. If you compare him to other RB2s, he's going to be in the negative there. So if he's going to be in the negative there in terms of relative position value, literally, then why are you spending any draft capital on him? You could take shots on other guys later, as you're saying, who, if opportunity arises, then all of a sudden they're in a better spot. So use your draft capital for guys that do move the needle, build core roster strength, try to take care of running back early. And I understand it's tempting to go early for those big wide receivers. You could do that. You can go Kelsey early. There's a plan, but make sure you target the guys like, you know what, if you're going to take maybe a guy like Stephon Diggs early or something like that, maybe you do want to take a Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You want to take somebody else that you feel good could be an RB1 if things do break right in year 2 for him. That's the strategy you have to have, and understand that, if you wait too long for a running back position, it's going to bring down all the other good the rest of the guys on your roster do. If you go early wide receivers, you go Travis Kelce, if you go early quarterback, that's all great. But don't forget, then you start to marginalize at the running back spots and maybe even the flex spot. And then all of a sudden you get like a mediocre team, and nobody wants to be 500.
No, they do not. So Zach Moss at the Bills preseason opener with a hamstring injury. He's expected to be okay and start week 1. I don't like either of the Bills running backs, but I do prefer Moss over Singletary if he's healthy. Tariq Cohen still not back from that ACL injury sustained last year, which brings us to David Montgomery. And this is just sort of the note I wrote down. Remember that David Montgomery only succeeded because of his schedule narrative? Well, if we just extrapolate last year's data, which is a narrative, listen, taking last year's data and applying it to this year is probably stupid, but if we do that, the Bears have the second most friendly run schedule for the last 4 games of the season. So we could have David Montgomery all over again if there's no Cohen. Although I guess people are like sweating Damian Williams.
I don't understand that. You know what? That's just people who are so pissed off, who had David Montgomery his rookie year and he didn't, perform up to snuff. Or people who drafted him last year, dropped him, got frustrated, and then missed the David Montgomery run. At the end of the day, David Montgomery is not going to be Dalvin Cook. He's not going to be CMC. He's not going to be any of those guys. You have to understand that. But but let me tell you something. David Montgomery on your roster, you showed last year that the guy can catch the football, right? You already know that that's something he can do now because Tariq Cohen wasn't there to do it. And all of a sudden it was very eye-opening. We said, oh my goodness, look at David Montgomery. He can catch the football. He can be kind of a 3-down back. Who knew? Well, that's great. And as far as touchdown equity, that's going to go up just by the fact you're pulling away Nick Foles, you're pulling away Mitchell Trubisky, Andy Dalton for all of his warts. Andy Dalton's a professional quarterback in the NFL for many reasons. And if Justin Fields plays up to his capabilities and takes over that job at some time, all of a sudden the Bears offense becomes very interesting. And David Montgomery, I think, is being taken for granted for. He basically finished last year as a top 5 running back in all formats. And I understand some of that is by default because you didn't get the Saquon, you didn't get the CMC, you didn't get some of those big dogs at the top. But you know what? I'm sick and tired of him being all the way vastly underrated. And people should take advantage of that. Because if you do go wide receiver, let's say you do take a Devontae Adams and somehow, you get CEH or Najee Harris in the second round, and David Montgomery sitting there at the third, you could do a lot worse than a safe running back who, let's face it, Tariq Cohen, Williams, these guys aren't going to take away a ton of carries from him when all is said and done. The reason why the Bears almost got into the playoff conversation last year at the end was because David Montgomery was so effective down the stretch.
Of note, Joe Burrow will not be playing in the Bengals Week 2 preseason game. Just in case you wanted to see old Joe out there, you can watch Joe on this show, but you cannot see Joe Burrow on the field. Just as a heads up, as that news just broke while I was talking about this. I like Chris Carson a lot more than I like David Montgomery, and my rankings reflect that. That's the sort of running back that no one wants that I would go with in that like late second, early third round spot if I didn't have running backs already.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Welcome to the 4 p.m. Madden Sim. Sticks on the docket today. The early slate is wrapping up with, who's playing? Falcons and Colts. There it is. Hi, Jeff. Good to see you. I can't hear you, Jeff. I can't hear Jeff.
Yeah, you can. Give me a break. You need your ears checked, bro.
Now I hear you. Hi.
I just faked you out, man. I couldn't resist. I don't know. Just in that kind of mood. What's good, man? How you doing?
I'm great.
It is the Colts. It is the Falcons. Oh, settle in. I mean, it's you and me for like the next 2.5 hours here. I mean,
I'm not sure how people feel about that.
Well, they better feel good, so.
We'll find out. So did you make a lineup?
I did.
Okay.
Would you like to know it?
What? I mean, you know the drill. What's the lineup look like?
T.Y. Hilton in the captain spot. Phillip Rivers. I got O'Doyle Rules in there as a punt play. I got Zachary Pascal, Julio, and Matt Ryan. So I actually you know what? I kind of like this lineup. Not gonna lie.
Wait, you were actually trying to be a mime.
What's that?
Were you?
Your mic was. I was going to start miming.
Your mic was fine the whole time. Oh. Okay. I mean, that's a new one because I really thought that something was wrong with your microphone, but it wasn't. Joke's on me. Good.
It really wasn't a good joke, but
Okay.
I should have started miming or something. That would have been actually a lot funnier.
Would have been good. I put Paris Campbell in the captain. I know,
yeah.
Eamon, producer, he's trying to have fun. I know. I guess he should lighten up. Less than 2 weeks from this being over. You know?
Get it all out, man.
Get it all out. It's as Jeff said, we're here for the next couple hours because we have the slate at the end of this sim. So just trying to pace myself into all the fun. Campbell's my captain. I played Phillip Rivers at quarterback because, I want to put those two together. Marlon Mack is my other Colt. And then as far as Falcons, Julio, Ridley, and Gurley.
Okay.
So we'll see. See how that goes. See how it goes. What's up with you? How have you been?
Not too bad. Just, slogging through the end of the summer here. Taking it day by day. Still digesting the lack of Madden Sim news or not lack of Madden Sims coming our way in September and what that'll mean and the severity of it. How much free time I'll have in the evenings and on weekends.
Yeah, that is on the surface you think that's nice as far as just time to chill, but something tells me we'll be fine on weekends with NFL.
Yeah,
a lot of time here.
I don't actually know how much free time I'll have because there's other programming obviously we're going to be doing. The sweat on Sunday mornings. I assume some kind of lead-in show with the in the afternoons. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, still just digesting that. But yeah, it's just August is a weird time of year. Everyone it's late August. You're just kind of like, oh, school's about to start. My kid's about to start school, so. Just kind of like looking ahead a little bit. I don't know. Not too much. What about you? How was the Sun game? Did you call one with Lobo? Your game with Lobo
last night? Yep. We are back together tomorrow night. So I am in Connecticut, which I found out. And by found out, I was reminded. I was worried for a second because I was making free rolls this morning in my hotel room. You can't play in paid contests in Connecticut, but you can make free rolls. So all is well.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So I panicked. I was like, uh-oh, maybe I'll have to make a drive. I wasn't going to do that, but would have been a good story. But yeah, it's a good time. Lobo is very tall. Wow. She's great though. I had a great time. Very good at what she does. Informative. Dealt with me, which is a huge plus. Yeah, we're back together Thursday. We'll have a little chemistry to carry over into Thursday night. It's a good time. Yeah, it was a good time. It really was. Sun won. So that's always good.
Makes it better. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, the team's doing really well. They're tied for first atop the WNBA standings.
Wow.
With Seattle and Las Vegas. They are tied for first. Across the board, all teams 16-6 in first place. So, yeah, all things are good here in Sunland and Simland. I think. At least for a couple more weeks. Brian C. says, yeah, I'm in Connecticut. It sucks. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I was reminded.
I go to Arizona for vacation, and it's always like, oh, yeah, I'm going to Arizona. It's sunny. And it's like, oh, I can't open my DraftKings account. This is lame. So, yeah, kind of a double-edged sword with some of these places. I wish they'd just get with the program, you know? Like, this is fun. Everyone likes it. Just make it so we can actually, you know, choose where we spend our money. Anyways, rant over.
Get it all out. Get it all out. Luke Murphy says, I don't know why I put Paris in the captain, but I did, hoping for a big Falcons game from their big three. I'm right there with you. I put Campbell in the captain as well. 114 entries in the Glash and Moose. Remember Mammal Talk?
Did you make that, or did someone else?
I did.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
Going
remember
back.
the mammal days?
Reminiscing about the mammals. Birds mammals? Are lizards mammals?
Yep.
Are humans mammals? Am I a mammal?
Yeah, the Mammal Talk was one of, in my opinion, one of my all-time low.
It was really a low for me because it all stemmed the difference, like what was a mammal and what wasn't.
Well,
And then
I
I
think
tried to pretend like I did, and I was dead wrong. Calling out someone for being an idiot, if we're being honest.
Grateful for us for about 2.5 months, and then we really got exposed when it came to that. I mean, if I remember correctly, a direct quote from you was, mammals are animals. Something like that.
Sounds about right. I think I said something like that, to that extent. It'll just be, you know, Robot Announcer 1 and Robot Announcer 2.
We'll have to train the robots to update folks on streaming situations like this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be in the next EA update. maybe Madden 2050 will be, you know, the robot announcers will be able to do that.
2050.
TY 2050. Wow. Do you think The Sims will be running in 2050?
In 2050, we should be able to jump through the screen and be
in the game
on the sideline in the sim,
in the Madden sim, like
inside it.
Like, yeah.
EA Sports will create a special version where, hey, you want to come inside the game? You come on in.
Go to a virtual sim game. Take your kids.
Yeah, you jump through the console and you're there.
That'll be like the, you know, that'll be the NFL experience for poor people. going to a Madden sim. Football tickets will be $10,000 a pop by then, so real life ones.
Trey Burton with the catch.
All right, I think we're back, people. So
yeah,
everyone
we're
can
good.
hear us.
Jared from Ops, VR in the audience. Yeah, there we go. Michael Merriweather, EA Sports. You're in the game. That's good.
You're actually in the game. You are the game.
Yeah, it's not it's in the game. It's you are in the game. 2050. Bookmark that. It's coming.
Trey Burton, little.
When you're in the game, you can yell at Ops at that point too. Ops will be standing right next to you, and you can go right up to them and say, "What the hell? Speed it up."
You can virtually just see Ops in the corner.
You can go heckle announcers. You can go heckle me and Jeff in 2050. Start throwing stuff at us.
Throw popcorn.
Call the game.
Choker says this whole mammal thing started with me saying that a horse was not a mammal. Then you guys just kept on digging in the hole. Sharks, birds, reptiles, etc. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think I did make some kind of stupid declaration like that. And then immediately realized how dumb that was once people actually explained, what the parameters for being a mammal was. And then I realized that I probably should have been paying more attention in grade 11 science class.
Oh, some jerk on YouTube has made their YouTube name Glash's Pimple. You know it's a real thing. I'm not sure if you get acne at your age, but do you wash your hats? Because I've been getting some acne on my forehead. I had the nose thing going on. That was weird.
Right.
But on my forehead, and it's from my hat. I think hat sweat. So that's a real thing.
It is, man. I don't really get that.
Okay.
But
right. I guess it's just me, my poor hygiene.
Yeah, I mean, when you have like scurvy, I mean, maybe you're more prone to it. I don't know. Yeah. No, hats are bad for that. I don't actually wear hats a lot when I'm like sweating. I do wear it when I'm running though, so it's kind of a lie. So
I mean, you do wear your hat on the
and I do wear it on the sweat, so I am technically sweating.
Hey, there's a plug for you. 11 a.m. on the Dream Stream. The sweat. Oh, where'd Jeff go? Okay. End of the first quarter, he decides to take off. Fine. We're on camera. Great. Khan says, hat sweat, first world problems. It's a real thing. Oh, and Glash's Pimple. I'm glad you did it. It's creative and going to miss that kind of stuff. Is everything okay?
Oh, yeah. Just my dog is, just getting into stuff.
Oh.
Being a dog. One count of being a bear.
Bears are mammals.
Are they?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Emerson Screwdriver says Glash is going through puberty.
Hey, we all got to do it sometime. I mean, his voice has been getting deeper as we've been going. I've noticed. I wasn't going to say anything, but your body's changing, Glash. Okay.
Yep. Mammals do change over time.
That is something else. That's true.
What's that word called? They grow up, but what do they do? They
metamorphosize.
Well, of course, mammals also reproduce, but all animals reproduce. That's the technical term. But what do? They grow, right? Is that the right word? The mammals grow.
Generally, living things like mammals tend to grow. Yes, that
grow.
is.
Okay, I just feel like there's a more fancy word available.
Expand.
Oh.
I don't know. I can't really help you out here. I think grow is just the term that you're looking for. Mutate. I don't know. I mean that seems like something else, more nefarious.
Do we mature? Oh, Boston Joe says mature. Mature. Okay, maybe that's it.
Ralphie says Ducey's dog chewed up his wallet and credit cards. Is that true? Wow.
Is that actually a thing that happened?
I mean,
how do you know?
Well, it's Ralphie saying that. I don't know.
Whoa, touchdown.
Evolve. Robbie Noble says they evolve.
No, these aren't Pokemon. We're people. They're not evolve.
Are Pokemons mammals? There's a T.Y. Hilton touchdown. That's my captain.
Mammals don't evolve. Hold on a second.
Well, we all evolve. That's not true. We evolve with traits that, help keep our survival of our race. That's how races.
Evolution, evolve, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, I take it back.
It's more of a long-term thing, but.
When did mammals evolve? 178 million years ago. They scampered amid the dinosaurs until the majority of those beasts, with the exception of birds, were wiped out 66 million years ago. But mammals didn't have to wait for that extinction to diversify into many forms and species.
My dog would never chew my credit cards. She knows where the cash. She knows where her meal ticket is.
Matt Nelson says evolve into idiots. Now that's good. Oh, Queenie, birds aren't real. Yep, that's a thing. There is a protest that is going around America. Maybe it will reach Alberta. Birds aren't real. Oh, it's a thing, Jeff. It really is.
Why? Are there some anti-birdites out there or something? Or
birds apparently just have cameras in their eyes. They're government drones.
Okay. This is what happens when people just conflate like fictional stories with. It's based on that Black Mirror episode with the bees. Where they had to create fake bees because all the real ones died. That's where these people are getting it from. I mean, fake birds. Okay, sure.
Fine. Who is they? Okay, so we can pause the mammal talk for a second. Did Ducey?
Who? Ducey? What? Talking about his wallet? So
does he hate his dog now?
I mean, I would not be happy with my dog. I wouldn't hate her if she did it, but puppies, that's what they're gonna do. Like you leave something around and it's in their vicinity, like, you're putting it at risk of being destroyed. My dog chewed one of my internet cables. I left my office door open. Still works though.
So maybe the dog's name is Harlow.
Maybe the dog knew that Kenny was spending too much.
That's exactly where I was going.
Bro, like enough is enough, man.
Too many Jets bets, taking overs on win totals. That's
enough. Fordham pennies in the house, Kenny. Kenneth.
Right.
Too much Jets paraphernalia in here. The dog basically grounded Kenny is what happened. You're grounded.
I hope the DJ LeMahieu jersey that Ducey has, his only Yankees jersey, is okay. Obi-Wan on Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you, Obi. I heard you were watching the game intently last night.
DFS Queenie giving us some good dog advice there.
Queenie's onto something, though. She's right.
Well, you gotta be careful, man. Yeah, when they eat stuff. My dog had diarrhea for a week. Still not sure why, but she's all good now. Not fun.
Hey, I saw you were spending some time over at the playground, at the monkey bars.
Oh yeah, no, I mean with my kids, you mean?
Yes. Did you give it a try?
I did. I always give it a try when I'm there with my kids. I always feel like my arms are about to fall off and I'm old. It looks so much easier when kids do it. They're just so light. They're just like, they get their little arms, nothing's hurting them. They're just like, boom, boom. Then you get on as like a full-grown adult and you're like,
a full-grown mammal.
A full-grown mammal, yes. You can feel like the tendons in your arms. You're like, yeah, this is like, I'm like one like little like pull away from just like something ripping here. Not fun getting old, man. It is fun watching your kids do stuff like that. One of my daughters is just like a machine. She's just so determined, man. Like, as soon as she saw another kid like go on the monkey bar, she's like, I'm doing this whole thing. I don't care how many times I have to try. Then my other daughter is just like, she does like 2 of them. She's like, I'm good, Dad. Like, I don't really feel like doing the whole thing. She like hops off after 2. She could probably do it if she wanted to.
T.Y. Hilton has the touchdown. If you're just joining us, he's 34% owned in the DraftKings public free showdown. In our free roll, T.Y. in the winning lineup, as many would guess. He's the captain at 6% in our contest. It's Glash, Moose. We have Eamon and Andrew from our production team, Bert and Jared from the Game Ops team. We have over 100 likes. That's great. Keep them coming.
Yeah.
Show your love.
And look, guys, don't go anywhere after the sim. Glash and I are hanging out for another hour after the sim. We're on the slate. We're going to talk NFL. So we'll keep the NFL talk light for this one. I think that's kind of why both we both like to get into the nonsense anyways. We'll keep the NFL talk light in this sim because we're on for another hour after this sim. It's the slate. We're going to talk sports, but it's going to be mainly NFL stuff. So hang out with us. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to watch the numbers. If they go down too much, I'm going to, dish out punishments on the next sim. So I'm just kidding, but we do appreciate it if you stick around. Ask questions. Ask questions about week 1. Ask questions about season-long stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got a draft coming up. I'm about to dominate all the rest of the sim announcers in it. So,
right.
With my vast mammal knowledge.
Eric Court, hello. Good to have you here. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. That's why I'm pretty good with this mammal discussion. Ducey's dog did us a big favor giving us content for a whole quarter. But yes, we will dive into NFL storylines. There's been some news as it pertains to bridge quarterbacks. Andy Dalton, Cam Newton today. And look, that wasn't me about Cam Newton. Someone else spoke against Cam Newton today. It was a player on another team who did it. It's not me. I am not the hashtag hater. It was someone else.
Why would you hate Cam Newton? You're the one you're profiting off him with your TikToks.
TikTok, wearing his hats and his scarves. Anywho, we won't get into it, but there was something today at Eagles-Patriots joint practice.
Tune in to find out. If you haven't already heard. The Andy Dalton news is the one I'm most excited about. I mean, this guy is out there just trying to dominate. So
it's great. It really is. It's a great quote.
The Red Rocket.
Whoever runs the Bears and go to work every day because they're like, all right, we want you to put this out there, QB1. We want you to put QB1 next to his name. And then when Justin Fields scores a rushing touchdown and tumbles into the end zone, Justin, period, Fields, period. I mean, can you make up your minds? They don't even know.
Yeah, can you imagine going to work? You're like, okay, la-da-da. Hey, we signed Andy Dalton. This is it. This is our QB1. We're going with them. Could you put out a great tweet about it? Okay, here we go. QB1, Andy Dalton. It's sent. Great. You're like, I'm feeling good. I'm doing my job. You go to bed. You go to the draft. Oh, look, we traded up. It's Justin Fields. Guys, give me some clarity here. Well, Andy Dalton's our guy. I mean, okay, Andy Dalton's the starter. Oh, but wait, Justin Fields, and there's a lot of hype, and we still want to hype him. And then, like you said, you go to the preseason game. Fields is doing good. And then it's like, okay, let's hype Fields back up. Okay, so we're gonna type Justin.Field, right? And then the next day you get a quote from Andy Dalton, I don't know.
He'll have a great career. But it's my time.
My time. It's my time.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
That is that's gonna be on Cold Takes Exposed, I think, by potentially week 2.
Yeah.
So, anyways. Joy while it lasts. Preseason week 2. That is your time, Andy Dalton. That is a factual statement right there. I don't know about beyond that, but hey, dream big, kid.
And you know why it's worth talking about? Because I'm just fascinated by what the players think and what the coaching staff is thinking. Who's more talented and who has a higher ceiling, but the coach has to be wondering, well, if I start the kid now, I this is it. I can't make a change. It's just all those things. Those are things I want to get into and discuss as we mind read. It's mind reading season. That's what we're doing here.
It's speculatory guessing season.
Boston Joe does have a football question and something I feel like we won't talk about later, so I think it's worth bringing up now. Are the Eagles the most forgettable Super Bowl winner of the last 20 years? Not for Jeff.
I mean, I don't know about last 20 years. I mean, I think they're memorable for the fact that they won like a really close game. They had pulled off one of the greatest like fourth down plays ever in Super Bowl history. You know, like you could go back. I mean, like I would actually say like Denver with Peyton Manning is up there. Baltimore when they won with Flacco. I mean, these teams like the Denver team, I mean, that was just like, okay, they had a good defense, great. Peyton had like his arm falling off. I guess people remember it for Peyton getting a second. But like the Baltimore team, oh, look at this. Who this?
Whoa!
Pascal. Zachariah Pascal. That's going to help me. I got Rivers and I got Zach Attack. Let's go. Put up those points, Bert.
Bert, in 2050, someone will be barking in your eardrum, so take it now while Jeff just yells through a microphone.
Hey, Bert, put up the points, Bert.
Hey, Bert. Hey, Ernie.
Hey, Bert.
Hey, Bert.
Touchdowns.
There it is. There it is.
What do you think, Dory?
Oh, not Dory. What was the fish's name?
I don't know.
Oh, was it Dory? It might have been Dory. Who was Elmo's
no.
fish's name?
Dude,
Elmo fish
I
name.
didn't even know Elmo had a fish.
Dorothy. It was Dorothy.
Dorothy.
What do you think, Dorothy?
Dorothy blows little bubbles.
Okay.
One, two, three, four. Fourth down. Then you have Oscar the Grouch. I love trash. I don't know if Big Bird has a staple of a name.
He's just got that nasally, like, think Big Bird. I don't even know.
Yeah.
You know?
All over the place.
Grover needs to chill out, man. They need to feed Grover less sugar, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He is a staple for a guy who could use a few more vegetables.
No kidding.
In his diet. Take a breather, dude. Cookie? Cookie like Zach Pascal touchdown. That mean more cookie for cookie later.
That's good. Put you on the spot there, and you did it. Damon, that's cool. Good for your friend, and hope he and Big Bird are still great pals. Ralphie says, Ducey is Oscar the Grouch, Koff is Big Bird. No, Big Bird's too considerate. Bird's considerate. I don't know about Koff.
Coffin's more like Bert, just kind of, you know.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, if anything, I'm Ernie and Koff's Bert. Just keep bossing me around. Hey, Bert, leave me the hell alone. Bert, you're taking time off, Ernie? Chef Van Dance is good content. Oh! It's incomplete. Damn. That was Julio, though. Tom Brady, Tom Brady cheats always. He did that. Obi-Wan says Glash made Rebecca Lobo chuckle a few times last night. About mammals, but we talked about free throw shooter. How about this? Minnesota has the top free throw shooter in the league. She shoots it at 97%. She's missed 2 free throws all year.
Jeez, that's impressive.
You know, behind the scenes, right? You got your notes out, right? And I go, here, I'll show you what I do, right? So here are my notes.
Yep.
I'm right here, right? What was her? Where is she? Kayla McBride. Okay. 57 of 59 from the free throw line.
Right.
So there she goes to the line. This year, Rebecca, she shoots it at 97% from the line. First shot, clank. She goes, "You did it." I go, "I know, the announcer's jinx." Free throw 2, clank. She totally jinxed.
97% missed 2 in a row. That is bringing the jinx right there.
Yep. So I brought the jinx. Brought the jinx last night.
Phillip Rivers not bringing the jinx. 170 yards, 2 touchdowns, on pace for the bonus. Massive game so far. Wonder if we'll see Phillip Rivers play this year.
Do you think he will?
Interested, doesn't he? Like I feel like if the Colts are like good at like halfway point, and like they like Wentz is out and they're still rolling with the rookie. Maybe like get his way onto a good team, but I don't know. Probably take a pretty big injury for him to come back.
Yeah.
Jacob Eason looked okay last week, so we can talk about that a little bit. Could be I don't know. Again, the Colts obviously haven't announced a starter. I know Carson Wentz is on track, but Eason could still be the starter week 1. He certainly looked decent enough to do that in preseason. So
Dean Murray says this is the riveting conversation that we will miss so much. Yeah, we Boston.
I mean, there's plenty of guys, we'll see. It's going to change. It's going to change a lot after week 2, I think. I mean, some players who are injured, potentially, gonna get back on the field. Lots of stuff. So, a good example is Devonta Smith from Philly. I mean, probably hasn't been talked about at all over the last couple of weeks. He's been out, but now he's back to drills. This guy's 4,500 against Atlanta, man. I mean, guys like that, right? So yeah, it changes. It'll change week to week, kind of almost day to day at some point. Developing opinions, developing feelings.
We are in progress. Third. To the patience. Todd Gurley, nice run. First down on first down. Thank you, Susan. There's Susan in the chat. Noah Moon, can't happen. You know better. When we have the lag and we actually try to help and be transparent with people what's happening and giving them updates, but that won't happen anymore if that comes up. I really will miss it.
Oh, I mean, it does kind of stink, man. I mean, in all seriousness. Absolutely.
I will miss the chaos. We don't want it, but it's inevitable. It will occur from time to time, as we are experiencing now.
Yeah. Scoring updates, will be fuzzy every once in a while too. I mean, so yeah. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, look, DraftKings made a business decision, as people would say, to allocate resources elsewhere, NFL shows, etc. So maybe we'll be back one day. Like we said, pause doesn't mean like forever. So there's Matt Ryan, there's a throw, there's an open receiver, and he missed them both. 2nd and 10. But yeah, as much as we like to say, we get it, but we also we like addressing your concerns. That's what we're here to do. I mean, part of it. We like to chat. We like to make sure you guys are happy. We're doing here, man. Hope you guys are all having a good Wednesday. If you got any golf questions, man, throw them down as well. Robes, yes, we're on dial-up internet. Only modems. We don't even have text. We don't even have Slack. We always say our Slack is actually just a fax machine. When we say Slack, that's what we're doing. We're faxing each other. That's how old the equipment is we're on here.
Splash and Moose, as Jeff has mentioned a few times, we will be with you until about 6 o'clock. We're going to do the sim, and then we will be along for the ride for the Slate. It's an NFL edition of the Slate. So we'll take all of your questions week 1 as it pertains to DFS. If you have sports betting questions, we'll take them. Season long, drafts are coming up. We'll take them. If you have a draft coming up, tell us who you like. Tell us who you don't like. Give us your takes. You don't just have to come in here and ask questions. Yell at us. Give us your opinions. They're good for jumping off points. Formerly Matt Gainey, we use beepers. Yes, we do. We use those too.
Flip phones.
Jeff Ulrich, you are in second place in our free roll.
Oh, I know. I'm balling out, man.
Oh.
I'm dominating.
When do we know what our draft is yet? We haven't made up our minds yet on a draft for the Madden Sim.
No, I mean, I assume whatever date we throw out, Kaufman is going to have some kind of
conflict
with it anyways. So I'm sure it'll change about 10 times.
Yep.
I thought we did throw out a date, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, for those wondering, Koff is on vacation, but he is also I think he's going to be in Vegas at some point. He's going on the Celtics Summer League Championship appearance parade float. He'll be waving his bobbleheads and waving to the crowd for great Celtics coverage and great Celtics Twitter during this phenomenal Summer League run for the Boston Celtics. So.
Now,
that's at least what I heard.
I'm going to assume that was a joke, but I don't actually know, so. Is he actually going to Vegas?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I mean, Kaufman in Vegas would be very awkward. This feels like it would be awkward.
Awkward?
Awkward.
We'll just, I feel like we could drop Koff off at the arcade, and then we can go do the big kid stuff.
Yeah, I go to the go-karts.
Yeah,
that's actually true. That's exactly what would happen.
All right, Koff, here's $20.
Adam, here's your $20. You've got our phone number. Your lunch is in the bag. There's a sweater in there in case it gets too cold in here for you, okay? Now, you see that, man? If he tells you to slow down, slow down.
When you're walking from ride to ride, and when you're driving your go-kart, put the Twitter away, okay? Put your phone away. No tweeting while driving the go-kart.
It's the summer. There won't be any Celtics news. It's okay. If there is, even if you're not first, it'll be okay.
No. There's no Blockbuster around the corner.
And no spending all your money on DVDs, friend.
Reeties, did you know crust doesn't go outside? Who are we kidding?
That may be true as well. You don't need a 6th copy of Mighty Ducks 3. Five is enough. But Mom. Oh man.
Mike Adamson in the chat. What's up, Mike? Who will he be yelling movie questions? Luke Murphy, you guys really crack yourselves up. I'm going to miss that, man. Us laughing at ourselves. Yeah, it's true. We do that.
Well, I think we're all on various. We're just all immature, is what it comes down to. You know, Glash and I. It's not just Glash and I. Like Lamarca. Hoffman's pretty immature too. He just won't admit it.
No, he won't.
Hey, is that my boy? Oh no, that's Trey Burton. I was hoping O'Doyle. It's Trey, 3 for 56.
Trey Burton's been a nice play in these sims. I'm pretty sure I played him. I did not play him. I wanted to play him, but I didn't play him. Hit that like button if you don't mind. We appreciate it. 114 on the likes right now. Sleepy P524's on Twitch. Having a ball. Laughing.
Pawn shops in Vegas are loaded with good deals, says Damon. On what, though? I've never been in a pawn shop in Vegas.
I haven't been to Vegas, period, so, which we've talked about.
Oh, you're the one who's never been. That's right. I was going to say it was Kaufman. No, it's you. I think Kaufman has been once or something. Maybe both you guys haven't been. Oh, that should have been a pick.
Tiger 1 needs, come on, Pascal. Needs Pascal. Just to give you folks the lineup for the rest of the day, we'll have the slate next, as we've teased a couple times. End of the sim, Jeff and I are staying right here. We're talking football for an hour. All things NFL, any angle you want to take, season long, DFS, betting angles. We're going to stay right here for you.
Yeah. Just
Jeff
talk
will
news if you want. I mean,
oh, maybe we'll get something during that hour. Something fresh.
oh, yeah, we could. We could get some news dropping. It's around this time where sometimes the training camp news comes out. So that could be a possibility too.
Well, something to think about too during the season. Like Wednesday's a great day for news because we get injury reports, I think. Isn't Wednesday the day the first injury report comes out? Yeah.
Yeah, is that the first injury report? Yeah, I think you're right, because Tuesday, yeah, Monday Night Football, yeah, you're right, Wednesday. Unless they may have made some adjustments to that, but I'm pretty sure Wednesday is like the first injury report. Thursday, and then yeah, Friday is like it's the final, like if players go from questionable to full, or if they go from, you know, like probable down to questionable, or up to probable. So yeah, that's right. It starts Wednesday. You're right. It's the first injury news drop. So the old NFL news cycle. I kind of miss it as a guy who does golf because, you know, you get no injury reports. It's just like, oh, hopefully this player's okay. Like last week when Henrik Norlander just decided to pull out. No warning.
Right.
Awesome.
Well, last year, and who knows, in all likelihood, I hate to say it, it's probably going to happen this year too, but not just injuries, but testing was a big part of rosters, and the testing report was also on the board as well for playing players in season long. So I would like to think that will be better this year because of vaccines, and testing will still exist. It's a more controlled situation, of course, but that too that kind of overshadowed injuries last year. I mean, just because we had to question, even if a guy was 100% healthy, we had to wonder, oh no, are they going to play because their test came back positive?
Yeah, that last year was, I mean, we're going to have to obviously monitor some of that this year too, but
yep,
I feel like it'll be less a big deal. We're a bit more used to it now. Last year was, it was kind of nuts. It was annoying if we're being dead honest. It's like, okay, we got this matchup to look forward to, and then you get to Friday and, you know, you're starting to think about lineups, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, 4 of those players from that team are out. Like, okay, it's like start over again. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to deal with much of that stuff. There's still going to be some instances of it, especially when you got guys like Kirk Cousins running around without, you know, whatever. So who knows? But it should be far better than last year, you'd think. So Ridley there on the catch.
Yeah, and I'll give you another another angle. And as Eamon, our producer, points out, it was a train wreck for season long, at least for DFS as well. One angle that I feel like folks had to heavily consider, strongly consider, was practice time. If a team had to stay off the field and all they could do was get a walkthrough in on Saturday, I'm not going to lie to you. If I saw, so the Ravens were a team that got hit by this quite a bit. The Titans were another one. You're like, am I even going to touch Derrick Henry this Sunday for a tiers contest or a bigger Millie Maker or something? Probably not, because I just don't know. So I'm just going to punt on that player entirely.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. So there was a lot of, it kind of, and it just like, it watered down the season, you know, like in that stupid Wednesday game with like the Steelers and the Ravens. It was such bad football. You know, the Ravens were starting third stringers. You need to stop biting my hand. Sorry, I got my dog up here. You are being a silly. But yeah, that was it. Just watered down the season, man. Like, I mean, I was really glad we got the football season in last year because it was at a point where it's like, you know, we really needed it, and it's obviously it ended up being an okay year. For the playoffs were great. I mean, you know, even though Brady had to win, you know, I mean that was unfortunate, but the playoffs were great. Got the season in, but I'm so much more looking forward to this year. It already feels more like a normal year. Like, we're through preseason. I know we've had a couple guys have to sit out, but like, you know, we're like 2 weeks in. It just feels like the normal NFL schedule's back. It's awesome. So very excited for this year. Very excited to talk football, guys. After this sim, Glass and I are going to be on talking the slate. Don't go anywhere. Seriously. I hope you guys stick around. I love talking football. I want to talk with you guys. So stick around. You know, Glass, you want to update the stats, go for it. I'm just going to, you know,
deal with your mammal.
Take over for a couple minutes here.
Okay. Matty Ice, 206 passing, no touchdowns, no picks. Phillip Rivers, 193, 2 touchdowns. He was at 170 at halftime, so he didn't have a big third quarter. Gurley's got 49 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. Nice little sim for him. Nyheim Hines and Marlon Mack have combined for a whopping 8 rushing yards, 8. Ridley, 5 for 71. Jones, 5 for 70. Hurst, 4 for 39. Pascal, 3 for 91 and a score.
Pascal, yeah. Where am I at here? Am I gonna get the glory of the sim win? No, I'm in 20th. Oh, it stinks. I need TY. All right, I'm getting frisky. Say goodbye.
Burton has 3 for 56. Hilton, 28 and 1. Those are the notables. Russell Gage, 1 catch. Paris Campbell, my captain, 1 catch. Hines, 2 for 11. Hines is probably your not my kid front runner. He's been brutal. Winning lineup at the moment, 5-way tie, first place. Pascal is the captain. Gurley, Rivers, Ridley, Burton, Hurst is your winning build. Shout out to Bert and Jared from the Game Ops team. Hey, Bert. Hey, Bert. Hey, Ernie. Hey, Bert.
Cookie want more touchdowns. And more cookies.
How about this, Calvin Ridley's gonna have a big year? Elmo thinks Kyle Pitts will open it up for Calvin. Isn't that right, Dorothy? What do you guys think? Dorothy says she'll miss Julio. Won't you, Dorothy? But AJ Brown will be good for him. That's right, Dorothy. That's right.
I can never have children. If I'm pulling this, there's no way.
Dude, are you kidding me? Kids would love that.
I know, but
you entertain a kid for days talking like that. I can't do it for like more than a minute without cracking on myself. So.
Sloppy says he's finally using his real voice.
Double H, Hayden Hurst.
Hayden-Hurst. Where is? Yeah, I think what was Hines' ownership? Pretty high, right? Just looking. 42.6. Not that bad. He's kind of the front runner though.
Oh, Matty Ice. Oh, right. Okay, good play. Got rid of it.
Smart.
Veteran decision.
Bucky says, I thought no one was worse than, hey, it's Skip Perkins here, Skip Perkins. But Bucky says I was wrong. Thank you, Bucky. Artist formerly known as Brother Phil. That voice is Creep Show, Glash. You sound like a possessed doll. Okay.
I mean, that's pretty much what Elmo is. So.
It's like one of Kaufman's bobbleheads coming to life on his shelf. One of his dolls. I wish I could remember who said that initially. Called his bobbleheads that he's worked so hard for to collect. He really has.
Well, that was me. That was me who called them dolls.
Oh, you called them dolls?
I said, don't call them bobbleheads. He's got a doll collection. That is a legit doll collection. Human, mammal, male with a doll collection.
Ralphie says Ridley will be a top 3 wide receiver by season's end. Mark that down.
Yeah, look, I mean, we can talk a little bit more about Calvin Ridley, but I mean, I think this guy legit is going to challenge for like the lead in targets. He might potentially have a shot to like hit the receiving record with the 17 games. And I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but an extra game, Atlanta's not a great defensive team. They're going to be throwing the ball a ton. And, could Kyle Pitts conceivably come in and replace Julio? Yeah, but I think the more likely scenario is he takes a little bit of a muted role because he's a rookie, and there's like an extra 50 targets up for grabs, with probably a lot of them go to Ridley. So I think he's got to stay healthy, but I think it's on the table for Ridley to just have a monster year. There's no doubt. Absolutely no doubt.
What year and I'm going somewhere with this, what year did Minnesota lose Stephon Diggs? Because I'm curious, I'm pretty sure Adam Thielen had a pretty good year. Now, there's an argument, I guess, between Matt Ryan and Kirk Cousins to me feel like the same player. But I'm curious, when you lose a number one like that, what kind of trickle-down effect is there for the next wide receiver in line? So Thielen was the next guy after Diggs.
Right.
Like Calvin Ridley will be the next guy after Julio. Look at Adam Thielen. Pro Football Reference. So you have to go back 2 years for Thielen, right? So was it last year? When was Stephon Diggs' first year in Buffalo? This past year, right?
That was a few years. Oh, first year in Buffalo was last year. Yeah, sorry, yes. Yep.
So
down goes Rivers.
Now Thielen didn't have a great year by his standards compared to when he was with Diggs in 17 and 18. Thielen had the targets were up there though, 108 targets in 15 games.
Yep.
What's that math? 108 goes into 15. What? I'll do that right now. 108 divided by 15. 7 targets a game. 14 touchdowns. It's a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, didn't he miss a couple games, like injuries? I can't remember.
15. Played 15 games.
He did play 15 games. Okay, yeah.
Calvin Ridley last year, 143 targets. My God.
Yeah.
And they were trailing in a lot of games, which is beneficial, right?
They were, and again, the target share really shouldn't go down because I know Julio missed some time last year, but there was still a lot of games where he was sharing targets with Julio. So that's not that's not going to happen at all this year. So I don't know. Interesting spot for Calvin Ridley this year.
5 minutes to go. Colts with the ball, down 7. There you go. First down. Pascal. Yoko says Hines never this bad. I disagree. I think Hines is one of those guys, when you play him, he fails you. When you don't, he bites you. He's just that kind of guy. He's not very consistent. but that's your opinion.
Yeah, Hines has that upside. He has that like two touchdown, like 8 reception upside. This is the Zach Pascal bonus. Thanks for alerting us as we go through our Sesame Street / mammal phase here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. But yeah, Pascal bonus. I think Ridley is just one of those picks in fantasy football. Even if you're not like a big fan of Matt Ryan in Atlanta or even Calvin Ridley, like it's probably just going to work out just because of the situation. So
Yep, tons of upside. 3rd and 6. They're at their own 45. Sean Dale says Calvin will get doubled a lot. He'll be top 12. Well, if he's like a fringe top 10, I think that's a failed year, right? If you take him high based on ADP.
yeah, that would be a failed year, at least in my view. And look, you're not wrong. The person who said that isn't wrong. I mean, he will get doubled a lot, but he'll also be in prevent situations a lot. Like when teams are down late and teams are just playing relaxed defense or like prevent.
Yep.
You know, that's when guys like Ridley get like, 3 catches for like 40 yards. And all of a sudden, instead of like 4 for 80, they're like 7 for like 120. And it's like, wow, like where did all this yardage come from? And it's because they're playing at a fast pace. He's getting more targets late in the game, and they're going against prevent. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even think like Calvin Ridley, to me, talent-wise, I wouldn't put him up there with like DK Metcalf or any of those guys. But when you're in this situation, a pass-happy team, a team that likes to play fast when they're, especially because they're going to be behind, it's just like the perfect mixture for fantasy purposes, right? So
sure.
Oh, it's a little move by Gurley. Oh my goodness. A little spin cycle, and then he broke someone's ankle. And look at this. I haven't seen Todd Gurley move that fast since 2017, folks. Touchdown.
Game blouses, it feels like.
Game blouses. Game
blouses. And right, to your point, a pass-happy team, and their running back this year is Mike Davis. Nice player, filled in well for McCaffrey.
Yeah.
After him, I mean, unless folks really trust Mike Davis to stay the man for 17 games, he scored touchdowns in your fantasy leagues if you picked him up. He wasn't amazing. He was good first couple games in there. For Carolina, but I don't think he didn't have one 100-yard rushing game. He was touchdown dependent, which means, I don't know, like to Jeff's point, I don't know if you can have much faith in their running game. So therefore, they will continue to throw. They will throw a lot. And there's high upside because I don't think they're going to be, I'm not saying they're going to get blown out, but they're going to be in games where they're trailing by a score or two.
Yeah, I think Atlanta's going to be similar type of team to what we saw last year. I just don't think it's going to be like really that much different. You know, I know it's a new head coach and stuff, and it's, Julio's gone and maybe it changes a bit, but I think it's still the same crew sans Julio. Matt Ryan, Calvin Ridley just kind of going to slide into that main role. Kyle Pitts kind of going to slide in as the number 2 guy. They're still like going to be a pass heavy team. They still got like 3. They still have the thing about Atlanta is too, that's their strength. Like their passing offense is their strength. They have a lot of like good depth receivers. So they can throw guys like Russell Gage, Zacchaeus, even like Christian Blake, like the guy is a number 3. I think Justin Hardy might still be there. Actually, Justin Hardy might still be there. But they have like a deep receiving crew. And that's their strength. And I think that you'll probably just see that be their strength again. So, yeah, man. I'm not even that big on Calvin, really, but it's just hard to not, like, talk about him in the situation.
Craig Martin, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Freak of Nature says, is Koff getting a bounce house for the August 31st DK farewell party? I'm not against that. More to come. Koff and I exchanged...
Wait. The what party?
They're calling it well, at least Freak of Nature is calling it a farewell party for the commentators.
Oh, on 31st?
Right, the last day we'll be doing the Sims as announcers. Is Koff getting a bounce house for his yard?
I think he probably already has one, if we're being honest. And it's
you're
not for
probably
his
right.
kids.
I texted with Koff today. We are trying to make it happen, but we will do another sim together in person. What I've noticed, and I hope this gets back to him, Koff hasn't offered to come to my place. It's always like, hey, you can come over. Yeah, as if it's like around the corner. That's classic, huh? Classic. Well, I mean, you can come over to my place, my house and all my bobbleheads. It's like, oh, it's interesting. You haven't offered to come my way yet. But admittedly, he has a better setup because, he just does. He's a little more, he's older and he's got more money than I do. So.
Well, I mean, owning a house doesn't necessarily mean you have money.
But he had to buy the house.
Well, yeah, but you don't necessarily put the whole enchilada down when you buy a house, Clash. You can get a house with like nothing down, by the way, if you got the right mortgage broker.
Okay.
Trust me.
Well, okay. You know what I mean, though. I
do know what you mean, but like it's houses and fancy cars. They're all, a lot of them are mirages, man. Like you can get a fancy car on a lease. You don't even own the car. The lease is like $1,000 a month or something, and you can drive around and everyone thinks you're rich, but like you might not have any money on paper, right? So I'm not saying this is Kaufman either, but I have no idea Kaufman's financial situation. I'm just saying.
No, I don't
houses
either.
And cars can be mirages. Now,
right.
There's other.
What if I just say his land? Okay,
that's a good way to go. He's a landowner. That's right.
His land is more suitable for having a guest than mine.
There you go.
Fair. Okay, his land.
He's a property owner.
Yeah.
That Kaufman, that Adam Kaufman.
His land is more susceptible to mammals intruding.
Yes.
So yes, we're trying to work something out. It might be the 31st.
Well, let me know when you come in, because I'll do like a guest appearance. I'll come in. We can be free man for like a quarter or something.
Yeah, I would like to think we're going to try and pack those last couple days.
It kind of stinks because the 31st is a busy day for me because we got to meet my kids like teachers for the first time on that night.
Oh.
So I probably won't be able to do the night sims, but I'll try and hop in for something.
It is a Tuesday. It's kind of a tough day. It's not like a weekend or
it's not like a Saturday night or something or kind of stinks, but whatever. I'll make myself available somehow.
Once again, as this one winds down, don't go anywhere. The Colts, though, looking for a garbage score. We're talking NFL on the slate. We're staying right here, this entire crew. Phillip Rivers, end zone touchdown. Who's he got? It's Burton.
The Burtonetta.
A lot of comments in the chat, hoping it was Burton.
It was Burton, guys.
Michael, Tom Brady cheat always. Sean Preston. There you go. Good for the Burton owners. Hey, Bert. Hey, Bert. Hey, Ernie. Hey, Bert.
Did you roster Bert, Dorothy? Yeah. Burton 45% owned.
Cookie rather have 45 cookies.
How many touchdowns for the Colts now? 1, 2, 3.
3 touchdowns.
Oh my God, they got the onside kick, Jeff.
Yeah, I know. I was just about to say, what are we doing here? We got a Hail Mary?
Did I tie it? No.
No. Okay, one more shot, though. Jeez. Sleep at the wheel here.
That ball bounced quite a bit. Here we are. See, we go to Sesame Street, and then we get all... The sim punishes us.
They
got a chance.
Well, if they had completed that, they got timeouts too. Like they could have had. Oh, it's too bad. I mean, I don't know if Rivers can get it there. He's looks like a weak attempt.
Come on, Phil. Don't go
He's
the
loading
wrong
up.
way.
He's loading the spring, folks.
Oh!
Wow! Almost tipped the Burton there at the end.
Wow!
Frightened the living H out of my dog. It's just the sim, girl. It's all good. Yeah. Okay.
What a finish. What a finish.
Wow.
Cookie. Now that's a way to lose your voice right there, doing cookie. Devon says too much like real life. Yeah, we don't get those often, the on-site kick recoveries. Very rare occurrence. All right, let's do some awards. Do not go anywhere. Stay here. We're going to talk football for an hour.
Gurley really have 3 touchdowns? I don't even remember that. That seems fake.
What do you mean? You were the one who was like, oh, I haven't seen him run this fast in 2017.
Yeah, it was one play, though. I don't remember him scoring the other times.
Oh, well, he did. Goal line
Anyways,
scores.
he did. He had a massive game. He is the player of the sim. Shout out to Philip Rivers, 293 passing touchdowns. But Gurley, 37.9 points, 3 rushing touchdowns. That's, I just remember that one. Pascal had a great game, too. A lot of big totals. But we'll give the player of the sim to Gurley because that's just that's a slate breaker right there, folks. And let's go to Nyheim Hines for the bust of the sim. 41% owned. He had 7 receptions, but I mean, 31 yards on 7 receptions. That's awful. That's terrible. Nyheim Hines, not my kid today.
Yeah, not good enough. Definitely not good enough for Hines. Okay. Rob Rand says, "Quit saying cookie. You're making my dogs bark." Well, dogs can't have chocolate, right? That's a no-no. Is that right?
For me?
Oh, sheesh. How do they keep us around here? Really?
Well, they're not actually.
Well, they are. I mean, we are doing the slate coming up here. Are we ready to start the show? I mean,
look, I'm putting the dog down. We're gonna get serious here. Let's go. I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay. Well, let's let the people know what we're going to talk about today.
Let's go.
Quarterbacks have spoke. Whether you believe what they say or what they are saying is has any weight to it, I don't know. I mean, it's worth discussing. But here's what we're going to get into as we show you what is on the docket. Andy Dalton says it's my time. It's hashtag my time. Dalton versus Fields.
Yeah.
Who's going to start? Cowboys fans, you concerned? Mike McCarthy says, in all likelihood, we're not going to see Dak against Houston this week. Right. So at what point do you say, I don't know what the heck's going to happen. Jeff's going to give his update on week 1 salaries and week 1 plays. And then, of course, Jamal Adams signed his extension. I don't know. Is Seattle going to be better on defense? I have no idea. Yeah. All right. You got thoughts here on Dalton and Fields?
So, somebody asked if Seattle was going to be better on defense. Was that a question?
I'm putting it out there. I asked. I proposed that. I hypothesized because the contract, a full season. I don't know. I mean,
well, let's start with Dalton and just the whole Chicago Bears. I mean, the Chicago Bears aren't on the week 1 slate, but you're probably still considering them for season long and stuff like that. You know, Allen Robinson is, we talked about Calvin Ridley being in a spot for like a bajillion targets. I mean, Allen Robinson is a team where, the dude is just going to get targeted, man. I mean, and I feel like Allen Robinson, again, he's not on the main slate week 1. He's going to be in the showdown, but even maybe for like player props and stuff like that on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you might want to look at it. I would be on the over with Allen Robinson because Allen Robinson is really good. He's a legit number 1 wide receiver. He gets himself open. He's big enough to win jump balls downfield. He can basically do it all. And even if it is Andy Dalton under there for a few weeks, even if it's like half the season, I feel like Andy Dalton is a competent enough quarterback. And yeah, Glash doing yeoman's work here, bringing up the Allen Robinson prop. I mean, you look at Allen Robinson, 1090.5 to go over that versus even just looking at some of the guys around him, you got AJ Brown with the prop, 100 yards more than him. I know DK Metcalf is up there. Amari Cooper. Like, I would much rather take the over on Allen Robinson's prop. The ball's going there. So does the Andy Dalton news scare me a little bit with Allen Robinson? A tiny bit, but like he's still got to throw to someone. He's still got to throw to someone, right? So I don't know. I mean, the Andy Dalton thing is, I almost feel like Dalton is shooting himself in the foot by being this like cavalier and like trying to be confident and being like, this is my team guy. I think stuff like that blows up in people's faces. You get a guy like Ryan Fitzpatrick who's just all there and about the team, having fun. Those are the guys people tend to rally around. It's these like comments like this with Dalton. I don't know if players in the locker room are going to buy into that, man. And also, Justin Fields is good. So I don't know. It's kind of a funny comment by Dalton, but I wouldn't read too much in it. And I certainly wouldn't be scared off of Allen Robinson. That's a guy, again, I think his prop is too low. That's one receiver prop where I'm heavily in favor of the over for sure. Like, no questions asked.
And either way you go, it's minus 115 on the sports book. Once again, this is the slate. We're talking NFL for the next 45 minutes or so. We take you into the 6 o'clock sim here on the Dream Stream. So please, if you have questions, comments, hot takes, we'll go to you. We want to involve you, the people. We want to involve you. So please jump on in. Kevin Porter, he's doing it for us right now. Dalton gets overlooked so much. He's a gamer. Fields is just another Ohio State quarterback. Name one from Ohio State who has ever been relevant in the NFL.
Well, we're just going to discount every QB that comes from Ohio State because they haven't had a good one in forever. I mean, who cares? I don't care about the past. I mean, Justin Fields is so clearly better than what has come out of that place recently, even comparing him to Dwayne Haskins, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that's the way you look at it, and that's fine. I mean, that's your choice, but that's not even something I necessarily look at. Look, I'm not crowning. I don't think it's right to crown Justin Fields as like the answer already. But I mean, yeah. Hey, I gave Dalton some props. I mean, I said, I'd still be in on Allen Robinson's props on the over, even if it was Dalton. So. I hear you. I mean, Dalton led the Bengals to some winning seasons, but it's been a few years, man, since Andy Dalton has really looked solid as a QB. I just don't think it's going to take very long for Fields to overcome that.
Plus, I mean, one of those things can be true, but I think if you have that opinion of Fields, I think you're kind of stretching that out if you want to just give Dalton a compliment that he's a gamer. Being a gamer wasn't all that I don't know if that necessarily shined through in Arlington last year.
Yeah.
And I'm with you.
It's a lot of backup QBs who are gamers. Chase Daniels is a gamer. He's not a good QB. He's a gamer, though. But, these guys are backups for a reason, man. So, anyways.
If you want, look, Justin Fields to an offensive rookie of the year is at plus 650. Yep. So that's something to consider. If indeed it's Dalton, I guess he could still win the award if it's only a couple games. But that comment, look, no matter how you feel about it, and Hugh Banks says Dalton is a fire emoji, trash can emoji. So make that of what you will. Look, if indeed Dalton is the guy, which with that kind of comment, he feels pretty confident this is his job. Is it still possible for a Fields, Lance, Mac Jones, or a rookie quarterback to win the Rookie of the Year award without playing all 17 games?
I mean, you've got Trevor Lawrence there at plus 300. He's the deserving favorite. We know he's starting from week 1. And this is what's going to make like Trey Lance and Justin Fields, the path to them winning, really tough. They're getting respect on the sports book. Look, and when you're considering an offensive rookie of the year, especially this year with all these rookie quarterbacks, it's going to be a tough path for a non-quarterback to win, man. Like Najee Harris, he might have to lead the league in rushing, honestly, to overcome a Trevor Lawrence or something like that. I mean, he's going to need all these quarterbacks to flop. We saw what happened last year. Justin Jefferson setting records, amazing season. No, didn't win. Justin Herbert didn't even start every game.
Right.
I know he played most of the season, but he didn't start every game. He still won. It feels like a very, very similar situation could happen with a Fields or a Trey Lance. Maybe they come in after week 2 or something, and they have 14 good games. That's going to be enough. And then you've also got Trevor Lawrence. You've got Zach Wilson. Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson are starting from week 1. So you've got potentially at least 3 quarterbacks, maybe even 4 or 5 rookie quarterbacks to overcome. I would not touch any of the skill players this year, and that goes for Kyle Pitts too.
Okay.
If you're betting offensive rookie of the year, it's quarterback or nothing. It's just the way it works with the NFL awards, man. The quarterbacks get the girls, they get the gold, whatever, they just get the hype, and the skill players, it's not going to happen. They need to, someone would need to like break records, honestly, to win offensive rookie of the year. That's not a quarterback.
Okay. All right. Sean Preston's got a question on the Washington football team. Any thoughts? Curtis Samuel, is he dinged up? I'm not entirely sure what the Samuel status is. Logan Thomas, how he'll work with I always want to say Larry. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Any interest in the football team week 1 as it pertains to the main slate?
I was talking to, I think it was Matt Meiselman when the salaries dropped. He kind of liked the, Terry McLaurin up there at 6,400, maybe with the Fitz. I don't hate the call. I think that, you're going to see the ball thrown downfield more. So I think McLaurin at 6,400 is like a little bit overpriced. Curtis Samuel actually has more appeal to me at 4,900.
Okay.
And I think that, it looks like they're ramping him up slowly. Like he's going through individual drills. He's probably not going to play in the preseason. That's fine though. Like if you get to a week before the kickoff and Curtis Samuel's practicing in full, that's all you need to see. And I kind of like that because no one's going to be on Curtis Samuel because he didn't play preseason. I was like, oh, he's new to the team. He didn't go through preseason. Yeah, who knows what's going to happen. If he's healthy, that's the bargain, in my opinion. Like McLaurin is overpriced, but Samuel at 4,900, I like it. So, yeah, it's not like my favorite spot, but I could see it. If you're making like 20 lineups for week 1, making like 1 Fitzpatrick, Samuel, you can even go all 3, or maybe go like Logan Thomas stack. Yeah, I think there's a little bit there. Ultimately, you've got 2 pretty good defensive teams, Chargers and Washington. I just don't know if there's going to be enough points there, but Samuel at under 5K is a lot more appealing there. Yeah, big time player. Obviously, he's got like sub 4.4, sub 4.3 speed, whatever. I think it's like 4.33 he ran. I can't remember, but dude's fast. He's got that game breaking ability. And I think Washington's offense is going to be a lot better with Fitzpatrick. So from a passing perspective.
Sure. And I feel also going into the year from a season long standpoint with no DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson now, he's their number 2, right? Yeah. I mean, he takes a step up as far as his spot on the depth chart.
And look, this conversation like applies itself to Dak Prescott too, but these injured players that like aren't getting a ton of run in preseason, these are where you get your bargains, man. And is it risky? I don't really want to draft a speed guy who's already got a hamstring injury. It's a little risky, but you've kind of got to trust the process here. It's just soft tissue. He's probably going to be fine in a week. He's already doing drills. You're just getting a bargain here on a player who could potentially, you get as your wide receiver 4 or 5 now instead of your wide receiver 3. So for season long Samuel and even Dak, man, Dak, again, I made this argument this morning on the sweat. I think he's one of the few quarterbacks who could like push for the passing record this year with the extra game. Nothing has changed much in Dallas. They still have really shoddy corners, in my opinion. They're still going to allow a lot of passing yards. It's going to be quick pace, tempo, a lot of passing. It's just a shoulder strain. Like, it's not that big a deal. I mean, people are just nervous because, he's coming off the ankle. Now he's not playing in preseason. Oh, he needs that game reps. He really doesn't. Like, he's played a lot of football. So I think Dak is a good buy low candidate as well. If he starts going behind like Aaron Rodgers and stuff, I think you got to take the gamble, man. That's how you win leagues.
Of course, they're playing opening night, so not on the main slate, the Dallas Cowboys. But Mike McCarthy saying in all likelihood he will not play on Thursday. This coming from Nora Princiotti. Is that how you say Nora's last name? Nora used to cover the Patriots with the Boston Globe.
Ah, okay.
And what does Nora do? Nora works somewhere else now. I think she works at The Athletic. Is that right? The Ringer, excuse me. She's working at The Ringer. Princiotti. Thank you, Eamon. Eamon and Andrew here with us as well for the next half hour or so. Nora put this out on Twitter about 10 minutes ago. And this, to me, I guess this is something she wrote. She wrote, at the start of training camp, the Cowboys stressed the importance of Prescott getting some work in the preseason games in order that his first live action off his surgically repaired right ankle would not come against the Buccaneers. It does not look like that will happen.
But at what point? So even if Dak doesn't play the preseason, are you still comfortable enough to take him? Well, I'm looking at it more from a betting standpoint. Are you interested in them week 1 at plus 270 against Tampa? Are you? And that's on the money line. Are you now looking? Are folks that are Cowboys fans or folks monitoring this division? If you're a Washington football team fan, are you going to get a better buy at plus 230, or do you wait and think maybe this is worse than we think, especially with the shoulder? I'm with you on the shoulder, but it would be nice to see him get out there in some game action and get some reps on that ankle.
Yeah, look, obviously they probably wanted to get him out there just for, feel purposes, but I mean, the ankle thing, I don't want to, I'm not a doctor, right? But you've got to figure it's easier to come back from than a blown knee. Like there's just less involved. I mean, the knee thing, it's structural. You got a lot of kind of twinges and you get guys a little bit scared of contact at first. I don't know, man. From what I've seen with Dak, he's been moving at a high pace for a while now, just in terms of his mobility. I'm not really that worried that he's not getting reps. I think that as far as what you're talking about, where you should be going and trying to get on the betting purposes, taking Dallas week 1, I mean, it is interesting. I really do think the Cowboy offense has the tools to make some hay against a team like the Bucs, because their secondary, for all as good as the Bucs defense is, their secondary can be had. And we saw it in spots last year even. They allowed some monster passing games. And Dallas, if they get Amari Cooper back healthy as well, that is a tough trio. And Blake Jarwin. I'll say one thing. I'm taking the over in that game. 100% over 51 points. Love that over. I think I'd be more prone to taking Dallas just +7 there. The money line is tempting though, but I'm just not sure if I want it. But as far as the division stuff goes, I like Washington. They got a tough game week 1. I think that the plus, if you're getting over plus 200 on Washington, I still think that's a good bet. I still think you've got to look at that division.
Plus
they're the most solid. Yep. They've got the best defense. They've got a team in the Eagles, but it probably just has no shot. So you almost boil down to a 3-team race. Who the heck knows what the Giants are going to do? I'm just not a believer in that team. I really feel like it boils down to Dallas or Washington. And, when there's that big a spread between two teams who, quite frankly, I don't know why Dallas is getting this much respect over Washington. Their defense was horrible last year. It's basically just Dak. The sports book saying Dak is worth that much. I'm not a believer in that. I think Dak is definitely the best quarterback, but I still think Washington, I don't even know if you'll get a better price than that, because that's a really good price right there already.
Well, that's my point, right? The only hope of that number getting better, or that price getting better, if you want to take someone other than Dallas, is for a catastrophic injury, or if you really believe. I'm just wondering if it changes if Dak does not play in the preseason. I really don't know. I'm curious.
Well, I mean, I think that news is out there, right? It definitely could. It could drop. It could drop Washington a little bit and make, more handle come in on the Washington football team.
Correct.
So like I said, I don't think this number is going to pop up. I mean, I don't think you're going to see Washington get up to plus 250 or 260, but I definitely think the spread could close between those two teams for sure.
That's
Wouldn't
what I'm
shock me
thinking.
in the least bit.
Okay. So your overall take, because, and I had this up a second ago, I can bring it back, but I saw the number for a quarterback to hit the passing record this year. Yes, is at plus 190. So you like Dallas for the offensive side of the ball.
Well,
but
yeah.
But you like Washington to win the division.
I still think Washington is the best football team, just on both sides of the ball.
Okay.
I mean, you've got, the passing yards are great, but quite frankly, if your quarterback is approaching the passing yard record, there's two things are either happening. One, you're a historically good team and you're just dominating teams to the point of no return, or B, kind of like the Patriots in their almost perfect year, or B, you're so bad on defense that you're playing at such a fast pace that you've got so much garbage time going on and you're just trying to shoot out every game, which generally in the NFL, you're not going to have a super, super successful year doing that. Now you can have a winning record, but and the Cowboys fall into the B category, right? So again, I'm not really expecting Dak to set the passing record. I'm not really expecting anyone to, but I think that Dak is one of the handful of QBs, maybe 2 or 3 QBs who could potentially approach it this year.
Okay. We'll take some questions. David is in the chat. This looks like a season-long question. I need help with opening day wide receiver. Here are the 5 I have. Which 2 do I start? Julio Jones, Odell Beckham Jr., Juju Smith-Schuster. Going to miss saying Sim Schuster, by the way. Kenny Golladay and Deebo Samuel.
Where is this question so I can see the players? Is it on YouTube?
Yes, YouTube. David. Georgie.
Okay, just name the players again. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I can't see it.
No problem.
Here it is. Here it is. I got it now.
Go.
Okay. So 2 to start. I mean, look, it's super early. So like, let's, this could change, but that is a tough fivesome. Man, I love Deebo, but I don't know if you can start him over some of these guys. I would cross Juju off the list unless Chase Claypool isn't ready, but by all accounts, it doesn't sound that bad. Hard to trust Odell. I think Julio would be a must start for me. Julio would be a must start, and then the other 4, man, it's really close. I mean, Golladay going up against Denver, I don't really know if I want a part of that. I would almost lean Deebo. I know that's probably a little bit off cuff, but going up against Detroit, man, I mean, I think Deebo Samuel could have a monster game there. Trust him a little bit more than Juju as a third wide receiver. But, if Chase Claypool does miss that game, I think Juju would be the easy answer. I think it would almost come down to Deebo and Odell, which sounds weird. I just don't want any part of Golladay against Denver. Deebo's got such a good matchup. That's probably where I would go, but Odell would definitely be in consideration. I think Julio's the must start there, though.
Right. And Green Bay's got New Orleans. I'm thinking San Francisco. Who does San Fran play week 1? Oh, right. Detroit. You said that. My bad. Okay. You said that. And then, yeah, that's a good call. And the Claypool news, he actually took to Twitter himself that he's fine. All is well.
So, I Juju, I mean, third going up against Buffalo is a pretty solid team as the third wide receiver. I mean, I don't know. He's going to be sporadic this year. You've got too deep a bench there to be starting Juju over like Deebo and even Odell, I think. So Odell is probably the wild card. But I think Deebo is, getting him early in the year in such a weak matchup. That's probably where I would be looking. Interesting decision though, man.
Yeah. Okay, we're looking at the chat. Drop your questions, your comments, your thoughts. We're talking football. Some things on the table we've already discussed. Andy Dalton says it's my time, not yours, Justin Fields. That one is great. By the way, I meant to mention this. If you really believe Andy Dalton is for real, he is the man. Plus 25,000 to win Offensive Player of the Year this year. Andy Dalton. So.
Yeah, if you think he's that much of a gamer, there you go, man.
Yep.
The Red Rocket.
Oh, and by the way, just to throw this out there to Must Be, you should go check out the props over there on the sports book for the Patriots. You can bet the Patriots to be in the AFC Championship game at plus 900. So Must Be, based on what you've told me, you should be betting that. So you should be, if you want to be consistent, under the team specials tab, let me confirm Patriots. There it is. New England Patriots props. There it is. New England Patriots to reach the AFC Championship game. Must Be says they're going to not only get in the playoffs, but they're going to be in, maybe he said divisional round. Maybe he said divisional round. Well, whatever. Take it a step further. If you think they're going to be so good with Cam Newton, plus 900 to be in the AFC title game, the New England Patriots.
Well,
I ain't touching that.
Maybe they'll be so good with Mac Jones, I mean.
Doesn't feel like it.
If I was going to be betting on the Patriots this year, and I'm really not, I don't know. I just don't really want to be betting against Buffalo is the main thing. If I was going to be betting them this year, probably just bet over their win total, okay. Because like, I don't think I'd pick them to win the division. I guess
we've talked about this. Yep.
But their win total is probably, what is it? Like 9
regular season wins.
Wouldn't be a DK show with a little Patriot talk here.
9.5. Watch it.
I'd be okay. I'd be okay taking the over there.
Plus
really
money
would.
on the over.
Yeah. They get the Jets twice. I'm not a big believer in the Dolphins. I think, I'll take Belichick there over I can't even remember the dude's name. Brian Flores. They don't have like a division winner schedule or anything. I think the Patriots to 10 wins. I think they could challenge for a wild card. I think at the very worst, they'll probably be sitting at like you could easily be entering their last game of the year with like 9 wins. So yeah, if I'm bullish on the Patriots, and let's say you're really bullish, you got to bet something, you got to get some Patriots action. This is where I would go. I don't want to go against the Bills for the division win. I don't want to take them for the conference championship. That just seems tough to get to. Just go the easy route. The over 9.5 wins. They get 10 wins this year. It's going to be a pretty successful year for them, to be honest.
And if you don't think the Patriots are a playoff team, they could still win 10 games and not make the playoffs. So if that's your way of dissecting mentally, well, if you win 10, you're in. Well, not necessarily with the 17 games this year.
That's my point. That's exactly my point, man. Yeah.
So, but it's hard, and I'm gonna have trouble remembering, right? Because you think 10 is always that number, and then 9 would be the number to kind of squeak in, but 10 might be the number now. At a minimum, you need to get in. But my point is, and to your point, 10 is the new 9, and 9's not usually enough unless your division stinks, like the NFC East or the AFC East. But not anymore, I think, with Buffalo being good. Reed Tees, did you know on Twitch, has a question. What do you think of Tyrell Williams in Detroit? And what about Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Amon-Ra St. Brown, yeah.
Amon-Ra, pardon me.
Look, I mean, yeah.
That's spaced out wrong.
Like, we're probably not even going to be speaking this guy's name in a couple weeks because, I mean, by all accounts, he didn't run with the starters, Amon-Ra, in preseason. It doesn't look like he's got some, he's going to be moving up the depth chart above Perriman and Tyrell Williams anytime soon. And, Tyrell Williams is a guy that, look, if you are Detroit wide receivers are going insanely cheap, right? And that's fine. If you want to grab Tyrell Williams late in drafts, I think that's perfectly fine. Tyrell Williams projects as a guy who he's still young enough. I think he's got 1 or 2 good years left where he could get after it. He could bring down some monster games for you, but you're not going to be able to rely on anyone in this Detroit offense. I virtually guarantee it. It is going to be some ugly football from this team from a fantasy perspective most weeks. They're not going to score a lot. Even a guy like TJ Hawkinson, who I kind of like, okay, I think he's going to struggle some weeks, man. I think you're going to get a lot of 4 for 40, 5 for 25 kind of games. Jared Goff, he's just game managing out there, man. He's not going to be chucking it. They're not going to be slinging it. Tyrell Williams, I like him, but I just don't know if those big plays are really going to be available. So Tyrell probably a better best ball target, and I know that's kind of the cliche among football analysts, but it really is true. I'm just not sure unless you're if you're in a deeper league, or maybe you're in a 14-man league or a 2 QB league, and you got it's getting thin at the wide receiver position. I think Tyrell's fine, but there are going to be a lot of weeks where you're just left with 2 catches, and you're like, why did I ever draft anyone from Detroit? So just keep that in mind. He's probably a good bye week filler, but I would really try not to be relying on him for as a wide receiver 3.
Right. And the other
he's
thing
a good
too
DFS
is
target. If you hit Tyrell Williams on the right weeks for Detroit, because he'll have a couple games where he goes 6 for 100. I'm sure of it because he's the wide receiver 1. Detroit's probably going to be down by 30 a couple times this year. So there'll be some natural garbage time for Goff, but there's also going to be weeks where it's just they play ugly games. Dan Campbell's trying to run the ball, shorten the game, and it's just oh my God, Detroit's so bad. Why do I have anyone from this team? So,
right, and like you mentioned, for the week 1 salaries, which we have up right now, something that comes to mind on that front. Just look at their schedule. So you see the salaries now, right? Hawkinson, 4,900. Then you find Tyrell is on here. There he is at 4,400. Here are their first 4 games: home San Fran, loss; at Green Bay, Monday night, loss; home Baltimore, loss; at Chicago, probably, I don't know. I think that's a loss.
And
it's a really tough opening schedule.
Even regardless of the win-loss, if you break those down from a fantasy perspective, I think that Chicago game will be insanely ugly. I don't even think there'll be garbage time because Chicago's defense is good and they'll probably run the ball a lot. There could be a little bit of garbage time in the Green Bay, but Green Bay is good at running out the clock as well. They got good running backs. So I don't know how much garbage time you'll get there. Baltimore is just going to run down their throat the whole game. Like I think Jared Goff will just get destroyed in that game. I think week one could actually be an interesting time to deploy Tyrell Williams because San Francisco plays at a quick pace. They'll strike quickly. They've got big play receivers like Kittle and Debo. You could get Goff throwing like 50 times week one. So I think Tyrell actually makes for a very intriguing comeback play. Like if you're going to stack Garoppolo and Debo, maybe you're going to play Mostert or something like that. You come back. I wouldn't play Goff, but I would play Tyrell Williams on his own. He's 4,400. Yeah, you can just get that guy out of there. Good. Yeah, good. But Tyrell Williams, man, at 4,400 for week one, that I can get behind because I feel like of those 4 games we just mentioned, this San Francisco one, I could see San Francisco being up like 28-0 after like a quarter and a half. I really think they are going to come in and absolutely blow the freaking doors off this team. So, and while we're talking about it, I'm fine taking whatever spread is on San Francisco week one too.
Yeah, let's go there because I want to quickly, Sean Preston has a question, and then maybe to wrap it up, we can go through some week one salaries that you have some other thoughts on because we've spent a little bit of time, mostly sportsbook. We've spent a little bit of time on week one and the salaries. And look, this is the 1 week or the 1 week for the season that we're going to spend a lot of time on because they're out so early and there's just a lot of build up to get to that point. So can't help but monitor news and have your opinions alter because of what's coming out. Let's go and check that. You see week one. Okay. So Lions are getting 7.
Yeah.
Minus 380 money line for San Francisco.
The San Francisco line was at like 7.5 at one point too. So it's kind of interesting. It looks like, I don't know who is betting the Lions, but maybe just because like Lance isn't going to start and maybe they're dipping it on the Garoppolo probably going to start. I don't even care who starts. I just do not care. San Francisco is just a better team there. So definitely
what if Dan Campbell shares his coffee? What if he lets everyone drink whatever he's drinking that day?
Yeah. Rookie head coach week one against Kyle Shanahan. I'm telling you, man, like look out, dude. It's probably going to get ugly there. I wouldn't be shocked if like a San Francisco stack, like four player stack, won like the Millie week one. That's how I just think that offense is going to run rings around the Lions. So that's a spot I'm definitely looking at week one. And like I said, that first game, that Thursday nighter, definitely I would be approaching the over there as well. 51 actually feels pretty low for Dallas and Tampa.
Okay, Sean Preston was wondering, is there a DraftKings bet for Washington to go to the Super Bowl? Well, to win it, they're at plus 5,000.
Conference winner.
Let's go to conference winner, NFC. The football team, plus 2,500.
Yeah, and you can take whatever bet you want there. You can take the conference winner, or you can just take the Super Bowl bet. You could always hedge out or something if they get to the conference final. Or they get to the Super Bowl. Whatever. So either way, my bet, the team I like for my only futures this year is going to be on the Titans. AFC winners plus 1,500, plus 3,000 right now for the Super Bowl. That's where I'm going, man. I think that AFC, I know that, the juggernaut, the Kansas City Chiefs are there, but I think the Titans, they're in the conversation for second best team. And if you're getting that long odds, are the Chiefs really 4 times better than the Titans? I don't think they're 4 times better. I think they're a better team, but plus 250 versus plus 1,500, that's a big chasm. And I definitely think the Titans are better than the Ravens, a team they smashed in the playoffs 2 years ago, by the way. So
my math was right. It is 5 times.
It is 5 times. Okay, my math. Yeah, that is right. Actually,
you're right.
Yeah,
5.
I don't think they're 5 times better, right? So, I think the Titans smashed the Ravens, who are at plus 650. They're equal to the Browns. Titans at plus 1,500, best value there for me, 100%.
I'm with you on this one too because Baltimore and Cleveland, that whole division is fascinating. One of those 2 teams is a wild card team. Tennessee should win the South.
One of those 2 teams. To your point, Glash, one of those 2 teams might not even make the playoffs. Legit, they could get swallowed by their division. Pittsburgh could pop up. And by the way, the Steelers at plus 2,500, I actually don't hate that either. Why are the Steelers bigger than the Broncos? Like, what world are we living in here? Did Aaron Rodgers get traded to the Broncos or something? Like, Drew Lock's still starting. You got the Steelers at plus 2,500. I don't hate that bet either. That is really shocking. So, anyways, those are the two teams that stick out the most.
That is interesting. Brother Phil chimes in. Keep in mind, Jeff, San Francisco is walking in there blind. They have absolutely no idea what Detroit is going to do. Zero film to watch. Possible trap game, not to lose, but not cover.
I mean, look, I hear what you're saying, Brother Phil. I do. But week one, rookie head coaches going up against guys like Kyle Shanahan, it's generally it doesn't work out well for the rookie head coach and the team with the rookie head coach. So I do appreciate that. Look, nothing is certain in the NFL, and I'm not. This is just my opinion. It's one of my personal favorite spots for week one to take San Francisco. You're absolutely right. It could be a trap game. I just feel like you've got to trust some things in the NFL, and I trust that Kyle Shanahan is perhaps the best offensive mind in football. And in week one, he's taking on an undermanned Detroit team. Kyle Shanahan's going to have all his offensive weapons healthy for the first time in what feels like 2 years. He's taking on Dan Campbell, who's got an undermanned defense. I'm expecting an absolute massacre. I'm expecting like the battle of the bastards here, So, and to be on the winning side of that, by the way. But yeah, I hear your point. I do. Nothing is certain in the NFL, man. There's nothing that makes us look stupider as analysts than NFL games. Trust me. But I can't say I'm too worried about Detroit right now.
All right, before we go, we have a couple more minutes. Any players you want to focus on, unless there's anything else you want to get to that we haven't gotten to yet? Because I feel like week one salaries, any developing thoughts there, or if we want to go in another direction, we can.
Well, we touched on Dak. I think that was important. We got the Fields news out. Anything else there's a couple players I wouldn't mind mentioning, maybe just for preseason this week. The Jamal Adams stuff, I know we were going to talk about Seattle. I mean, I don't think Seattle's defense is going to be like a ton better. It could be a little bit better on the back end, but I think they're going to be similar to last year, a good run defense, but it's probably still gettable in the secondary. And I think that'll be good for Russell Wilson, by the way. I'm still a believer. If you're in season-long drafts, a couple stacks you want to go to. Everyone knows Mahomes, Tyreek, you can try and get in like the first and second round, but DK Metcalf, Russell Wilson. I'm a believer that this new offensive coordinator, they're going to do more quick hitters. You're going to see DK Metcalf pop up with more 8 and 9 target games. And I really do feel like that is going to work. So just from a fantasy season long perspective,
okay,
if you can get Russell Wilson and DK Metcalf, that could be a league winner right there, like that stack. I'm a big believer in that stack this year. So just wanted to throw that out there. But for preseason, one more player, a guy you should be looking at late in drafts, Bryan Edwards, Vegas Raiders. This dude was sat out week one, but he was sat out for a good reason. He's basically won a starting job. I would really keep an eye on him. If you're late in again, talking about guys like Tyrell Williams, I would rather take a chance on Bryan Edwards. Bryan Edwards could be the focal point of the Vegas offense. They tend to throw the ball a little bit better. Derek Carr, in my opinion, a little bit better quarterback than Jared Goff. The Raiders offense, I think, is going to be a lot better than Detroit's. So Bryan Edwards, a guy I would really keep an eye on there in preseason and just going forward in your drafts.
Okay. How about Myles Gaskin? Any interest in him? Week one, Kevin Porter asking that question. He's $6,000.
I got zero interest in Myles Gaskin. The problem with Gaskin is the Dolphins have basically said like they're rotating running backs. It's not even like, I'm not like a huge Gaskin guy.
Real quick, just to interrupt. Brian Flores, This is his quote in the Miami Herald. Situationally, as best fits their skill set and what's best for the team. Gaskin, Malcolm Brown, and Salvon Ahmed.
Yeah. So good luck with that. And by the way, Malcolm Brown is that basically is telling me Malcolm Brown is probably going to be their red zone back because he is easily the best suited for taking like goal line carries and stuff. So right off the bat, you could be in a situation where Gaskin gets some targets and gets used in third down back a little bit. But he's not going to get those red zone touches. And then maybe Ahmed comes in as a little bit of a early down run or two to switch things up or gets used. Like $6K is way too expensive. I mean, guy got zero interest in him.
Okay. Yeah, and I wanted to jump off your point, and I just found on the sports book. So if you want to take the over for Seattle wins wise, and it all connects, right? If you believe in the Wilson Metcalf connection, Lockett, of course, Lockett feels him and Metcalf have great chemistry together on the field. If you think Jamal Adams for an entire season makes them more enticing as far as a more gelled unit, over 10 wins has plus money right now. Plus 100 for Seattle. They won 12 games last year with a horrible defense and no Jamal Adams for a full season.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I'm not down on the Seahawks. I was really disappointed with them last year, the way they just cratered on offense. But I feel like what Russ pulled this offseason, I think it really got Pete Carroll's attention. I really feel like Pete Carroll realized he was within like a sliver of losing Russell Wilson. And I think that is going to have repercussions. And I think it's going to have good repercussions. Much like, like Brady having a little bit more of a vocal voice had good repercussions for Tampa last year. So I'm they've sucked me back in. I tried to get out. I tried to be off the Seahawks, but I'm back in. I really feel like this team could really surprise. And again, just, Russ just wins, man. He just goes to the playoffs. So
right.
They want to give you plus money. You should probably take it on the over because that's what Russell Wilson does. He wins games.
Yeah, look, and I know they played a lot of close games last year. Their record was very good in those games, but I would like to think the reason why they were in a lot of close games, one-score games, their defense wasn't great. Russ had to cook, but now if you got an offensive coordinator in there that he feels he has more chemistry with, there's just a lot of boxes that are being checked for Seattle to be better. And look, and admittedly, I've made a lot of, because, the dog days of summer, we've made a lot of the noise in that division, and there will be some of that as far as teams beating up on each other. But it comes down to health with everybody. But if that team can stay healthy and they've got Jamal Adams for a whole year, I just feel like it's got to be better. They were so bad on defense last year.
Yeah, and to that point, my one MVP bet, it's Russ again. I'm telling you. I'll bet that guy MVP till he wins because there's just no way Russ Wilson can go an entire career without winning an MVP bet. So plus 1,400, again, MVP is a category where you don't want to look anywhere else than quarterbacks. I like Josh Allen. I don't, people want to side with Josh Allen over Russ. I get that. But, you look past Russell Wilson. Could Dak have the comeback season for the ages? Maybe. Stafford, I know I've heard some people be high about. I'm just not sold that they're going to pass enough. I don't know. And then it gets really thin.
No Akers, maybe.
No Akers. It gets thin after that. Derrick Henry maybe at plus 5,000, but again, he'd need to set the rushing record like legitimately. So which he could. But to me, I think Russell Wilson is the bet at MVP. I think plus 1,400 is fine.
That lines up with your Titans AFC conference winner and also the Super Bowl winner. I just want to check out something before we go on the Seattle side. Metcalf over 9.5 regular season receiving touchdowns plus Seattle makes the playoffs. That has plus money.
It's not bad. I don't love betting touchdown props because they're so random, but like that seems pretty appealing. I mean, Seahawks make the playoffs a lot with Russ. Metcalf, I think, is going to lead them in targets easily, so that's kind of interesting.
And then here's another one just to link the Wilson, Metcalf, Adams trio. Over 4,500 regular season passing yards. Metcalf, and there's a touchdown prop in there as well. And then Adams has over 7.5 sacks. That's asking for a lot right there too.
The problem with that is you got three players. Jamal Adams misses games sometimes. That's interesting. These are fun props, though.
They are, and that's just a way to remind you can bet on your favorite team, a team you like to follow, a team that wins you money. You can bet on anything for all 32 teams. It's there under team specials, of course, under the NFL tab on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Okay, we should probably go because Jeff has a sim coming up very soon.
It's true.
You are here with Rossi, I think. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Vikings, Patriots. I'll be back at 8 o'clock with Brandon Cristal for Raiders, Bucks, and then Tommy Freeze Pops for Cardinals, Bills, Madden After Dark. Good show. That was fun. We that flew by. We did a lot. We covered a lot. Hopefully it was informative and helpful to folks.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. Hope you guys, enjoyed just listening to us chat. But hit me up on Twitter at the Fantasy Grind throughout the year. I'll have some tournament articles up every week for DraftKings. And yeah, throw me questions if you want. I don't care. But appreciate you guys hanging out, and I will be back in like 5 minutes. So
okay, yeah, Jeff needs to go and do what he needs to do. So, all right, thanks to Eamon and Andrew as well. About 100 people tuned in throughout the whole hour, so that's good. That's good stuff. Thank you all for hanging out. See you later on. Jeff's here in a couple minutes for the next Madden Sim. We'll see you.
be one of those. Here we are, everybody. Welcome in. 6 p.m. Eastern Madden simulated football game here between the Minnesota Vikings and the New England Patriots. Got ourselves an interesting matchup. I am so stoked to be here. I am Jason Rossi. In these winding down days of Madden simulation commentation, but I am with the big brain north of the border, the Maple Leaf himself, that dude who knows a little too much about a little too little. If you think about it, it's a really good compliment. He is known by Moose, but in 2 weeks, he'll probably just be Jeff to a lot of us. That is Jeff Ulrich. How you doing, my brother?
Yeah, man. I mean, I gotta find some people to just start calling me Moose and stuff. Maybe hire a group of people to just text me and remind me or something. But I don't know. Yeah, waning days here. Winding down. We're all in the wind down portion. I don't know what to call it. Anyways, excited to be here. It's the third hour of me, so the people are probably sick of it. Like, get this guy off the air. Nah.
If they say
they're sick of me enough to want Kaufman back, I don't think they're that sick of me, but who knows?
No, let's not get foolish here.
Let's not get crazy. Right?
Yeah. Maybe like when we're all gone and stuff, they'll miss Kaufman, but till then, let's be real.
Let's give it at least a month, right?
Please, at least. But yeah, we're stoked to be here with you guys. If you could start it off early, smash that like if you would be so kind. See like 121 here. I think in these winding days, for anybody that's like, I don't want to see the commentators leave. Well, let's start those likes. Let's get those puppies up. Reach a number of people watching throughout the day, not at a single moment. But hey, that's just me. What the hell do I know? But you guys, we appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate you hanging with us and always being here since day one. And even some of the newbies that pop along as well. It's really fascinating,
man. Appreciate the opportunity to chat with Clash, NFL in the last one, and during the slate. You guys hung out. Some of you asked questions. I'm sure some of you just listened. It was, we enjoy it. We're glad you guys are here to do it with us. So.
And that we are, breaking down reality here, transparency. The slates, those aren't going anywhere. Those will still be full. No. I wouldn't be surprised if they even get a little ramped up. So you're going to get a lot more of that. The sweat will still be here. Get the green, programming like that, but a lot focused here for the NFL once September 1 hits your calendar on the Dream Stream. So yes, we will not be flapping our gums together here. That doesn't mean we're not going to be flapping our gums elsewhere. We'll talk about that as we get closer to the 31st. Because Moose, I have something cooking.
You have something cooking, like literally something cooking. You're cooking.
No, I went out. I was.
I'm just kidding.
Hold on, let me go check my oven.
Okay, good.
More of a microwave guy, and air fried. But but we'll talk about it. I'm thinking something September 1, just a little gathering. I basically talked about it the other day on the air, but I got to hash out all the ideas before. It's free though. Sorry, no money in that, but you get to spend time with me, so that's pay all on its own. And Des probably be there again. But yeah, we'll talk about that after. But here we are, Patriots, Vikings. I know you did a ton of football talk, as you mentioned, on the slate with Glash. Moose, a great source for your daily fantasy needs, your year-long fantasy needs. Don't be shy to start throwing those questions. I know everyone, we're in full-blown draft season here. So, throw things out there. Keeper questions. So let us know.
Absolutely.
Here's a random question. By the way, love seeing y'all on Twitch, YouTube, everybody. We got Michael, we got TP, we got Jim. How we doing?
I don't know, Jim.
And we got June as well. You can do June too. June. Anyways, Sloppy Steak starts off with, hey, Moose and Rossi. Hello, Sloppy Steaks. Says, which sim announcer do you think will come back to watch the games most often and talk with a check? I think he means talk with the chat, I'm going to assume.
Dude, Kaufman is just going to become one of the chatters. He's into the free rolls. He's going to want people to go in his head-to-heads. He's basically just going to assimilate into one of you guys. So
yeah,
I think that's the easy answer in my mind.
If you think he's not done taking all of your money, you're wrong.
Yeah.
All right? That's why he's going to be there. My honest opinion is he's going to drop in here and there to say, hey, got a contest. And then by September 20th, you won't hear from Kaufman ever.
Okay.
Aside from when he's doing stuff on the Dream Stream.
I mean, Glash is pretty good about dropping in, maybe just to chat. I probably will not be the guy, and not out of because I don't like chatting or dropping in. I just have it's out of sight, out of mind for me. If I'm not coming in, and regularly dropping in, it kind of just, it's oh yeah, the chat's there. I might remember once a month. So I don't know. We'll try. I'm going to try. We'll try. I mean, maybe all of us will. I don't know. We'll have to see. This is new for us. I've never been dropped from a live show on YouTube and then had the show keep going without me. I don't know.
Great point. We'll just kind of take it by year, but yeah, I think Kaufman will clearly be in there with.
Well, and to that point, I'm still going to be on the Dream Stream with some golf shows and some NFL shows probably. So, hopefully all of us will at some point, in some capacity. So I don't know. Maybe I will be dropping in more than I think.
Yeah. Hey, well, we never know. We may shock you. We got a first down there on a 4th and 1. Brian C says, honestly, love y'all, but I don't think ZT even knows there's a chat. No, ZT reads it. He just doesn't really chat in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like that. You think people, it's kind of there's a lot of people that, that are watching. If there's 300 people watching and then 30 of you are chatting, 270 or whether you're just having it in the background or
that's right,
not listening, that's fine. But you're out there. We know you're there.
We know you're there. We can see you.
Yeah, and we have a full slate.
Put down the chocolate cake. We see you. No, or am
I? Moose, here we go. Mike Rudolph says, hey, Moose, who should I target for Northern Trust? Drop me a few names. I'm going to be honest. Is that the name of the golf thing?
Yeah, that's the golf tournament this week, Northern Trust.
Is that the crap? Hold on. I'm sorry. Before we even go there, because I'm really upset about this. Is that in New Jersey right now?
Yeah, Liberty National. Yep.
Yeah, don't like it. All right, I'll let you answer it. I'm going to mute.
Don't like it. Okay, well, we'll have to get
Have I told you why? Have I told you my situation with this?
No.
You may remember. This will probably ring a bell because I know we talked about it. I was supposed to be going to Las Vegas with babysitter Bill.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
And him in the DraftKings jamokes that are telling me to shut up in about 2 weeks decided that they're going to use this weekend to make a fantasy golf tournament. The championship. Someone's winning $1 million on Saturday. Well, I should be in Vegas, probably losing $1 million, but at SummerSlam. But anywho, so Moose, who do you got? Who are some targets for Mike Rudolph?
Right. Yeah. No, I forgot about that story. Right, because they need Billy's talents. I like Rory at 10K. I think he's really hard to get away from. He's hitting the ball so consistently right now with his irons. I definitely do not mind Bryson at 9,600 either. I think both those guys make for good, just starters. You can really go balance this week. Scheffler is another guy in the 9K range. I'm all over. I like him out of those guys in the low 9K range. Going down, Casey's fine as well. I think I'd pick him. You go that range, it's really close between Simpson and Casey. I don't mind Paul though. Joaquin Neiman at 8,100 I like. Let's see here. Who else am I kind of in on? Kind of in on Sergio, got a little bit of love, but I do like going cheap this week. I think there's some really good players under 7K. Adam Hadwin at 6,700, Eric Van Rooyen at 6,700, KH Lee at 6,500. Those are some names I'm definitely going to be, I am using for bigger fields. So hopefully that helps. If you got any specific player questions, throw them out though.
Yeah, love it. There you go. A little insight from Moose is we're going to get a full field goal here. Patriots, if that was completed outside of the end zone, almost took up the entire first quarter, which is just marvelous stuff. And again, shout out to TP, our director of technicalities. Michael, again, our producer extraordinaire. But yeah, keep those questions coming, whether it's stuff about your dailies, your anything for golf. Dom says, I like Rory and, am I saying this right? Cantlay? Am I saying that? Cantlay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Do you think Sloan will do well again?
Sloan is playing really good. He is playing a little bit outside of his pay grade, and this is a lot tougher field. So I feel like this probably isn't a horrible spot to get off him. I can't remember. I got to look up his salary, though, here. Yeah, he's 6,800. Again, guys like Van Rooyen, Hadwin, probably some better players than Sloan, overall. So I'm siding with those guys. I mean, if you want to give Sloan one more week, though, he's playing really good. So there's really no reason to start doubting him here. So I'm personally I just feel like this deep a field, if Sloan is going to be the popular play there, I'll go to guys like Van Ruin and Hadwin who are going to be like 2% owned. So that's kind of the way I'm approaching it. I just feel like there's really no talent gap. I'll just take the lower owned players, but he's fine. I mean, he's playing really, really well. Obviously, almost won last week. So.
Gotcha. All right, there you go. Look, I'm loving the insight here from Moose. Go put it on your DK app. And go get you some cash this weekend. Mike Rudolph says you're the man, Moose. Thank you guys for all you do.
Yeah, no, appreciate you. I mean, I appreciate you guys asking me questions about it. I mean, I appreciate the ability or the chance to give you guys my opinions and stuff. And
we're going to get plenty more of that as the sim goes on, too, about different topics. We're going to talk a little football here, sloppy steaks. Rossi, if you were ever privileged with the ability to be a pro wrestler, what would your persona be? Oh, crap. My persona. Like, I definitely want to ramp up my character a little bit, but I feel like you just have to be drenched in a little bit of reality. I'd just probably be like I don't know. That's really tough, actually, sloppy steaks. Maybe the chat can answer that for me. Like, what would my...
if you were a wrestler, hey?
I'd probably be like a bad guy because of maybe being like trying to be a good guy, that kind of like opposite style.
Yeah.
Like where you try so hard to do the right thing, but you're actually doing the wrong thing.
I'm trying to think, who would you...
I don't know.
That's a good question. We'll have to ponder that a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
Des is here. I think he's getting ready to fire off his cat
nightly,
his cat Deucey. Sheesh. Oh, here we go. Look at this. I like this. Brian C says, Moose, I'm stuck on my last roster spot for PGA. Should I play Deucey at 6,400 or should I play Koff at 7,200? Thanks.
I mean, you should just unregister yourself and save yourself some cash, I think. Those are your choices.
Thinking about that, Moose, we do have, I always, two things I want to tell people. One, I think 2 preseason games again tomorrow. I know it's Pat's Philly, and there's another one. There's some great contests on the DK fantasy app, like $10, and there's like a full 50. I think it's a 50 or 75K. I'm in it. I'll tell you that. And the risk is not there. I'm sorry. I just don't see the risk in these preseason games. So go out there. Maybe Moose will have some insight on some of these games. I think this is a great time to just throw some players on there because it's going to be a freak player too that usually wins these things. If you look at the last few weeks, like who would have thought Nathan Peterman was going to play almost an entire game in the preseason?
Yeah.
So if you rostered him, you were happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're going to see more starters week 2 and stuff like that, but there's still some spots like, Dak isn't playing. Burrow isn't playing. This is going to be these backups are going to get a ton of run in some of these spots, right? So
yeah,
go check out the DK playbook, DK Nation.
Reed says it's the dumbest time to play fantasy. Well, Reed, that sounds like you must just be really, really good at those million-making contests because I think this is literally the best because there's no over-the-top strategy to it. You're going to throw a couple darts. Yes, Andy Reid came out today and said like the Chiefs are going to play most of their starters for the first half, so take that into consideration. Then you need to hit on a random 4th tight end or something, and like who's going to score a touchdown at the end of regulation. I watched the lineups last week. If you look at some of the lineups that won, that's all I needed to see. I'm like, I'm in on this. Preseason's my spot.
It does tend to reward people who do the most work. It's very much a grind. Like if you just stay up to date, you get as many beat reporter opinions as possible. It tends to reward the people who really just stay up to date. So I actually equate preseason more to like NBA, where it's like there's so much news dropping before lock. Like it really is kind of like that, where you're just looking for rotations, looking for guys who are going to get more minutes tonight. It's the same thing. You're looking for guys who are going to get more touches, more playing time. Going to be in the rotation more, whatever, in the second half or against backups. So, it's a grind for sure. I definitely think I know there's people who've been uber successful about it. Some people love it. So, I don't know. It's
fifth time playing Fortnite says, I'm not into playing peeps like Joe Flacco. Hey, then don't worry. Then just save your cash for the regular season. I'll gladly take those winnings. I'm just feeling like I'm going to hit one of these ones. That's all. I'm feeling positive.
I like making like preseason lineups, man. You get like, Chad Johnson, paired with like some wide receiver 7 or something.
Oh. Yeah. Never know. Dude, never know. First time playing Fortnite, it says, I like playing people like Kyle Trask. Look at the two people countering each other.
Kyle Trask. There you go.
Could it be? I think he's injured, but Brian C says, Rossi, honestly, man, yeah, I've had a few Diet Cokes, but I just want to say you're awesome. I love your positivity and personality. You are a real hero. That's not true. And you have a cool backyard with a weird neighbor. Well, we'll find out about the neighbors, man. Allegedly, it's a cop that's going to move in next to me. That's the word on the street. What I heard. I have a nosier neighbor 2 houses up from me who said that there's going to be a police officer that's moving in next to me.
Oh, okay. All right.
He said a young police officer and his girlfriend, and I'm so scared that it's going to be that very appealing woman that I saw that day, and I don't want that to be the case. But we'll see. Oh, baby. He's talking about truffle shuffles in here. Person Alan T says, this would be my name, and my shirt would say Cult of Personality. Alan T. That's a good. Listen, man, you got a good gimmick going. Oh, my cat, you son of a gun. Says what happens with Dez. You need too much attention. He starts nibbling my feet. Sorry. That's what I'm always scared I'm going to swear. If anybody ever wondered if I ever thought I was going to, like now that we're going to come to an end, like what are my fears on these things? That my cat's going to bite me or scratch me because he wants my attention. And I'm just going to scream explicit.
Scream in pain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like right there, I could have done it, but I kind of knew it was going to happen. So I was like, all right, just take it. Take it like a man. Anyways, so we have Patriots back with the ball here. 3-0. It was a full field goal after a long drive to open the game. Moose, one of the things I think I put in the name of this contest that we have here was who's more likely to make the playoffs? In your estimation, I have my thoughts. We'll get to both. But, I feel like both teams are in a similar-ish situation where they're probably not right now as you look at the season. Like, most people, unless you're a fan, are thinking these are playoff teams. But both equally could make it there. There's roads there. Their divisions are both, not up in the air. There's I think, clear favorite in both, and then the rest we'll kind of see how it all shakes out. But Vikings or Patriots, who is more likely, in your estimation, to make the playoffs?
Yeah, it's a good comparison, isn't it, man? These are two teams who seem firmly to be like second or maybe even third in their division. But both have a path to the playoffs.
Yep.
I would probably give the Patriots a better chance. I'm going to stick with that. Okay. Again, I'm just not high on. It's a really tough question. They both have bottom feeders to play. Like they both have the Jets and the Lions. I think those are two clear top bottom 5 teams. They both have clear rivals in Miami and the Bears, who I think are decent teams, but I'm not super high on either of them. And they've got dominant division players in the Bills and the Packers. I just feel like Minnesota going up against the Bills is a bigger chasm there. I feel like the Patriots could potentially grab a game versus the Bills. So I'll side with the Patriots. I am also not a big Mike Zimmer fan at all. And I've talked about the Kirk Cousins stuff. I think that's a factor too. So I'll side with the Patriots on this. They got a bit better shot at grabbing a wild card. I firmly believe in that. And they probably realistically have a better shot at being a shock playoff division winner than I think the Packers or the Vikings do, because I just think there's a bigger chasm between the Vikings and the Packers.
Yeah, I agree with most of the things you said. I told you that a few weeks ago when I was toying, I'm with the Giants. I'm riding that Giants bandwagon till the wheels fall off or till everyone joins me late. But the Vikings were right there. Vikings and Broncos were the other teams because I just see this path and I look at their schedules. And I'm like, I could see these teams being good, but then there is still the Kirk Cousins effect of primetime play and just big games. Just doesn't seem to perform. Had a great playoff game a few years ago against the Saints, but just doesn't seem to be that guy. It doesn't take enough chances for me in an offense that I think needs that. So take that for, and, just being honest, and I don't have to dive into it. Also, just kind of what's going on in the world right now, the position he's taken on it. It's going to be interesting how time is missed, because we already saw him miss 10 days to open camp. But that aside, I agree. I think it's a Patriots as well. Fandom, obviously, yes, I am a Patriots fan. Yes, I want them to be better. But I think there's also just a more of a potential with the way this defense can be played. And on top of that, how all the moves they made offensively, and yes, not all that outstanding. Yes, I love Hunter Henry as a tight end in the league, and Jonnu Smith is probably going to be as versatile as anybody in the league this year, the way Josh McDaniels like to use like athletic tight ends. The wide receivers haven't really upgraded that much. I like a Kendrick Bourne to be in the locker room. Nelson Aguilar is like a fourth guy, but these are like your 1 and 2s now. So
yep.
I just think it's going to be a run-heavy offense. They've upgraded that offensive line by bringing a Trent Brown in. I think it's ground and pound. I don't think they're going to be overwhelmingly good, and we'll see if, I think eventually Mac Jones is the starter for this team too, so a rookie quarterback, that brings a lot of questions, but you said it. There's a lot of comparisons here. Bills and Packers, I think, are if we want to use the word, elite in the division. Then you kind of have, these in-between teams in the Bears and the Dolphins. And yeah, I think you have a bottom of the, with Jets and Lions, like you said, and I think it's just the Patriots and Vikings are kind of in that, like, they could be around 500 each, but what league conference do you think has more chance of, if you're 9 and 8, to make the playoffs? And to me, that's the AFC.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I don't know. These two teams very similar though in similar situations. Like, wouldn't shock anyone outright if they made the playoffs, but also wouldn't shock anyone if they just kind of like didn't meet expectations, right? So,
yeah.
I don't know. The Kirk Cousins stuff, again, it just kind of rattles me to have any confidence in where this team is going. And he's also Kirk Cousins. And I know the Patriots QB situation is much better, but if it is even better, it might even actually be worse. But at least they have Bill Belichick,
Seriously.
He's good for like one win just because he reads the rule book, Like,
honestly, they're going to take advantage of so many things.
Yeah.
But interesting, Jordan M says, Lions, Jets, Texans, and Cincy are the only teams who have zero chance to make the playoffs. Cards, Jags, Raiders have a shot to make it. I don't know. Lions, Jets, Texans, Cincy. I think you could probably add to that list. But I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Like, there's one NFC team that is
probably the Eagles or...
Yes.
I think the Panthers probably I would put on that list. I would put the Panthers on that list for sure. I don't think Sam Darnold is leading a team to the playoffs. Let's see.
I picked them yesterday to make the playoffs, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because I said there's why?
Yeah, you kind of like the Panthers, don't you?
Here's why, though. I said there's no factual reason behind this last pick. We were going, me and Freeze Pops basically picked who we think is going to win the division, and we can change. We did all that like thing where we can change in 2 weeks. But I said there's always that random team that like just sneaks in. You're kind of like, oh, I forgot about them. And I said that was the Bears last year. You kind of forgot about them. You wrote them off. 8-8, made the playoffs. I could see like some weird ways, especially the way the NFC West is going to beat each other up. Like the Panthers maybe sneak an extra win or two where you didn't see it coming, and they were like a 9-8 or a 10-7 team, and you're like, whoa. And then like, wait, they just made the playoffs? Like there's going to be a team like that. I just said I wanted to have a random team like the Panthers be that, but I also had the Vikings in that playoffs as well.
Okay.
We'll see. I had my wild cards come from
Jason Rossi lighting it up with the hot takes, and someone else is lighting it up. I believe that's Thielen. Oh, by the way, that's my captain.
I got a feeling.
Hooked on a Thielen, man.
So many songs. Who do we got here? And Cristobal says NFC West could have 3 teams going to the playoffs, limiting the rest of the division. Runners up get it for the NFC. No, I agree, but like the more I looked at like the schedules, it's going to be teams are going to have to be really bad for 3 teams to make it from one division again. I know we saw it last year in the AFC, but there's a lot of really bad teams. Like the Patriots were not a good team. The Jets were a bad team. Dolphins should have been embarrassed because they kind of crapped themselves down the end of the year. But like outside of it, like the Raiders ended up not having a good season at the end of that year. Chargers weren't winning many games, even though they were fun to watch with Herbert. Broncos were a bad football team. Like there was just a lot of bad football that people really Oh, my cat did it again. Hold on. Hold the phone.
Yeah, it's just taken over. The alpha there in the Rossi household. No idea what's going on. Rossi going to put on his WWE persona.
I just said, yeah, it's mean cat dad. I just had to have a stern talking to. One bite's okay. Second bite, you're out.
Rossi challenging for the alpha.
Yeah.
Or Dez challenging for the alpha position.
Oh yeah, he's trying, man.
He's going for the Intercontinental Belt is what he's doing.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Panthers do have a shot, long shot, but they're definitely not without hope. Yeah, I think every team you have to say that right now.
Yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, the Lions don't have any hope. I'm very confidently saying that. But sure, you can give the Panthers there's a sliver open in their coffin. You know, one nail hasn't been put through yet. I don't think Sam Darnold's leading that team to glory. And by glory, I mean like a winning record. So,
customer care says Zach Wilson hater in the booth today. No, there's no haters in the booth today. I don't know, not this game. We're not haters. This just because. Here's one thing I think I want to make very clear: is there's 11 seconds left in the half. We got a sweat clip coming up at halftime. Then we'll be back. I just want to say, TP, one bite. Everyone knows the rules. Yeah, my cat doesn't know that. Going for that double bite. Just because you don't think a team's going to make the playoffs or be very good doesn't mean you don't like a player or don't think a player's talented. I just always think people think that, like, oh, Jets are going to stink. Oh, you guys hate Zach Wilson. No, I just look at the roster and I'm making an educated guess here. Like, looking at the Lions, I actually like Dan Campbell a little bit. I think he's a fascinating coach. It's going to be fun to listen to. The team's going to stink. The team has very little chance of being good, and they know that. They made decisions to rebuild.
I don't know, man. I don't think there's anything fascinating about Dan Campbell.
Oh no, man! Come Monday mornings, we're gonna be listening to snippets of his. Like him and Sirianni for the Eagles. Sirianni sounds like an absolute buffoon.
Sirianni, I have more hopes for him. I know not being able to speak is in public or whatever. That's something different. I mean, his press conference was arguably a dumpster fire, but here we're gonna get a 55-yarder here.
He's not gonna hit it. All right, it's going to the half.
Oh, hero.
He's not even. No, it'll be nice.
Oh, that was a pretty good effort, though.
It was.
Hit the net. Give him a B plus. Yeah, I don't know. I have more hopes for Sirianni just because maybe he could get something and surprise with how that offense looks. I like that the Eagles took Devontae Smith. So, the Lions, I don't know.
Sirianni sounds like a moron. We're going to talk more about that.
People don't like to face facts. They don't like it when their teams – well, they don't. I mean, really, they don't. They don't like to be called out. Like, they don't like it when their teams are called out. I really didn't – I used to not like it either. And sometimes it stinks. But when your team does dumb things, man, you got to, realize it. It's better to face it head on. Trust me. I'm an Edmonton Oilers fan, guys. My franchise has been making horrible decisions for 20 plus years.
But the best players
I'm not above calling my team out. Trust me. They make a bad offseason after bad offseason. You want to go into how horribly run a franchise has been over the last 20 years? There's nobody worse than the Edmonton Oilers. None. I guarantee you.
Hold that thought.
This all day.
Hold that thought. I want more of this. I love it. We got Moose fired up here on a Wednesday night hump day, baby. He's getting it all out today. But we want to give you a little bit of insight. Moose gave you some players for this weekend. The Northern Trust at Liberty National Golf Course in New Jersey, the Fantasy Golf World Championship. But right here from earlier today on The Sweat, Matt Meiselman walked us through what to expect as a part of this. And by the way, it's all brought to you by DraftKings. So it's even better. The Fantasy Golf World Championships. Here's Matt talking about it earlier on The Sweat.
It's a big week here at DraftKings as it's the return of our live finals with the Fantasy Golf World Championship from the Northern Trust in Jersey City. 250 qualifiers, now down to the top 40 competitors, vying for $4 million in prizes. The winner walks away with the $1 million top prize, as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final coming up in January of 2022. It's all going down this week, and you can follow along on all our DK channels, including right here on The Sweat. And now we've got our DraftKings contributor, Matt Meiselman, joining us to chat a little about the event. All right, so Matt, we're down to 40 competitors for the Northern Trust this week. Explain to the people how we got here.
Yeah, so there was an original qualifier that led us to the 250 qualifiers that you mentioned. That started with the WGC FedEx St. Jude, which was 2 weeks ago. And then with that tournament, we ended up with 100 people. That was for the Wyndham Championship, which was last weekend. So then 40 people advanced from there. And now we're at the Northern Trust at Liberty National in Jersey City, which is now a live event. 40 seats for that, 27 unique qualifiers. So it's been a long time coming, but we're now at the final event.
All right, so let's amp up the FOMO. Tell us what we have in store for the competitors who are going to be at the live final in Jersey City.
Yeah, so it starts Friday, where the event starts Thursday, but everyone who's in attendance, all of the competitors will be there Friday through Sunday, or at least they're welcome to. I think most of them will be in attendance. You get to hang out with people from DraftKings if you're there, and then with each other. So this is kind of a rare opportunity for the best of the best to be in attendance, seeing how their DFS lineups unfold against each other, competing for huge prizes, like you mentioned, and food and beverages provided. There's a separate area just for DraftKings people. So it should be a pretty cool thing. I've personally never been to one of these. So for me, I'll get to see it for the first time. I'm pretty excited. And I think most of the people who are coming are probably pretty excited too.
Yeah, and you should be. All right, finally, tell us exactly what's on the line this weekend.
Yeah, so there's the $1 million to first place, and then the additional seat at the DraftKings Championship Series Tournament of Champions, which will be sometime early 2022, tentatively scheduled for then. And then everyone who's there is already a winner, not just because they get to hang out with each other and the people from DraftKings, but even 40th place at this thing gets $15,000 because there are prizes just for having made it this far. So everyone is coming out as a winner from here. And then there are obviously those big prizes up top for those who do finish at the top of the DFS standings. But yeah, it's a lot at stake with the $1 million to first and the seat to the end of the year Tournament of Champions. So should be fairly competitive. We'll see how contentious this gets, if there's a lot of intense rooting by all of these people, but they're playing for a lot here, that's for sure.
I don't know what's hotter there, Martin Osman, if I could say his name right, talking about that Fantasy Golf World Championship, or the chat discussing without you even thinking, who's Moose's football team? And you know what? I kind of know this answer, but I don't believe you actually have like one direct. But more importantly, I don't want you to tell him. Most important, but I do have this one thing I got to call out because we're having a great convo here. And it's true. Listen, I'm a fan of the Patriots. I'm New England, right? And I also love Notre Dame. That's one of my teams.
Sure.
Notre Dame can't win championships. I know that. I still have faith every year going in, but you have to have that reality. And one thing I saw in the chat that made me laugh, and I won't lie, I'll tell you right to you, D-Rod, I brought it up as soon as we went to that little break. You said, trust me, Jeff, and its name's like spelled differently, but I get it. It says, I can bet you whatever you want to bet the Panthers are going to be an average team. Now, D-Rod, you know I love you. Moose loves you. Michael, TP, Jim, June, and Ops. Everybody loves you. What the hell does that even mean? When you say an average team, does that mean like every statistic at the end of the year, they're somewhere in like the 14, 15, 16, 17 range? Or do you mean like record? Like, what does that mean? I need to know. I'm not reading anything else till D-Rod tells me what he means by average. You mean record? Like 8 and 9? That seems average. Or is it like at the end of the year? Like, you can't just say, I'll bet you whatever you want. And not define like what average means. Sorry. I just need to know what that means. I like where we're going here. I like the conversation. I love the heat that's in the chat. A little spiciness. This is what we're going to miss. Yeah, let us know.
Okay. So this is why people always get mad at me for the NFL takes. I get more heat about NFL takes than any other sport I cover because it's almost like, oh, golf, Jeff's got his favorites, and I do have my favorite guys, so they give me a break. They're like, hey, well, he likes these guys, not a big deal. Hockey, like, okay, he's an Oilers fan, whatever. When it comes to NFL, man, I will roast and skewer any organization I think does something stupid because I don't have any affiliation. I don't care. I like teams who make smart decisions. That's why I respect Bill Belichick because he's been ahead of the game for so long. He's made some questionable draft decisions, and I think he's kind of turned into a horrible drafter. But again, when I see a player who I think was overdrafted, like it doesn't really matter what team it's on, I'm going to call them out. So I don't really have a bias. I mean, I've skewered pretty much every team on the NFL at some point. I've called Pete Carroll a horrible coach. I've said that Russell Wilson is my favorite player in the NFL. I'll say that. I still think Pete Carroll is terrible. Like I will say that. I mean, I think that if Russell Wilson wasn't hooked to him for the last decade, he'd probably have more than one Super Bowl. So I don't really have biases. I know some people think I do, but like it's just me sitting back and saying this organization is terribly run. This one's a little bit better run. And that's how I decide who I like in football. It's got no biases. I don't like one team more than the other. If the Jets were a well-run franchise, I'd be a Jets fan. But they're not, and I'm not. So I was an Eagles fan for like 2 years because I thought Doug Peterson was ahead of the game. I thought the Eagles were smart, bringing in a really good backup quarterback. And look what the smart decisions did. They won them a Super Bowl, and now they're terrible because they didn't trade off their top asset when they should have. They went with the wrong quarterback. They got ahead of themselves. They thought that they could find something better than Doug Peterson, and now they're back in the basement. They're idiots, basically. So, I see how the NFL is run. The NFL, essentially, at its core, is $1 billion franchise business, whatever, run by guys who, quite frankly, just like run it like they're running a lemonade stand, man. Like they're out there chasing their tail. Like it's not. These teams are not run efficiently at all. If they were, they'd have things. There's a beautiful run by Dalvin Cook. So
talk about running efficiently right there.
I get the most blowback on NFL. People are very passionate about their guys, about their teams. I get it, man. I get it. Like I get it. People are so passionate about their NFL. I don't even mind it. If you want to call me an idiot for saying I think Zach Wilson is the worst of the top 5 QBs this year, that's fine.
Can I just say something
honestly,
about that?
I'm probably right, but that's fine. I understand.
I also just like where we sit here today. Like I've been hot on the Giants and I've gotten destroyed about that stuff. But like I don't mind that because it's also like, well, there's no reason for anybody to disagree. Like you're an idiot. That's really dumb. It's like the game we haven't seen a snap in regulation yet. Let's all cool, calm down. So listen, go for it, swing it. And by the way, you've had horrible hockey takes, and you screwed me in a couple of dailies during the year. Should I bring that up now? No, but listen, that's the thing. You gotta speak your mind. You gotta let it out, and that is interesting. So I do want to know. So you think Zach Wilson? I've seen this on the sweat. Now Zach Wilson's 5 out of the top 5. Who's your top 4? Like, are we talking just this year? Or are you thinking for the future? That Zach Wilson take.
Oh, so what do we? Sorry, I missed that question because
Let me pose it this way, Moose. You think Zach Wilson will be like the 5th out of the top 5 picks in the NFL draft? Do you mean in his rookie season, or do you mean career-wise?
For right now, I don't want to go career, but
smart.
Just with the way it's kind of boiling down, with where the Jets are again. Look, it's the situation the Jets are putting him in. I just don't think it's going to be like. It's just rough, man.
No, it's not a good team. It's just not a good team. Could they surprise us and do things? Of course, every team could. That's why I always say there's one playoff team. That's why I was talking about the Panthers. But okay, I was just interested in that because I was just curious, and I can't disagree with you because everybody else.
At its core, I think Zach Wilson has a lot of arm talent and he's athletic, and I think it would be disingenuous for me to say he's not a better prospect than Mac Jones because
I interfere. I gotta say this. This is kind of funny. I'm gonna say it quietly. So upstairs right now, there's a bath going on with the family. We'll just say, and all I hear is "Don't poop, don't poop, don't poop, don't poop." I almost want to bring my microphone over, but I think I'll get in trouble later. Sorry, you were waxing poetic, and I apologize, but I just had to share that with the fam.
No, as someone who has been there, done that.
Don't poop, don't poop, don't poop.
Yeah.
Words of wisdom from the Rossi house.
Yeah, as you're lifting them from the bathtub to the
yes, I think that must Anywho, one thing. We got a question here from Terrence. He says, "What are your guys' opinion on the Cowboys this season?" Obviously, the Hard Knocks team. I have not watched Week 2 yet. What do you think, Moose? What are your thoughts on the boys, America's team?
I don't know. I honestly haven't watched it either. So I don't have.
I'll tell you what I think of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like D-Rod was saying about the Panthers, I think they are an average team. I think they have a very, very fun players to watch. I think they have a lot of star potential. I think Mike McCarthy's a little bit of a buffoon. I'm not one. I'd probably be Mike McCarthy if I was an NFL head coach. Like, I'd do cliches and bring up Austin Powers quotes as a part of my conversation. But then I think about it. I'm talking to a bunch of 24-year-olds about Austin Powers who probably don't even know who the hell that is. I like Dak Prescott. That injury scares me still. There's something there, and now he's got a shoulder situation. The weapons are good. I think the offense, like we talked about a little bit with Atlanta, offense isn't the problem. That defense just scares me how bad it can be. And that division, to me, I think everybody, aside from the Eagles, in my opinion, are kind of trending in a different direction. And yeah, like I said, I like the Giants in that division. It's hard not to like the football team, even if their quarterback is a guy every time he becomes a new starter, doesn't seem to really be that great. But again, he's also 38 years old, and Ryan Fitzpatrick. But yeah, I don't see the Cowboys making the playoffs. I think they're a 9-8 ball club, which last year would have made it. I just think the whole thing this year will be a little bit better.
Cowboys, they're a ridiculous team. They get it. They seem to get these quarterbacks like Tony Romo and Dak Prescott fall into their lap, and then they hire a guy like Mike McCarthy. I don't know, man. It's just sometimes the Cowboys are so weird because. And look, I'll get. Jordan wants me to give the Jets some props. I think the Jets did a good job in managing assets this summer. Really do. Smart to move on from Bradford. Extremely smart. They've compiled the draft picks. My problem with what they did was I don't like how they necessarily. I just don't like how the talent they drafted. I don't know why they're just so out on Fields. I'm not sure. Where they were expending their draft picks. I just don't really like it. I think they made a smart free agent signing in Keelan Cole, but where's the cornerback help? I don't know. And then you've got this whole situation at quarterback where I know their O-line is beefed up and stuff, but is that going to be enough to protect Zach Wilson his rookie year? Where is the backup quarterback? And where's the veteran? Where's your Andy Dalton? Man?
It's embarrassing. No, we talked about this.
Yeah, and then you've got a rookie head coach in Salah, along with a first-round draft pick. They seem to be putting the cart before the horse here. Everything's going to turn around at once. I just don't see it this year. But I'm not suggesting that every move they've made under the new management has been terrible. I just really didn't like what they did at the draft. That's my main qualm with the Jets. So Jordan wanted me to address that.
No, it's fine. And I just want to say this. Tiger just quickly says, "Stop hating on my Cowboys, y'all." And maybe it's a joke. But this is what I'm talking about. As we get a touchdown from the Patriots here.
Edelman?
It looks like Edelman, but nope, it's going to be Asiasi. So I just want to say this. Again, I don't think the Cowboys are going to be good this year. Does not mean we hate on them. But again, hey, go for it. D-Rod says, my San Francisco 49ers are going to win either 15 games or 13. Oof. That's a very high number. I'm going to go with no. I'll take the severe under on that.
The Cowboys are such a weird team to talk about.
They are.
They don't do anything really smart. They don't manage assets well. They overpaid Zeke when they had Tony Pollard, and then they got Amare, and then they drafted CeeDee Lamb as well. But they do well sometimes at getting the talented guys in the draft. They picked up Dak in a late round. They got I thought they let CeeDee Lamb fall to them. That was smart. He was, in my opinion, he's way better than Ruggs. It's funny. They're not good at managing assets, but when it comes down to it, they actually tend to draft pretty well. And they tend to draft guys with good upside. So a weird team to talk about. They keep themselves afloat, but it really does feel like they hamstring themselves sometimes with these contracts and these moves where they just can't put it all together. So I don't know. And then you got the McCarthy thing, which
it's just bad.
I'm so out on. It's not even I just can't.
I'm gonna give you a little. This is a take I've had for years. If you're a coach that gets fired, now McCarthy actually did this, so I believe this we need. You need a year off. I don't like seeing head coaches go from head coach to head coach. I know maybe some other teams believe in them, but I think if you couldn't get it done in one locker room, I just think we're gonna need that. Yeah. We need that 1 year break. Go be a coordinator. I'm cool with that. You see Jason get a lot. Look at the league right now. It's a bunch of former
and
coaches.
I think it's a good point. And the problem with McCarthy is he didn't do anything in his year.
No, he literally did. He did. Do you remember for those that don't know?
Yelled at a basketball game. I remember that.
Yeah. The story was he showed up to his interview with the Cowboys with like kind of like fraudulent like things because he didn't like prepare for it because he's just like, oh, I've been a coach for so long, like I'll get this job, and then he ended up getting it. He had like somebody else's work. There was some story, you can Google it. I know I'm not getting it all right, but he had like a trapper keeper full of like notes, and it was weird. It's a weird situation. Jerry Jones is a bizarre GM, and the best way to put this is we're at the end of 3 here. Is when me and Freeze Pops were going through all of our Mount Rushmores, I was fighting to get Jerry Jones on the Mount Rushmore because I think he is as synonymous as an owner as any. And he convinced me why he shouldn't be on there. Because he said, yeah, he was great there in the 90s, but like, look at the coaches that were there. And like, they were helping him being a general manager, as you see the stories with Jimmy Johnson and even Parcells' time a little bit. Look at what's happened to this team over the last 20 years. Yeah. He has been the detriment. Jerry Jones has been literally like hiring Mike McCarthy. Maybe it works out. Maybe they win the Super Bowl. What do I know? But it really shows Jerry Jones has done more bad, I guess, is for lack of a better phrase, than good, especially like overall, his overall GM side. As an owner, hey, listen, do your thing, man. You're doing great. You have one of the biggest stadiums in the world. Your team's the number one most profitable team. So you did good there, but whew.
Yeah. I mean, all you need to know about Mike McCarthy is he brought in Mike Nolan as his defensive coordinator, a dude who like hasn't coached a top defense in like 20 years. And
he had a nice year with San Francisco.
It was such a dumpster fire. He basically had to move on from him like in less than a year. So that is pretty much all you need to know about Mike McCarthy, man.
Yeah.
That is like, yeah, maybe they turn around year 2. I don't know.
Yeah. Silly Sally says, been a Cowboys fan since 1971. Hope you have a shirt that says that. It's kind of a cool phrase. He says, I've been through terrible seasons, but Jerry Jones needs to hire a coach and let him do what he needs to do and stay out of it. I think that's kind of the theory. And we're seeing it even a little bit on Hard Knocks. If you watch Hard Knocks, again, I saw week 1. I'm really curious to see week 2 because I know they had practices with the Rams. So you're going to get a little Sean McVay, who I think is very fun to watch and I think knows what he's doing out there. Where McCarthy, I don't know. Fred Panther says, Prather, we'll go with, says McCarthy won a Super Bowl because he stayed out of Aaron's way. I think that's an easy way to say it, but I also think he could coach. He had the skills. It's also, that was a different locker room. I think this Cowboys team, just watching last year, like I know there was injuries, but couldn't get anything out of them. That was a really, really bad team. And like, not even like when, again, the thing that always stands out to me is the fact that there was a hit on Andy Dalton. It was kind of a dirty hit. He gets knocked out and nobody cared. The whole team's just like, yeah, whatever. We still here. Like, it just seems like a baseball team's playing right now. Like, if you look at some of these really bad baseball teams, you just see them going through the motions at this point of the year. And they know they're not making the playoffs. Half their roster was sold off. Like, watch a Minnesota Twins game. They're just like, yeah, we're happy to be here.
You're right, man, on the Cowboys. As soon as Dak went down, it was like that team just did not care. Like, they're like, we legitimately do not care if we're winning games. They were
where does that come from? Where does that come from?
Oh, it comes from the coach.
Exactly. Like,
there's no Dak. Like, Dak was clearly leading that team. Dak was the only reason that team cared. And once he went down, there was no hope. There was no hope, and no players had any hope they were doing anything that year. And Andy Dalton tried. I think you gave him credit. I mean, you can't blame it on Andy Dalton. I mean, like, dude tried, but like, there was no rally. The coach wasn't rallying anyone. It was very clear that it's like, Dak is our ticket. The coach isn't saving us, and this is over. The Cowboys were there, man. They were like leading the division and stuff. Like, they had winnable games too. Like, it was a bad year, bad year for them.
It was, and that's
regardless of the injury. So yeah.
No, I think I really agree with you, and I think that's where the coach all comes into play. You see a lot of teams that go through adversity. I think, and I don't mean you can't put everything on the head coach, but I think it's a major, you can rally that team. You have Andy Dalton, you can laugh. We can all joke about Andy Dalton, haha. But like, this guy has been a Pro Bowl player. He's the perfect, if I was running a franchise, I want Andy Dalton as my backup kind of player. Like, you talked about the Jets earlier. You don't think the Jets would bend over backwards to have an Andy Dalton in that quarterback room?
Well, I mean, that's kind of part of my problem with the Jets. I don't think they will, because they don't think they need to, which I think is part of the mentality problem there. But anyways, we'll see how that works out. But yeah, and maybe the person who brought up the point where McCarthy he just had to get out Aaron Rodgers' way. maybe that's going to be his strength again. Maybe he knows, maybe like just having Dak Prescott there and just being like, hey, offense, take care of yourself. I'll just try and like motivate some defense side. Maybe it'll work for him again. I don't know. Maybe that's his strength as a coach. I don't know enough about it, to be honest, but it's such a good point because every time the Cowboys got close to like taking control of that division last year, and I was like, okay, their talent's going to shine through here. You know, they're taking on a weak team. They still got Amari going. They still got Zeke. It was just like, nope, we don't want to win. We don't care. So, yeah, it's such a good point. I mean, it's a very interesting team next year, and if Dak goes down again, they are just fade them completely every week.
Fade the boys as Cam connects. There's Ossie again. He has the touchdown also. Justin Nye says, Andy Dalton sucks. Cool, dude. Appreciate you.
I mean,
disagree with you. Hey, this is all I'm saying. You can have all the opinions you want on these players. You want, depending on what your quarterback room looks like for your favorite team, Justin Nye, I would absolutely. Oh, he said, well, Justin Nye says I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, and Dalton did nothing. That's what we just explained. That's exactly it. He did nothing because the team quit. That team was really unmotivated and bad. It wasn't just Dak, too. Like you mentioned, a lot of Dak. That offensive line was like toast by week 4. Yeah. I mean, and then look at Ezekiel Elliott. His effort was not there. He talked about it in the opening week of Hard Knocks. Oh. He wasn't that guy. He's now he's like changed his whole mentality. He's wearing sweatshirts instead of belly shirts. Yeah. Like this comes from a place where you realize, like you don't think Zeke Elliott sees like what has happened to every running back in the past? That like once you go to this place that he's potentially, if he doesn't have a good season this year, he knows he's gonna get cut. He's never gonna see that money. Look at Todd Gurley. I know it's injuries, but he's currently not even in the league. He was like an MVP candidate 3 years ago. This happens to running backs, and I think Zeke knows that. That was not an Andy Dalton issue for the Cowboys. That's the point here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Andy Dalton is going to give you what he's going to give you. He needs help. He needs the coaching staff to coach up the O-line. He needs the running back to get out there and earn a little bit more yardage. And he needs the whole team to come together. And, like, there was zero of that. Maybe, on the defensive side, they improved a little bit towards the end of the year. But by then, it was like, where were you the last 12 games, right? So, yeah. And again, the defensive woes. I mean, again, this is McCarthy's guy he brought in, so it just all feeds back to why you bring. Like, I could not believe that hiring when it happened. It was almost as bad as the Jets hiring Gase. The Jets hiring Gase was worse because you have seen this guy lose in your division, front and center, right in front of you. Yep. What was it? 3 years. He didn't get anything out of Ryan Tannehill. Nothing. You even saw Ryan Tannehill go to another team and be better without him. And you still said, this is our guy. This guy. Gase. That's who we want. Like, what? Who? Why?
Morons. Dumb people. You agree.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. They're managed like lemonade stands. $1 billion franchises managed like lemonade stands.
And one of the biggest market, and the second biggest market in the country.
Yeah.
Must be. This is kind of an interesting question. Better roster last year, Dallas or New England? Like overall roster? New England wasn't a health issue. New England, well, there was. Don't get me wrong. The injuries on defense at different points.
I mean, are we talking like with Dak? I think with Dak, I'd probably.
I take Dallas probably. Yeah. It's just Dallas's defense has nice, like their linebackers are. I love their linebacking core for years. They just have no second.
Yeah, I mean, Van Der Esch got hurt.
Yeah. Smith was a stud, but like you can't cover everybody. It was the end of the Sean Lee. I know he's now retired.
The secondary was just hot. Like the Patriots secondary was actually really good in spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean because like I get you have like the offensive weapons even without Dak, but it's like flipping a coin. They both.
I think you made a good point. Like I think talent-wise, I'd give it to Dallas, but like what you got out of them, I mean, the Patriots got way more out of their guys last year.
Yeah.
Than Dallas did because you have a coach who actually like coaches, So
seriously, Uncle Buck, must be better division last year. AFC East. Who cares about last year? I'll tell you right now. This year, the AFC, NFC East, I think is just gonna be. I think these teams are gonna be super competitive because I think what happens when you see a year like last year is all of them know there's blood in the water, and if they get hot, like you don't think Washington, the reason they made the quarterback move for Ryan Fitzpatrick, they see it. They're like, yeah, he's not going to be here forever, but if we can put together something, like he doesn't have to do a ton. Yep. Getting guys like Curtis Samuel in there, and who's the other receiver they signed?
Humphreys.
Adam Humphreys. Wait, he's in Washington. I didn't even know that. But there you go. That must have been it. But obviously,
they have McLaurin there, but they signed Humphreys. Yeah.
And you got Logan. Like they have enough weapons where it's like just don't Fitzpatrick don't like throw 5 picks in.
I compare Washington to Tampa, man, in so many ways. I think they've got a dominant defense. And now they've got a quarterback who, he's up there in age, but I think they're going to have him throw downfield more because, look, even if the downfield passes don't work, you've got a dominant defense to bail you out. And when they do work, when you throw downfield in a Bruce Arians offense, the ball gets picked off. Okay, it's a punt. No big deal. Incomplete. Not a big deal. You punt. You've got a good defense. Complete. Massive. You've just switched the field. You put all the pressure on the other team. Now, if you get points out of that, you've got your defense to hold up the game. I think Washington, very similar strategy coming. I think they've got McLaurin. They've got the downfield burners, much like Evans and Godwin with Samuel and McLaurin. That's what I equate them to. I think they're a mini version of Tampa waiting to happen. So we'll see if it's as successful for them. Obviously, you got to execute, but I think that's basically how Tampa won the Super Bowl last year. Chucking the ball downfield, and Brady got hot with the deep ball late, and their defense got hot just in general late, and really hard to beat when you're hitting some deep passes and your defense is just holding people up. Almost an impossible combo.
Love it. 14-14 here. A timeout, 1:30 left. Vikings on a 3rd and 5. Talking a ton of football stuff here. Very opinionated conversation. Love every second of it. Love the heat. Love the passion people have brought here. Lindenbaum says, technically, they were competitive in the AFC East last season, Rossi, if they were even close to 500. They were competing till the end. Completely disagree. Those were bad football teams playing very bad football, and one of the teams at the very end quit. There's a reason there's a coach not there. Not getting fired up at you, Lindenbaum, but what the Eagles did at the end of the year, that was not a competitive team. It was a team that gave 2 craps. Yeah, the Giants decided to try in week 17. Let's throw a ticker tape parade for them. A lot of those teams watching November in the NFC East, really bad. Gonna get a field goal here to try to break the tie. Got it. Rossi, so Tampa, Green Bay, and the Rams are the teams from the East. Wait, and there is a team from the East that'll compete. Who? Washington? I've been telling you, I'm riding that Giants bandwagon, bro. I think the Washington football team is going to be good. I just don't like Tannehill as their quarterback. I've seen this game before. I understand what Moose is saying. It really makes a lot of sense aside from it's Ryan Tannehill. I think he's an albatross in that concoction. But hey, if he can play even close to what he did for Miami with that roster, bringing that to Washington, as you mentioned, throwing the ball downfield, which he loves to do. He's not scared. He's a gunslinger. Like, good for him. If they can run the ball consistently, and like you said, even if he makes some mistakes and just, like you said, with that Brady comparison, like Brady wasn't that great through the first half of last season. That team still won games.
Yep.
Those games they lost, that Chicago game, like you're going to see those from a lot of football teams. And then after that, they just clicked from like Halloween on, which
they got hot. Like I said, Brady got hot with the deep ball, man. Whether you want to put that on just like luck or whatever, I mean, it doesn't even matter. I mean, like think back. I mean, a great example is that one against Ken King at the end of the half against the Packers. Those plays started to click for them. And when you give a team like Tampa with a good defense, good luck coming back on them because it's just not going to happen. And Brady, and the other thing Brady does is he knows how to close out games, obviously. He's good at taking care of the ball. He gets those 1-yarders. I think Fitzpatrick has a little bit of him in that sense too, because he runs a little bit, right? So again, I don't want to take the comparison any further. I'm just saying stylistically, I think you're getting a similar team with Washington next year.
That's it. I'm leaving this remembering that quote. Ryan Fitzpatrick is Tom Brady.
Thank you. Perfect.
I want that clipped, repeated every time.
Doesn't Fitzpatrick have like a winning record against Brady or something?
Oh, against Brady, yeah, because he used to slay those Bills games. He beat us.
Yeah, the Bills games, the Dolphins. Jets, I think he beat them once.
No, that was Tua. Oddly enough, Tua beat him last year. The Patriots beat them week 1 with against Fitzpatrick, and then, but he beat the Jets week 16 a few years ago too, which was a shocker.
Yeah,
touchdown to Eric Decker in the back of the end zone in overtime.
Could you imagine a Fitz Brady NFC Conference Championship?
Just shoot me. All right, what are we doing here?
That would be absolutely oh man.
I would just cry.
I would actually pay to see Ryan Fitz. I would be okay with Brady getting back to the conference championship if I could see Ryan Fitzpatrick beat Tom Brady in the conference championship. That would be one of the.
Take your pills.
That's that's it. I'm done. That's it. That's too much for me. No.
Ball game, by the way.
No.
Patriots couldn't.
It is ball game.
Sorry, we've been all over the map here. Bonus for Newton earlier.
I mean, I've been on here for 3 straight hours. I'm going nuts here.
I love. No, honestly, can I say something? I've said this before. I've said it again. There's no better person to just like have a sim with than you, because you never know what we're going to talk about. This went a total different direction than most of our conversations, and I loved it. I'm fired up for football, dude. That's where we're at. We're at the
I am
point
too, man.
We're
and
fired up.
I like that people are calling me out about it too. I don't mind that. I really don't. I like it when you guys say, what's your take? Why are you doing this take? This is dumb. Explain it. Whatever. I'll explain it as best as I can every time. You're probably not always going to agree with what I say, but I'm usually right. I'm not going to lie.
I will just say this before we get your awards. We did Uncle Bucks' good play calling, bro. We got 2 weeks left. You're going to get a whole lot of Brandon Gotten telling you that's a 3rd and 3 and all that. We're here for the conversation. Hopefully we entertained you. Hopefully wherever you were before this sim started, you're in a better place now. Hopefully you had some fun. Maybe we got under your skin a little bit, got you fired up for football. It's a football conversation.
Aussie.
Yeah, I think he's your dude, right? Look at that. 9 for 122 and a tud.
I mean, Cam had a big game too, but let's give it to Aussie. He's not going to have many touches, in Madden 22 with, Smith and Hunter Henry. So we'll give it to Devin. He deserves it. Deserves a shout out.
And not my kid. Dalvin
Yeah.
Cook, I think, was good. He scored. We saw him score. Just throw it.
Let's give it to Kirk Cousins. It stinks. 9.88 points. That's terrible.
He always stinks. By the way, Chat VP, I'm bringing it back just because there's a username in there called Lemon Cake with their image is just a piece of lemon cake. So come on. That's awesome. Gotta love lemon cake. Even though I think lemon cake stinks. And I think all things lemon flavored.
Really? Lemon cake? I mean, I think lemon cake is pretty delicious. I mean,
you've heard my lemon cake before, haven't you?
Get a little glass of lemonade with like a slice of lemon cake.
No, I think all things lemon don't taste like lemon.
You've changed, man. You've really changed.
Oh no, I didn't know I was doing this with Emerson. Anyways, give it up for Moose. He's been incredible today, given everything he's got, his heart, his soul, his time. He needs to go take his pills, as his phone just reminded him. So we will let you head out. This is a one and done for me as well. And you actually stood in for BK today, so thank you for doing that, Moose. You can follow him.
Right, I did. I didn't even know why I was here, but that is why. That's true.
So this never was. So listen, you're mad at Moose all you want. Oh, I don't like what he said. Could have been BK rambling on about God knows what. So you get that. So he can be found at the Fantasy Grind. Make sure you give him a follow. Slide in his DMs. You got drafts coming up. Got some questions about maybe some stuff for the weekend's golf or even some preseason football. You're like, hey, what about this guy? What about that guy? The man next to me. He's the man, the myth, the legend. He's Moose. We'll be on tomorrow on The Sweat. 11 a.m. Eastern. I am Jason DeRossi. I'm not back till Sunday because your boy's going on a little vacation. And then we have, no simulation football on Saturdays, which it's a big day for me because it's SummerSlam. So, I'll be talking at some point on Saturday, somewhere on the Twitter or YouTube about the free pool here for DraftKings. So I'll have you all hooked up with that. I might even write a little something over on DK Nation. We'll see what Chirag says. But until all that, we will bid you the finest adieu on behalf of Jim and June, who rocked the ops, Michael, our extraordinary producer, the man, the myth, and TP, keeping us afloat and making us happy. We will now depart, and we leave you with the one and only Andrew Brandt, who joined Ross Tucker. By the way, Andrew Brandt, very interesting story. Google him later. Ross Tucker, today's podcast, talked about the Arizona Cardinals and Stadium Sportsbook, first NFL cuts, and much, much more. Drink your water. Be a good person. It costs $0. And, say hi to friends you haven't talked to in a while. We'll see you all back here at 8 o'clock for your next simulated football game. Bye-bye.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday that we're recording Tuesday afternoon. So I don't remember what we call it. Tucker Tuesday. I don't know. Tuck Heads Tuesday. I know this. We got Andrew Brandt. He is the man actually doing it this afternoon because he's got that awesome webinar on Tuesday evening. Not sure when we're going to post this yet. Doesn't matter. If we post early and you forgot about the webinar, do the webinar because Andrew's the man and we love him. We also love all of you that spread the word via social media at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod, any platform. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, it all counts. It's all good. Sponsor confirmation, email winners as well. You guys know the deal. Thursday morning, I record with Greg Cosell before Thursday night's awesome Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you, yes, you have a chance to be the sponsor confirmation email winner. Maybe all you do, maybe it's as simple as you going to 10,000 and entering code Ross Tucker, 10,000.cc. Why should you do that? They've got the best shorts of all time. I've been wearing their 7-inch interval short with the liner. And their versatile shirt. But I'm just telling you right now, no bounce pockets, breathable, lightweight, literally the most comfortable training shorts I have ever worn, which is good to talk about right before we get to Andrew, because Andrew's big on working out as well. Hopefully, Andrew has them as well. They've got different shorts for running and yoga and lifting, and just check them out. If you guys like working out like I do, 10,000 is offering our listeners 15% off your purchase. Go to 10,000.cc and enter code Ross Tucker to receive 15% off your purchase. That is 10,000.cc and enter code Ross Tucker. Love it. Loving the shorts. Loving those of you that are sponsor confirmation email winners. Why not just get a pair of workout shorts now and then send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com, and win that. Or you can subscribe to youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL. Make any comment on any clip, and pretty good chance I'll see your comment, and you'll get a free cameo-style shout-out from your boy being me. My boy, it's Andrew Brandt. It's The Big Show.
The Big Show.
All right, Andrew, as mentioned, recording this a few hours before the big-time webinar. How you feeling?
Feeling good. It's what I do. I try to inform and educate the masses on the business of sports. This will be a little different because I'm going to take people really inside my career and sort of the path. And I know everybody wonders about how to get in. If there was an easy answer, everyone would do it. There's no easy answer, but I'll give some tips, talk about some key issues going on in the business of sports. And the sign has been good. I'm well over 200, Ross. So, if this comes out, maybe we'll get a few more. And I'll do my podcast of the Business of Sports podcast before I go on tonight, too. So, it'll be fun. And a lot of young people, a lot of people from schools, but also, Ross, people from teams, including NFL teams, and the league, including the NFL, are taking my webinar.
Wow. That is awesome. Make sure you talk about the Business of Sports podcast and the Ross Tucker Football Podcast every week a lot as well. We need those people to get the free content every week if they can. Speaking of free, there's a lot to get into, but I thought it was interesting. I actually want to start with some fan stuff.
Yeah.
And we don't do this very often, but the Saints announced, they're in an indoor building. You got to be vaccinated or have proof of a negative test. The Raiders say you have to be fully vaccinated. I think it's very interesting that employers like the NFL aren't mandating it, yet these teams are mandating it for fans.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer and I'm trying to understand legalities here. We do have some precedent. I'm going to bring in some legalese here, Ross, because Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, let me get this straight. She denied a request from Indiana students in the University of Indiana to block a mandatory vaccination order from University of Indiana. So you have the highest court in the land denying a student group a request to block a mandatory vaccination ban from a university. So now you filter that down into teams and fans and buildings and facilities, and you can understand, okay, this is quote unquote legal. So they're going to do it. You know, I start back at Villanova this week, and we have mandatory vaccination. I had to upload my vaccination information to be able to come on campus and teach. Masks are optional. Vaccinations are mandatory. If you don't have vaccination, you have to wear a mask. So this is where we are in this country, and I see the rationale from the buildings. And what's all interesting is what you just started with this, Ross, because a month ago, you and I were saying, wow, the teams are making it really hard on the unvaccinated players. Not as hard as other businesses and schools and facilities. So in some ways, the NFL teams are more lax about this than everyone else.
What about, Andrew, while we're talking about fans?
Yeah.
What about the Arizona Cardinals? We didn't get a chance to get into this last week. They're going to have a sports book, Andrew, in the stadium that people can make bets in the stadium. We know that the NFL recently came out. They're going to take some advertising from sports books during games. And I know we always go back to, man, 5 years ago they were fighting this. I guess my question is, it just feels like they wasted a ton of money fighting this over the years. Like they were paying money, Andrew, to not make money.
You see all my tweets on when this happens. It's 5 years ago is right. They were fighting Tony Romo and a bunch of other players going to a fantasy football convention in Vegas. Not even because of fantasy football, but because Vegas is Vegas and because of casino interests. They fought it 7 years. I followed it for ESPN, for Sports Illustrated, for the Ross Football Tucker podcast, for my podcast. They fought New Jersey because they didn't want it. And they still will tell you they fought it because, and here's the answer, they want it federally. They want a national bill. They don't want it state by state. But here we are. It's 24 states, I believe, after 3 years that are legalized. And now we have the next step. We have the in-house sports books. Everyone goes to Europe and says, oh, man, there are kiosks for betting in these stadiums. I was so crazy like a year ago even. Now we got it in these. And I think the Meadowlands has it, but it's in the horse racing part of it. So, yeah, here we are. And we do talk about it a little bit, but we don't even bat an eye. The NFL now has relationships with Caesars and Sport Radar, and all the teams are getting into it, like we talk about with Arizona. I guess what we're both saying is that we're becoming extremely desensitized to something that was unbelievable 2 years ago. Like, gambling in sports was completely taboo. And now it's not only accepted, but embraced, and it's bringing franchise values up, and it's adding profits, adding money to the bottom line. Arizona Cardinals are going to make a lot of money off of this. You know they are.
Yeah, there's no question. Honestly, the two thoughts I had were, number one, I didn't even know they were allowed to do that. And if they are, why aren't other teams doing it? And then number two, man, I mean, fans already boo if they're at a game and their team's not performing well. I guess I wonder how much that gets compounded, or if it makes any difference at all if people are betting on them in the stadium.
Yeah, I mean, you ask a really good question. Why aren't everyone doing it? And that's where I think state laws come in. I mentioned 23 states have gambling. I don't know how many of those are NFL states. The other issue that gets a little technical is the geo-fencing. Sometimes you can have it at a casino for sports betting, but not outside the casino. Sometimes it'll be mobile only, but not in a physical brick and mortar location. So this is for these betting experts that know all the ins and outs of different states. But what I'm seeing is the thing you're seeing in Arizona is going to be a harbinger of things to come. And it just, I mean, going back to when we redeveloped Lambeau Field, the whole idea was get people in the building more than 10 days a year. Think about sports books. That does that. That does that. So if you can get a sports book in your facility, you're getting people in there 300 days a year or whatever it is, not just 10 days a year.
Some other sort of one-off things that have gone on that I want your opinion on. The Lions fired their head athletic trainer. I mean, Andrew, it's the middle of training camp. They fired their head athletic trainer. Now, his name's Dave Granito. He actually was in New England when I was there. He was a young guy.
Oh.
But he was with the previous regime. You know, he was brought in, I think, by Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia. So I guess I'm curious. I mean, obviously there was some conflict there. I guess I'm curious to hear your thoughts, if you have any experience with anything like this, or what possibly could have happened.
My thought is there's a backstory there. We don't know it because you and I cannot easily understand them moving on from the strength coach when Brad Holmes and
Campbell
came in. That's an easy transition. That happens all the time. Old coaches go. It happens. We see it all the time. Very few are holdovers. But you bring up the key point: timing. What happened in August of all times? And and you know as well as anyone, the key coach during the off season is strength and conditioning, because those are the guys that are hands on the players. So something happened. There's a backstory there that we don't know.
Yeah, and this is the head athletic trainer. I mean, this is the guy that's in charge of the medical decisions during camp. I mean, something happened there where a guy was rushed back, or they wouldn't rush a guy. I don't know what it was, but something happened there. The other thing I think is interesting is today, by 4 p.m., teams have to cut 5 guys. So they have 90-man rosters. They got to get to 85 this week. I think it's 80 next week, and then 75, and then whatever, right? They have a bunch of staggered cuts this year.
Yeah.
And as we're sitting here, and I'll talk about it later in the show, but the Jaguars cut Tim Tebow, which obviously is big news. Do you understand what the logic might be on having a cut to 85? I mean, when I first found out about this, I was like, man, maybe they just really want 5 guys to be demoralized and really feel bad about themselves.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like in past years, it just always comes down to the end, and then you chop like dozens of guys at one time. Maybe they're trying to stagger it and have some value in staggering it. A lot of teams, as you know, will cut a few guys week to week going in the preseason, and maybe this is just kind of a nod to that, where the league says, well, our competition committee says, well, you guys are doing it anyway, so we'll cut 5 guys. I don't know. You know, what's interesting.
Is it saving money? Is it a COVID thing where, like, hey, if they're not going to be there, get them out of there?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like, you guys know your last 5 guys. That's easy. So just don't keep them around. And you're right, COVID, maybe it's all different. And what's interesting is I just saw, you didn't bring it up, but maybe you were going to. I just saw a couple of what I call sort of ham sandwich trades, where the Giants trade Isaac Yiadom to the Packers. Greg Little was traded for a 7th round pick. You know, these when there's cut down day, you see trades, and these are trades of players that I would think are going to get cut. And they get a 7th round pick, probably conditional for them.
We also have our first team that's 100% vaccinated, the Atlanta Falcons, and I guess I feel like that speaks well of their new head coach, Arthur Smith, and their leadership, and could end up giving them a competitive advantage this season, knowing that they got everybody on board.
We'll find out. Yeah, I mean, I thought and still think that after the cuts, that whatever percentage we're at, 90%, is going to go down, because you assume all bottom of the roster guys are vaccinated. because they don't want to give the team any reason to cut him. So if we're at 90% league wide, maybe that goes to 85 or 83 because we still have the unvaccinated guys on the rosters because they were safe to begin with. We'll see, but kudos to Atlanta. Yeah, I mean, they have, as I tweeted, perfect attendance. We'll see how many join them.
Yeah, because the thing is, Andrew, you know, you can only be a high-risk contact, I guess, if you are unvaccinated. I mean, this could really get ugly if guys are missing regular season games, not because they test positive, but because they're unvaccinated and they're a close contact. It's not like, yeah, you got a dislocated elbow or you got a sprain. It's like you're not playing because you just wouldn't get a shot.
I mean, we see the names, you know, the Kirk Cousins of the world. I mean, they bought in. They bought into the unvaccinated. I don't know, Ross. I don't want to get into politics, or because I think it is politics, and that's unfortunate. You know, I don't think it's health. I really don't. That's what drives me crazy. You know, I'm a health nut. I don't think they're doing this for. I don't think they really believe that. Hey, it's so new. I don't want to do a vaccine because they all have vaccines in their body from other things. I think it's political, and that upsets me.
Yes, I can appreciate that. I can also appreciate this man's got a webinar to do. He's got a Business of Sports podcast to record. Check him out at Andrew Brandt on social media. Terrific work as always, Andrew. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
Speaking of terrific, you know what would really be terrific? If you got to go against me and Joe Dolan every week this season in our season-long fantasy football league. You've heard about me talking about Fantrax the past couple weeks. You know I like customization. No defense. No kickers. Nobody likes having defense and kickers in your fantasy league. Well, now, just for signing up at fantrax.com/Ross, you're eligible to win a Davante Adams signed jersey, which means all Packers fans and fantasy fans should be in it. Even better, if you bring your friends and your other leagues from your old platform, your entire squad is eligible to win a weekend getaway to watch your favorite team play. Look, I'm sure that you guys don't all have the same favorite team, but when you're getting $6,000 in spending money for the week, I'm sure you'll get over it. Guys, it's totally free, totally customizable, and only at fantrax.com/Ross. It's important you know how to spell it. fantrax.com/Ross. Maybe you go 3 for 3. Davante Adams, the game of your choice, and you get in our season-long fantasy football league.
Tuck's Takes.
Hi, Ross. Lots to get to since we had that interview with Dr. Kerry Hastings on Sunday night. Let's start with one of your former teammates, Jason Peters, getting signed by the Chicago Bears. And before we do, though, one question. How many of your former teammates are active players still?
Brady and Jason Peters. Is Gostkowski on a team as a kicker? Might be it, but dude, it's like 39 and 42-year-olds. There must be if I really went through it, Bri, there'd be some guys that were like rookies in 2007, my last year. There might be a couple more guys like that, but not many. And I think the Bears were pretty desperate here with the Jenkins injury, and they might have a young quarterback in Justin Fields. I think they wanted to make sure that they had a guy out there. I mean, make sure they had a guy that was at least somewhat decent out there and ready to go. And I guess I can appreciate that, but he's 39 years old, man. I mean, it's just unbelievable to me that he's still playing. I never, ever thought he would last this long.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, you and Andrew touched on it. First cut started today, and the most notable one, Jaguars cutting Tim Tebow and the Giants cutting running back Alfred Morris.
kind of bummed out for Alfred Morris, Bry, that he never really got significant money. You know, he got off to such a great start for Washington, but he didn't get that big second contract. Got a bunch of like 1-year deals for the minimum. It's probably done now. It's just a tough position, man. And as for Tebow, I tweeted this today at Ross Tucker NFL. I don't take glee in the failures of others. I think if you do, it says something about you. Now, that's not the same as me not thinking it's funny when Cassius Marsh said he was going to try to abuse him, or not the same as me not thinking Tim Tebow would make the team. Not the same as me thinking that there are probably other guys more deserving. I still respect Tebow for going out there and giving it a shot. At 34 years old, man, learning a new position and a position where you're putting yourself in harm's way. I mean, I give him a lot of credit. He's got a ton of money, you know, the broadcasting stuff, the speaking engagements. He didn't need to do this. Although, I suppose, saw somebody tweet this, you could argue that, you know, every time he does this, whether it's the Mets or, you know, football, and every time he gives another shot, it sort of reinforces the messaging in his speaking engagements about never stop, never quit. And I can respect that. But you still got to go out there and do it. Like, this isn't baseball. You still got to go out there and subject yourself to injury and harm's way and getting the crap beat out of you. So I say kudos to him.
Tux Takes.
Some other transactions include the Niners signing linebacker Michael Kendricks, Giants trading a 2023 sixth-round pick to Houston for Keon Crossan, and the Lions fired their head trainer, as you mentioned earlier.
Right. Something bad happened there, man. I mean, something happened where he was not on the same – a player got mad at him or something, and he was not on the same page with the organization. There's just no other explanation. Keon Crossan, I guess the Giants felt like they needed a DB. Second time Nick Caserio has traded Keon Crossan, which is funny. As for Michael Kendricks, remember he had like the insider trading deal and had to go to jail for a day and has a whole lot of customer service. What's it called? Oh my gosh. Bry, I'm fried. What's it called when you community service, not customer service. When he's got a whole bunch of community service. You know what community you can serve? Your businesses. Create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn Jobs to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 750 million people. Focus on candidates with the skills and experience you need. Use screening questions to get your role in front of only the most qualified people. Then use the simple tools on LinkedIn Jobs to quickly filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? 40 mil, peeps. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Ross. That's linkedin.com/Ross to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. And we have time for the first time in a while, Bry, to get to an email. This is exciting.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
One of my favorite things we do, if you take advantage of any sponsor ever, or even just rate and review the show, and you have any question for me, forward me the email, ross@rosstucker.com, and I guarantee to read and respond to the question on the show. I love it. I wish we could do it more, but I also try to keep the podcast to no more than 30 minutes. They always end up going 31, 32, 33, but I just don't ever want any of you guys to not listen because like, oh, it's 48 minutes or whatever. And so that's why I try to do that. What do you got, Bry?
Hey, Ross, I've been listening to you for several years. My son makes fun of knowing that when I leave for work because he says you are so loud and he can always hear the, oh, yeah, it is every morning as I back out of the driveway and, well, 3 times in the off season as well. Anyway, my question regarding media access to teams, I noticed last year several teams, Green Bay comes to mind, really use COVID as an excuse to cut off media access, and some teams act like it should continue. And I think it's a bad idea. Now, as a former player, do you think that media access where people, fans, feel more connected to the team organization and players helps at all for that small edge that helps get a team a little bit farther, a little more motivated maybe for their community? And she goes on and on and on, but that's the gist of the email. That is from Jill Tomayason.
No. Her pronunciation's right there. Tomasian.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, Jill.
Tomasian. She also wanted to shout out to the late, great Chris Wessling. Well said, Jill. She also said, I love what you guys and Mina do and appreciate it very much. Thank you, Jill. That means a lot. So what I think is interesting, Jill, is different teams have different philosophies. The Patriots, nobody ever says anything. Whereas like in Seattle, Pete Carroll was very open, letting guys say what they want, and be able to speak their mind. And he felt like that independence and treating them like adults helped them. I will say this. I think there's always a balance between football operations, which is only concerned with the product on the field and winning, and marketing and communications where they want more engagement with the fans. They want more media, because the more media and the more engagement, the more people get to know the players, the better chance that people buy tickets or buy merchandise. So there's constantly a battle between different sides of the building. The business people want more and more access and content and exposure. The football operations people, they are always paranoid about information getting out that hurts and gives them a competitive disadvantage. I think it's a balance. I think teams are probably a little bit paranoid in general, but they do mine everything that's said or written to look for any little pearl of wisdom they can find. Good question, Jill. Let's keep getting to more questions if we can over the course of the next couple weeks, especially before the season starts. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com. Big day for us today, by the way. We did college draft with Emery Hunt this morning. We did Even Money with Steve Fezzik and Simon Hunter, another professional bettor today. And of course, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Wednesday, Fantasy Feast, Wednesday afternoon. So go ahead and get your fantrax.com/Ross or your best ball entries in if you want to get in on our leagues. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Okay, hello everybody. Great to see all of you here. Kind of, you know, it's just common practice to say it that way. I know I can't see you, but you get the point. Brandon Krisztal will be joining us very soon. At least that's what he told me. We're doing another Vegas Buck Sim. I feel like we've done all of them. Like every time the Bucks and the Raiders play, I feel like I'm with BK. Call me crazy. Maybe I'm alone on that, but just my hunch, you know? It always feels that way. So all of you sit back, relax, and let me, you know what? Not only sit back and relax, but get a pen and paper. I'm going to give you the winning lineup. Here it is. It's Mike Evans and the captain, Brady, Fournette, McCoy, Miller, Darren Waller. Okay? So if you don't want to stick around because I already gave away who's going to win, then you can leave. But we would encourage you to stay. That's my wind up and the pitch. Okay. Away we go. Tampa and Vegas. I am coming to you from parts unknown. You can figure that out for yourself. TX is on Twitch. What's up, Twitch fam? A little play action to start the sim. Oh boy, we're really gonna do this right now? To the tight end 2, Jason Witten. What are we doing? Jason Witten. TX says, damn, Glash, that's a horrible lineup. Sean Preston, Congo Cab is here. His Raiders are in the house. Prize Picks, Yo, Cena, BC, Pot. Okay. B-Don Walk. Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Fat Man is here. Hey, Fat Man. Robbie Noble. Freak of nature. It's a great energy in the sim. Jordan Lindenbaum, I'm only staying if you spend at least 2 quarters talking about Brady, Glash. You know, for the record, Jeff and I did the slate tonight for an hour. No Bucks talk whatsoever, outside of the fact they were playing Dallas. But we were Dallas-centric. Donald's here, Jay's here, and BK's here. Hi.
I'm trying to get all set up. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
take your time. We hear you.
Can you hear me through my microphone? Or you hear me through my AirPods? What do you think? I'm working on it.
It sounds good.
That's just good.
Yeah, it sounds like it's coming through the computer as opposed to
It's
a mic.
coming through my AirPods because my microphone wasn't plugged in. So let's try that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Robert Sparks, Captain Scotty Miller. Good luck to you on that. I played Miller. Mark's here. Ralphie's here.
Hi.
Sound good. Lost your camera, though.
Feeling good.
Yeah?
Feeling good. Yeah,
Why do you feel so good?
Oh, because I'm talking to you. Oh. And I just got to get my cool DraftKings monitor behind me here. By the time the quarter's over, it's like I've been here the whole time.
Yep.
I got a sweet lineup, too, that's probably going to finish in first place, I bet.
Oh.
That's what the experts are saying.
Well, I already threw out there that you were in first before you got here, so.
Oh, well, good. Yeah, that's just a little foreshadowing. So this is my first sim of the week. I was only going to do a few. Because sort of not impromptu, but with the changes coming to the Dream Stream.
Yep.
Our schedules are obviously changing a little and freeing up as much as we love our friends in DK Sim Fan, because we're not going to be a part of their lives on a daily basis necessarily. I was at my 14-year-old's football scrimmage and they needed some coaching help. So I decided to sign up to become a freshman football coach, thinking I'd help with DBs, wideouts. And when I get there, the 2 coaches for 40-something kids goes, oh, you can help with quarterbacks and running backs too. I'm like, well, hang on. All right. Let's get my feet wet here. I haven't coached since he was in 5th grade flag football. So that's why I'm a minute or two late, because we actually had what the coaches said was the best practice of the year. So that's good. Apologies. Glad to be here. What's your lineup look like?
Well, hold on. What's the name of your team? What's the name of the team we're all rooting for now?
Oh, they're the Rock Canyon Jaguars, Rock Canyon High School.
Yeah. All right. Let's go Jags. Here's
That's
my
how many
lineup.
pros they put out.
How many?
Pretty sure 0 based on what I've seen so far and what I know of the school. It's a newer school, but still.
Now, are those Jaguars going to bring in Tebow?
He'd have a better shot at making this team, for sure. In fact, he could probably play all 11 positions at the same time. Certainly over the freshmen, but even the varsity, we'll see. It's been a few years since the Jaguars have made the playoffs in the varsity.
Okay. I know.
I'm just helping with the freshmen team.
Okay. My lineup looks like this. Mike Evans is my captain. I already told everybody it's the winning lineup, so. Evans captained. Brady is in there. Fournette is in there. Shady McCoy. Scotty Miller. Darren Waller.
All right, I got a little bit of crossover with you. I captained Walla. Darren Waller's my captain. I usually do Godwin, but I figured I had to get somebody from the Raiders. I ended up with 3 Raiders. So I have Waller as my captain, then TB12, Godwin, who just had a catch, and Mike Evans. So went big there. Then Richard and Renfro. Could be some value or could end up with Goose Egg.
Ooh, Brady just got that off before taking the hit. Evans, first down. Tom Brady, 76% owned in the DraftKings free public contest, 18.7 in the captain. Darren Waller, about 14 in the captain, 59.6 overall. BK is here. It's Glash as well. Producer Michael, T. Pike. And then we have June and... Oh, look, it's Jim. Hey, Jim. Jim, you going to miss me? Come on, Jim. Jim, you're going to miss this. You really are. Wow, this just made my night. Jim, it's been forever. Jim, I don't even know what you look like. I don't even know what you smell like. But I just love doing the, hey, Jim! I'm going to miss that. Crap, I'm going to get emotional. This isn't good. Jim, you have to be here the last day we're here. It's a requirement. It's a requirement. Or I'll cry. I'm truly surprised. I mean, I'm in a hotel. I've got my monitor on the opposite side I normally do. And it just came to my, I just realized it's June and Jim. Huh. Would you look at that? 3rd and 2.
Your background does seem pretty nice, though, all things considered.
Yeah, it's a good time. First time playing, fifth time playing Fortnite is on Twitch. Whoever hit dislike for me saying, hey, Jim, you're a baby. Maybe that wasn't the case. Sean Brennan, when is your last day calling Sims? No idea. What a catch. I mean, I would think it's the last day, unless I'm not scheduled. Mike Evans, first down. It's a tough day because, and BK can relate to this, Jeff brought it to my attention. Heck, it might come up in cough situation too. If you have little ones, you got to get them in school that day. So I don't know what that's like. 1st and goal. McCoy. Back it up. Well, I'm here for the rest of the night with BK for this one. Freeze Pops for Madden After Dark. We'll really test our limits on the buzzword tonight because it's no longer in my apartment. Come on, get to the outside. Fournette can't do so.
Won't there be a full run of Sims on that last day, even if there's kids in school and all that?
No, it's true. Jeff brought it up, and he made it sound like it might get in the way of what he needs to get done. I don't know. I'm just telling you what he said. Come on, 3rd and goal. Let's go. There's a guy open right over the middle, Tom. Jeez, there he is. Boom. McCoy. Shady McCoy. Touchdown.
He was open for like 3 whole seconds. Last play of the quarter, too. Wow. What guys? All right.
Who scored? I apologize. I was setting up my monitors.
Shady McCoy with the touchdown.
Oh, and you said you have him, huh?
I do. So I feel good. I feel good about where we're at. Freak of nature, where are the disco lights? I left those at home. Sorry. We'll get those up.
So I have 2 more sims. I have 2 more sims this week. I think I've got one tomorrow, 4 Eastern, and then one Sunday. And then I don't know. We'll see what next week looks like. But I hope I'm here a bunch the last couple days. And we'll do some 3-man booths, maybe. 3-person booths if Tara Lynn's there.
A lot of 3-person booths, I would like to believe. Now, look, the official statement. Is this your first time on since the announcement?
I think it's my second. But it might be the first, actually, because I ended up. So on top of all the coaching, taking up some of my time, and guys nice enough to pick me up, my 14-year-old also broke his finger. So the other night when I was going to make it in plenty of time for Madden After Dark on Monday, we end up in the emergency room getting an x-ray, but he's going to play with it broken. So
okay.
Anyway, but yeah, so it might be my first time. I think it is. So I'm going to miss all you guys, especially because I won't be here to do my victory lap when Jalen Hurts was terrible. And I can't remember if I have any other long-term predictions one way or another. Ooh, that should have been a pick 6.
Well, wait a minute. Who thinks he's going to be really good?
People in the chat saying that he's better than I think, and he's going to be a starter, and he's
he will start.
Good, and yeah, not that he's going to be a starter, but like a good quarterback.
Okay.
I didn't mean I wasn't
Like a-
screenshotting their predictions. Well, then I had people saying he'd be better than Drew Lock or Bridgewater. I don't think that's going to be true, but that also wasn't my barometer. My barometer is Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes and all the good quarterbacks in the NFL, and he's not going to be any of those. But I don't even think he's like Derek Carr level good, where he's a starter every year and you got a shot, and maybe he's a Pro Bowl. Like, I think he's going to be the worst starting quarterback in the NFL this year, and by next year he will not be their starter, if not sooner. He just can't throw well enough. And he's not a dynamic enough runner to do what Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray can do, or Michael Vick could do. He doesn't have that. He's like a 4.5 guy, 4.6. Maybe he's in the high 4.5s, like 4.59. So anyway, I just won't be here. People are just going to have to tweet at me, or I'll have to tweet at them.
Beautiful. And you are BK Denver Sports?
Yes, sir. 4.5940. Like, that's way different than the way these other guys run.
There was a question in here from Ralphie508. Would you take Eckler? I know and you know what? We've done the running backs thing before. Oh, actually, before we keep going, don't you feel like you and I have done every Tampa Vegas game?
We definitely did the 60-point game. We definitely did that one.
Yep.
So maybe the Pirates' revenge. A lot of pirate games for us. I asked this question today, and I know we're about to get into some Austin Eckler stuff, so maybe just file this one away for second half question, but it relates to Vegas. Because we were talking about Tebow. This is at Broncos practice today, talking about Tebow and Urban Meyer. And I threw out there, who will be employed longer, not for a longer period of time, but who will be coaching in the NFL longer starting today? Urban Meyer or John Gruden?
Who will last longer?
When I say last, I'm saying if we starting at count, 2021 is when the count starts. Who will be the coach in 2022, 23, 24? Who will be the head coach of their current teams longer?
It's John Gruden.
All right. I don't know. There's something going on there.
It's John Gruden to me.
All right. I'm not saying you're wrong. We'll see. I'm certainly not convinced.
Cody Holderfield is here. I think Gruden because... Now, well, let me think about that for a second.
Is this year 4 for Gruden back in the Raiders organization, or year 5? I want to say it's year 4.
I think you're right. It's year 4. Because, look, more than ever, teams are less and less patient with their coaches. And you ask the question, you're like, wait a minute, Urban Meyer's going to last longer? Come on, like they're going to give him more of a chance. I don't know. Like if Lawrence doesn't look good in a stud by his second year, third year, I think Gruden will make it 2 more. Oh man, that's a good question. You're not asking. I know what you're asking.
The consensus with the handful of people I was talking to all voted for Meyer because it feels like the game's passed Gruden by a little bit.
Yeah.
And he knows he could go make $7 or $8 million at ESPN tomorrow. Plus, he'll still get some portion of the contract from the Raiders. If they fire him, he'll get all of it. If he quits, I'm sure he'll work on a buyout, like a mutual parting, roughing the passer there. But he could go. I think Brian Greasy's a really good analyst, and Louis Riddick does a good job. And maybe they would keep one of them, likely Lou Riddick, and maybe they keep Steve Levy with them, or they bring someone else in. But he could have that Monday Night Football job tomorrow. There's a touchdown.
We got
that Tyrell Williams.
Tyrell Williams.
I don't have any of these touchdown scores so far, so I'm probably not in first place anymore.
Nah, sorry, dude.
It's okay. What city are you in? You don't have to tell me what hotel you're in. What city are you?
Connecticut Sun. I'm in Connecticut. I'm in.
Oh, you're just at the Mohegan Sun? Are you at the?
Correct. Yep. Here I am.
You get to stay at the. Oh, sorry, I'm blowing up your spot. Nobody call Glash's room or go change your name real quick in the front office, front desk.
It's all right. My room's not even affiliated with me, so
No, okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Are you at the casino?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to go gamble?
Yeah.
Play some cards? Play a little blackjack?
Yep. I technically don't work for the team. I mean, I work for the team, but I'm a contractor. You know.
You're a contractor, right? So you're not a league employee.
Yeah.
The NFL has this rule, and I think some of the NFL teams stay at the win. But the NFL has a rule that if you are on an NFL trip, and I don't know if like they have the Vegas draft ever, or even the Pro Bowl, they'll have to relax that rule. But if you're the Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, Bucks, whatever, you're playing a game in Vegas, you're not allowed to be in a casino, let alone a sports book, but even go play blackjack or anything else. Look at that. So I didn't know if the NBA has the same rule. Now, there's obviously not an NBA casino. You're not allowed to be in a casino in any city, I should say.
No,
sure.
no. If the players, if they take even employees here at the Mohegan, if you take a step into the gaming areas, you could be terminated. Easy. That's the rule.
Yeah, and so I think it's the same. Like, there's a casino right in downtown Cleveland because I went a few weeks ago when I was staying there overnight before I went to Canton, and I remember when I worked the game for Westwood One, we were staying in the hotel literally connected to it.
Okay.
But if you're there for the Indians or to play the Cavs, I guess you can't go into that casino right there in downtown Cleveland, or in New Orleans to play you're playing the Pelicans or the Saints. I mean, obviously you don't have a lot of free time when you're in the NFL, but if you're staying in a casino, if the Broncos or the Chiefs are staying at the Wynn, you're not able to step on the casino floor. The Broncos stayed at some resort last year. They did not stay at a casino, but I heard a couple of teams stayed at the Wynn.
I'm still thinking about your question. Here's what I'm starting to think about though. Yeah. If it's a train wreck with Urban Meyer, they're going to obviously, every time this kind of stuff happens, when a coach doesn't succeed, especially with even a younger player, because I saw a comment in here, I think it was S4G. Well, he's got a young quarterback. Well, if the young quarterback is not brought along fast enough in year 1 or year 2, they'll dump the coach and bring in someone else to try and get the most out of the player. I mean, look what happened with the Jets, right? They tried as many times with different guys with Darnold, kind of, I guess. But use them as an example. You don't want Trevor Lawrence to turn into Sam Darnold. And look, I know your question is more, you're making a prediction. We're not saying what's right. We're not saying what the right move is. and I also think about the money that's connected to Gruden. So I think it would be, the Raiders might just be like, all right, we're going to keep John Gruden as long as he wants to be here because we're paying him a ton of money. What do you folks think? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand you'd think Urban Meyer comes in, young quarterback, he's going to have time to work with young quarterback. Does he, though? I mean, Matt Nagy's on the hot seat after having Mitchell Trubisky. How fair is that? Hey, we're going to give you Andy Dalton, got to start this guy week 1. You do have a kid in waiting in Justin Fields, but if you don't get it right with the kid, you're done. Like, we're not waiting around.
Yeah, Matt Nagy's in a tricky spot because he gimmicked up the offense, got Trubisky into the playoffs, but Trubisky's limited in what he was able to do. We think Justin Fields has a lot more talent. The stuff they ran the other day, that touchdown pass against the third team, the concept was a little advanced for the first preseason game against a bunch of guys that aren't going to be on the field. So it was a pretty easy throw, and he made it pretty easily. That's not the same as what he's going to see when they play the Packers in week 1 or whenever the Bears play the Packers. I think it is week 1. Something like that. Anyway, I'm a big Justin Fields fan. I'm intrigued by Trey Lance. Zach Wilson looked good at times. Trevor Lawrence is still my favorite quarterback in the draft. So we'll see how these guys all shake out. Mac Jones, I'm going to withhold judgment. But you're right about coaches and young quarterbacks. Now, Urban Meyer is probably going to get a little more leeway from Shad Khan, but he still doesn't have a 10-year deal.
No, and I'm
Gruden's
looking
the
up,
face of the
I'm trying to find the details on Urban's contract. Celebrity net worth is
I think
reporting.
it might have been, I feel like it was 6 years. I think it was a 6-year deal, similar to the one Kyle Shanahan signed. Because part of the reason he signed a 6-year deal is because standard new coach deals are usually 4. And so if they don't have a new deal by the end of the 3rd, then they usually get fired, like Adam Gase now twice. And he didn't even get to the 3rd year. But like Vic Fangio's deal is a 4-year deal. So this is year 4. Or this is year 3. I'm sorry, year 3. So,
yeah.
But Kyle signed a 6-year deal along with John Lynch, and that was sort of revolutionary for a new coach. McVay's already signed a new deal, but originally he signed a normal 4-year deal. I think Urban's is 6.
Celebrity net worth, I guess, has Urban
Let's
Meyer.
just tell you his earnings. He signed a 6. That's Ohio State.
Yeah, exactly. Everything you look up is just Ohio State related. That's what I'm seeing.
Urban Meyer seeking $12 million per year from the Jags based on the 10-year deal.
I don't think he got that.
Gruden got. No, but I don't know. Shad Khan has the money.
Minute to go here in the second. Darren Waller has done nada at this point in the game.
Matt Rule's deal was 7 years, $70 million. Or up to $70 million. Pretty good for a guy that won 10 games at Baylor.
Right, and he's got some
Right,
say
Baylor
in
went in the
front office
playoff. I didn't
decisions,
miss Baylor. Yeah, Matt Rule, like John Gruden, has final say on the roster.
Yep. Urban Meyer didn't get
They
that.
handpicked the GM. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. They kept Trent Baalke. Yeah, he did. They kept Trent Baalke to be his GM nuts and bolts guy, handle the contract stuff and how the mechanics of the league work. No, but Urban Meyer absolutely has final say on the roster.
Okay, good. Thank you, because I just looked that up. I apologize. I did not realize that. Wow.
Trent Baalke keeping the job is maybe even more of a surprise after he had gotten fired in San Fran. But
it makes her point. Like, if you get final say on the roster and it doesn't go well with the number 1 overall pick, a player, fair or unfair, who's been connected to be the next Andrew Luck as far as his production coming out of college.
Sure.
It better go right first couple years. I'm sorry. Derek Carr does not have that same kind of limelight on him for a coach like John Gruden.
No, and here's my concern. Right, John Gruden kind of steals the spotlight from him. And Derek Carr wasn't the number 1 overall pick. And the next, like you said, Andrew Luck, can't miss prospect since Andrew Luck, is Brian Schottenheimer has not ever been accused of being the most creative play caller. I don't know how much of that is Brian's fault, how much of it was a reliance on Russell just to make plays when he was in Seattle, or Pete Carroll limiting what he wanted Schotty to call. But Brian Schottenheimer, no one's confusing him with Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan in terms of creativity. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. But there's some weapons there. And look, I'm all in on Trevor Lawrence. I'm buying Trevor Lawrence stock. Even
Tara Lynn's phone charger. BK, how long did they sign you for your son's high school team?
Well, so what's funny is he hurts his finger on my way to my first practice. And I'm like, great. So now I'm going to be coaching his teammates and not him. But then my wife took him to see a specialist, and he's just going to tape it up and fight through it. And the season goes till the end of October. And if he quits football, as much as I may enjoy it, I'm not going to keep doing it if he's not going to keep playing. And I may not even do it after this year. They had a shortage of coaches, needed help, and my schedule's such. Because last year I was on the air every day at 4 in the afternoon. This year I'm not. Although I'm missing the next 3 Thursdays and Fridays. Luckily the games are Saturday mornings. But I'm hosting the afternoon show here at KOA the next 2 weeks. Thursday and Friday next week. Thursday and Friday the week after. Then my wife and I are going to Mexico the opening weekend of the NFL season.
Well, I'll finish the question for Tara Lynn's phone charger. I mean, we'll get to that after the sweat. What I want to know, and hold your thoughts, what if it doesn't go well? Are you gonna walk out? Are you gonna do some self-reflecting? Okay.
What does that mean? Right. Go well in terms of what? I mean, these kids are freshmen just trying to learn where to line up.
I mean, if they're 0-4, are you on the hot seat?
I'm not the head coach.
Yeah, but maybe the coach gets rid of you. I'm just saying. I mean.
Oh yeah, I guess
it's a results-oriented business.
Sure.
Okay. Earlier today on the sweat.
I think I make it through this season, especially when I can have Broncos current and past show up to help motivate the team.
Okay.
Fun novelty.
AJ Scholes, Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey were on the sweat earlier today. Whether a player would break the NFL rushing and receiving touchdown records this season was the discussion. The record was set on the rushing side by LaDainian Tomlinson, 31 rushing TDs in 2000. 31
rushing TDs.
Will any player break the regular season rush and receiving touchdown scoring record of 31? AJ, yes is plus 1,200. So what do we think? Could anyone do it or not very likely?
I don't think LaDainian Tomlinson has to worry about losing this record or the rushing TD record either. You know, you would need a guy like Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, or Dalvin Cook to beat their personal best in terms of rushing TDs by nearly 10. And you have to imagine at max that extra game would, maybe 3 if that extra game was a huge one. I just don't think there's enough chance here for anybody to do that. Again, it's very similar to what I was talking about with Megatron and the receiving yards. You need a rush-only offense, a guy who's just completely able to take over the game that way. And while all 3 of those guys are solid and I think will have great years, I don't think it'll be that good.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? Could anyone do this, or are you not worried?
I mean, I like the plus 1,200 odds, but this isn't going to happen. Not even close. Again, NFL with load management. You have guys like Dalvin Cook, you know, Kamara. But look, the teams, like, they bring in Latavius Murray. Now it's Madison to take some goal line touchdowns. You do that even 3 times a year, and this isn't even going to come close. I don't care how much those guys play. This one, it's just with the new NFL, even with the extra game and the way the teams operate with an RB tandem, it's not going to happen.
All right, Kenny, what do we think?
Yeah, I'll say no as well. Sorry to be a buzzkill, but yeah, I think that even like you look at an Alvin Kamara, I'm not very high on him this year, considering what happened last year with Taysom Hill. When he came in, Kamara was a disappearing act. And if you had to pick one person from years past who you'd think maybe has a chance at this crazy record, it would be Alvin Kamara. But I think he's out of commission right now. I don't think he's worth picking, because if they put Taysom Hill in as starter, he's cooked. And speaking of cooking, I mean, you know, Jeff mentioned the Dalvin Cook timeshare. I mean, all these running backs, again, because of the longer schedule, I think we want to bet these records, but we also have to recognize that teams are going to be careful with their players with the extra game. because I do think that makes a difference. We saw, again, the preseason get cut down by one game because the teams were preaching that, that extra game is a big deal. We didn't see the extra game in the NFL for a while because players and coaches and staff members were, hey, this is a big deal. An extra game is a lot. So I think that, these guys are going to be kind of managed pretty well, and I don't know if this is going to hit. So I do like always betting plus 1,200 odds on like anything, but not this.
All right, be sure to watch the Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. on the DraftKings Dream Stream. So we were just talking amongst ourselves during that break, and how many touchdowns did Alvin Kamara score last year? So I'm reading here on Pro Football Reference, he had 16 on the ground, 5 through the air, so 21. So if I confused any of you, the NFL rushing and receiving touchdown record by one player combined. And Austin in the chat mentions he thinks the only player that could break it right now is Austin Eckler coming up this year.
Here's what we need to point out. When LT did it, LT number 2 did it, he surpassed Emmitt Smith's rushing record, which was like 22 or 23. I didn't realize this. He had 28 rushing touchdowns. So if you follow that same equation and add the one more game and you're healthy, even a Derrick Henry might have a shot.
Yeah.
Somebody that's just going to get every goal line touch and then turn a couple screens, a swing pass, a little arrow Texas route where they start in the backfield, end up kind of where the middle linebacker is. If you only need 3 rushing touchdowns or receiving touchdowns, then I think any of your top backs, Zeke, not only Kamara, Saquon, and Christian, who are dual threat, Nick Chubb. Let's say Kareem Hunt hurts an ankle and just isn't contributing. Mm-hmm. Nick Chubb could challenge that. I mentioned Henry. Any of your frontline backs, and Chubb can unless Hunt gets hurt. He won't get enough touches. But any of your frontline backs on good offenses, if they can score 28 on the ground, the 3 receiving feels like is academic. But a Kamara might have 21 on the ground and 10 in the air.
Must Be makes a good point. Maybe the reason why something like this is on the table is that extra game, the extra game, 17-game season.
But what's second? I want to know what's second behind, because that was a pretty special year. It's not like there's a bunch of guys with 26 and 27 rushing touchdowns. Like, I remember distinctly LT beating Emmett's record, and it was,
ready for it?
I didn't realize he blew it away. Yeah, I didn't realize he blew it away because, Emmett's was 22 or 23.
Right here. Here it is. The MVP, Sean Alexander, 28 in 2005.
28 rushing. 28 total.
28 all rushing.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Really?
And that's what it says. I'll double check it.
Wait
a minute. 27. 27 rushing, 1 receiving.
Still. Yeah, he did it. Priest Holmes did it. And then Emmett had 25. Riggo, back in 83, John Riggins, Jayhawk legend, 24. Priest had 21. TD, his MVP year, 21, 2,008 yards. What's crazy about that year that Terrell Davis had, and I was in college, I wasn't living in Denver, working in Denver, is that, but talking to his teammates and working with some of his teammates and around him, he got pulled in a lot of games. Like, TD was rolling and missed the fourth quarter. Like the Cowboys game, he had 200 yards through 3 quarters or something. And I remember that game. They kicked crap by the Cowboys. So he couldn't. I don't know if he would have caught who's got the most yards in a season. Is it Dickerson still? Barely. I feel like it's Dickerson. But they said TD, if they would have just played him the whole game, he would have rushed for 2,500 yards. It's easy to say, but if he's sitting in the fourth quarter a bunch and he still had 2,008.
Eric Dickerson, 2105.
I will say this, though. TD had 392 carries that year, and I'm looking at now these are all touchdowns, but 392 carries is a lot of carries. Dickerson, the year he had 1808, had 390 carries. Derrick Henry had 378 carries when he had 2,027 yards last year. But like Derrick Henry, who's a monster, and you'd think is their only goal line back, only had 17 rushing touchdowns last year. I say only, but that's a far cry from 28 or 27. And now Julio Jones is there.
Right. 7-7 is our score here in the sim. Shady McCoy and Tyrell Williams, your touchdowns at this stage. Darren Waller is on the board, 1 catch. Chris Godwin has 2. Ralphie says, BK, my apologies. The Broncos looking sneaky good if Locke takes a big step forward this year.
Yeah, it's a big if. And Vic Fangio said today that he's pretty damn close to being able to name a starter, but there's some more information coming. Teddy Bridgewater is going to start Saturday against Seattle, so he'll get a little bit of ones versus ones depending on what they throw out there for Seahawks defense. But Locke's looked good, and he hasn't turned the ball over much. He certainly has the upside. It's, do you trust that he can do it in a game? But that roster, look, Pro Football Focus doesn't owe the Broncos anything. They still rated the secondary the best and the receiving core 6th best. And I think they rated the O-line pretty well. And Von Miller and Bradley Chubb are pretty intriguing on the edge. So they could be a solid team, but you're only going to go as far as your quarterback's going to take you in terms of really going far. Can you win 10 games? Sure. But winning 10 games isn't the same as winning 12 or 13 and being a juggernaut. Or a wagon, as you like to say.
Yeah, a wagon. Forgot
The
about
Chiefs
that.
are a wagon.
Mm.
By your definition of wagon, which is still something I've never really heard.
Tampa
other
Bay
than from
Lightning.
you.
That's why it came up. Tampa's a wagon. Tampa Bay Lightning winning the Stanley Cup this year.
The whole city of Tampa. Champa Bay.
Oh, we have producer Michael here, T Pike. We have June. Hey, Jim. Jim's here. Jim's here. Hey, Jim. Glash and BK, 3rd and 14, still tied at 7. 5 to go in the 3rd. Tyrell. Yeah, not enough. Adam Kaufman in the chat. What do you know? I'm
That's
going to miss
exciting.
the
Part of the A team.
Okay. I'm going to miss
other
this
half, I guess.
Broncos analysis come September.
You are?
No, Koff is. That's what Koff said.
Oh. Well, he knows how to get a hold of me. So I doubt he misses that much.
Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Tom Pike, our technical
He has
director.
the A-team shirt.
So who else is in on these shirts?
Anybody that works behind the scenes with us that wanted them, and me and Koff. Because all of our people behind the scenes, producer Michael, producer Drew, other producer Drew, Fry Guy, you name it, Daniel, they're all part of the A-team. And then Coffin.
It's good. What does A stand for? I can think of
I
something.
mean, I think like in a grading scale, A is the best, and the A-team,
Oh.
of course, is one of the best teams of all time.
Oh.
We did name us the A-team. Somebody in the chat did.
Oh. I was just...
So then we, of course, got the shirts to confirm it. And we obviously were doing great sims together.
I was just wondering if you would like me to, if it was an A word, I had something in mind, but I'll save it for
Amazing. I think it might be stand for amazing.
Oh.
Or awesome.
It's good. It's cute. It's great. I'm glad you're part of the T-shirt club. Someone here.
You and I can be part of the B team because both our names start with B.
Yeah, Brendan and Brandon, but guess that's not good enough for you.
I mean, no one's called us that.
So
I couldn't get shirts.
You've
Hey,
caved.
look, if anybody would take a B team shirt, Undercover Boss Tom would definitely wear that one too.
You know what I'm starting to realize? You caved into being part of this little T-shirt party that we've had now for the last 3 months. Where now we get excited over a couple comments and we're just going to go buy shirts.
Well,
How do you have room for all these
who
shirts?
can't use a new T-shirt? And if you don't think I'm gonna not wear that A-team shirt with some regularity, just walking around.
Yeah, you should
Then
wear
you're
it when you coach
sorely
your kids'
mistaken.
football team, and then you can teach them.
Well, I'm wearing my
teach them
Jag shirt.
sportsmanship.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Jag shirt. Although, God, freshman kids that grew up in the suburbs, and I know I grew up in the suburbs too, but just listening to these
Coach
kids talk
Brandon, Coach Brandon, where'd you get that shirt? I'll get you one of these shirts once you earn it.
Still trying to decide what to call me. They're like, "What do you want to go by?" I go, "I don't care." Coach Cristal.
You could be
Coach
Coach
BK,
A.
Coach K.
Coach
I could
A.
be Coach K, because the other Coach K is retiring, so there's a void.
I think Koche for 18.
Maybe. I'll ask Koff and Tom what they think.
No, just ask me. I'm here. You're working with me. Koff's in the chat again, says, I'm going to really miss hijacking Glash's broadcasts. They're not mine.
They belong to the chat. We're just stewards.
Go back to your vacation. Get out of here.
He's on vacation?
Yeah. But he doesn't call it that. He calls it taking time off.
Look,
Actually, no, he does call it vacation.
I am disappointed, of course, that we're not going to get to keep working together and the changes are coming. It's not out of our control. It's not like we did anything wrong. But when I go to Mexico in a couple of weeks, I am absolutely had no plans of checking in on the Dream Stream while I was there.
It's true. It's fair. There was something I was reading before that. Oh, Scott's here. Hi, Scott. Good to have you with us, Scott. S4G, not sure when the Madden 22 transition will be. We're here for less than 2 more weeks. We will try to get you some info on your questions.
I think I'm getting the game this weekend.
There you go.
I got a text from my buddy Dustin at EA. He said, hey, I'm getting an email tomorrow.
Yeah, our man, Babysitter Billy, he's already purchased the new Madden as well.
Is he playing it? Or he just
yeah, he
Can you play it?
he was on his.
Oh, they had I think they had an early release for members of their club or whatever.
Oh, I don't know if he's part of a club, but he had it on his Instagram story.
Like part of the EA, the Madden club, whatever. It's like if you're part of the Dave Matthews fan club, you get to buy concert tickets early or whatever.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Speaking of, my buddy Charlie posted earlier, he and his wife got a call from SiriusXM where he picked up the phone. They go, hey, we want to fly you to New York tonight for a top secret Dave Matthews show. Can you get to the airport? And they had a flight booked for him. And he's, I think, in New York now, seeing a secret Dave Matthews show at a secret location.
Oh, I would have loved that. I like Dave.
Yeah. But especially the idea of, hey, can you get there? We're flying you tonight. Can you get to an airport near you? I'm guessing they check people's addresses. Like if you live in Chattanooga, Tennessee, they know they can't get you there, but he's in Chicago. So like, can you get to O'Hare Midway? Show's at 9. Like we'll have a car pick you up. Pretty cool.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Shady. Oh. And he's also a huge Dave Matthews fan. In fact, he's my friend that took me my first Dave Matthews concert in college.
So his tours, I mean, look, some of these tours, right, have been stopping and starting back up or not starting back up. I'm pretty sure Dave Matthews, like you just mentioned, he is still one of those people that is continuing. So,
yeah, he's, I guess everybody's. Oh, there's a touchdown, easy money there. Nice Fournette. I think it depends on the venues. If you're playing in outside venues, I think people are a little more inclined, but certainly I understand why artists are postponing or rescheduling. Festivals are shifting. There's some shows that I was planning on going to that I'm hoping will still happen. I know I had some friends that went to Red Rocks last night. I don't know who they saw because I didn't see the calendar, but full house. I saw the pictures. Oh, the show's tomorrow night. So they fly in tonight, get to hang out in New York tomorrow, fly out Friday. Okay, that is still cool. So 2 nights in New York. You got some flexibility in your job. I'd have a hard time pulling this off. 200 people at the show. Cool.
Okay. Leonard Fournette, 36.5% owned, 7.3 in the captain to give Tampa the lead. We're here in the 4th. Scott, yes, you heard correctly that the announcers are no longer part of the Sims as of the end of August 31st. We've had a blast sharing these games with all of you, and this is just for folks who haven't heard. We will continue. The Sims will continue to run on the DraftKings platforms, YouTube, Twitch, the Playbook, DK Nation, the Game Center. As we get ready for the start of the NFL season, the official statement, we're going to pause the play-by-play. It's being paused. It's not being gone. Gone strong. Pause is the word. So make sure you stay tuned.
I like that word better.
It is better.
I'll hold on to my work shirt. And we'll see what happens.
Oh, you're not
and my
gonna sell it
A-team
online?
shirt, too, obviously.
You're not going to sell it
No,
online?
because I'm still repping DraftKings here in Denver. I do
Good.
commercials every day.
It was a trick question. Don't sell your A-team shirt. Don't sell your...
Still waiting for all the gear you were going to steal for us that you never sent to us.
That is... I guess there's some truth to that. I mean... Tara Lim was in the office recently. You could have asked her.
She's not the one that offered. You're the one that said, hey, let me go in and see what they got, and I'll send it to you guys.
Oh, I figured you lost interest.
No, I was just waiting for you to be like, hey, I got you a shirt. So I could be like, here's my address. Instead, we got A-team shirts now to go with my other work shirt so I can rotate. And I'm just wearing a black T-shirt today coming off the football field because I haven't gotten my coaching shirts yet from the Jaguars.
Dalton in the chat. Leonard Fournette just scored a touchdown. Leonard Fournette. Ooh, Carr's going deep. Got his man.
Look
touchdown.
at that. Is that Tyrell again?
It's Ruggs.
Oh, Ruggs. I have none of these players. I've got to be in last place.
I didn't play Henry Ruggs either. What a ball. Michael Coughlin, they fired you guys? I mean, you can put it that way, I guess.
No, you still work for DraftKings, don't you?
I know, but it makes it more fun to, you know. We get fired.
No.
But if you want to believe that, sure.
So it's a format change. It's a programming change.
Okay. That's true. That's fair. Hey, Chad, there
I
you
was
go.
texting my buddy. Oh, sorry. My buddy Charles going to this show. He says it's going to be 200 people. Just Dave. No band. Just Dave. No Tim Reynolds. Just Dave. And I said, hopefully he plays songs you know. Kidding, because he not only does Charlie know all the songs, he plays them like he's in a... Charlie's a singer-songwriter in his own right, and then also covers a lot of Dave. But I said, maybe don't pick a song you want to hear, because if you pick a favorite song, especially with somebody like this that he knows his whole catalog, but he doesn't play it, then he's disappointed. So if he doesn't pick a song that he wants to hear, then he can only be surprised.
I hope he has a good time.
I'm sure he will.
Scott says, darn, you guys are like family. We'll miss all of you. Been here since day one. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, it's going to be weird. It's definitely going to be weird. It's going to be a huge adjustment schedule-wise.
I guess we could go rogue and just do somehow a supplement, where you could have two screens open at once. So you're watching the game, and we're watching it with you, and we're just calling it. Like that thing Tommy did for 24 hours.
K-Nut says, if announcers do resume, hopefully they bring in a whole new crew.
Well, that's very possible. This whole thing might just be a big way of getting rid of all of us, and then like a week later, like, oh yeah, we brought in Ross Tucker and Morton Anderson.
Yeah, who would you guys like to have here? Curious. Koff says, Glash is the only person I've ever met who thinks the idea of being fired sounds fun. Well,
Koff has 8 jobs, so he's good.
I don't know if I'm good. But just like, I guess saying to the chat, yeah, we got fired. Just comedic relief, I guess. But
Yeah, saying you get fired when you didn't isn't
If it actually happened, it wouldn't be fun. True, I know. But it's a better story. You know? You're fired.
I asked my buddy if he's going to his favorite New York pizzeria, Sabaros. You remember that from The Office?
Oh, yeah.
Michael Scott. Get me a New York slice. He's just gonna give me a New York slice. He goes to Spar, right in Times Square where the real New Yorkers hang out.
That's awesome.
When I lived in New York, I would avoid Times Square like the plague. My house is on 40, or one of my many apartments on 42nd and the West Side Highway, and I was working at Sirius. It was just Sirius at the time on 47th. I would loop around to like 51st and just to avoid all things Times Square related. Fournette is chopping up yards. Coming back,
Flag.
holding.
Oh, block in the back. Yep. Either way.
So, Mike Evans.
Tom Brady.
Look at Gronk. I didn't realize that. Gronk's in the bonus. 101.
Yeah, sneaky. Sneaky.
I got to be in dead last. Let me see. My line's probably worse than the people that reserved a spot and didn't even make a line.
I usually play Gronk too, which is annoying.
I do. Yeah, I've certainly played Gronk plenty. I play Mike Evans. All he's got is a hole or a block in the back. I'm in 113th out of 123. Not good. Waller, my captain's got me 6. Richard, brutal. Renfro, gross. Evans, 65% owned. 4.7 in the flex. He might be cruising for a Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
There's Evans.
Evans. Huh.
Midwest Heather, I hope I see all of you on the DK social wall. Jordan Lindenbaum, I laughed at this one. He says, I do wonder what the hell you guys are going to do after this. I mean, BK's got a whole football season covering the Broncos.
And coaching freshman football on top of that.
And coaching the
I'm gonna be
freshman
busy.
Jaguars. Now, we'll be all right. I mean, we're going to do we're going to have NFL coverage on the Dream Stream. Some other exciting stuff on the way.
I got the Shelby Harris podcast, too. You can listen to that. Cortland Sutton's our guest this week. We're going to tape it in about an hour or two.
Can't speak for everybody, but I think overall, if I will say this, and I may have said this, but maybe not. Let's watch the first and goal play. Fournette. I think it was nice, and I say nice isn't the right word. I think it was fair. I think it was fair for DraftKings and the messaging to get it out now to give you folks a heads up. They gave us a heads up, never mind us, but for you, the people, so you're not blindsided by this, and it gave us a couple weeks to, it's going to sound off, but, say our goodbyes, I guess, or, say our thank yous and make it well-known, at least well-known enough for a couple weeks to get the news out there. So, like for example, Scott, this guy, Scott, he hops in. He had no idea what was going on. So that is another Fournette touchdown. That helps me. That gives the Bucs the lead. June and Jim.
How many fantasy?
Jim. Rapid updating the scores.
How many fantasy leagues are you going to be in, you think?
Well, we have ours. I have ones that I do with a friend group from home. I think 4, maybe 5.
I think I'm up to 7.
It's so hard, and being in this industry too. Like you have your friends from home, and then you have friends from work, and then you have friends.
Well, also when I get asked, I almost never say no, as long as I like the people or know the people in the league and/or just want to take their money. So I just keep adding leagues. Last year, one of the leagues went away because the guy just didn't want to run it with the pandemic and uncertainty. That league's back, and ours has been added, and I picked up another one last year, so I think I'm up to 7.
Yeah.
Now, I'm doing all I can to not just go in on Kenny at every turn on that group chat, just because. But the second I'm not in last place by his silly power rankings, especially if I finish well, and obviously everybody knows what they're doing, so I can't just predict that I know more. I'm a better fantasy player than anybody else. But don't worry, I will take my victory laps accordingly. I thought my note to the other announcers about coaching high school football and not focusing on the left tackle but trying to get the quarterback right, I hope that was well received by my fellow announcers, because no one reacted, but I was okay with that.
I think we got your point. I think we knew who that was.
I guess to let Yeah, to let everybody know, because they certainly know my back and forth with Kenny on him wanting to start a team with a tackle rather than a quarterback, as I announced and asked people to help cover the games that I was going to call this week, a couple of them. I said, and my strategy is going to be to get the quarterback position right rather than focus on the tackle the way Kenny would if he were coaching a high school team. I will say this, all the linemen are about my size, and I'm 5'8", 180, so it's not going to bode well for these kids.
Whoa, wide open. Tyrell.
He's got to be close to the bonus now too, right?
We'll get a look. They're at the 18, still 3 timeouts. He's at 79.
79, so. Are we getting some free football here in Tampa Bay?
We might. They can finish this off.
Tom said it's a goal to beat Kenny this year. Yes. Well, the goal's to beat everyone, but certainly Kenny. Goals for Kenny to finish last.
Ooh.
Oh!
Ooh.
How about Levante David just punched him in the head?
Right?
Heck of a sack. How's that not a shot to the quarterback's head? Did Sarah come down with you? She didn't want to come hang at the Mohegan Sun?
No,
I guess you hit him in the shoulder.
Busy with work. She wouldn't have been any fun.
Work.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been if she wasn't working.
Oh, no.
Well, you got to have some weekend games coming up, right?
Yeah, she's going to come maybe next week. We got a couple in September as well. So.
Do you get a stipend or like a free meal at the steakhouse or something?
Maybe one. But I'll save it. Not regularly.
When you're really hungry? Oh. You don't get it each time?
No. Oh, Ruggs. Why aren't they using timeouts? What are they doing?
Oh, Michael Jordan Steakhouse is there. Yeah.
Yes, it's very good. Why are they not using timeouts? Oh, my God. There you go.
This is why John Gruden isn't going to be coaching after Urban Meyer.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
You got Comics Roadhouse there, Sol Toro.
Wait a minute.
48 dining options. Come on.
Okay, AI, get the kicker out of there.
If I were you, I would try to eat at as many restaurants as you can. So each time you're there, eat at a different one. So when somebody's like, oh, how's the Indian place? Like, great, I had the curry. How's the Chinese place? Good. Have the mushu pork.
Oh, that's game. Yeah, dude. I mean, Michael Jordan, the Michael Jordan restaurant is awesome. They have great burgers.
Sure. But 48, all steakhouses have great burgers. I'm just saying with 48 dining options, you should try to eat. Oh, there's a towel there. Look at this.
That just opened. Yep, and that's right down. That's right down the elevator by my hotel. It's kind of cool.
Dunkin' Donuts, Jersey Mike's. You can skip all of those that we know about, but the ones that are like unique, there. MJ's 23 Sports Bar and Grill.
I do not skip my
Dunkin'. I'm saying Johnny Rockets is great, but like you don't have to eat at Johnny Rockets to tell people about it. The New Belgium Brewing Tap Room's closed. That's a bummer. Sushi Koya. Sounds good. I want to come out sometime when you're doing a game next summer and just stay there for the weekend. And we can go on the boat in the Boston Harbor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I should follow up about that.
Yeah, and also you got to figure out how we're going to make the bus thing work if we're not calling the Sims, but still want to go on a bus tour. To end up at the Super Bowl. Michael's ready for us. He'll be in California.
That's our destination. All right, that's ball game. Tom Brady, 2 carries, minus 2 yards. That doesn't help his rushing record.
What did Fournette end up finishing with?
He finished in the captain spot of the winning lineup, 34.2 in the captain, and 22.8 in the flex. 95 rushing yards.
116. Yeah, talk about rusty. I don't know if these parents want to entrust their kids to me when I finish 116 out of 123. Maybe I don't know anything about football. But yeah, so Leonard Fournette definitely gets it. Mike Evans ends up with 6.4. Still pretty terrible. Oh, Waller. 63% owned. Only $8,000 in the flex.
2 catches, 20 yards.
My captain. So Waller, the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, Krusty Krystal Player of the Game. Leonard Fournette, the captain in the winning lineup, which appears to be Albadou 2. The scores hold, and we know that everybody behind the scenes is doing great. June and Jim. So there you go. Those are your award winners. Am I with you tomorrow? Who am I with tomorrow afternoon? You're probably.
I am
calling
not
game,
here
so-
tomorrow. I've got a game tomorrow, so nothing going on tomorrow.
Sure, I'm
Tha-
with somebody. I'm not
thank
gonna-
you.
Let me do it by myself.
Thank you to. You mentioned June and Jim. Hey, Jim. See you, Jim. Hopefully this isn't.
I'm
the
with
last time.
Christian tomorrow.
Okay.
Christian tomorrow at 2, and then I'll be praying for no overtime because I got to race to football practice.
There you go. I love that for you. I really do.
I'll send you some pictures of my great coaching on the sidelines.
Yes. Let's go. Twirling the whistle.
Yeah,
That's
I got
good.
the whistle, blowing it today. It was funny because these kids, I can tell you about it later, but they're like, oh, this is I'm the starter. I'm like, nobody's a starter anymore. I go, we're going to figure this out now. And the coaches were all about it. They're like, no, we're starting from scratch. Like the guys have been working as the ones, may still get there. Just because you think you're a receiver, you might be a tight end. Just because you think you're a corner, you might be a safety. Like, it's a new world. Let's get the 11 best players on the field.
Thanks to producer Michael and T Pike. I'll be back here at 10 with Tommy Freeze Pops. Coming up next here on the Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Reed Fowler. Reed's a nice guy. So is Mayo. They discuss their favorite 2021 Northern Trust DraftKings picks, along with their favorite value plays for the week. Mayo will preview the course, debate the best roster construction, explains which players are best suited for DFS cash games and which should be deployed in guaranteed prize pools.
Let's talk about the Northern Trust, all caps. This week on DraftKings, John Rahm is the most expensive player. He's very expensive, too. He's $11,500. DJ is $11,000. Then it's Spieth, Xander, Morikawa, Brooks, and Rory. And I'm back on the train. I missed it at the Open Championship. I feel like a goober because of it, because Morikawa is my guy. He's won me the most money of any player over the last 18 months. And he's just underpriced. Why is he? I get Xander won a gold medal, but like, come on, let's be real here. This is a perfect Morikawa course.
Yeah, maybe the history with Spieth here. He's done well at Liberty National, like DJ Rahm. We know the 1 and 2 in the world standings. I was kind of looking at some of the corollaries, Pat, and I want to get your opinion on this too. I think Muirfield is a good comp, but when it was the workday composition, when Morikawa won, right, it was a little bit easier. You saw the scores kind of around 18 under par, Bentgrass greens. It's not the same distance, so everything's not going to line up. But if the moisture, if it doesn't get too wet there, and we're going to be there, actually, I'm leaving on Wednesday. Tomorrow. I can't even remember what day of the week it is. We're going to be there, so I'm going to be able to see what the conditions are like. But it kind of feels like, like a work day when I was at Muirfield a little bit. And, guess who won there in a playoff against JT? It was Morikawa.
I want to touch back on Spieth because I do like Spieth here. I mean, it's the FedEx Cup playoffs. All the best players are here, so you have to be picky and choosy with who you want to go with. But Spieth actually played well last time at Liberty National, and he did not chip well. He did not drive the ball well. Obviously, we know his chipping is going to be fine moving forward. You're going to have the random events where it's not going to come through. But his driving is been markedly improved versus 2 years ago when he was just god-awful off the tee. So I can see going to Spieth. I just think you save so much money by going to Morikawa. I don't understand. You just have to hope that it's not one of the weeks where he loses 7 strokes putting. Even if he loses a stroke putting, that means he comes in like 9th or something like that. That's how good he is at this point. And I do think that accuracy off the tee means a lot at Liberty National because, I mean, I was there in 2019. You're going to see when you go there tomorrow. Once you're off the fairway, it gets really dicey, and trying to play from some of the fescue that's around this course is nearly impossible, Reed.
Yeah, and I think it gets narrow too, Pat. Like when you get to like the 300-yard marker, which is where these guys are all at, right? Essentially, and beyond, it gets fairly narrow here. And you mentioned it, like you'll say, like you were there, and we see it on some of the stuff that we use to kind of strategize on what type of golfer is going to play well. There's a ton of bunkers here as well, right? So a strokes gained off the tee, you saw it with Answer, you saw it with Reed in 2019. Both of these guys gained a massive amount of strokes off the tee. So even though it is easier to hit fairways here over tour average, I think it's around 5% easier here. It still matters at Liberty National. This is a old style type of course, right? Like I mentioned earlier, you like the Muirfield Villages of the world, the Rivieras. Those are courses that you need to hit the ball well off the tee. And so even though I don't think it's a huge, I don't think you need to be gaining 8 strokes off the tee, but if you do, it definitely puts you in a way, way better spot to win this golf tournament as opposed to hitting it from the fescue.
So the accuracy from Morikawa is the lean that I'm going to take above $10,000, but I bet Rory to win. I like where Rory is setting up, and maybe it's all fool's gold. After we saw in Memphis, he gained by far the most strokes in the field off the tee with approach, strokes gained, ball striking, and bled them all the way around the greens and on the greens. And his putter can go hot and cold. We've seen that time after time. So he's either really bad or really good, which is the type of player that I like to target. It's the around the green game that I was really surprised about because Rory is generally very good around the greens. T6 in 2019 at this course. So if he just keeps up this ball striking, I thought the odds were low. I think the DraftKings pricing is low. I know he's going to be popular this week. I don't really care. I'm going to use Rory.
Yeah, and talk about a guy who plays really well in the playoffs. I mean, he's got multiple wins during the playoffs. He's got 2 FedEx Cup titles, right? 2016 and 19. Yeah, like $10,000 plus 2,200 on DK Sportsbook. I'm with you. There's not much more you can say about a guy who just gets up for these tournaments. And we usually see these top-ranked golfers win this tournament, right? Half the guys over the last decade have been inside the top 10 heading into the tournament. So, you know, you're getting 2,000 FedEx Cup points. There's a ton of money available at this tournament as well as at the end. Yeah, Rory's going to be there.
So those are my two guys, Morikawa and Rory. I might be able to be talked into someone else, whether it be Spieth or Xander, but those are my big, strong 2 plays. They're going to be my core 2 guys. Then we drop down into the 6s, and you got Justin Thomas sitting there just below $10,000 at 98. I guess it's between him and Bryson, and someone pointed out to me today that on Monday's show, Cust pointed out that he gave up on his Cobra driver after 1 round and went and returned it. Does that just automatically mean Bryson's going to win now?
Yeah, hopefully get a chance to talk to him. Be like, hey, Bryson, you got this guy Cuss that said that you gave up on your driver. Can you dive more into that? No, I like Bryson this week. I talk about someone again who's I think is cheap here. And look, the past handful of tournaments haven't been well for Brooks. And you always mention this too with guys like Bryson. Like there's not a huge amount of sediment on someone who has, who's in the limelight like he is week over week. I don't really care, right? Like Bryson, we know what his cap is. We know what his upside is. He played for 3.5 rounds like he was going to win that golf tournament last week. And so when you take a look at that and you take a look at what he's going to be able to do this week with his driver, if he keeps the ball in the fairway, I think it sets up nicely. And I'll take the negative sentiment on him and ride that. And if it's not him, it's guys in the lower 9K range that I'm sure we'll get to. But I like even pairing them with Bryson because I don't think the ownership's going to be that high.
I think people will end up going to Bryson. Enough people kind of see what they want to see in terms of a negative sentiment from Memphis. Oh, he blew it. Other people will be like, man, he actually hit his irons really well for the first time in ages. We know how hot he can get with the putter. We know the driving is going to be there. Maybe this is the perfect course for someone like Bryson. And I can buy into that narrative a little bit. I like Justin Thomas a little bit more because I always just like Justin Thomas. But you're right about the lower part of the 9Ks. It's Berger for me. I currently have Berger as one of the highest projected owned players. But again, I'm not too concerned about that. When we look back, 3 of his past 4 events have been majors and WGCs. He has come top 10 in those events. He ranks first in the field from 175 to 200 in terms of proximity range. Over the past 24 rounds via a fantasynational.com, he just does everything that I want to see here. He hits fairways. He's great with his approaches. He's good around the greens. And when he putts well, he putts really well. Like that's sort of the template that I want this week. He can scramble. That's always going to be a big thing. I don't want the guys who cannot scramble. That's actually the one thing about Bryson that would be a drawback for me is that his around the green game has been poor for like 8 months.
Yeah, and if it's not Berger there, Patrick Cantlay is the guy that I really, really like this week. It's, we sort of talked about the golf course you played at, right? This is kind of an old-fashioned, get the ball in the fairway, tee to green's going to win out, and you're going to need to scramble. And we've seen Cantlay improve that part of his game. The guy hits the ball straight and hit it far. Greens in reg, he's number 1 over the last 24 rounds. These are small greens. So if you get on the green, you're going to give yourself a pretty good shot at putting on these bank grass greens. And we know Cantlay is one of the best. So if it's not Berger, I think it's there. I think what you were saying about Bryson applies a lot to Berger because he's cheap. He's in this 9K range, just low 9K. And there's other guys like Scotty Scheffler that, they're going to be playing well. I think Berger does get that ownership, does soak up what I think Patrick Cantlay could get. And so 9,200 for me, if it's not someone like Berger, because I know a lot of guys are going off on Scheffler. I just like where Cantlay is priced right now between Berger and Scheffler.
I'm seeing Berger and Scheffler as the two highest owned guys from this range, followed very closely by Answer and Cantlay. But my eyes just go straight to Matsuyama. And we're back on bent. He putts better. It's the only putting surface he's like not a complete disaster on. I mean, he just won the Masters. Obviously, different type of bent grass. But at the same time, when we go look at the numbers, he's won at Memorial. That's also bent grass. So I know he's good around the green. I know he's good off the tee. It could just be one of the weeks where you're not awful with your putter, and Hideki's going to be right there. So Morikawa, Rory, Thomas, Berger, Hideki. I think those are going to be my 5 above $9,000, and I'll probably structure all of my lineups around them.
It's not bad. That sounds that's not bad at all. And the thing with Hideki, what is he, like the 15th most expensive guy here? And what did he do? He almost won a golf tournament just recently. He medaled, right? Like he got close to medaling in his home country. We know what the pressure is like. The guy was playing, everywhere. And so I'm sure like the Sedgefield miscut, it's chalk it up to fatigue, chalk it up to, him just not being able to get to putt well and make a lot of birdies. But yeah, $9,000, especially because Webb Simpson played well. And he said that he likes a course like this. He says it reminds him of Donald Ross courses. A lot of people are going to go to Webb at 8,900 because they see that it's coming back. So Hideki's in perfect spot at 9K as well.
We're in this weird situation now where I couldn't imagine myself taking Webb over Hideki in any circumstance unless it was at one of like the 4 Webb Simpson courses. And maybe this would turn into one of them, but I don't see it. To me, this suits Hideki so much better than it suits Webb unless Webb gets an electric putter on the go. And even last week at the Wyndham, yes, his irons were dialed in. He missed a bunch of short putts down the stretch. He didn't chip it well, which he normally does. And it's the first time that he had gained over 5 strokes on approach since the Heritage, which obviously is another Webb Simpson course. So Wyndham, Heritage, and the Tournament of Champions are the only tournaments this year where he's actually gained more than 2 strokes on approach, which is really off for Webb Simpson.
Yeah, would you be surprised? Like, obviously, we can't project this or predict this. Would you be surprised if he came back at the end of the season? It's like, yeah, I had a little wrist injury, or I had a little injury, like, my back or my shoulder, whatever it is. Because you're right, it's weird. It's sort of an outlier type of season with the irons with Webb. It just doesn't look like he's, he's the guy that we know that at this number, at this $8,900 price, can return a lot. It just doesn't feel like it's a Webb type of season. And you look at a guy right below him, and Harris English at 8,800, another player who I think is going to get a lot of ownership. People just love rostering Harris English because of what he's done, and he's played well, rightfully so. But going back to Webb, yeah, I just don't know. I like him if the ownership is going to stay low, which I don't think it is. If it's going to stay below like 12%, again, I don't think it is. Webb is fine, but above that, I'm probably going to fade both him and probably the higher 8K range if possible.
Well, Casey is the one generating all the ownership in this range, along with Webb. Reed is kind of falling by the wayside. Is this just a perfect time to go to the guy who won at this course last time and be like, hey, Patrick, is this one of the once every 5 weeks where you're actually going to hit your driver well? And if the answer is yes, he's very much going to be in contention.
Yeah, is Patrick Reed a course for horse guy? I don't think so, right? I think he can win anywhere. But yeah, you're right. Look at Reed's past handful of tournaments, right? 31st, 34th, miscut at the Open, a 32nd at the Rocket Mortgage doesn't really give you a lot of confidence. And I think that's why the sentiment is fairly low on Patrick Reed. I'm probably going to be in the camp that doesn't play him, but wouldn't be surprised because I do think a place like Torrey Pines does have some correlation here in terms of the driving, in terms of how you want to attack this course around the green. What did Patrick Reed do at the Farmers, man? He chipped and he putted all the way to the victory. He made every single par from 20 feet, and that's how he won. So I don't mind it. I'm probably going to stay away just because the finish is there. You don't need a top finish on the DFS side for Patrick Reed at this price tag, and he won here. So, he knows how to win. I'm probably going to stay away from Patrick Reed.
I think I'm going to take Reed. I'll probably end up fading Casey, who's going to be one of my highest projected owned players on this slate. Because just looking at it statistically and just knowing the player that Paul Casey is, this course actually seems kind of perfect for him. But so does every course, and then he doesn't win. So what's the matter? I'll fade a chalky Paul Casey in this spot, and hopefully it's a week that he doesn't putt. Hopefully it's a week Reed does putt, and then we're off to the races. Who else is it in this 8K area who has your attention? Because in the lower part, I think you can make a very compelling case for a lot of these guys, but weirdly, as long as Corey Connors doesn't miss every chip, like by 10 feet, then miss that putt, ball striking wise, like looking back to 2013 and the numbers here, and even some of the guys who did it in 2019, these bad putters, bad chippers, but their ball striking was so on point. And Connors is not right now in terms of ball striking. Just dropped my pen. But I know what his upside is going to be. He's fairways, he's great irons. That hasn't been there, but all of his data is really coming from the US Open, a WGC, and the Open Championship. Like he hasn't, I know this field is on par with those, but this course probably isn't going to be as hard, even as Southwind was in the final 2 days.
Yeah, and he's great. Like he's accurate too off the tee. And so, I mean, he's putting himself in perfect position. I had a feeling you're going to go to Corey Connors, and it makes a lot of sense. I think Adam Scott is probably the guy that I like the most because this type of course, right, can really, and we talk about it with guys like Benny On and some other bad putters. Benny On is not here. But these type of greens can mediate some of those bad putters, right? And kind of bring everyone the field back to normal because most people are going to miss these greens. And Adam Scott was playing extremely well. He missed that putt. It was terrible. But that's the Adam Scott that we know. That's the devil that we know, Pat, is that Adam Scott is going to miss those putts. Hopefully you didn't have an outright on him. And after seeing that, you didn't really, go in and have a mild heart attack because that's probably what happened with Adam Scott. Like he missed the putt to win the golf tournament. I think he's there, $8,400. We know the course history is there. He's someone, and then Joaquin Niemann is the other guy, right? At $8,100, great driver of the ball. I think he's just a guy who's trending, a young player that in these type of fields, he's a guy that can get up for it. And so if his roster percentage, if his ownership stays low, I also like Joaquin Niemann in this $8,000 range.
I was actually going to say Sam Burns at 8,000. The issue is when I look below Burns, I just see players I like way more. So I'm really thinking everyone's going to kind of see that, be like, Matthew Fitzpatrick's not in his best run right now, but in my mind, he's a better player than Sam Burns. And I think a lot of people would agree with me on that. So they'd just rather take him for $100 less. You could have Kokrak for less, Hatton for less, Kisner for less, hot fire Kisner, Horschel for even less, Brian Harmon, who DFS players seem to love. Like, I think that Sam Burns is in a really unique situation where he's hitting his irons really well. He's not driving it the greatest, but he's putting well and he's hitting his irons well. And that can really spell a lot of high upside if those other two parts of his game can just kind of be average, a little bit above average. He does everything that he's already been doing. Then all of a sudden we have a guy who's like in the mix at $8,000.
Yeah. I think that's the decision that most people have to make. I think it's Burns or Niemann. I just think that, I can see why Burns could be a better play there, but like at the same time, right? I think it comes down to leverage. It comes down to strategy at this point, 125 in field. I kind of treat this, I don't know what you think too, like as an invitational / WGC where it's, it's obviously not WGC and it's not an invitational, but you want to kind of take those players that have done a lot. And again, you could argue that Burns has done more with the wins that he's had this season. Niemann's just been knocking on the door this entire year, runner up here, runner up there, getting to a playoff. So maybe that works against him, that people have seen him not close the door. And so 8,100, maybe people are thinking it's too expensive for Niemann. I don't think so. But I always play Niemann. I don't need much to tell myself to play Niemann. But Burns is not a bad play. I just prefer that. I just prefer the Chilean a little bit more just because of the style of game that he plays. And I think it fits a little bit more, at least in my mind, at this course over Burns.
Right now, I have Niemann projected higher owned than Tony Finau. The shine is off Finau. Is now the time to buy in on Tony Finau, or is it just a stay away, like Dustin kind of?
You're asking the wrong person, Pat, because I'll play Finau until he's like $6,500 and he's god awful and like Kirk range. I guess it is, right? Great bent grass green putter. We know what he does, right? We don't have to explain what he does. At this price tag, this is not where you're getting value, right? You got to buy the dip on these guys. Is he going to have the same, does he have the same narrative as Abraham Answer? Like he's going to win at some point. We just got to get it before he does. I don't know yet. I don't know. He hasn't done it, but this is the type of course, it's a long course. We know ball striking is going to be key. We know what he can do. It's just now those bad putters, I think it brings them back into the field. And so, I'm going to be on Finau, but I'll play Finau when he's $9,500 and he's playing this bet. So I'm the wrong person to ask.
So I like Finau. I like Finau probably more than Burns, more than Neiman. And that's strange coming from me because I'm usually pure team fade Tony Finau. So it'd be like Connors and Finau for me. Split up shares of those guys across 20 lineups, and we'll see how we do. 7K range. I don't know what to do down here, to be perfectly honest with you. Streelman actually kind of sticks out to me. I might go back to Russell Henley. Screw it. No one will want to play him after last week, but I mean, he is in pretty good form.
Yeah, 17th ball striking in the last 24 rounds. Guy, look, I mean, he kind of has that Louis effect where we see him play so well, and then he just, towards the end, falters. He's like a poor man's Louis. Great with the irons, just can't close the door. And that's probably besmirching Louis and Louis backers, that Henley, is that type of player. But you see a lot of people who like Henley, like a guy like Louis Oosthuizen. So I'm in the same camp. Like, I want to buy in on these guys because I firmly believe that if you're playing well, if you're trending coming into 1 week, it's not like you're going to completely lose it the next week unless you twist your ankle, you do the Dustin Johnson fall on the stairs and hurt your back. You're not going to lose it. You're going to have your game trending this way for quite some time. Now, if it was a completely different course, then yeah, but Russell Henley's ball striking is fantastic. That's going to translate in a lot of places. I'm actually more keen to the low $7,000 range as opposed to the high $7,000 range in like Bubba Watson and Cameron Tringali. I think those are my two favorite players right now in the 7K range. And Tringali kind of feels, Pat, I don't know what your take on this is, kind of feels like the Sebastian Munoz of this year, where he can make a decent run if the irons can stay hot. He's good around the green. He's a good, this putter is probably the thing that's going to really hurt him. But at the same time, I do like Tringali, and I think he can make that run. He's 40th, I think, or 41st in FedEx Cup standings. And I think he can make that run, especially with the ball striking.
I was going to say that Munoz is the Munoz of this year. He's starting to come around with his irons all of a sudden. The putting is starting to look really good, and he's in this mid $7,000 tier as well. He seems like the type of guy that can go on a little mini run just like he did last year.
Yeah, look, Munoz is he can just make a ton of birdies too, right? If the winning score is going to be around 18 under, right, 17 under, if the conditions stay soft, like Munoz could do, like you mentioned, exactly what he did. I think a lot of people see that though. Like Munoz has been on leaderboards. He's been on day 1, day 2 leaderboards. He played well in the Olympics. So people are seeing Munoz play well. And that's the only thing that scares me. I love getting Munoz when people don't know, like, especially early in the season. I love attacking Munoz because people don't know exactly who he is. Tringali just kind of fits. And I might be a red herring. Might just be reading too much into the stats. But he's someone that you see pop up on these leaderboards, and if he can backdoor top 10 and potentially even win this at this price tag, that's huge ROI. And Bubba is like, he's made every single FedEx Cup, since its inception. He's made 12 BMW championships, over that span, and he's 12th in greens and reg. He's struggling, Pat, on the short game part of his game, right? Awful around the greens. Not a great bent grass green putter. Hopefully that mediates a little bit. So I do like Bubba as well at 74.
Yeah, no one's using Bubba. People are using Tringali, though. He's projected right now to have double the ownership of Sebastian Munoz. So I would just rather go with Munoz at half the ownership of Tringali, even if all things are being equal. And I actually prefer Munoz in that spot. Other than him, like, this middle tier is filled with your fills. I mentioned Streelman. I'm wishy-washy on him. Keegan, you can always get behind Keegan. Can you do Sergio? Because I might go back to Sergio.
Yeah, like the YOLO drivers. Yeah, I can get behind Sergio always. Sergio is, he's the guy that, like, if you believe in the no putt, he's the poster child of the no putt. He's, he's closing his eyes. He's got a claw. He doesn't have a claw. Yeah, I can get behind Sergio.
Anyone else from down here? Because Grace really sticks out as the ultimate value amongst all these guys based on the recent form that he's had. I just don't know if this is a great course for him because the one part of the game that he really struggles with consistently is still his driver. And if he's not going to be hitting a bunch of fairways here, all of a sudden it can get dicey for him.
Yeah. Like, again, how much stock do you put in how well Grace played last week into what his ownership is going to be this week? That's more of a rhetorical question. I think that, for me, I'm looking at a guy like Matt Wolff. It's going to take, it's going to take a lot for people to have confidence in Wolff again. But But at $7,100, I think you got to play for upside in this range, right? The volatility is already baked into the price. It's already baked into what a guy like Matthew Wolff is. But boy, like when we see him play well in these stronger fields, and we see him play well on a course where you can lean on your driver a little bit, right? You can lean on it a little bit in terms of getting it closer. And so your approach shots, you don't really have to lean on the longer approach shots. And we know that's what he does well. And so I do think Wolff, maybe the Aon risk reward, since he won that, Pat, maybe he's feeling a little stress-free. He's got a couple of extra zeros in the bank account. Maybe he's feeling a little stress-free at $7,100. I don't mind it.
I can see it. Like Stuart Sink, no one is using, and why not? It's a year of Stuart Sink. Well, maybe you can go to him if you want to go into the low range. I actually think, weirdly, I'm going to channel my inner Ben Raza here and just say that Griot is at $7,200 seems like Answer came second here last time, and that's a reason to like Answer this time. And that skill set where very good off the tee because of accuracy, good with the irons. That's sort of the Corey Connors mold. He's like the lesser version of Answer. Griot's the lesser version of both of those guys, but he's also significantly cheaper. When this was played last time in 2019 at Liberty National, if you go and look at strokes gained ball striking for the week, Griot was 4th, and he didn't make the cut. So he only had 2 rounds to work with, and that was a cumulative total. Couldn't chip, couldn't putt. That's par for the course for Emiliano Griot. So I think that if he can sneak through the cut, regardless of where he finishes, I suppose unless he finishes first, that he's going to outperform his finishing position in terms of DraftKings points. If he's like T31, he'll be like T19 in DraftKings scoring. And at this price, at a low ownership, that's the spot where I think I want to go.
Yeah, 4 of the last 5 tournaments, he's missed a cut, and he's got a 12th in there at the Open. So, what do you make of that? That distribution, right? He misses the 3M, he misses Rocket Mortgage, misses the Travelers, but then he finishes top 15 at the Open. That's what you're buying with Griot, right? Is like you mentioned, the volatility, the extreme volatility. I just want to see some. If you look at Griot, like you just said, he's been struggling. I'm trying to be more polite, Pat, in how I talk about golfers here. He's been struggling with his around the green game. It hasn't been a strong part of his game. And so that worries me that if he's back into that mold where he's not hitting his irons as good as he can, it's going to really show up around the greens, and he has not been good. So I'm probably going to pass. Guys like Max Homa are down here. I think he's going to be popular. But those guys I'd rather play over a guy like Griot.
Last one in the 7s is Seamus Power. He's exactly $7,100. Brother Seamus rates out, what is this, 8th in the modeling over the past 24 rounds. He is 3rd over the past 12 rounds. He's done that against a bunch of scrubs, though, in these scrub fields. This is a totally different circumstance, but do I just trust the numbers? What are you doing with him?
I'm fading Seamus. I think he's coming in at a fantasy national. Isn't he coming in around 12, 15%?
Yeah.
Right now. And yeah. So that scares me a little bit. Because we know good old Seamus, coming he's got to win this year or this season. So, you can lean on that. I want to take these guys that have been here before. It kind of is like the playoffs for the NFL, the NBA. You kind of want those guys that have been here before. And Gary Woodland is enticing. I don't know what I want to do yet with Woodland, but he's right there as well. And missed the cut of the Wyndham, fine. But gained around the greens, gained putting. He's gained with his irons in the last 6 out of the last 7 measured tournaments. He's someone that I think when you look at this type of course, we look at the Paul Casey's of the world, Gary Woodland was once there. I don't know if it's going to be there, but I'd rather go him. This is GPPs, right? If you're playing cash, double ups, head-to-heads, Seamus is fine. But I'm talking about GPPs here. I think Gary is someone that I'm interested in. So Matt Wolff, Gary, that's probably going to be my heart attack lineup where I'm just going to you know what, if this is YOLO, if it goes great, fine. If it doesn't, so be it. But I think a couple of those guys, I'm going to take some shots on GPPs.
6K range. It kicks off Roger Sloan is up there, Chris Kirk, Brendan Todd, Maverick McNeely. These are smaller than average greens. Always a Maverick McNeely special. I wrote him up in the column if you see the PGA Tour video that I put out or watch the betting show. I like Aaron Wise a lot this week. $6,600. Virtually no ownership on him. Plays well in strong fields. Plays well on the coast. And when you go to the course, you'll be like, oh yeah, there's the water. So perfect. Aaron Wise is another one like Griot. Is like he's so bad with his putter. Like he's using the broomstick putter at this point. Actually gained strokes at the Wyndham after losing 10 strokes combined in his previous 2 tournaments. I wouldn't say necessarily like he's back on the greens, but as long as he's not like an abject failure, all of a sudden we're doing a lot better here. So I like Wise, $6,600. And the way that my lineup construction is going to go is you hit it off the top. So many of the FedEx Cup playoff winners are the elite players. So the more win equity I can jam into my lineup up top, I'm just looking for DraftKings scores down at the bottom. Make a cut and go make some birdies on the weekend. I don't need you to come T8. I need you to come T26 with good DraftKings scoring. So I can find 2 of those guys and pair them up with all my up the top guys. I'm not even going to worry about the middle range this week. So Wise is going to be one of them. Griot is going to be one of them. I need you to sell me on someone else. And you people in the comment section, like I said, leave it down there. Who are you using in the 6K range? Because I might just copy you. Because I need someone else and I can't figure out who's going to be.
Yeah. God, I want to say Snedeker, but yeah, you burned me. You burned me yesterday or last week.
You mean, hold on.
Because you look at,
hold on. Is that every week he burns you?
Exactly. Yeah, it's the definition of being crazy, right? Insanity is hoping for a different result, doing the same thing. But no, like I'm not going to Snedeker this week. A guy right above him, though, right around him is HV3, $6,700. Right, I think he's 72nd in FedEx Cup points. So he's going to need a good week. He's going to need a good week if he wants to make the BMW Championship. I'm playing a little bit of that narrative too, Pat. It's that and the Ryder Cup points as well. HV3 is not making the Ryder Cup, but for some other guys, right? Cantlay, I think, is 11th in Ryder Cup points, 3rd in FedEx Cup points. So, maybe there's some extra motivation. Who knows? But HV3 is someone that I do like at $6,700. Wise is a guy that I liked last week, but I tried to get Ulrich to jump on the Wise train, and he was kind of was capitulating a little bit. Wise played well in round 1, didn't do so well in round 2 last week, but I like him again this week. It's another guy outside of those 2 is KH Lee. I think KH Lee is also playing some pretty good golf. He's making cuts. He's a ball striker. He's a guy that we've seen win before. Right. And so occasionally, if it's not the guys that we know that have the win equity, that are high in the OWGR and the overall world golf ranking, I want the guys who, like you just mentioned, have the upside to win a golf tournament, have an upside to make a ton of birdies. And that's HV3. And that's a guy like KH Lee for me.
Is this TPC Liberty National? Because if not, I want nothing to do with KH Lee.
I want it to be. Let's ask Pat Perez what he thinks about TPCs. No, you have to take a stance on some guys down here. Maybe you don't, but I do like KH Lee. I think EVR. I don't know what your thoughts on EVR is. He won just a couple of weeks ago, but he's also someone. What about the bare minimum, Pat? What about a $6,000 guy? Would that be someone that would pique your interest?
Hit me. Is it Sam Ryder? Because the stats love Sam Ryder.
Of course it is. No, like Sam Ryder, that's all you can do. Is if you like the stats, if you're, a stat monster, Sam Ryder's a guy at $6,000 that you could play. But what about left? What about a lefty down here at $6,300? We also got Hank Lebioda. Lebioda was a huge play. He was getting so much ownership last week. I don't think that translates to this week either. So or this week, like it did last week. So $6,300, I think that's a gross misprice with how well he's hitting it. I don't think he is a $6,300 golfer right now. So those are some of the guys I like.
Even when he was running hot, a lot of that had to do with putting. And if he's not going to gain 5 to 6 strokes, it was like when Kadira went on his mini run earlier this year. As soon as the putter flipped, like he was god awful again. And I can see the same thing happening to Lee Biota here. I think he's a trap. Well, what's Brennan Steele been up to? Oh, good. Nothing good. Yeah. There's a reason these guys are low in the pricing. Gim Reaper. The modeling.
He's cheap.
The modeling still loves him. He missed the cut last week. He's $6,200. If I want someone who can go out and score, I can still take a shot on him. $6,200. Now we're talking like Pat's price. Here we go.
What about your boy Kyle Stanley? Your boy Kyle Stanley at $6,400. Talk about Raza. You want to play some of these Raza specials? Kyle Stanley is there, the 9th in ball striking, Pat, of the last 24 rounds. Look, what you're trying to find here, like you mentioned, is guys that can score on DraftKings points. Like Ches Reavie is 49th in DK points gained over the last 24 rounds, if you want to attack that. Scott Piercy is, in top 40 in DK points. But those guys don't pique my interest. I rather get some of these guys that actually have some experience. If it's not someone like Lebioda, who's been playing well, this season, or at least placing well this season so we can get the placing points?
I think for me, if it's not going to be Aaron Wise, it's probably going to be Straka, and just pray that the irons continue. Pray it's one of his good putting weeks and he figures out the rest, because he's been scoring like a maniac.
Yeah, I wasn't really on Straka. There's other guys too, and I get why Straka is a good play. Would you want to attack good putters here? Maybe, right? Like, even though I think putting is, I think it's important this week, even though you have smaller greens and you need to, to be a pretty good around the green player. I still do think that strokes gained putting, and look, it's variant. You always talk about it. But I do think it does make a difference here that you got to drain those putts on these smaller greens that can be tricky. And Carlos Ortiz is someone that does that.
Pass.
So, like, I'm trying to,
he has been bad.
I know, but you're trying to pick a lane, right? You're trying to pick a lane of guys that could potentially do well.
Okay, so
your
team is going to be Bryson, Poulter, Harmon, Ortiz, Fitzpatrick, and who?
And who else is really good on bank grassing? Like Cantlay. I want like really good, like again, like you're trying to find leverage at any point in this field at 125, right? Like I'm probably not going to put all of these guys in the same lineup. I'm not going to put all team really good putters in the same lineup. But if that's the case, if guys aren't doing well in like a ball striking department, then yeah, how many times have we seen Ortiz do this too, where his ball striking is god awful, but he's finishes 10th because he gains 8 strokes putting. So is that 60? What is he at? $6,900? Like for a one lineup in 20, that's not bad for me. Like, so I'm going to look at that as opposed to it getting these other guys too that might get a lot of ownership. Everyone's going to, be on the guys who can hit ball striking and the stats fill out. So you got to make some stats down here.
Hey, what's up? Madden After Dark. Here we go on a Wednesday. Glash and Freeze Pops along for the ride. What's up?
What up? Midweek hump, baby. Had sushi for dinner. Feeling lit. Feeling live. Feeling loose. I'm ready to go.
All right. What's the lineup looking like for Bills Cardinals? The contest name that yours truly created was, mobile QB's the future.
Yeah, dude. Bill's got to get him one of those mobile quarterbacks one of these days, because Cam clearly isn't the guy anymore. Go get a younger Cam. I got Steph Diggs in the captain spot.
Dang.
I got Bill's DST. I got Josh Allen. The Zane train, even though he's maybe the worst kicker in Madden 21, I just felt like putting him in there. Kyler Murray and Lee Smith. I don't love this lineup.
Okay. Yeah,
The Cardinals are kind of a tough team for me. I've never done well on Cardinals sims.
Typically, DeAndre Hopkins never delivers for me. So,
but like recently, he has done well. I didn't look at his stats like for super recent, but within the last month or so, I feel like DeAndre has turned a corner here for whatever reason, and I don't know why. And I'm choosing to ignore it.
Well, I didn't play him, so I hope.
Good. So we're both ignoring it. Team effort.
So I played Steph Diggs in the captain spot, played both quarterbacks, Kenyon Drake, and then Tyler Bass, Zach Moss.
Okay.
So Moss is my punt play.
Randy Moss, take the top off the defense.
Ken says, Glash, do swear to me. Batman impression. Swear to me.
Wow, that was easy.
Hey, B-Don walks in the house.
What's up, dude?
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
Let's go.
Cole Beasley.
Nice snag there.
Catch over the middle. So this is the final sim of the night. Do we have 6 tomorrow? No, I don't think we have the 6 because there's preseason football tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So we got 4 tomorrow. 4 sims tomorrow. 12, 2, 4, and 6.
I'm on a sim with Tara Lynn tomorrow night, I believe. So those are always complete chaos. So strap in for that. What is there like a preseason Thursday night football going on? Is there like a marquee preseason game tomorrow night that I'm unaware of?
Patriots, Eagles tomorrow night.
Wow, a little Mac Jones up in your face.
You'd think, but I don't know. Feels like to me they got to get. I mean, I've been told, and I'm going there. I've been told from this chat all off season. Cam needs.
I thought
his
you were
reps.
I thought you were about to hit us with like a Patriots source, and then the next words you said were the chat. I'm like, oh, okay, this is
No, the chat.
this is
Everyone's
less
telling me that Cam needs his reps, so he better get a half tomorrow night. Because again, once we hit week 1, they start to count like for real. I'm not sure if you folks know that. I mean, it counts for real.
Yeah.
So Cam, get your losses in now. Get your picks in now. Get your ground balls to second base in now.
Because he had what was it, 1 series in the first preseason game?
I was there. I think he had 2 or 3, but one.
Sick brag.
The first 2 were very quick because it wasn't productive.
Yeah, right.
But the third one resulted in a field goal.
Hey-oh.
Yes, Patriots, Eagles, the only preseason game in the NFL on Thursday night. So there's that.
Well, that's exciting.
Freak of Nature says, great energy in the sim with that creepy voice, Glash. I'm not wearing hockey pads.
I thought you were going to say you weren't wearing underwear just then. Hello.
Wow. Quick possession for the Bills.
So you're in a hotel room right now. Seems like your hotel's got really good Wi-Fi. Shout out to hotel Wi-Fi coming through in the clutch.
Big time. I was a little nervous about that, but it's been very good. It's been a good time.
Hotel Wi-Fi is very hit or miss.
Yep. It sure
Seems
is.
like it's a little bit nicer of a hotel than the Red Roof Inn I stayed in South Akron for the Hall of Fame. It's the worst hotel I've ever stayed in my life.
Really?
I get there, and
Well,
there's no
what was more-
towels in my room.
What was Mort's budget for you?
Okay, so that's a good question. We did this trip very lean because it was last minute. I've been planning it for months, but my bosses decided to wait till 6 weeks before the Hall of Fame to try and approve everything. So I had limited options. So this was like the only hotel room left in the greater Canton area. It's in every single Uber ride I took from that hotel to the Hall of Fame or the Hall of Fame hotel where we did all our content stuff. The Uber drivers were like, "Oh yeah, I see this hotel on the news all the time." I'm like, "That's not what you want to hear about your hotel." They're like, ooh, yeah, no, this isn't the greatest place. Hope you're safe. Oh, okay, thanks. Like 3 different Uber drivers. So I get into the room. There's no towels. So I call down to the hotel front office. But fun fact, when I go to call, the phone has no dial tone. And I look, and the phone is just not connected to the wall. There's no wire to connect the phone to the wall. It's just a phone sitting on the table next to the bed.
Yeah.
So I walk down to the office. I'm like, "Hey, so first of all, you don't have a wire connecting your phone to a jack, so that's a problem. And also, do you guys do towels?" And they were like confused by the question. And I'm like, "Do you guys give your guests towels?" It's like, "Oh yeah, sure. We'll bring some up." About 90 minutes later, they bring up 3 hand towels. So I spent the next, let's see, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, 5 nights drying myself off with 3 hand towels. They never came to clean the room. I never got new hand towels. It was a hand towel weekend up in South Akron for your boy.
So I was in Albany at a Hilton last Friday.
That
Same
sounds
deal.
nice.
No, it was okay. But it's funny you bring that up. They gave us 1. I was with 2 other guys. We were there for a lacrosse trip. They gave us 2. They gave us 1 towel. 1.
Was it a normal sized body towel at least?
Yeah, but I would share my towel with them. Like,
that's tough. So it was 3 guys to a room, and you had 1 towel to split.
Yeah,
that's not easy. How do you parse that off?
No kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, the 3 hand towels was tough though. I definitely had developed some sort of rash staying at this hotel. The sheets were gross. The toilet wasn't even flushed when I got there. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go there. It was nasty, dude. There was crumbs on the floor. You have to wear masks, right? All of my cloth masks smelled like cigarettes just from being in the room. So I'd put my mask on when I get to, in the Uber to go to do my event the next day, and it just like a woof of Marlboro Reds right in the face every morning. The brutal hotel. No one stay there. I'm flaming the Red Roof Inn in South Akron right now, and I don't care. Horrible, horrible hotel.
Ooh, Kyler, nice run to the
My
7.
ice bucket had crumbs in it, so I couldn't even go fill up my ice bucket, drink ice water. Like, what? Who was someone eating chips in my ice bucket? It's terrible. The TV didn't work. At least it had Wi-Fi though.
Yeah, that's good.
So I was able to do some work when I'd get back late.
Upload your hashtag content.
Got to upload it to the motherboard to show the folks that I'm doing work up there.
Jordan Lindenbaum, I see your question about Mohegan. I don't think that's the case. The 1 o'clock curfew. I don't think so. The Claw 28. This is something I have thought about. Oh gosh, I feel bad for his neighbors in the hotel. As look who catches the touchdown.
Hey!
The guy course he does. Just of course.
Right on cue.
DeAndre Hopkins, first touchdown of the sim. Kyler and Josh Allen highly owned. Diggs highly owned, as you folks have become aware of. Hopkins 10% in the captain, 10.3, 48% owned overall. The Claw says, oh gosh, I feel bad for his neighbors in the hotel who have to listen to the buzzword.
That's actually a good point. A couple comments to address here. I lost the comment of who said this, but I was asked then, why did I stay there? It was literally the only hotel left in the area. So, when you try and book 6 weeks out for Hall of Fame weekend in an area that isn't really equipped to handle like hundreds of thousands of people coming to this small town in the Midwest, there's limited options. So that's all I had. And then another person asked, they said, you get what you pay for. It was expensive. It was like $250 a night for this place.
What was it? Was it downtown?
No,
Kansas?
it was in South Akron. It was like 15 minutes away from the places that I needed to be.
Okay.
Wow. It was expensive, dude. Like a place like that should be like $65 a night. But because it was Hall of Fame weekend, they upcharged. And someone asked if there was a microwave, which is apt because, I'm a microwave guy. No microwave in the room. Come on. I couldn't even get a towel. You think I was getting a microwave?
Yeah, no micro. Actually, maybe there is somewhere. There's no microwave in my room right now, but this room's nice. Pretty good.
Looks nice. It helps when you work for a basketball team that is partners with a casino.
Yeah,
you get little perks like this.
Mm-hmm. It's not bad. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Oh, the mushroom on Twitch says this game's sponsored by Red Roof Inn.
If they're a sponsor, I need to have a conversation with our sponsorships team because we cannot be aligned with that brand. I'm sorry.
Well, as we like to say, if at one point DraftKings does partner with Red Roof Inn, we take back everything we said.
No, if they do partner with Red Roof Inn, I know that will mean the hotel has upped their standards because, we align with great brands here at DraftKings.
CEH says, ever heard of reservations? Yeah, but his point is if he doesn't make the call.
Right.
Like Tom had been planning this, but he's not the one with the card.
Exactly. And all these hotels, they weren't going to hold rooms for me knowing that they need that guaranteed business that weekend. This is their one weekend a year to make money. So trust me, I tried, dude. I freaking tried.
All right, that's the end of the first quarter.
All right,
Hopkins
enough of the Red
touchdown.
Roof Inn talk. Enough. Obi-Wan, price gouging snobs. I think that's what he meant to say. Oh no, SOBs. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Snobs works too.
It does.
Well, maybe it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't know. I'll sit the quarter break out. You handle this.
Kyler's got a touchdown, of course. It was to DeAndre Hopkins. All three running backs are in double digits. Singletary 15, Drake 15. Well, when I say running backs, Murray, the quarterback, has 18 rushing yards. Nothing out of Zach Moss. The Red Sox
no relation to Randy Moss.
Red Sox are done. They're done. Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, what's going on there?
I got the game over here. I won't lie to you guys. I have the game on. So annoying.
They're doing what they do.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, happy face. Larry Fitz, let's put a smile on that face. 2 for 20. Hopkins 2 for 26. So, any developing opinions on this offseason? I love this. Producer Michael put this in earlier today in our Slack channel. Josh Allen versus Josh Rosen. The debate comes full circle again because I didn't even know he was on the Niners, but the Niners cut him. Was it the Niners? Did I have that right?
I know he was cut.
Niners. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, San Francisco. Got it.
Which no one's talking about Josh Rosen because you got Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, Josh Rosen's there. Cut. 10th overall pick, cut.
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it, huh? Everyone loved Josh Rosen come out of UCLA. Oh, he's the confident, smart young man. He was the true freshman starter for the Bruins. You know, this guy is the guy you want to lead your franchise. And then Arizona says thanks, but no thanks after first year. Then they send him off to Miami. He doesn't really do anything there. And then he just gets cut from San Francisco. Maybe there were some stops in between I'm forgetting. The point is, Josh Rosen, I think it's safe to say he's a bust, folks.
Yep, I would agree.
Michael saying he never had the passion to play football. And I do think that pre-draft there were some questions about that. And that's one of those things that people like to laugh off from time to time. Like, I remember Myles Garrett, there was ahead of that draft, people were questioning, like, oh, he has other interests outside of football. So, you know, maybe he isn't the guy you want at number one. And clearly Myles Garrett has been everything you'd want out of that pick. So that's one of those critiques that I think needs to be viewed with nuance. And clearly in Rosen's case, they hit the nail on the head.
Brant says, Tom, I have those exact pair of glasses that you and I both look alike. We are about to deal with chemicals that can get in our eyes when wearing them.
No, I don't deal in chemicals.
What if you're in a science lab?
I avoid Bunsen burners and beakers and balances. I'm trying to think of other B words. I blanked.
Bonus.
That's a B word.
Bonus. 2nd and 5. Allen looking to throw. No, he'll
do
take
it yourself. Oh, first down.
Rob Brand says Krusty Koff Hotel. It's just a restaurant, not a hotel, but we'll allow it. Krusty Koff Hotel is having a going out of business sale on towels. And Simonelli.
I would have liked that sale to have happened in South Akron the day that I stopped at the Red Roof Inn.
You know, you really can't make this stuff up, even if it's a joke. There's Singletary. Jason London in the chat, finding a way to blame LeBron James for something else. Come on, LeBron, build better hotels for your guests.
You know, it is surprising how often, I guess it's not surprising, he's got to be the most famous person to ever come out of Akron. I mean, every single Uber ride I took, the person driving my car would bring up LeBron James in some capacity.
Oh, that's
like,
tough.
I had LeBron's cousin in my car yesterday. Or, oh, you know, I was talking to LeBron so-and-so, and oh, yeah, you know, LeBron this and LeBron... Everyone. As soon as they knew that I was in town to do a sports thing, immediately, oh, I watched LeBron play high school football. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, you jumped from me doing stuff for the Hall of Fame to immediately saying you watched LeBron play high school football. It's like you were just waiting for someone to bring up football. It was great, though. Good people. Good people in the Midwest.
Oh, would you look at that. Noah Moon is happy. Oh, that's great. Steph Diggs, 1-yard touchdown. Let's go.
Hey, he's my captain.
Yeah, same captain. It's his first catch of the night. Jess is happy.
Who would you rather have on your fantasy team this upcoming season? Hopkins or Diggs?
Diggs.
I thought you were just going to keep doing that whistle for a while.
Diggs, right? I mean, Kyler, you factor in Kyler, more emphasis on running, I think, than Josh Allen by a smidge, maybe by more than a smidge. I also like the cast a little bit more in Arizona. It's a little more complete. Who's the wideout too in Buffalo? Is it Beasley? Who's after Beasley? Oh, they have Emmanuel Sanders, right? And as good as Emmanuel
even
Sanders,
that, but like, I still think that makes your point.
Yeah, he's a depth guy. I mean, is Manny Sanders a
He's
nice
good.
player for them? Yeah, he's good for a title contending team, but
For sure.
I don't know, like Manny Sanders good. I mean,
Manny Sanders is not stealing Diggs targets.
He's 34. He's 34 years old. Like,
yeah,
good player.
He's a gamer. I like Manny Sanders. He's a guy that I always wish the Patriots would have signed. But, you know, at this point in his career, I think that's Steph Diggs' team. No one's in the way at this point.
Guru says,
and I also just trust Josh Allen more than Kyler to sling that rock.
Guru says Hopkins could get more garbage time points.
I don't think the Cardinals are going to get blown out all that much.
If that's what you think's going to happen, I guess that's fair. I just don't. You're right. I think they're improved.
I think they'll be close. I don't necessarily think they're making the playoffs, but I think they're going to be competitive in most games they play.
Jordan makes a good point. Rondale Moore looks pretty good. They bring in AJ Green, which again, you can make the same case if you're going to say that about Manny Sanders. But
AJ Green is different than Manny Sanders. Like AJ Green, I think AJ Green demands more attention from Kyler Murray than a Manny Sanders does with Josh Allen. I don't know if that's fair. That's just my gut feel.
Also, they don't have a tight end. I mean, Max Williams, I think, is going to be involved to some degree, but Buffalo doesn't have a tight end. Who's the Bills' tight end?
It's not Zach Ertz, who I thought signed there a few weeks ago, and was adamant about it.
Their tight end one is Dawson Knox.
Oh, look at the second effort by Larry Fitz.
I don't know.
Does not get in, though.
I think the home run threat is real between Allen and Diggs. Maybe you can make the argument, I guess, maybe Diggs takes a little bit of a step back from last year, just like I think the quarterback will. I think they'll still be very good. That's not hating on Josh Allen.
It is a little bit, though. No, it is a little bit.
He had a great year, man. If they drop off a little bit, he'll still be very good. Top 5 quarterback in the league, top 6 minimum.
I agree with you, but it is a little bit of a shot.
It's not a shot.
It's a shot.
You're just getting me going. Don't you feel like, am I the only one who thinks this? Don't you feel like you have to see it again from Josh Allen? Like
totally.
back-to-back
Totally.
Really solid years.
I agree with you. Yes.
I think
I'm not fully sold on him. I'm just more confident that he's going to be a better passer next season than Kyler Murray.
There's a tight end, Max Williams.
You think he ever regretted sticking with the double X?
No, it's pretty cool. X gonna give it to you, you know, because he.
Yeah, but you only need one X to do the DMX thing.
Okay, Emerson Screwdriver. It's 5-1. Chapman's coming in. He's in trouble. Yeah, you might be right. 1X would have done the job. Sure.
I saw DMX at Toad's Place in New Haven, Connecticut in 2016, I want to say. It was lit.
Ownership for Williams, 17%, 1.1 on the captain. Producer Michael, we have T-Pike here from the production side, and then June and hey Jim!
Hey Jim!
Oh,
I don't know, Jim!
I think they're going to run the football here. I don't think they're going to let Hanny throw it. Oh!
I missed that crazy SOB.
Was that a 4th and 2? That was 4th down,
It was a 4th
right?
down. I don't remember the yardage.
Well, maybe it was 4th and 1.
He lost his mind for like 3 minutes.
Yeah. Like, Nance is trying to move on. Like, all right, Tony. Like,
yeah, we get it, Tony. Tony had one too many Red Bulls before that game.
Thank you, Tracy. Time to lock in, Tony. Here goes Allen, Tony. First down, Tony. Oh, Jim.
Yeah, that's the Nance moving along, boys. He was talking about all sorts of male anatomy, too. The cojones!
Oh, man.
Robbie Noble wants me to call for the pipes. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from land to land and Twitch land.
I just want to hear Jim himself at some point. Because Jim is... I've been getting heavy crickets from Jim from Ops. And I'm putting the pressure on him. Why is this Glass Sheen guy obsessed with me? Like, I just want to hear Jim once. Come on, the sim. Unmute
At this
himself.
point, no. At this point, commit to never saying anything, Jim.
I just want Jim to
respect it.
unmute himself once and just say,
No.
Hey, Jim. I just want him to do it. Like, be Tony.
No.
Or, I don't know. Say, all right, no, actually, Jim should unmute himself and say, Hey, Tony.
A good point being brought up by TP. He definitely has us muted.
Oh, you think
Jim
so?
is not interested. Yeah, Jim is not interested in what we have to say.
All right, what if I go to the chat in Zoom? Hey, Jim! I've never done this before.
Okay, let's see what he says.
He might be like, "What's up? Is everything okay?"
Yeah, you're gonna freak him out. It's gonna screw up the scoring. Because remember, people, scoring is manual.
Hold on, T-Pike. With all due respect. Oh, look!
He's back!
Hey!
Yes, he's here.
Let's go! Yes. Okay, he can.
All right,
type.
we're not muted.
Well, I messaged him, so I guess that doesn't count. Jim just sent a message back. Hey, Clash!
Yeah, but that still might make the theory of him muting us valid because he didn't say Tony.
Maybe. That's fair.
That's good.
Gonna
That's
miss
good
Jim.
stuff.
I don't even know Jim. I don't know what his life's like.
I don't know what he looks like.
No clue. I have no idea what he sounds like. I'm just gonna miss saying that.
You could just say it in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I could say it like I could watch the 4:00 game with Nance Romo and Tracy Wolfson and just say it, but it doesn't resonate when I see his name in the Zoom. Oh, Jeff Ulrich's in the chat. Great. Hey, Jim.
Jeff.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff. I don't know.
Jim.
Oh, man. Hey, that's my kicker, Tyler Bass. Let's go.
Hey-o. Kicker. Slam-a-lam-a-ding-dong.
Obi-Wan clipped up Hey Jim over on Twitch. That's nice.
Nice.
Terrific. Fun fact about Connecticut, you can't play paid DraftKings contests, but you can make free roll. Yeah?
Interesting.
Yep. So, it's weird. Jeff mentioned that too. He's like, he doesn't really get it, you know? Happens.
State by state thing?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Here we go. Artist formerly known as Brother Phil. Brother Phil always has a take. I love it. If you know how to evaluate quarterbacks, you could see Rosen was a bust right away. He is what I call a ball holder. Extremely slow process figuring out where to go with the ball and getting it out. A ball holder. Is that in the NFL dictionary? They say that on draft night? Well, I'll tell you what, Jim. He's a ball holder, Jim.
I think the producer would ask the analyst to use different phrasing in that situation.
No, I mean, okay, I'm not even trying to go there. I'm just
No,
saying.
what you did. You went there, Glass.
I did not. It said ball
Yeah,
holder.
you did it. You did a hand motion. We weren't on camera.
We
I
weren't
saw
on
it.
camera. It was for emphasis. It was my role. I tried to combine ball holder.
Just go to the clip. Go to the clip.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. I put in my 2 weeks. Matt Meiselman, the sweat was earlier today here on the Dream Stream. Talking golf, Matt Meiselman walked us through what to expect at the DraftKings Fantasy Golf World Championship this week at the Northern Trust from Liberty National Golf Course in New Jersey. There it is.
It's It's a big week here at DraftKings as it's the return of our live finals with the Fantasy Golf World Championship from the Northern Trust in Jersey City. 250 qualifiers, now down to the top 40 competitors, vying for $4 million in prizes. The winner walks away with the $1 million top prize, as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final coming up in January of 2022. It's all going down this week, and you can follow along on all our DK channels, including right here on The Sweat. And now we've got our DraftKings contributor, Matt Meiselman, joining us to chat a little about the event. All right, so Matt, we're down to 40 competitors for the Northern Trust this week. Explain to the people how we got here.
Yeah, so there was an original qualifier that led us to the 250 qualifiers that you mentioned. That started with the WGC FedEx St. Jude, which was 2 weeks ago. And then with that tournament, we ended up with 100 people. That was for the Wyndham Championship, which was last weekend. So then 40 people advanced from there. And now we're at the Northern Trust at Liberty National in Jersey City, which is now a live event. 40 seats for that, 27 unique qualifiers. So it's been a long time coming, but we're now at the final event.
All right, so let's amp up the FOMO. Tell us what we have in store for the competitors who are going to be at the live final in Jersey City.
Yeah, so it starts Friday, where the event starts Thursday, but everyone who's in attendance, all of the competitors will be there Friday through Sunday, or at least they're welcome to. I think most of them will be in attendance. You get to hang out with people from DraftKings if you're there, and then with each other. So this is kind of a rare opportunity for the best of the best to be in attendance, seeing how their DFS lineups unfold against each other, competing for huge prizes, like you mentioned, and food and beverages provided. There's a separate area just for DraftKings people. So it should be a pretty cool thing. I've personally never been to one of these, so for me, I'll get to see it for the first time. I'm pretty excited, and I think most of the people who are coming are probably pretty excited too.
Yeah, and you should be. All right, finally, tell us exactly what's on the line this weekend.
Yeah, so there's the $1 million to first place, and then the additional seat at the DraftKings Championship Series Tournament of Champions, which will be sometime early 2022, tentatively scheduled for then. And then everyone who's there is already a winner, not just because they get to hang out with each other and the people from DraftKings, but even 40th place at this thing gets $15,000 because there are prizes just for having made it this far. So everyone is coming out as a winner from here. And then there are obviously those big prizes up top for those who do finish at the top of the DFS standings. But yeah, it's a lot at stake with the $1 million to first and the seat to the end of the year Tournament of Champions. So should be fairly competitive. We'll see how contentious this gets, if there's a lot of intense rooting by all of these people, but they're playing for a lot here, that's for sure.
All right, watch The Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
I love The Sweat.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, The Claw, 28. Thanks for the halftime. Sarah's in the chat. That's great. So you're not going to believe us, everybody, but for the first time in a year and a half, we heard Jim. Hey, Jim, we heard him speak. He spoke.
Big time things happening during that Sweat clip. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Blew my mind. And to peel the curtain back even further, Jim had no idea Madden commentary was going away until we told him during that halftime break just then.
Yeah. So
there's still people that don't know. So I think that actually invites the conversation, Glass. Maybe just remind people what's happening here.
No, it's fair. It's fair because there was a fella in the last sim who was shell-shocked. He couldn't believe it. As you folks know, and June's here too. Don't mean to sing, June and Jim. June and Jim.
I've heard June's voice before, though.
Yes, that is true. Yes, but I wanted to shout out both. They're both doing their thing on the ops side tonight, so thank you. Producer Michael and Tom. Yes, the commentators will no longer be calling Madden simulations after August 31st.
The commentary is being paused.
Yes. There's a pause in play-by-play. The Sims will still run on all DK platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Playbook, DK Nation, the Game Center. We're getting ready for the start of the football season. So yeah, that's the deal. But stay here on the Dream Stream.
Still have more
Right.
coverage during the season.
I'm gonna
It's
say
a
Michael
pause.
dropped that statement in there for you, Glash.
Yes, I see. I think I got all the
Yeah, you hit the touch points.
Trisha says it's really killing Rossi. He's taking it hard. Has he? I haven't worked with him since.
Yeah.
What's
I
he
mean,
say?
I've done, I think, 3 sims with Rossi this week, and basically every sim has just been about that the entire sim.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I feel bad. I mean,
That's
look,
annoying.
I'm upset too. If you guys watched Sunday, you know I spent basically 3 hours yelling about it across 2 sims. So, but I got everything out I needed to get out, and I've apologized to the audience numerous times since then.
That's Jordan W. Glass should read the schedule for tomorrow as hey, skip packets.
No, no, God, no. He can only do that with the dumb mustache.
Oh, you mean the beard?
Oh, is it a beard? Yeah, I thought it was a mustache.
It's a strap-on beard. Yes.
It looks like a mustache. That's going to be a tud.
Christian Cack.
51 yards to the house.
Hold on a second here. I can't get this off my chest. Not to mention meeting Jim, the voice of Jim for the first time.
Your mind is blown.
Brother Phil, ball. We got to go back to ball holder. Whoever.
What?
Do you call?
No. What are you doing? We've moved on.
Who says that? I'm just curious. I mean, okay, no, I'm 100% serious. I'm not even going. I'm serious. A quarterback that holds on to the ball too long has to have a name. Right?
I would just call them a bad quarterback.
What trait is that? They don't get rid of the ball quick enough? That's too long. Ball holder.
I would say that
words.
quarterback is indecisive.
Okay, that's probably better. That's probably a better term than ball holder.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also a position in football called holder, so
yeah,
can get a little confusing.
You're overthinking this one, I think. Michael DeShields, I agree. You guys.
I can't believe you went back there.
I couldn't help myself. I had to get it off my chest. I mean, look, we're gone in what's it now? 12 days?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
13. So we need to begin the 12 days of Simmas tomorrow because there's 12.
On the 12th day of Simness,
Simland gave to me one
a
buzzword
in a pear tree.
We saw you in a pandemic.
All right, let's see. What are we gonna do here, Devers?
Okay. 21-10. Christian Kirk with the touchdown. 34% owned, 5.7 in the captain. But yes, we heard Jim. Kyler almost picked threw a pick. So we're hoping Jim will Freeze Pop says no. I say yes. I hope he speaks live on the last day.
Yeah,
that we're here.
If he's gonna do it, it has to be on the 31st. Which Jim did not know was the last day of commentary until we told him at halftime. So I absolutely love it.
Okay. See, all right. See, now, to your point, now this is where I have to have the discipline to not read the chat after what we just talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I see the comments.
And I would hope after a year and a half, I've gotten pretty good at that. Ish.
No,
my Madden rating in that is like a 71 now. It used to be like
we're all in last day of school mode.
Yeah, it's true, right?
I mean, I have been asked more this week to cover shifts than ever for people.
Yeah.
Legit, since Monday, I've been asked 4 different times to cover a shift. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, and like the weekends aren't even going on right now because of NFL.
Yeah. No one, everyone's like, all right, I'm good. It was fun while it lasted.
It's a bummer. Everyone, it's tough. I mean, no one can. And Mick says you were all a blessing during the pandemic. Thank you, Mick. Thank you. Jordan W wants me to read the schedule. Okay, yeah, I said that already. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll make
Freak
sure
of
that
Nature says that we should all shave our eyebrows, even Tara Lynn, if they keep the commentary. I don't think that will solve anything, and we'll just all not have eyebrows.
3rd and 7. Okay, they're gonna punt. Carter says, even though there's I know it's Carter. They had to change their YouTube up. Those are the kinds of things like you just remember from doing this for so long. I'm curious to see how many people stop playing the Madden and the Sims when the announcers are gone. I bet there's going to be a big drop in playing Madden Sims. No idea. It's up to you, I guess.
I bet that there actually still is good participation. I think that the people watching is going to go way down. I mean, we're talking sub 10 average person would be my guess. Maybe I'm wrong.
You might be wrong. I kind of hope you're wrong in that sense.
We'll
see.
I hope I'm wrong too, because I am a proud member of the DraftKings family, and I hope for all of their content to succeed at all times.
Yeah, Hugh Banks. I like that. Like, play-by-plays on pause. We're suspended. Actually suspended. I have to.
Right. Different word for it.
As I've said before, I yell at some of you when you complain about lag. You complain about the scores not being updated. I say, you know what? Oh, you complain about the commentary. Oh, talk about the game. Oh,
talk about the sim.
Football.
Talk about the sim.
Why are you talking about movies? Why are you talking about cereal?
Talk about the sim. 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 Talk about the sim.
See, now on September 1st, I have to start my own podcast and buy my own microphone, like I tell everyone else to do.
Hey, I'm telling you, we should start a late night show. Well, actually, I don't know if I've given you this idea yet. It's called Madden After Dark. Once a week, any sim broadcaster is allowed to join. Everyone can come hang out, shoot the breeze, free form. Just make it happen. Live pod show.
Brant thinks these would be way better without commentators. But see, Brant, whoever announcer is here, if there is an announcer from the video game, they can't call your name out and say hi.
No,
you won't get a hello from Brandon Godden. You only get that from me.
Should I text Charles Davis again?
You have his number?
Yeah, I keep trying to get him to join.
Remember that game we used to play when you first started?
Oh yeah, when names would come up, we just type in the name.
Yeah,
It's a
that
good
game.
It's a good game. Yeah. All right, let's see how many Charleses I have in my phone.
All right, let me check my phone. Over here charging.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 Charleses.
Charles.
Is the plural of Charles?
I have 2.
I have Charles Barkley. Humble brag.
Wow, you're cool.
Charles Davis. Humble brag.
Cool. Ooh, wait, hold on one sec. Steph Diggs, get there. Oh.
Charles Glenn, who is the legendary anthem singer for the St. Louis Blues. Charles Haley. Humble brag. Charles Henneberry, the Sports Hub technician.
Oh, I never met him.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports. And then some guy who I used to be friends with named Charles Schnitzline.
How do you spell that?
All right, I'll pull it up. I just exited it out. Charles Schnitzline. Schnitzlein. Charles Schnitzline.
That sounds made up.
Yeah, that's his name. I'll show you his contact.
Oh, Sarah wrote us a song, a jingle. Old Man Dog fan still giving Glash advice. Do not shout out anyone, Mike, anything. Yeah, we've been through that. I'm a better person.
Kinda. 3rd and 16, by the way. And, well, that's not enough to move the sticks, but maybe they'll kick the field goal. Here's Sarah's jingle. Where is it? I just lost it. There we go. 6 wigs a-wearing, 5 loud buzzwords, 4 straps to strap on, 3 of Sarah's sweaters, 2 missing eyebrows, and a merry cat named Meowster.
Oh, did you get a cat, or did that not happen yet?
No, it hasn't happened yet. What if I show up here on Tuesday?
You have to. That has to be the finale. Is you with a cat on the sim. Whatever sim you do that. Are you available that day? Are you working that day?
That is just too cheesy of a finale. We'll take submissions for what the finale should be.
What do you expect? It's gonna be cheesy. What do you think we're just gonna do? You think we're gonna just talk about the sim the last day? I want a cat to take a dump on your keyboard during the last sim.
That would get rid of that thing. I will rent a cat for a night and make it up.
Steal Rossi's cat for a sim, and then when it's Rossi's turn, just drive over and drop it back off.
Oh man, that's good.
Yeah, let's just call the Sims the last day. 1 second to go here in the third quarter. Kyler Murray hands it off to Kenyon Drake. Not enough for... Oh, I guess it was only first down. 2nd and 9 here for the Cardinals as we head into the fourth quarter. Arizona on top, 21-13 here in virtual Buffalo. Tom Carroll here with my partner, Brendan Glasheen. Going to get you the third quarter stats. Kyler Murray, 16 for 20, 194, 3 touchdowns, having himself a nice day through the air. Josh Allen, 12 for 19, 131, and a touchdown. Devin Singletary, 9 for 50. Kenyon Drake, 7 for 19. Josh Allen, 4 for 44, 42. That's how you read. Kyler Murray, 3 for 25. Zach Moss has a carry for 5, and Larry Fitzgerald, 1 for 4. All right, I'm done. I'm not doing the receiving stats.
Singletary, pardon me, that's still rushing.
Still rushing.
Matt says, last one should have max quarter length, most insane weather settings possible.
Oh, you guys will all yell at us still.
Oh, when the weather went away, I'm like, they're still going to yell at us, which is great. I mean, it's fun. I find it fun.
That's what it's all about. Michael
Trisha
Dunn
says you have to give us one more Joe Buck. I mean, we haven't done Buck.
Yeah, I mean, you and I will work together again at some point here.
You sure about that? I don't know.
What do you think? Aren't we working together again this week or no?
I don't think so.
No, because...
Oh, yeah, we are. We're here Friday. We're here Friday.
Okay, we'll do it Friday.
Buck and Aikman Friday.
Done.
Well, as you know, we have to make sure they're available.
It's true. We'll call them at halftime of that broadcast to make sure.
Yes, we will call Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to see if they're around. It's a hefty fee, but since we're, losing our jobs, maybe they'll consider.
Hey, the budget was already approved at the beginning of the year. We got to spend the budget now.
Yeah, let's just.
We have a whole fall's worth of money to spend over the next 2 weeks, so I think we can afford Buck and Aikman.
Yeah. Okay. We'll put a call in.
Austin Bennett saying, I think all commentators should do the last game. That's actually a fun game to play. If every single one of us was on the final Zoom for the final game, and this might even be an easy answer.
It is.
Which commentator talks the most?
Kaufman.
Yeah, I felt dumb as soon as I thought of the question, because of course.
Maybe it's BK.
BK definitely would take the most shots. Like, he'd be like Dion Waiters. He would definitely be firing off some threes.
So you know how, like, when actually maybe people don't do this anymore, but when you, I don't know, if you're on you're at a guy's weekend or if there's a girl's weekend, you got everyone, whoever's holding a ball or holding
girls
something,
trip.
They get to speak. We would have
the talking stick.
We would have to have a producer be like the moderator and raise hands, and you get You get 25 seconds per comment.
I personally think it should just be a free-for-all and see what happens.
That's not good.
I'm predicting Lamarca has the highest hit rate, like quality comments. Maybe he only talks 5 times on the broadcast, but 4 of them are just dynamite, I'm predicting ZT says nothing for a full sim.
just nod his head.
Just leaves himself muted. Emerson will not pay attention. He'll just be firing off digs the whole time.
I think it's
a good idea.
What's the max amount of people we can have in a Zoom call?
I think if you have the correct type of Zoom account, it's basically unlimited.
Oh. All right, Yankees won. Turn this crap off.
Yeah. Rizzo with the snag at first.
Mitch here, Mitch Turbo. You guys remind me of the dude from... I don't know what that is, but please finish your sentence.
How's Twitch doing? Check out the Twitch fan.
Twitch is good. Care Bear's on Twitch.
Care Bear.
Care Bear says they were telling us it's the 31st, the last play-by-play day, but really it's on the 30th.
What?
Why are you saying that?
What do you know that I don't know? Because I just got an email today saying to put your availability in for the 31st. What does this guy know that we don't know?
How do ratings normally do for drama TV as far as like Tuesday night finales? We're gonna be the most highly watched finale in America, the world.
I wonder who's gonna do the final sim.
Good question.
Poetic justice would be Emerson and Reed, but I don't believe that should be the last sim. Biased? You want biased? I think it should be me and you. I think it will likely end up being like you and Koff.
Here's why I know I have to be on the line. Well, I have to be, as long as I'm here for the buzzword, I'm good. Just get me there for that minute.
Yes.
I have no idea. I don't know. I'm look, a lot of 3-person booths coming next week. That's what we've been told.
I made myself completely available for that Tuesday. I'm just going to tell my other job I'm busy.
So here's a question for the chat. This is a fun little topic. And you can't just keep ragging on be creative with your answers, please. Don't just give one-word answers. Who would you want to see? Who is that? Andy Isabella?
Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
a vulture.
That is a vulture if I've ever seen one.
Cardinals are playing well.
Who do you guys want to see killed off? In the finale.
Well, Clash, unfortunately, I think we know the people that are getting killed off. It's very predictable.
I mean from Sims specifically.
That's right. Well, all of us are being killed off from Sims. Some of us are being killed off from DraftKings.
Just play the game. It's just
I can't, man.
You're no fun.
I can't.
Chef Duke says you guys.
Oh, man.
Noah Moon has Isabella. I am not happy.
How is that possible? Must be saying no BK on the final sim.
Andy Isabella, 1.8% owned.
Chef Duke does not want Ducey on the last.
I kind of want. It would be great. It'd be a great troll if Ducey was here by himself
Ducey
for an hour.
solo sim. Yeah.
A Ducey 1 hour special for the last sim.
Ducey would hate that.
What if the chat gets so active for a buzzword that the buzzword for the last night is encore? Encore.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Then, we just stay on.
And then we run another sim at midnight.
We do a midnight sim.
That'd be kind
great.
of sick. I mean, I kind of ruined it.
It's
if it
impossible and it's never going to happen, but yeah. What should be the final buzzword? I mean, we have to come up with one for tonight in 4 minutes.
Oh
but-
yeah, we do. We need a buzzword for tonight. And it's
Although who
not,
knows?
it's not
the
ball
pace
holder.
of this game.
It
No,
is
it's
not
definitely
ball
not
holder.
that.
Okay, because that might actually, I might be gone like tomorrow. Like,
Could it just be ball? Have you done the word ball before? Ball, 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 ball. Like you're on a basketball court calling for the ball, or if you're on defense, just trying to be annoying.
or your brother Phil at a game and you're yelling at the quarterback. Yeah, you're a ball holder. Ball holder.
Ball, ball, ball. I think ball's a good word.
Let's do ball.
Okay.
We all like ball.
Yeah, same. We're watching a ball game right now. I've got a ball game on my TV.
Okay.
And my
All right.
computer.
Yeah.
I'm not going to set the microwave yet.
Okay, Tyre Woods, it's not Hawk. I know what you're trying to make me do. Oh, but what about Jim? I don't know if I'm going to work with Jim. Are you working the rest of the week, Jim? What's your schedule?
Jim's not going to tell you.
Jim.
Maybe on Zoom. Maybe on the Zoom chat he will.
Yeah, that's fair. Come on, Jim.
Oh, I know what we should do for the. Well, maybe not the final buzzword, Glash, but one of the last Sims. You and I should run a poll to see if we should get rid of commentary on the Sims. There definitely will be a poll in the mix here. Maybe the first half of the game we do on Friday. We get a poll in before Joe and Troy hopefully join us.
Okay, let's get to 200 likes first. We're at 181. Let's get there.
Sure.
Hit that like button. You'll feel better about yourself. I think.
Yeah.
36 people watching on Twitch. Care Bear says, wait, are the actual hosts getting fired? I thought that was a
Yes.
joke. Well, straight to the point.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Oh, it's on pause.
Pause, yes.
We'll be back once they press play.
Like when we pause the game at the end
exactly.
of a quarter.
Some people reset the game, though, and then that ends the game. And, you know, that might be happening, too.
Just a long pause. All right, so ball is tonight's buzzword.
All right, let me get this ready.
Death Boss says, just come. I can't even read
Yeah,
it.
just don't even.
Okay.
Too much insinuation there.
We were talking football, though, so I will stand by that. Okay, I'm not even going to say it again. You can go back and read it.
Just stop.
I'm just saying.
Glash, stop bringing it up. Let's yell the word ball.
What would you used in indecisive, right?
Indecisive.
Okay, that's good. Maybe that should be the buzzword.
That's kind
No,
of
it's
difficult. Ball's good.
It's kind of the challenge. I mean. All right, ball is tonight's buzzword. We are very close to that point of shouting it with all of you. Buffalo down by 15. 3rd and 1.
On your mark.
Get set, go. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Ball, ball,
Ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball,
ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball, ball,
Ball. Oh man.
Yeah, that was a good one. I definitely have never done that before because I could feel it.
Wow. Okay. Need to hydrate after that one.
Yeah.
Too much ball.
Interception.
Yes.
He caught the
right
ball.
On cue. Ball. All right. Good job, guys.
That was
that thing was moving.
That was good. Yeah, the chat was moving. You all.
That was ripping.
That was ripping through. It was good.
Well right, I gotta figure out some awards here.
I'm gonna put it on my resume.
Let's see.
And I love how just the chat settles down. Like it's like after a roller coaster ride. You know,
yep,
you go
they're
down,
like, oh. I kind of want to give Josh Allen the Babysitter Billy Award. Only 16 points in the flex, 80% ownership. I need more from Josh Allen. What are your thoughts? Let's collaborate.
Damon says Mr. Freeze Pops is the best at doing the buzzword, a real professional. I just had to read that.
I go all out. Every play, every day. Ball, 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 ball.
Well, you want to bring out congratulations because Damon was so nice to you?
You know what? We'll break that out. I just got to find my voice memos. I don't know where I put them. Utilities. Does everyone have a utilities folder on their iPhone?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
What was the reasoning again why you couldn't do it that night?
I was losing my voice.
Yeah.
And then I proceeded to not talk for the next 24 hours. Or no, it wasn't 24. It was until my next sim, which was the next night at 8 o'clock. So from the end of Madden After Dark on like a Monday, I didn't speak again until my 8 p.m. sim on Tuesday. Just took the whole day off from talking. Drank a lot of tea. It's good. Needed that. Needed a nice vocal reset.
Okay. Now, no timeouts for Buffalo. Before we go to the awards, I re-teased Did You Know clipped up the ball buzzword. Can we just I just want to hear what this sounds like.
Sure.
Just maybe like the first 20 seconds.
I was gonna say because the buzzwords rarely get cut up.
Here we go.
Yep.
Buffering. To me. All right, here we go.
I'm putting this on my reel.
There's still 30 more seconds.
Oh no, we just kept going.
Wow, that's something.
That's unbelievable. Thank you for making that. That was incredible.
Re-tease, Did You Know?
We're losing that. Now you don't get ball. You get Brandon Gowden and Charles Davis. So you're welcome.
That was good. Oh man,
that was good.
that was what you got me going when you went from one speed to the next, and I didn't know you were gonna do that.
I had to pick up steam. We were going downhill, baby.
Oh man,
that was good stuff. I'm saving that one. These don't go. The Twitch links don't go away, right?
No, they get like archived in.
All right, nice.
In the DraftKings channel. It's pretty amazing.
I'm saving that one.
Buzz says, I hope a UFO is going by the planet and picks up that broadcast as their impression of humans. Oh, that's good. Peace of mind. I'm sending that clip to the state mental hospital.
Glash, cut that up. Send that off to the Connecticut Sun.
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna
hey,
play it for
you guys
Lobo.
want me to bring some of this to the broadcast?
I'm gonna play it for Lobo tomorrow pregame. Hey, I want to incorporate this tonight.
Hey, Rebecca, do you mind watching some of my my broadcasting tape? Give me some pointers. I know you've been doing this for a long time.
I mean, this particular buzzword would work. I mean, it's ball,
Exactly. And look, for those, if you played basketball at a high level, you are coached to yell ball in a player's face when you play defense. I used to do it quite loud.
Well, there you go.
I have practice. I don't know who's winning the awards. I think Josh Allen is for me, the babysitter Billy, because I expect more out of a guy that is that highly owned. So you guys can criticize me. That's the way I'm going. And then let's go Kyler Murray, 27 points in the flex. So if you had him in your captain spot, you're feeling good. There you go.
Here's a guy. All right, let's give you the schedule for tomorrow then, shall we?
Let's do it.
Hit the like button. Brother Phil says we sounded like the Muppets on Sesame Street. Okay. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. The Sweat, get your day going. Tom will watch at 11 a.m.
Love the Sweat.
11 a.m. Eastern time. I think Jesse's in tomorrow to get you going for the day. I will not be here at noon. I think Kenny will be in at noon tomorrow. We made that switcheroo. Kenny's in at noon for me. I got a game tomorrow night, so I got to check out of my hotel room too. So,
but anyway, I also think that there might be someone different in the Emerson seat as well.
Oh,
yeah, he texted me asking to cover.
So it's you.
I told him I couldn't.
Oh. Well, someone will be here at noon.
Yeah. Hey, maybe it's just Ducey.
Okay. Dolphins Jaguars tomorrow is your first sim at noon. Kenny on the board here with Christian for the 2 p.m. Panthers Texans. Christian and Brandon Cristall at 4 o'clock. Packers and the football team. Tomorrow afternoon, the slate, all sports. Adam Kaufman will rejoin all of you. Guest to be determined, because Reed is in Jersey City. So Reed typically joins Kaufman on Thursdays, but we'll find out. And then you're here at 6 with Tara Lynn, Giants, Broncos.
I love Tara Lynn Sims. They are always insane. So especially now, given that we only have however many Sims left, I'm sure that will be extra insane on tomorrow night. So tune in for that.
All right. Thanks, producer Michael. T. Pike. Hey, Jim, great to hear your voice tonight for the first time ever. Really, it was maybe too little too late, but hope to hear Jim's voice for the first time to the Sims next week or the week after, whatever it is. And June as well. June, don't mean to make light of your performance tonight as well. So just Jim and I go way back, All right, we do. All right, Tony. Freeze Pops. See you on Friday.
I'll be back Friday. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you guys a bunch until we're done doing these things. So yeah, pumped. Let's go.
Okay. Our 2 weeks notice has been put in. We're still here for the next 2 weeks. We will see you all. I won't be here tomorrow. Tom will see you tomorrow. I'll see you all on Friday. Have a great day and a great night. Good night.
Bye. Bye.